Chapter 1. The Desert Wolf Yamcha on the planet Earth of Dragon Ball. An expansive and boundless desert stretches out. The blazing sun hangs mercilessly in the sky, searing the earth below, as the scorching sands seem on the verge of ignition. Amidst this unbearable heat, a remarkably handsome youth engages in a unique form of training. With a lithe and athletic physique, he performs a series of peculiar movements, resembling a ferocious, ravenous wolf. In the next instant, he darts forward like a phantom, advancing several meters in the blink of an eye, then unleashes a powerful punch into the air, creating a howling gale that whips up towering clouds of sand. His silhouette flickers under the relentless sun, the swirling sands shifting in tandem with his form. At this moment, a voice as clear and melodious as that of a child resonates from behind him, filled with respect and admiration. "Young Master Yamcha, you have been training for 3 hours. Please come and have some water." The speaker is Puar, a blue cat floating in midair. Its appearance is utterly adorable, with a soft, fluffy body reminiscent of a cloud drifting in the sky. Its skin showcases a captivating azure hue, with only its abdomen adorned in a light gray, a distinctive coloration that enhances its charm. At this moment, its petite arms securely hold a water jug brimming with refreshing liquid. It is worth noting that this is a harsh desert environment, perpetually scorched by the sun, where ordinary life struggles to endure. Even Yamcha, a martial artist, finds himself parched after 3 hours of relentless training beneath the searing rays. Though martial artists possess a considerably superior physique compared to ordinary people, such intense training exacts a significant toll on their stamina. "Puar, I'm coming," Yamcha responds, swiftly appearing beside the blue cat. Upon hearing its voice, Puar, beaming with delight, offers the water jug. Since becoming Yamcha's companion, it has enjoyed a life of relative security. Once, after graduating from a kindergarten in the southern region, Puar embarked on a life of wandering the world of Dragon Ball, is fraught with peril, teeming with terrifying creatures and marauding bandits. For a delicate being like Puar, a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Fortunately, after being waylaid by Yamcha, it chose to follow him obediently. In retrospect, Puar considers that decision to be the wisest of its life. Yamcha receives the water jug and tilts his head back, drinking deeply. The cool liquid cascades down his throat, providing him with considerable relief. Without a moment's pause, after quenching his thirst, he resumes his training. At this juncture, the true essence of Yamcha has been supplanted by an individual from another world named Zhang San. In Zhang San's former life, Dragon Ball was merely an animated series. However, this unique background grants him a distinct advantage: the ability to foresee events. This foresight allows him to anticipate various developments in the perilous realm of Dragon Ball, affording him ample preparation time for his training and the challenges he faces. His rigorous training not only aims to enhance his combat prowess, but also serves to fulfill the daily tasks set by the system. Indeed, on the second day of his reincarnation as Yamcha, he awakened a system whose function was to collect talent points through rigorous training. By dedicating 8 hours to exercise each day, the system could amass 0-1 talent points. These talent points not only enhanced his potential, but also expedited his mastery of various martial arts techniques. After more than a year of diligent training, his talent points had risen to an impressive 1195, whereas the average Earthling possessed merely 1. Prior to augmenting his points, Yamcha's innate talent was a mere 83, which, although modest, positioned him as one of the rare martial arts prodigies among Earth's populace. According to the system, the talent ceiling for Earthlings was capped at 100, qualifying them as super geniuses. However, with the advent of the system, Yamcha's fate transformed, liberating him from these constraints, allowing for infinite augmentation of his talent points. This was the reason he managed to transcend the limits of Earthling talent after a year of cultivation in his memories. Although Yamcha had already claimed the title of the foremost pure human on Earth, he still lagged behind other Z fighters in the latter stages. A contributing factor was that he did not exhibit the same diligence as his peers, and after emerging from the desert, he became preoccupied with his romantic pursuits with Bulma, leaving little time for training. Additionally, his innate talent could not compete with that of Goku or Tien, who could effortlessly learn techniques like the Kamehameha after merely observing Master Roshi. Consequently, Yamcha eventually succumbed to complacency. However, as a reincarnated soul, he was reluctant to tread the same path. This result compelled him to train rigorously, especially since he possessed an extraordinary advantage, making it plausible to surpass Goku and Tien. Furthermore, as time passed, his innate talent continued to strengthen. At this juncture, his talent approached nearly double that of his original self, far exceeding that of an ordinary Earthling by 100-fold, thus rightfully earning the title of a divine-level human. As his talent grew, so did his combat prowess. Although he had only mastered a self-created technique, the Wolf Fong Fist, it had already reached an extraordinary level, bolstered by tenfold his innate talent with the ability to split mountains and shatter stones. He also explored the Mirage Fist and the flight technique alongside his training. The Mirage Fist, unlike other martial arts in the Dragon Ball universe, was rooted in a simple principle: extreme speed, creating illusions and mirages to confound adversaries. It featured double, triple, and multiple mirages, with the effectiveness of deception increasing with the number of illusions. While useful in the early stages, it became somewhat redundant later on, as mastery over energy perception rendered any number of mirages ineffective. Nevertheless, for the current Yamcha, it sufficed. As for the flight technique, it was even simpler as long as one's combat power was sufficiently robust and one grasped some principles of energy. Releasing it became effortless. Moreover, the methodology for mastering the flight technique was deeply ingrained in his memories, allowing Yamcha to swiftly cultivate this ability with minimal effort merely. Because his combat power was still rather low, the duration of the void dance technique was insufficient. System. Assess my current combat strength. The system not only allowed for attribute allocation, but also possessed various auxiliary functions. Among these, the ability to view personal attributes was one of its features. This function enabled one to not only examine their own attributes, but also those of others, restricted to individuals within a radius of 50 kilometers. In the next moment, a substantial array of data appeared before Yamcha, visible solely to him. Name: Yamcha. Combat power: 50. Mental strength: 10. Talent points: 1195. Skills: Wukong Fist, Afterimage Fist, Void Dance. Bloodline: Earth Human Peaceful Mind. Resistant to rage: 50 points of combat power. Quite commendable, Yamcha murmured as he gazed at the combat strength displayed by the system. Although this power was not particularly formidable in the Dragon Ball universe, it represented the pinnacle of Earth's capabilities. According to Yamcha's estimation, during this period, only Master Roshi, Master Shun, and a few others like Tao Pai Pai could surpass him. This was significantly higher than the 8 or 9 points of combat power he had when he first appeared in the original narrative. Chapter 2. The Appearance of Son Goku. The plot commences. After an additional 3 hours of training, Yamcha returned to his abode. His residence was constructed within a massive rock, which had been entirely hollowed out and divided into 3 levels. The upper level served as a lookout point for observing the surroundings. The middle level functioned as a bedroom for rest, and the lower level constituted the living area. Though situated in a desert, he had managed to carry out some basic renovations, ensuring that essential furniture was present. Sitting on a stool, Yamcha wiped the sweat from his brow and subsequently grabbed a bottle of beverage. Drinking eagerly at that moment, Puar, standing atop the residence with a telescope in hand, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Master Yamcha, new prey has appeared." "Is that so?" Yamcha smiled. After all, he was in a desert, where resources were scarce, and earning a living was a challenge to survive. He had to inherit the original persona's occupation, robbing, which also alleviated his daily needs. However, Yamcha, hailing from civilized realm, adhered to a strict moral code. While robbing, he never harmed anyone's life and only took a portion of their possessions. Thus, he had earned the moniker of the Desert Bandit from the locals. As his reputation grew, fewer dared to venture into this desert. Nevertheless, he had no intention of leaving. He awaited the arrival of a fated one. Every time an outsider appeared, it signified an opportunity to improve his circumstances. With that, Yamcha stood up, leaped to the upper level, which was over 10 meters high, and took the telescope from Puar, gazing in the direction indicated. There, 10 kilometers away, lay a section of the desert. Through the lens, 3 staggering figures came into view: a small boy carrying a stick, a humanoid pig, and trailing behind them was a youthful girl of about 15 or 16. Yamcha instantly recognized the identities of the trio. They were indeed the fated ones he had long been awaiting. According to the narrative, they should be preparing to journey several hundred kilometers to the Bread Bomb Mountain, with the 3 characters being Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong. The reason for their arduous trek through this desolate desert is that, during their crossing of a river, an exuberant Bulma misplaced her universal capsule. Furthermore, as Oolong was reluctant to part with his own capsule, the trio had no choice but to take the shortest route to their destination. Although it was the most direct path, it was also the most challenging, as this stretch of land was a barren desert, inhabited only by Yamcha and countless wolves lurking in the sands. "You have finally arrived," Yamcha exclaimed. "It is time for me to emerge from the desert and witness the true face of the world," he added, a joyful smile illuminating his features. Upon hearing that Yamcha intended to leave the desert, the nearby Puar immediately felt disheartened, as after years of tranquility, it sensed the impending return to a life of wandering. Observing Puar's troubled expression, Yamcha gently patted the floating creature on his shoulder and inquired, "What is the matter, Master Yamcha? Are you leaving the desert? Will you abandon me?" Puar murmured, a note of grievance in its voice. "What are you thinking?" "Of course, you will come with me," Yamcha replied with a hearty laugh as soon as Por heard that Yamcha was willing to take him along. He soared joyfully through the air, overwhelmed with delight. "Let us go meet some new friends," Yamcha said, leaping down and heading towards Sun Wukong and the others at this moment. Bulma and Oolong, having trudged through the desert for half a day, were both parched and famished, while only Sun Wukong seemed unaffected by fatigue. Bulma leaned heavily on a tree branch as tall as herself, staggering with each step as if every movement drained her of all her strength. Between breaths, she lamented, "I'm going to die. Woo, this path is truly unbearable. I'm nearly out of energy." Oolong echoed her sentiments. Sun Wukong, who was leading the way, turned back and chided them. "You are both utterly useless. I have come down to walk with you, yet you still cannot keep up." For Sun Wukong, traversing the distance was no challenge, thanks to his nimbus cloud, which only the pure of heart could ride, making it impossible for Oolong and Bulma to join him. To accommodate his companion spirits, Sun Wukong opted to walk alongside them. Upon hearing his reproach, Bulma exploded in indignation and retorted, "I'm a wealthy young lady. How could I possibly be like you, a wild man?" In a debate with a woman, Sun Wukong was no match. Quickly falling silent after walking a little further, Bulma sighed again. "Where are we? Why is there still no city?" "I refuse to go on gazing at the endless expanse of desert." Bulma had lost all hope of escaping this arid wasteland as her temper flared. She threw down her wooden stick and began to roll on the ground like a worm, completely abandoning her former refined demeanor, indifferent to the dirt surrounding her. Feeling the searing heat radiating from the ground, she sought refuge in the shadow beneath a rock, where she soon succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. This marked the third occasion on which Bulma had thrown a tantrum, refusing to continue on her journey. Having grown up in the city, Bulma was unaccustomed to such hardships. Initially, she had embarked on the trek with enthusiasm. Accustomed to towering skyscrapers and lush jungles, the grandeur of the desert landscape inspired a sense of boldness within her. However, after just a few hours of walking, she could no longer endure the strain, necessitating frequent breaks. In the span of half a day, they had traversed barely a dozen kilometers. Observing Bulma resting, Oolong remarked, "This woman is truly willful at this rate. When will we escape this desert?" Following his comment, he too slumped onto the sandy ground. "Why do you have to criticize her? You seem just as obstinate." Little Goku retorted candidly, displaying the innocent straightforwardness of childhood, unrefined by the composure he would later acquire. "All right, you are correct. I shall rest as well," Oolong conceded, removing his hat and placing it over his face to shield himself from the sun. Noticing that both of them had begun to rest, Goku decided against continuing their journey. As he relaxed, his stomach began to growl. Despite his considerable stamina, the demands of his appetite were substantial, and after half a day without food, his belly began to protest. Chapter 3: The Reunion of Oolong and Puar. After a brief respite, Oolong began to lament once more. "I can't sleep. I'm absolutely famished." "Goku, do you have any food?" Goku observed Oolong, who appeared ready to faint from hunger, and realized that without a solution to their food predicament, they might not escape the desert. He promptly stood and declared, "I will search the area for something to eat." With that, he prepared to summon the flying nimbus to scout around. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Oolong and asked, "By the way, do you enjoy pork?" His eyes shone with sincere intent. However, this question struck Oolong as particularly jarring. As a pig-headed being, the very notion of consuming pork was abhorrent. Instantly invigorated, Oolong leapt up, eyes wide, and bellowed at Goku, "Look at me. How could I possibly like pork?" Goku, unfazed by Oolong's sudden outburst, found it perplexing and could not comprehend the reason behind Oolong's anger. Just as they exchanged bewildered glances, a distant thudding sound echoed through the stillness of the desert, jarring in its abruptness. Goku looked up towards the source of the sound, spotting a black speck about the size of a bowl. Racing toward Theme as it approached, it kicked up a cloud of swirling sand behind it. "What is that?" Oolong inquired, captivated by the rapidly approaching dark object. The dark mass loomed several kilometers away, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. Despite the impressive eyesight of the young Sun Wukong, he could not discern the details of the black entity at that moment. He could only exclaim, "What incredible speed!" In just a brief interval, the silhouette resembling a bowl became distinctly visible. When it approached within a mere 10 meters of Sun Wukong and his companions, it came to a halt. As the dust settled, a tall and handsome youth emerged, revealing none other than Yamcha, who had hastened from his dwelling instantly. Yamcha's attention was captivated by the crab-headed child, an object of his childhood admiration from his past life. Today, at long last, he had the opportunity to meet him, igniting an urge to forge a connection. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed enough composure to temper his enthusiasm. A wicked amusement surged within as he donned a fierce demeanor and coldly proclaimed, "I am the notorious bandit of the vast desert, Yamcha." In that moment, Puar leapt forth from behind Yamcha, his youthful voice chiming, "I am Puar." Upon hearing the boy before him declare himself a thief, Oolong was so frightened that he instinctively hid behind Sun Wukong. Subsequently, upon learning that the blue cat introduced himself as Puar, Oolong felt a stirring in his heart, akin to a game of hide and seek, as he glanced towards Puar. Since descending the mountain, Sun Wukong had encountered few individuals and was blissfully unaware of the implications of the term thief, his only joy stemming from spotting others of his kind in the wilderness. What is a thief? Can one eat it? The sole concern occupying Sun Wukong's mind was how to resolve the food dilemma for the three of them. "Fool. He intends to steal our belongings," Oolong remarked, exasperated by Sun Wukong's ignorance. "Correct answer. To save your skins, hand over everything of value you possess, including your universal capsules." Or face the consequences came the ominous threat. Following this, Yamcha eagerly observed Sun Wukong and Oolong. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Oolong trembled in fear. He was well aware of Yamcha's notorious reputation for robbing valuables without harming lives. However, Oolong had his own secret stash, a collection he had painstakingly amassed over the years. And the thought of it being discovered by Yamcha filled him with dread. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to forge a connection, hoping to deceive his way through. Pointing at Puar and saying, "You are Puar, the crybaby Puar." Yet, his attempt at camaraderie was as misguided as his intellect. Upon hearing the pig-headed creature call his name, Puar scrutinized Oolong from head to toe, quickly recognizing him as his classmate from the southern kindergarten. "Oolong," he confirmed, momentarily failing to recognize him due to Oolong's green attire and military cap, which were a stark contrast to their days in kindergarten. Once Puar had acknowledged him, Oolong puffed up with pride, placing his hands behind his back, posturing like a figure of authority. Yamcha, aware of the strained relationship between the two, smiled and inquired, "Puar, are you familiar with it?" Although Oolong felt quite pleased with himself, Puar was burdened with many unpleasant memories and replied, "Yes. It was the one who frequently bullied me at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. Yamcha, could you assist me in teaching him a lesson? It is simply wrong for the young to prey upon the weak." Yamcha, tightening his fists with a creaking sound, nodded at Pool and declared, "Rest assured, Pool. I shall teach it a lesson, instilling in it the virtues of respecting the elders and cherishing the young." Pool responded with a gentle nod. Upon hearing that he would be subjected to a reprimand, Oolong was once again drenched in cold sweat, and with a trembling voice remarked, "Pool, why do you hold such grudges? This is not a trivial matter from kindergarten. Why do you still dwell on it? I have no classmates like you. The one who only peeks at girls' underwear like a voyeur." Pool turned his head away, continuing to stoke the flames, and even stuck his tongue out at Oolong. "Oh, truly an incorrigible fellow. Allow me to administer a lesson to you, you lecherous wolf." Yamcha declared his intention to teach a lesson to Oolong, who was cowering behind the diminutive Sun Wukong. Oolong was indeed terrified. His only source of support was the formidable figure of Sun Wukong before him. He then whispered to the little monkey, "Aren't you supposed to be quite powerful? It is your turn to take action now." Sun Wukong, still in a state of confusion, hurriedly inquired, "Are they the villains? Why must we engage in battle against them?" Yamcha swiftly maneuvered behind little Wukong, intending to seize Oolong. Although little Wukong found Oolong somewhat insufferable, he could not allow Yamcha to inflict harm upon his companion. Thus, he intervened to thwart Yamcha's attack. Instantly, the two engaged in combat, with Yamcha choosing not to exert his full strength, eager to gauge little Wukong's current prowess. During their confrontation, Yamcha accessed the system to scrutinize little Wukong's personal attributes. Name: Sun Wukong. Combat power: 10 mental power, 1 talent points, 500 skills. Rock, paper, scissors bloodline. Scion: combat power increases when near death. At present, Sun Wukong's skill panel appeared inferior to Yamcha's, with a notably low combat power and mental capacity. However, the abundance of talent points was rather alarming. Yamcha had initially believed that his 3 years of talent accumulation would have surpassed Sun Wukong's capabilities. But he was astonished to discover the considerable gap that still existed between them. The overwhelming confidence he had gained from acquiring the system was significantly dampened. If Wukong possessed such extraordinary talent, one could only imagine the formidable abilities of other Dragon Ball warriors, such as Broly and Bu, which prompted Yamcha to abandon any notions of underestimating his opponent. Nonetheless, despite Sun Wukong's remarkable talent, his combat skills remained exceedingly juvenile, with numerous defensive vulnerabilities evident in his technique. Although Yamcha showcased only a fraction of his prowess, he was easily able to subdue Wukong. After all, having lived 2 lives, Yamcha's combat acumen was far more agile, and even with equal power, Sun Wukong could not compare. Furthermore, given that little Wukong was currently in a state of hunger, his strength was significantly diminished. Within merely 3 or 4 exchanges, Sun Wukong was sent flying by Yamcha's casual strikes, landing amidst a pile of rocks behind him. Upon witnessing Wukong's defeat, Oolong grew anxious, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he approached Yamcha. Mimicking Puar's tone to ingratiate himself, "I always knew Master Yamcha was the strongest." "Huh, do you really think that will spare you?" Yamcha retorted, unimpressed by Oolong's flattery and continuing his threats. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Bulma. At that moment, Sun Wukong, seemingly undeterred and unscathed from being buried beneath the rocks, sprang forth once more. The Scion physique indeed proved remarkable, having endured a mere 10th of Yamcha's power without sustaining any apparent injuries. Sun Wukong boldly declared to Yamcha, "I have not yet lost. Watch me play rock, paper, scissors." "Is that so?" Yamcha swaggered confidently to stand before Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was not one to concede easily, he had come to recognize, through the recent battle, that the prowess of this youthful adversary was indeed formidable. His expression grew considerably more serious, under Yamcha's keen observation. After engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors, Sun Wukong's combat power surged to a notable 12 points. Yet, such strength was still insufficient in the face of Yamcha's capabilities. The attacks in their game were remarkably simple, comprising merely 3 moves: a heavy punch, a 2-finger jab aimed at the eyes, and a final slap to the face. Despite Yamcha not employing his full strength, his reflexes were undeniably sharp. Regardless of the techniques employed by the young Wukong, Yamcha had ample time to counter each maneuver. With a single palm, he thwarted Wukong's punch from the game, then deftly turned his left hand, resembling a blade, to intercept the jab aimed at his eyes, effectively nullifying it. Before the concluding slap could be executed, Yamcha deftly pointed with his right finger to Wukong's wrist, rendering the attack ineffective. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Though Yamcha's touch was but a gentle poke, it felt to the young Wukong as if he had been struck by a vehicle, causing him to yelp in pain. "Your game of rock, paper, scissors is merely child's play." Yamcha displayed a scornful expression, which infuriated Sun Wukong immensely. This martial art was taught to him by his grandfather, Sun Wukong, and now it was being belittled by the youth before him. In the next moment, Sun Wukong charged towards Yamcha once more, filled with vigor, yet lacking sufficient prowess. Bang! Bang bang! The wolf Fang fist was unleashed again, as Yamcha moved like a swift wolf, his hand striking Sun Wukong's vital points with an almost ethereal grace. Little Wukong endeavored to evade and defend himself, but it proved futile. Although Yamcha had not fully unleashed his combat potential, at times even utilizing less force than little Wukong, after employing the wolf Fang fist, his attack speed had surged by 50%, rendering it beyond the reach of the current Sun Wukong. As Yamcha engaged in combat, he imparted wisdom. Fighting is not solely reliant on brute strength. In the next moment, Sun Wukong was once again sent flying by Yamcha. After several rounds, the young Wukong had failed to gain any advantage, his face bearing the marks of defeat. Bruised and battered. Am I being somewhat inhumane, considering my opponent is merely a child? Yet, upon reflection, Scions have been known to invade planets from a young age. One cannot apply human perspectives to their nature. Despite the thrashing he received, young Wukong exhibited no signs of despair. Rather, his eyes sparkled with an indomitable fighting spirit. With a swift motion, he charged at Yamcha once more, drawing forth the Rui Jingu Bang from his back. It appeared he had exhausted all his tactics, even resorting to a weapon he rarely utilized. Understanding the capabilities of the Rui Jingu Bang, Yamcha deftly evaded its strike, transforming into a mere shadow to escape the attack. He repositioned himself behind Sun Wukong, delivering another blow that sent the young warrior several meters away, even with his unique physique. The relentless assault from Yamcha had pushed Wukong to his limits, making even walking a tremendous challenge. Yet, despite his physical exhaustion, Sun Wukong refused to yield, determined to launch another offensive. Yamcha sighed, marveling at the indomitable spirit of the Scions. He was not a sadist, and promptly, he reappeared behind Son Goku, delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious. At that very moment, A crisp notification echoed in his mind. System, congratulations, host, on defeating the storyline character. The weak Sun Goku. Reward, 3 talent points. What a delightful surprise. A wry smile spread across Yamcha's face. He had not anticipated that, aside from training, he could also acquire talent points by vanquishing adversaries. 3 talent points effectively spared him a month's worth of training. Suddenly, a scheme to amass talent points came to his mind. If he continued to follow Son Goku and repeatedly defeat him, could he not amass an endless supply of talent points? However, the system seemed to anticipate his thoughts, extinguishing the fervent flame of desire he had just ignited. System, please be advised, host, that the same important storyline character can only provide talent rewards once per year. With the realization that continuous farming of talent points was not feasible, Yamcha suppressed that nefarious notion. Meanwhile, Oolong, witnessing Yamcha incapacitate Son Goku, mistakenly believed that Yamcha had killed him. Alarmed, he transformed into a small bee, seeking to flee. Observing the bee flitting about, Yamcha showed no intention of intervening. Instead, turning to the eager Pu'er and saying, "Pu'er, it's your turn." "Understood, Master Yamcha," Pu'er replied, transforming into a fly swatter and swiftly pursuing Oolong in his bee form. The fly swatter was drawn back like a bow, striking fiercely at the bee's head, evidently fueled by the pent-up frustrations of past bullying in kindergarten. With a thud, the bee crashed into the sand, revealing Oolong's true form. Dazed, Oolong stared at Pu'er and Yamcha, retreating in haste behind a nearby rock. Coincidentally, this was the very spot where Bulma was resting. He quickly shook her awake, eager to escape with her. Bulma, deep in slumber despite the fierce battle between Yamcha and Son Goku, was surprisingly undisturbed. Upon awakening, she glared at Oolong with annoyance. "Oolong, what are you doing? Why did you wake me? What time is it? You're still sleeping while we're being robbed, and Son Goku has been killed." Oolong exclaimed in a tone laced with terror. Bulma's mind went blank. She had never fathomed that the mighty Son Goku could be slain. Overwhelmed, she began to weep, a reaction befitting a girl of her tender age. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from outside. "Fair lady, do you require assistance?" It was indeed Yamcha who, with just a glance, found himself captivated by the enchanting girl before him. Her strikingly large eyes and flowing azure hair radiated youth and beauty. Although he had witnessed her numerous times in his previous life, the proximity of their encounter left him profoundly astonished. As for the original body's unfortunate tendency to weaken at the sight of a girl, that flaw vanished with the merging of their souls. Bulma lifted her gaze, only to behold a tall, handsome boy clad in orange attire, smiling warmly at her. Yamcha's handsome visage perfectly embodied all the fantasies Bulma had harbored from the myriad tales she had encountered, epitomizing her dreams of a princely figure. Under his gaze, Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, transforming her from a sorrowful countenance into a bashful maiden, blooming like a cherry blossom. Chapter 5, Ash. Xiao with the seemingly innocuous words echoed in Oolong's ears, akin to the whispers of the Grim Reaper, as he observed the dazed Bulma. It was over. There was no escape. Instantly, despair enveloped his heart. After a brief reverie, Bulma was jolted back to reality by Oolong's words. "Where's the thief?" he inquired. "It is he," Oolong retorted, pointing at the striking Yamcha before them. How could this be? Such a dashing thief? In her mind, thieves were brutish figures, often sporting thick beards or masked as one-eyed ruffians. It was unfathomable that the charming individual before her could be a criminal. "This lovely lady speaks wisely," Yamcha interjected with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamcha, a wandering warrior of the wilderness. As for the accusations of thievery leveled by this porcine fellow, they are utterly unfounded." Yamcha chuckled and introduced himself. "I am Yamcha." Blushing slightly, Bulma responded with a soft remark. Observing this interaction, Oolong grew indignant. This woman, who had previously scolded and struck him, now displayed such tenderness towards the very thief who posed a threat to her. Moreover, Yamcha's remarkable ability to change expressions left Oolong momentarily bewildered. "Why you? You even killed Sun Wukong," Oolong stammered, attempting to unveil Yamcha's deceit. "Is that true?" Bulma gazed at Yamcha with her gentle eyes. Yamcha raised his hands in surrender and said, "This is a misunderstanding. Just moments ago, I was merely sparring with Wukong. I did not harm him. He should be peacefully slumbering now. If you doubt me, you may go and check." Oolong, skeptical, approached the spot where little Wukong lay. Before he could draw near, the sound of Wukong's gentle snoring reached his ears. "This is impossible," Oolong exclaimed. "You are not only lecherous but also deceitful." Bulma shot a furious glare at Oolong. Despite the fact that, according to his memories, Yamcha ultimately did not end up with her, he still held a deep affection for Bulma. He was aware that women could often detract from his fighting prowess, yet Bulma was no ordinary woman. She had the potential to enhance his power. Essentially, she possessed the remarkable ability to manifest anything one could possibly desire. Yamcha pondered that once he had strengthened his abilities, he would explore other universes. Bulma, my abode lies not far from here. I extend an invitation for you to come and rest at my residence. Yamcha extended an invitation to Bulma. Upon hearing of a place to rest, Bulma immediately became exhilarated, as she was thoroughly exhausted by the thought of traversing the endless desert. How wonderful! How far is your abode from here? She inquired. Not far at all, merely 5 kilometers away. It will be but a blink of an eye before we arrive, he replied. Yamcha sighed softly. 5 kilometers. I truly cannot walk any further. Bulma, feeling disheartened, replied. No worries. I am aware that there is a versatile capsule house nearby. Yamcha, casting a sidelong glance at Oolong, declared, No, absolutely not. Oolong, retreating and shaking his head like a tambourine, vehemently denied the accusation. Yet, to the discerning observer, his demeanor appeared disingenuous, clearly betraying the turmoil within. Bulma, unwavering in her belief in Yamcha's words, cast a fierce glare at Oolong and exclaimed, How outrageous, Oolong! To hoard such a valuable item while I've traversed the desert for half a day. How could I possibly possess such a thing? As he spoke, he attempted to flee once more, for that precious universal capsule had taken considerable effort to conceal. He could not allow this thief to seize it. However, under Yamcha's watchful gaze, escape was not an option. Before Oolong could react, he found himself hoisted upside down by Yamcha. Let me go, Oolong shouted. In that moment, a universal capsule slipped from Oolong's pocket. Yamcha deftly caught the universal capsule and handed it to Bulma. She quickly located the switch for the capsule, placing it on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-long, 2-story motorhome materialized upon the sandy terrain, adorned prominently with the characters Oolong. Each glimpse of this universal capsule filled him with wonder. How could such a massive object fold into such a compact form? Though he had pilfered several universal capsules over the years, they were all diminutive items, like motorcycles. This grand capsule was a sight to behold, signifying immense value. With little Goku carried into the motorhome, the 5 companions set forth towards Yamcha's abode. Although the distance was a mere 10 kilometers, the journey through the desert rendered the motorhome's pace exceedingly slow. Just before nightfall, they finally arrived at Yamcha's residence. At that moment, Sun Wukong awoke. And through a clever manipulation by Yamcha, the misunderstandings among them were resolved. Oolong, however, found himself at their beck and call, transforming into a mere servant for the group. I can eat, he grumbled quietly, as he began to place his stored provisions into the oven, assuming the role of a professional chef. Several times, Oolong contemplated secretly spiking the food with a sedative to incapacitate the group before making his escape, yet he ultimately refrained. The reason for his restraint was not a sudden onset of morality, but rather the ever-watchful gaze of Per, who understood Oolong's true nature and kept a vigilant eye on his actions. It was clear that Oolong could not engage in mischief under the watchful eyes of Per, who also possessed transformation abilities. This time, with Yamcha and Per's presence, Oolong dared not tamper with the food. While they reveled in Oolong's culinary efforts, danger quietly approached. Ever since Sun Wukong and his companions began their quest for the Dragon Balls, they had come under the scrutiny of Pilaf and his cohorts. However, due to Sun Wukong's formidable strength, Pilaf was compelled to devise a more cunning plan. Hidden behind a rock, 500 meters from the motorhome, Pilaf, Mai, and Shu lay in wait. Sun Wukong truly can run. It's been quite a chase, Pilaf sneered with an evil grin, pulling a remote control and several explosive devices from his pocket. These were no ordinary explosives. They were powerful C4 bombs. Mai, Shu, go install these explosives beneath the motorhome. Once the timer goes off, we shall send them to meet the King of Hell. Understood, Mai and Shu replied in unison and promptly set to work. To facilitate their stealth, they commandeered 2 octopus-like robots and drove towards the motorhome. The 2 robots donned a gray hue, traversing the desert like 2 mobile boulders. Chapter 6 interlude concludes, continuing forward. 100 meters away from the caravan, the 2 paused momentarily to observe the reactions of those inside. Noticing that the occupants remained engrossed in conversation and dining, they felt a sense of relief. However, the number of individuals inside exceeded their expectations. Why is there an extra person and a cat? Asa mused silently. Yet, Having arrived at this juncture, they had no time for contemplation. Sun Wukong and the others were engaged in their meal, marking an opportune moment for their plot. They stealthily approached the caravan. Just as they drew within 50 meters, Yamcha, savoring roasted meat, suddenly detected a faint sound. Although he had yet to master the technique of breath perception, his heightened sensitivity of the senses was unparalleled. With deliberate enhancement, he had developed the ability to detect any slight disturbance within 100 meters. At that moment, despite being inside the caravan, a partially open window allowed a whisper of sound to reach his keen ears. After exchanging greetings with his companions, he exited the caravan and swiftly appeared before Xiaowu and Asu. Startled by Yamcha's sudden emergence, Asu and Xiaowu nearly panicked, contemplating retreat in their octopus robot, only to discover it was utterly unresponsive. In an instant, Yamcha seized them, lifting them effortlessly before colliding them together. The next moment, the two octopus robots disassembled, revealing Asu and Xiaowu amidst the wreckage. With a charming smile, Yamcha effortlessly tossed the two individuals away, transforming them into two meteor-like figures soaring into the distance. As they soared through the air, Yamcha's voice echoed in their ears, "Do not come to disturb me, or you shall not be so fortunate next time." Despite their mischievous antics, Yamcha had no intention of eliminating the trio. After dealing with them, he returned to the mobile home. Although the earlier commotion had been minimal, the perceptive Sun Wukong detected it, prompting Yamcha to feign an encounter with a wild beast. The night passed without further incident. The following day, Yamcha naturally accompanied Sun Wukong and Bulma on their journey towards the Bread Explosion Mountain, embarking on their Dragon Ball adventure. Inside the mobile home sat Bulma, Oolong, and Sun Wukong, while Yamcha chose to run outside, fully aware of the significance of rigorous training as a seasoned warrior. "Yamcha is truly full of vitality," Bulma exclaimed with a starry-eyed smile, watching him run. Since Yamcha's arrival, Bulma had seemingly transformed. She no longer focused on collecting Dragon Balls nor maintained her assertive persona, but instead adopted the demeanor of a delicate maiden. At this time, Sun Wukong had yet to receive guidance from Master Roshi. Although he possessed the innate advantages of a scion, he had not yet cultivated the discipline that would later define him as a martial artist. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Oolong and asked, "Why is Yamcha running on the ground instead of riding in the car?" Oolong, with his distinctive voice, proudly responded, "Young Master Yamcha has stated that to become a formidable martial artist, one must endure rigorous training and never relax. Only through relentless effort can one attain greatness. Yamcha is truly impressive." Bulma chimed in with admiration. "Is that so? No wonder Yamcha is so strong." Sun Wukong contemplated, a look of enlightenment gracing his face. "In that case, I shall train as well." With that proclamation, he jumped from the mobile home and began to run alongside Yamcha. The group journeyed northward across the vast wilderness, traveling hundreds of kilometers throughout the day, finally arriving near Bread Explosion Mountain. Taking advantage of a break, they gathered to indulge in delicious food. Logically, the northern climate should have been quite chilly. However, as they progressed, the temperature rose steadily, with waves of heat assaulting them. "What is happening? Why is it so hot here?" Despite the air conditioning in the vehicle, they could still feel the oppressive heat from the outside. This was, of course, due to Bread Explosion Mountain, which was originally known as Liangjing Mountain. A decade ago, a fragment of fire essence had fallen from the sky, transforming Liangjing Mountain into a blazing inferno, resulting in a climatic anomaly throughout the region. Yamcha chuckled and said, "You know too much, Yamcha." In an instant, Bulma transformed into a giddy fan, showering him with compliments. After 2 days of companionship, Yamcha had grown quite familiar with Sun Wukong and Bulma, apart from Oolong. "What's the big deal? I know that too," Oolong mumbled while tending to the barbecue. However, his words elicited not admiration from Bulma, but rather a wave of malice. As Bulma admired Yamcha, she was suddenly displeased by Oolong's interruption and gave his head a firm tap, saying, "Oolong, focus on grilling your meat." The fickleness of human nature. Oolong felt utterly ensnared by Bulma, and with that cunning Yamcha around, he sensed he could only become a tool for their exploitation. Yet, every time he contemplated escape, they would drag him back. "Look, the evening glow ahead," exclaimed little Wukong, gazing at the brilliant crimson clouds with excitement. "How beautiful!" Bulma echoed in awe. "That is not the evening glow. It is the flames of Bread Mountain." "What?" Besides Yamcha and Oolong, who were aware of the situation, the others found it utterly unbelievable. At the entrance of Bread Mountain, Oolong brought the vehicle to a halt, his face etched with fear as he addressed the group. "Are you truly planning to go there? That is the dwelling of the Ox King." The Ox King's notorious reputation in the north was synonymous with evil. a figure so fearsome that even children would cease their cries at the mere mention of him. Wulong, self-proclaimed as a timid character, dared not provoke the fearsome Ox King. You keep talking about the Ox King. Is he truly more formidable than Yamcha and Wukong? Since meeting Sun Wukong, she had never escaped again and had naturally come to trust him. As for Yamcha, his handsomeness was truth enough. Handsomeness equated to strength. Bulma was blissfully oblivious. You truly do not understand. The Ox King is known as the King of Demons. How could Yamcha and Sun Wukong possibly stand against him? Wulong retorted, unable to bear Yamcha's arrogance. Is that so? Bulma gazed at Yamcha with her sparkling eyes. Don't worry, Bulma. With me here, I will protect you. Yamcha smiled gently, conveying a sense of reassurance to Bulma. Chapter 7. Chi-Chi. As for Sun Wukong, he was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Over the past few days, whenever he found a moment of respite, he would seek out Yamcha to spar and pose inquiries. Under Yamcha's attentive tutelage, Sun Wukong's combat prowess steadily increased, rising from an initial score of 10 to 15. Likewise, Yamcha reaped significant benefits from their practice. Not only did his practical experience enhance, but he also gleaned the essence of martial arts from the young Wukong. After all, the young Wukong had been nurtured by the formidable Gohan. When the group arrived at a derelict city at the foot of the Bread Mountain, they were suddenly startled by the sound of immense footsteps. Captivated by the noise, they turned their gazes toward its source. There, on a patch of grass 100 meters away, stood a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, its formidable fangs bared, chasing a small girl. The girl, terrified, cried out and ran desperately forward. What a colossal dinosaur! Yamcha, please protect me, Bulma exclaimed, retreating behind Yamcha for safety. Yamcha immediately recognized the little girl running towards him as Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. In his recollection, at this time, the Bull Demon King was preoccupied with extinguishing the flames on Bread Mountain and had sent Kiki to search for Master Roshi in the outside world. However, Yamcha thought it was utterly nonsensical to send such a young child in pursuit of the elusive Master Roshi. Consequently, after several days, Kiki had not even ventured beyond the confines of Bread Mountain. During this period, the Bull Demon King was merely a slave to wealth, blinded by greed, fixated solely on guarding the fiery Bread Mountain, and as a father, he was undeniably inadequate. On the surface, Kiki's situation appeared perilous, yet through the system's observations, Yamcha discerned that matters remained within a controllable scope. The formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex, which seemed menacing, had a combat power of only 7 points. In contrast, the seemingly harmless Kiki possessed a combat power of 14 points, rivaling even the current Goku. This revelation took Yamcha by surprise, prompting him to withhold immediate intervention. After all, Kiki was one of the few female martial artists destined to thrive on Earth. Her innate talent had reached an impressive 50 points, only slightly inferior to Yamcha's original self. With proper mentorship, her future achievements could very well parallel those of Krillin and others. The others, lacking Yamcha's system, were understandably anxious about the little girl's predicament. The first to act was Goku, who was preparing to assist when an unexpected scene unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, the little girl, while crying out, struck her helmet forcefully. In an instant, a flying dagger embedded in the center of the helmet shot forth like a brilliant beam of light, severing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail with a single strike. The dagger then circled back, reattaching itself to the helmet. The Tyrannosaurus, still bewildered, had yet to register the pain of its severed tail. In her panic, Kiki did not falter. She extended her chubby little fingers and tapped the sides of her helmet. Suddenly, a concentrated beam of energy shot forth from a circular opening in the helmet. The laser swiftly traced a few lines in the air, and before the still-dazed Tyrannosaurus could emit a single cry, it was sliced into several heaps of flesh. What? A gasp of astonishment escaped the crowd. For in a mere heartbeat, the scenario had undergone a complete transformation. The once harmless child had morphed into a formidable entity capable of effortlessly vanquishing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The beam emitted from her helmet instilled a sense of peril even in the heart of the mighty Sun Wukong. Among those present, only Yamcha possessed the fortitude to withstand such a formidable assault. Clearly, the extraordinary power exhibited by Chi-Chi was derived from the peculiar helmet adorning her head. This helmet was not merely a product of technology, but rather an artifact of great significance. Evidently, although the Bull Demon King had permitted Chi-Chi to venture forth alone, he had not deprived her of means for self-preservation. This world is replete with bizarre phenomena. Even the seemingly unremarkable brothers, Silver and Gold Horn, possessed a magic gourd capable of threatening Sun Wukong. The arrival of the young girl Chi-Chi immediately captivated the attention of all. Despite having eliminated the Tyrannosaurus that pursued her, she remained crouched on the ground, weeping. "Little sister, why are you wandering alone in the wilderness?" Despite sensing the immense danger that surrounded Chi-Chi, Bulma summoned her courage and approached to greet her. Upon noticing someone addressing her, Chi-Chi instinctively became alert, only to find that it was a beautiful older sister speaking to her, which allowed her to relax her guard. With her bright eyes fixed upon Bulma, she wept. "My name is Chi-Chi. I am searching for the turtle hermit, but I do not know where he is." "Woo-woo, what? Why would you want to find that lecherous old man?" Bulma exclaimed, irritation evident in her voice. "Where do you live?" "I will take you home." Chi-Chi pointed towards a distant fiery location and replied, "My home is inside the exploding bread. I cannot return now, woo-woo." As she spoke, her tears began to flow once more. Bulma, realizing that Chi-Chi's crying was not a sustainable situation, called over Oolong and Puar, who had been watching the unfolding drama from the sidelines. The two, initially hesitant, felt a surge of trepidation, for although the little girl appeared harmless, she had dispatched a Tyrannosaurus in mere moments. This undeniable prowess instilled fear within them. However, under Bulma's commanding presence, Oolong and Puar had no choice but to obediently fly over as instructed. Upon seeing the two small, animal-like creatures, Chi-Chi ceased her tears. The group could not abandon her in the wilderness. Thus, they set forth towards the base of the exploding bread mountain, reaching the village at its foot in a little over 10 minutes. The village, desolated by the flames of the mountain, bore an eerie silence. According to Bulma's Dragon Ball locator, the sixth Dragon Ball lay atop the mountain. However, traversing the unending flames enveloping exploding bread mountain to reach the castle at its summit would prove to be no simple task. Yamcha surveyed the flames surrounding him, discovering that their reach was vast, engulfing the entire mountain range within a radius of several hundred meters. Meanwhile, the little Wukong was not idle. He soared into the sky on his Nimbus cloud. Spotting a less dense area of flames, he attempted to traverse through the fire, only to have the searing heat ignite his tail as he descended from the sky, plummeting down to a height of 100 meters. The heat was unbearable, and with a desperate flurry, little Wukong hastily darted downwards, plunging into a nearby river. Chapter 8. The appearance of Bull Demon King. Yamcha observed with keen interest, and through a period of meticulous scrutiny, he became acutely aware that this flame was indeed formidable. It not only had the capacity to sear the flesh of those who dared to approach, but could also incinerate the very aura that enveloped their bodies. Thus, even with his combat prowess reaching a commendable 50, he dared not recklessly plunge into the heart of this blazing inferno. Only someone as audacious as Sun Wukong, who feared neither heaven nor earth, would venture to test its perilous embrace. Fortunately, Wukong managed to withdraw in the nick of time. "Wukong, are you all right?" Yamcha inquired with genuine concern, gazing at Sun Wukong, who was laboriously scrambling out of the river. At that moment, Wukong's once fair visage had been charred to a deep black, resembling a valiant firefighter emerging from a raging blaze. "The temperature of this flame is terrifying," he remarked, still trembling from the encounter. As they conversed, suddenly, a whistling axe hurtled through the air like a meteor, rushing towards them with alarming speed. However, both Yamcha and Wukong were no ordinary fighters. At the very instant the axe was about to strike, they deftly evaded its path. Undeterred, the axe continued its trajectory, crashing into the rock behind them with a resounding crack, reminiscent of thunderclaps. Turning to investigate the source of the noise, they beheld a towering figure, a giant standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, resembling a mountain in stature. The giant boasted 2 colossal horns atop his head, clad in a cape as vibrant as blood, with eyes like bronze bells glinting with ferocity, fixed intently upon the two. "You thieving scoundrels who dared to pilfer my treasures shall today taste the bitterness of retribution." Before Yamcha could offer an explanation, their adversary lunged at them with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, each step reverberating through the earth. Yamcha instantly recognized the assailant as none other than the master of the exploding bread mountain, the Bull Demon King. Witnessing the Bull Demon King charge towards them like a ferocious beast, Sun Wukong displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he eagerly rubbed his fists together, brimming with anticipation for the impending clash. Upon a fleeting thought from Yamo, the personal information of the Bull Demon King materialized before his eyes. Name: Bull Demon King. Combat power: 46 mental strength, 5 talent points, 47 bloodline, earthly human skills, demonic fist. Iron Body Yamcha was taken aback to discover that the Bull Demon King's combat power reached an astonishing 46 points. No wonder his presence was so formidable, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong at this moment. Sun Wukong, with the warrior blood of the Scions coursing through his veins, wasted no time waiting for Yamcha's warning and surged forth like an arrow released from a bow towards the Bull Demon King. However, the disparity in their strengths was akin to a chasm. Wukong's strikes merely caressed the Bull Demon King like a gentle breeze, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King, recognizing that his assailant was but a child, refrained from delivering a lethal blow and casually swatted Wukong away as if he were a marionette with severed strings. "Ow, that hurts," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clutching the spot where he had been struck. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Yamcha stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wukong. "Wukong, you are no match for him. Allow me to confront him instead." Observing Yamcha's serious demeanor and recalling the Bull Demon King's overwhelming prowess displayed in battle, Wukong nodded in agreement. "Yamcha, I leave it to you." "You little thief, do you also wish to be pummeled by me?" the Bull Demon King growled, cracking his knuckles ominously. His threatening words seemed capable of shattering eardrums. "Old fool, if you possess any skill, then unleash your signature moves. Otherwise, when I'm through with you, don't come crying for mercy," Yamcha boldly retorted at the Bull Demon King. What an arrogant little thief, with a tongue that spares no one. The Bull Demon King, incensed by the boy's insolence, was determined to teach him a painful lesson. In a swift motion, he lunged forward like a tempest, raising his iron fist to strike down upon Yamcha with the force of a mountain. Demon Fist, heaven-shattering blow. With the strike, the Bull Demon King unleashed his renowned martial arts technique, a move that had earned him fearsome renown across the realm. The Demon Fist was a supreme fighting style meticulously crafted by Master Roshi, inspired by the Bull Demon King's towering physique. Though the technique appeared simple, it maximized the Bull Demon King's immense strength and rock-solid defense to their fullest potential. Comprising 8 distinct forms, each imbued with the power to split mountains and shatter stones, this martial art had made the Bull Demon King a legendary figure in the northern world, rarely encountering an equal. "Bring it on!" Yamcha, undaunted, shouted as he charged forward, fists raised like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Boom! In an instant, a violent whirlwind erupted in the arena. Their fists collided like 2 meteors in a thunderous impact, causing both combatants to involuntarily stagger back several steps. In that exchange, they were evenly matched. Neither gained the slightest advantage. What a remarkable little thief, capable of withstanding 70% of my power. It seems I must exert my full strength. The Bull Demon King swayed his towering form, standing firm and steady, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Although he was somewhat taken aback by the thwarting of his strike, it ignited a long-dormant warrior spirit within him. Years of a comfortable existence had nearly caused him to forget that he was, indeed, a seasoned martial artist with countless battles behind him. Through the recent clash, he had discerned the true strength of the young man before him, realizing it was no less formidable than his own. Is that so? I too am eager to experience the true prowess of the illustrious Bull Demon King. Yamcha, undeterred, spoke with a voice as resonant as a bell, responding with unwavering resolve. The Bull Demon King's expression flickered slightly as he retorted, "You dare to speak so arrogantly, knowing who I am? It seems this elder has been underestimated by you, a mere junior." It was then revealed that he was indeed the Bull Demon King, which explained his formidable prowess, as Sun Wukong beside them remarked, awakening to the realization. At this moment, the combatants Yamcha and the Bull Demon King, ignited with fervent ambition, were akin to flames blazing ever more intensely. In the blink of an eye, they lunged at one another like lightning, each displaying the essence of their martial arts. Their fighting styles were markedly distinct. The Bull Demon King's assaults resembled a tempest, forceful and sweeping, with minimal footwork, relying predominantly on his indomitable magic fist for offense and his unyielding physique for defense. Conversely, Yamcha moved like a nimble wolf, emphasizing agility and astonishing speed, retreating swiftly after each failed strike to seek another opportunity to attack. For a time, the two were evenly matched, neither able to best the other. The Bull Demon King could not land a blow on Yamcha, while Yamcha found his attacks ineffective against the Bull Demon King's defenses. At this juncture, it became a contest of endurance. Yamcha pondered for a moment, then swiftly retreated, halting 5 meters away from the Bull Demon King. "Young man, your strength is commendable. Yet defeating me is an impossibility." Following their recent skirmish, the Bull Demon King had come to acknowledge Yamcha's prowess, and his words were laced with a newfound respect. Chapter 9. Misunderstandings Resolved. Master Rashi appears. Behold my final move, for I fear you may not withstand it. As Yamcha spoke, his figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly encircling the Bull Demon King in a rapid whirl, his speed so extraordinary that it conjured numerous afterimages. The Bull Demon King's smile froze as he witnessed Yamcha unleash the Shadow Fist. A flash of memory cleaved through the depths of his mind. It harkened back to his days of training under the Turtle Sage, where he had faced his senior brother, Sun Wukong, only to be repeatedly vanquished by the latter's Shadow Fist. Yet, constrained by his own physique, he had never been able to master the technique, leaving an indelible pain in his heart. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yamcha seized the opportunity with a ghostly swiftness. He darted into the Bull Demon King's blind spot, one hand grasping the wrist guard on the demon's arm with the precision of an eagle's talon, while the other hand clamped down on the demon's belt like a vice, effortlessly lifting him into the air. Fly for me. In the next instant, the Bull Demon King was mercilessly hurled into a small hill, instantly buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Caught unprepared and momentarily dazed, the Bull Demon King fell prey to Yamcha's onslaught. What kind of martial art is this? How formidable! Exclaimed Sun Wukong, his excitement ringing out loud. For him, there was nothing more exhilarating than witnessing profound martial prowess. After a considerable time, the Bull Demon King painstakingly emerged from the debris, though his tough exterior had been rattled by the impact. Do you wish to fight again? Yamcha called out to him. The Bull Demon King, not one to be oblivious to his own limitations, quickly conceded, I admit defeat. Upon the Bull Demon King's surrender, Yamcha received a system notification. Congratulations, host. For defeating the Bull Demon King, you have been rewarded with 8 talent points. Indeed, vanquishing the martial artist from the original narrative yielded talent points. And to his surprise, the amount awarded was even greater than what Sun Wukong had received. It appeared that the reward was not based on the opponent defeated, but rather on the combat power displayed. The Bull Demon King's strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong, thus resulting in a higher reward. In just 2 days, his talent points surged by 8, rivaling the harvest of 5 to 6 months of training. He reflected that he should have ventured forth sooner to challenge various formidable opponents. Indeed, he had been overly cautious. The greater the storm, the more abundant the opportunities. How do you wield the Shadow Fist? Is your master Sun Wukong? The Bull Demon King inquired, filled with suspicion. No, I have no master. As for the technique you mentioned, it is one I created myself. The name Shadow Fist is quite clever. Henceforth, let it be known as the Shadow Fist. Yamcha spoke calmly, his demeanor unshaken. The Bull Demon King was utterly astonished, having never anticipated such a blunder. However, the extraordinary talent displayed by this youth, capable of replicating his master's martial arts, left him in awe. At that moment, upon hearing the Bull Demon King mention Sun Wukong, the innocent and naive little Goku asked, Do you know my grandpa, Sun Wukong? After all the commotion, it turned out this was the person connected to Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King scrutinized Goku from head to toe, his gaze ultimately resting on the red staff on Goku's back. What is that staff on your back? It's the Rui Jingu Bang, Goku replied, as he removed the magical staff from his back. Under his command, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed, elongating and shortening like a lively dragon. Do you truly know my grandpa? Goku pressed him again. Of course, he's my senior brother. I fondly recall our days training in martial arts under Master Rashi, the Bull Demon King replied, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. With this newfound connection through Sun Wukong, it was clear that no further conflict was necessary among the three. Daddy, came a sweet, melodious voice from a distance, akin to a lark escaping the valley. Clear and delightful. It was Bulma, leading Chi-Chi, Oolong, and Puar, who hurriedly approached, their concern piqued by the earlier fierce battle. Upon seeing his daughter Chi-Chi, the rugged Bull Demon King instantly transformed into a tender father, tears welling in his eyes as he crouched down to embrace her tightly. It was only after Chi-Chi's departure that he realized his earlier decision had been somewhat hasty. However, preoccupied with thoughts of treasure, he was reluctant to leave and search for it. His heart was in turmoil, but seeing Chi-Chi safe brought forth an outpouring of emotion. Daddy, I'm sorry. I couldn't find Master Rashi. With a heart full of remorse, Chi-Chi remarked that after several days, she had not ventured beyond a 10-kilometer radius of the Bread Explosion Mountain. It's all right, reassured the Bull Demon King. The Turtle Sage had been in seclusion for many years, and even the Bull Demon King was unaware of his whereabouts. Only the fortunate Sun Wukong, upon his arrival in this world, was able to encounter the Turtle Sage. This was also the reason why Yamcha did not immediately set out to find the turtle sage to learn martial arts, but instead remained in the wilderness awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. Upon understanding the Bull Demon King's predicament, coupled with the purpose of his journey, Sun Wukong readily agreed to seek out the turtle sage. The last time little Wukong had released the sea turtle, he had already met the turtle sage. Thus, with the aid of the flying nimbus, Sun Wukong found him in just a day. Before them appeared the turtle sage, bearing an enormous turtle shell on his back. Hunched over like a large shrimp, shuffling in flip-flops, adorned with dark sunglasses, and dressed in casual attire, resembling a kindly old neighbor. This was Yamcha's first encounter with the turtle sage. In the next moment, Yamcha accessed the turtle sage's personal attributes. Name: Turtle Sage Combat Power, 139 Spiritual Power, 15 Talent Points, 61 Bloodline. Earth Human Skills: Kamehameha, Universal Shocking Palm, Phantom Fist, Explosive Key Max, Telepathy. With a combat power of 139, the Turtle Sage stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world on Earth during this era, and his spiritual power surpassed Yamcha's. As he was an ancient being who had lived for hundreds of years, although his talent points were slightly inferior to those of the original body. Upon seeing the Turtle Sage's skill set, Yamcha was practically drooling. This was true depth of skill. The Bull Demon King, upon seeing the Turtle Sage, hurriedly approached, bowed deeply, and said, "Master Wu Tian, it is good to see you." The Turtle Sage did not respond, standing dazed in place. In the next moment, he stumbled like a drunken man and fell straight to the ground, muttering, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Alas, with his nefarious intentions, he was unable to ride the flying nimbus alongside Sun Wukong and had to rely on the flying turtle. The flying turtle's method of flight was quite peculiar, swirling continuously while soaring through the air. Initially, the turtle sage showed no reaction, but after half an hour, he could no longer discern east from west. Upon reaching Bread Explosion Mountain, his head was spinning, and he failed to register the Bull Demon King's attempts to converse with him. He truly felt inadequate. This dismal performance drew the attention of others, who harbored deep doubts about his ability to quell the raging flames of Bread Explosion Mountain. Only those who understood the Turtle Sage's strength, namely the Bull Demon King and Yamcha, held no such doubts. After a considerable pause, the Turtle Sage finally regained his composure as if awakening from a deep slumber. Gazing at the roaring flames of Bread Explosion Mountain, he solemnly remarked, "So, this is how it is." Although he had conceived a solution to extinguish the flames of the Bread Mountain, he did not act immediately. The actions of the Ox Demon King had incited the ire of Master Roshi, who, in a fit of rage to protect his possessions, saw the Ox Demon King commit numerous heinous acts, resulting in a dismal reputation. After delivering a stern reprimand to the Ox Demon King, Master Roshi finally prepared to engage. With deliberate slowness, he removed his trademark turtle shell and unfastened his upper garments, revealing a frail, withered physique reminiscent of a gnarled tree branch. The once mighty Master Roshi had evidently neglected his physical training for an extended period, and his appearance bore little resemblance to that of a seasoned martial artist. After entertaining the onlookers with his antics, he ascended a flat rock platform with the grace of a snail. Chapter 10. The Turtle School's Kamehameha. Master Roshi, like an ancient tree shaking off the snow, began to channel his energy. Under the watchful gaze of the system, his battle prowess soared like a rocket, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive level of 180 points. At that moment, Master Roshi underwent a remarkable transformation. He emerged from his frail form into a muscular figure, towering at an impressive 2 meters, resembling a completely different individual. This methodical display of technique provided Yamcha with a golden opportunity to learn. With meticulous observation, every movement of Master Roshi became indelibly etched in Yamcha's mind, and soon he grasped the intricacies of the technique. This was a state of explosive energy that significantly augmented the user's combat capabilities. Despite Master Roshi's long absence from training, he could unleash an attack power 3 times greater than his usual, making this explosive state a commendable technique. Yamcha, however, had yet to master such a skill. After mentally revisiting the sequence several times, he felt confident that he could replicate the state with a mere attempt. To his delight, he discovered that this explosive state could enhance his attack power by more than 30%, depending on his physical strength and control over his energy. Given Yamcha's youth and robust physique, he estimated that he could achieve a 50% increase in his attack power. Furthermore, unlike Master Roshi, his physique would not expand dramatically during this explosive state, as his body was already in peak condition, thus diminishing the effects of the transformation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and others, witnessing Master Roshi's remarkable metamorphosis for the first time, were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. After completing his transformation, Master Roshi brought his hands together before his chest, resembling a bud poised to bloom, signaling the commencement of the Kamehameha technique. It was about to unfold. In Yamukin's heart, an exhilarating anticipation stirred, akin to a fawn's frantic leaps. This was the divine technique from the world of Dragon Ball, and it would soon become Goku's most frequently employed ultimate skill of the Turtle School. Yamcha once again focused intently, observing the technique of the Kamehameha wave. Compared to the explosive state, this technique was simpler, yet more ferocious. The explosive state was akin to awakening one's entire essence, allowing the inner energy to surge forth like a wild stallion, while the Kamehameha wave resembled the gathering of internal energy into a single point, which was then released like a volcanic eruption. As the momentum reached its zenith, Master Roshi appeared enveloped in a thick, azure energy, resembling a mystical veil, a manifestation of his inner energy at the surface of his body. Subsequently, he joined his hands in a blossom shape, cradling it at his waist as if holding a rare treasure. With a mighty shout, his hands shot forward with the swiftness of an arrow, and the energy within him surged into his palms like a torrent breaking through a dam. The originally blue energy rapidly coalesced between his hands, emanating dazzling rings of white light, akin to a colossal laser, hurtling towards the bread mountain with tremendous force. In the next moment, the entire world was suffused with the light emitted by Master Roshi's Kamehameha, transforming it into a realm of pristine white, as if plunged into an icy kingdom. Boom, boom. The resounding explosion that followed was the result of the Kamehameha wave colliding with Bread Mountain. At the moment of the explosion, a violent storm raged around, and even Yamcha, standing over 10 meters behind Master Roshi, felt an unparalleled shockwave sweep towards him. This clearly illustrated the immense power of the Kamehameha wave just unleashed. As the dust gradually settled, everyone realized that Master Roshi had reverted from his furious state back to his usual frail appearance, sitting on a rock while gasping for breath, evidently drained from the tremendous exertion of the Kamehameha. After all, to simultaneously employ two formidable techniques was no easy feat, even in his youth, let alone in his current aged and weakened state. Look, it has been instantly obliterated, Master Roshi said, his breath slightly labored, yet a proud expression adorned his face. It was evident that he had exerted himself to the utmost for the sake of theatrics. Incredible. Little Goku, witnessing the Kamehameha for the first time, was filled with admiration, his eyes sparkling with countless tiny stars. Each person had a different focal point. Yamcha and Goku were captivated by the two formidable techniques recently displayed by Master Roshi, while the Ox King's attention was fixated on the now extinguished flames of Bread Mountain. With a heart-wrenching expression, the Ox King pointed to Bread Mountain and said, "Master, the fire is indeed extinguished, but what?" Master Roshi's demeanor shifted, revealing a look of authority. "However, both the mountain and the castle have been destroyed," the Ox King lamented, his face drawn in despair. "Oh." Master Roshi turned to look, and Bread Mountain, along with the castle atop it, had been reduced to a pile of rubble, utterly unrecognizable from its former state. He sheepishly scratched his head, conveying his apologies. Yamcha is well aware that all of this was deliberately orchestrated by Master Roshi, who intended to impart a lesson to his inept disciple. However, none of this holds any significance for Yamcha, as he has already attained what he truly values. The system has granted him two remarkable abilities, one being the Kamehameha wave, which allows him to concentrate his energy and unleash an attack surpassing his inherent combat power, contingent upon his mastery over ki. The other is the muscle form of Master Roshi, which Yamcha has dubbed the explosive mode. With these two extraordinary techniques, Yamcha's combat style has become significantly more versatile. Indeed, being alongside Sun Wukong has its rewards. Had he solely relied on his own insight, he would still be awaiting enlightenment. While Yamcha was perusing the system, Sun Wukong boldly approached Master Roshi with the desire to learn the Kamehameha wave. To master this technique, one requires 50 years of cultivation. With Sun Wukong being so young, Master Roshi was reluctant to teach him, especially since he had not taken on a disciple in years and did not wish to engage in a laborious endeavor that might yield little reward. Upon hearing that 50 years were needed, Sun Wukong's mind momentarily went blank, not from doubting his ability to learn, but rather from grappling with the concept of 50 years, a span of time he could scarcely comprehend with his limited mathematical understanding. Noticing the bewildered expression on Sun Wukong's face, Master Roshi mistakenly believed he had abandoned the pursuit of the Kamehameha wave. As Master Rashi conversed with Ox King, Sun Wukong began to recall the movements Master Rashi employed while executing the Kamehameha wave, instinctively mimicking them. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he positioned his hands in a flower bud shape at his waist and, after a few seconds of concentration, unleashed a powerful wave. In an astonishing turn of events, a beam of energy materialized between Sun Wukong's hands, obliterating the nearby Oolong's RV into fragments. Oolong, who had been joyfully playing with Chi-Chi, was immediately infuriated, as his only vehicle had been destroyed by Sun Wukong. Embarrassed, Oolong accepted Sun Wukong's apology. But it was only after Bulma promised to gift him a larger RV that he was truly appeased. Chapter 11. Master Rashi's refusal indeed. He is the grandson of Sun Gohan, Ox King exclaimed, marveling. What? The grandson of Sun Gohan? Master Rashi suddenly realized that this young boy was the grandson of his own disciple, Sun Gohan. No wonder he exhibited such extraordinary power at such a tender age, mastering the Kamehameha wave on his first attempt. Curiosity sparked within Master Rashi as he strode over to Sun Wukong and inquired, Child, how is your grandfather, Sun Gohan? My grandfather has passed away. Sun Wukong's voice carried a hint of melancholy. His feelings for Sun Gohan were as profound as the depths of the ocean. Is that so? His passing is indeed a source of profound sorrow. The face of Master Rashi is etched with dejection. However, as one who has weathered 5 centuries of life's tempests, he has long since come to terms with life and death. Yet, he never anticipated that his newly acquired disciple would also depart from him, inevitably leaving him with a sense of melancholy. After a brief moment of grief, Master Rashi swiftly composed himself and extended a heartfelt invitation to Sun Wukong. Having not taken on a disciple for a considerable time, he felt a surge of admiration for the extraordinarily gifted Sun Wukong. How about it? Come to my place. Train with me, and perhaps one day you may surpass me. Really? A joyful smile blossomed on Sun Wukong's face. However, upon reflection, he recalled his promise to Bulma to help her find the Dragon Balls, and thus he added, But I must first locate the last Dragon Ball. Not a problem. Master Rashi replied with a contented smile. With Sun Gohan in the picture, he found himself increasingly fond of Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Yamcha, witnessing Sun Wukong's successful apprenticeship, felt a stir of ambition within himself. Although he had already learned 2 of Master Rashi's signature techniques, he recognized that a sage who had lived for centuries would possess far more than just 2 skills. With the idea of seizing an opportunity in mind, he earnestly approached Master Rashi, saying, Master Rashi, please accept me as well. Master Rashi's expression turned serious as he took note of the young man before him. Upon closer inspection, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. At first, Yamcha had not sought to showcase himself, leading Master Rashi to somewhat overlook his presence. Now, however, he sensed that Yamcha's aura was remarkably comparable to that of his disciple, the Ox King, and perhaps even surpassed it. It is noteworthy that the Ox King had been diligently honing his martial skills for 30 years, with few rivals among his peers. The emergence of a youth in his teens, with strength exceeding that of a seasoned martial artist who had dedicated 3 decades to his craft, especially one whom he had personally trained, was staggering. Who is your master? Master Rashi inquired, furrowing his brow, addressing Yamcha. I am self-taught. I have no master. Yamcha replied with a smile. Although his foundation was laid in the martial arts dojo, his most prided techniques, such as the Wolf Fang Fist and the Afterimage Fist, were the fruits of his own research, showcasing his remarkable talent as a self-taught martial artist. The notion of self-learning is indeed intriguing. If you wish for me to instruct you, you must first earn my approval, the turtle sage stated with a serious demeanor. How might I gain your approval? Must it be akin to what Son Goku just demonstrated? Yamcha inquired respectfully. The turtle sage shook his head and assumed a starting stance. Yamcha instantly grasped the meaning behind Master Rashi's words. The so-called acknowledgement was, of course, a test of Yamcha's martial arts skills and prowess. Yamcha is by no means pretentious. His return to the world is driven by a genuine desire to continuously enhance himself and to identify his shortcomings. Apologies for any offense caused. Upon concluding his words, Yamcha transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching an assault towards Master Rashi. The technique, known as the Phantom Fist, bore subtle distinctions from the one employed by Yamcha. While Rashi's variant emphasized the art of deception to lure his opponent, Yamcha's version prioritized sheer velocity. The astonishing speed caught Rashi off guard at first. However, being a seasoned martial artist, he swiftly regained his composure. In an instant, he deftly shifted his body half a meter to the side, effortlessly evading Yamcha's onslaught. Yamcha, of course, did not presume that a single strike would suffice to land a blow on Master Roshi. After his initial attack missed its mark, he swiftly pivoted his body and unleashed a fierce flying kick aimed squarely at Roshi's chest. Indeed, the force was commendable, yet his intentions were all too apparent. Master Roshi, with remarkable agility, evaded the assault, lightly tapping Yamcha's foot, instantly sending him staggering backward. Yamcha discerned that Master Roshi was imparting guidance, yet his hands remained in motion. The Wolf Fang Fist unleashed a myriad of claw-like shadows directed towards Master Roshi's vital points, even before the wolf claws could reach him. The resultant gusts of wind stirred the surrounding flora into a frenzy. Indeed, this was intriguing. Rather than solely evading, Master Roshi rapidly countered, skillfully blocking Yamcha's assaults with his hands. Observing the lack of effect from his attacks, Yamcha's mind sparked with a bold idea. He swiftly retreated, gathering a substantial amount of energy within his hands. Kamehameha. Master Roshi's jaw dropped in astonishment, not out of fear of Yamcha's Kamehameha, but rather at the sight of two individuals who had merely glanced at his signature technique and had seemingly mastered it. This left him questioning the very foundations of his long-held worldview. Yamcha is quite impressive, remarked Goku, his eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. The energy amassed by Yamcha has become quite formidable. It would be sufficient to overwhelm even the most modest of hills. Young man, swiftly release the energy you have gathered. This old fellow wishes to live a few more years. Master Roshi waved his hand, signaling Yamcha to cease the deployment of the Kamehameha wave. Although Yamcha's assault may not reach the intensity of the strike he once unleashed upon the Bread Mountain, it still poses a significant threat to his ordinary state. Upon hearing the words of the Turtle Sage, Yamcha naturally felt a sense of embarrassment and promptly dissipated the energy in his hands. Turtle Sage, what do you think of me? Yamcha inquired with a smile, quite impressive. I had thought that Sun Wukong was a rare genius. Yet your prowess has truly taken me by surprise. The turtle hermit chuckled in response. So, does that imply you agree to take me on as your disciple? Yamcha was filled with excitement. However, the subsequent words of Master Roshi chilled his heart significantly. No, I believe you do not require my guidance. Your prowess has already surpassed that of the formidable Ox King, whom I have trained for many years. Moreover, based on our recent encounter, I can ascertain that your martial foundation is remarkably solid, and training under my tutelage would not yield substantial improvement for you. Then, Master Roshi shifted his tone and continued. Nevertheless, I know of a place that would be most suitable for you. What place? Yamcha inquired. Karen Tower, Master Roshi replied with a smile. There resides a sage who can provide you with invaluable guidance. I am confident that he will facilitate even greater advancement for you. Yamcha murmured to himself. Kalinta. He certainly recognized that place. His original intention was to cultivate under the guidance of Master Roshi for a period before venturing there. However, this time, he had indulged a bit too much, resulting in Master Roshi deciding against taking him on as a disciple and instead directing him toward Kalinta. Nevertheless, upon careful reflection, Kalinta indeed appeared to be a favorable destination for Yamcha at this juncture. In his memory, Sun Wukong had first ascended Kalinta after participating in the martial arts tournament, at which point his combat power was merely in the 30s. Yet now, Yamcha's strength had reached 50, far surpassing the Sun Wukong of a year hence. The crux of the matter lay in Yamcha's mindset still being anchored in the narrative, seeking to act in accordance with the unfolding plot. However, after years of arduous cultivation, his prowess was leagues beyond that of his original self in the story. Even Sun Wukong had been left considerably behind. Chapter 12. Challenge of the Indian Warrior. Having learned of Kalinta's location from Master Roshi, Yamcha shot forth like an arrow, racing toward Kalinta with Pu'er in tow. Though Bulma harbored numerous feelings of reluctance, how could Yamcha allow himself to be ensnared by the comforts of tenderness? After all, the world was on the brink of upheaval. Whether it was the imminent emergence of the Demon King Piccolo or the subsequent seance, none posed a challenge that Yamcha could currently confront. Nevertheless, to alleviate Bulma's worries, Yamcha tasked her with researching the gravity device. While he had no immediate need for it, once his combat power hit a plateau, that device would surely prove invaluable. The distance from Bread Mountain to Kalinta stretched a daunting 1,000 kilometers in a straight line. Yamcha endured a grueling week of arduous travel before finally arriving at the site of Kalinta. During this time, he encountered a few bandits and monsters, though their strength was rather lacking, yielding minimal rewards from the system. The totality of talent points awarded was less than what he had gained from defeating Sun Wukong. Yet any gain was better than none. Master Yamcha, behold that tower soaring into the clouds. That must be the Kalinta spoken of by Master Roshi. Pu'er exclaimed excitedly. addressing Yamcha. After half a month of relentless travel, Puar had been thoroughly exhausted by Yamcha's relentless pace, despite merely resting atop Yamcha's shoulder. The daily trek covering hundreds of kilometers had left Puar utterly fatigued. Now, upon sighting Kalinta, it understood that the days of hardship were finally drawing to a close. As Yamcha gazed in the direction indicated by Puar, he beheld a magnificent and slender tower that seemed to ascend endlessly into the clouds, although he had anticipated its grandeur. The actual sight of Kalinta left him profoundly awestruck by its majesty and height. The mere existence of such a monumental structure hinted at the presence of extraordinary individuals who once roamed the earth. After consuming some provisions, Yamcha ventured once more toward the base of Kalinta. Despite having caught sight of it, the distance remained considerable, as the saying goes. A distant view of a mountain can tire a horse. It took him half a day to reach a primitive tribe concealed within the forest. The Kalinta Sanctuary is renowned as the very cradle of martial arts on Earth, for the sage Kalinta lived for over 8 centuries. Apart from the portly figure in the Divine Hall, he could almost be regarded as a living fossil of the planet. Just a kilometer from Kalinta, Yamcha's path was obstructed by a tall and formidable Native American who brandished a rough spear. Despite his towering stature and robust physique, Yamcha sensed that the man's strength was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. No passage beyond this point to the sanctuary, the Guardian declared. Yamcha understood well that the formidable figure before him was an Indian, the guardian of what could be referred to as the sacred land of Kalinta. Thus, he did not recklessly intrude, but instead stood still like a statue, patiently awaiting the other's approach. Before long, a towering man clad in traditional Indian attire approached. His skin dark as coal, adorned with a string of mysterious animal teeth around his neck. His gaze was filled with vigilance, akin to that of a watchful lion, fixated intently on Yamcha. "You, little one, this is not a place for you to tread," he remarked dismissively, though his movements betrayed a cautious demeanor, as if bracing for a formidable adversary. After all, those who could reach their tribe were no ordinary individuals. They were either fierce warriors or daring adventurers. "Why can I not go?" Yamcha replied nonchalantly, his voice calm as a still lake. "Let me be frank. Only the most courageous and fearless warriors are deemed worthy to approach Kalinta, and you, by any measure, do not resemble a warrior," the Indian retorted. Suddenly, the man puffed out his chest, muscles bulging like an impending volcano, displaying his physical prowess. In his eyes, the bravest warriors were akin to those in his tribe, possessing muscles as solid as rock and towering stature. Yamcha, however, appeared rather slender and short, seemingly ill-suited even for hunting within their tribe, and thus clearly not among the most valiant of warriors. "What if I am determined to approach Kalinta?" Yamcha asked with a faint smile, his gaze resolute as steel, exuding unwavering determination. The Indian, observing Yamcha's confident demeanor, felt a flicker of hesitation arise within him and then spoke. "That is simple. You must defeat the strongest warrior of our tribe. However, judging by your appearance, your prospects seem bleak." Ultimately, the purpose of these Indians was to sift through ordinary martial artists. If one could not even triumph over these untrained Indians, then attempting to scale Kalinta would be nothing but a futile endeavor. "Lead the way," Yamcha declared without a hint of hesitation, his tone as steadfast as a mountain. Before long, they arrived at the Indian tribe's settlement. The tribe was modest in size, resembling a quaint village with merely a handful of rudimentary dwellings. Upon hearing of an outsider challenging Kalinta, the surrounding Indians flocked like bees drawn to nectar, encircling Yamcha in eager curiosity, amidst a gathering of towering Native Americans. Each standing at an imposing height of 1.9 meters, Yamcha appeared as diminutive as a mere child. Hundreds of warrior eyes fixed upon the 1.6-meter-tall Yamcha, their faces alight with innocent mirth. To them, this was nothing more than a comical spectacle. No one harbored any belief that Yamcha could triumph over the mightiest warriors of their tribe. "Chief, allow me," proclaimed one muscular man to an elderly figure, white-bearded and leaning on a cane. "This little one seems utterly feeble, and there is no need for Bra to intervene. Let me take charge." Before the elder could respond, a piercing voice resonated through the air. "One at a time is too tedious. You may all come at once." Yamcha harbored no inclination to indulge them in such trivial games of make-believe. After all, he would frequent this place in the future, and in a bid to avert unnecessary complications, he reluctantly agreed to exchange a few moves with them. Upon hearing Yamcha's audacious declaration, the once boisterous assembly of Indians fell into an immediate and profound silence. The words Yamcha were uttered with a casual air, yet they bore an undercurrent of ceaseless mockery. They could hardly have anticipated that, While they had often schooled outsiders, today they found themselves belittled by a diminutive foreigner. Over the decades, although the influx of outsiders to Kalinta had dwindled, there were still a few who ventured forth. Those who proclaimed themselves as warriors were, in the face of their tribe's valiant fighters, but lambs awaiting the slaughter. Truly, this day felt as though the sun had risen in the west. In an instant, the warriors of the Indian tribe were poised with eagerness, itching to teach this boastful individual a lesson. The tribe's chief, who had previously narrowed his eyes, now regarded the situation with an intensity akin to that of a hawk. Very well, outsider, your audacity is commendable, and I shall not exploit my size to overpower you. Turning towards the tallest figure in the crowd, he declared with a resonant voice, Bola, it is your turn to engage with this foreigner. Yamcha smiled silently to himself, claiming he was not being bullied, yet he chose the strongest opponent. Nevertheless, for Yamcha, it made little difference. Chapter 13, The Ascent of Karen Tower. The reckless audacity of Yamcha pierced the heart of the chieftain like a thorn, breeding resentment within him. The ordinary Indians towered like giants, with Bra standing out as a paragon among them, reaching an impressive height of 2.1 meters. His muscles were exaggerated, seemingly forged from steel, as if he were a coach descending from the stage of a bodybuilding competition. His combat prowess was unparalleled among the assembled Indians, boasting a remarkable power of 16 points. While the other Indians simmered with indignation, Yamcha's thoughts were far removed, fixated on the system rewards that awaited him after vanquishing Bra. Such combat strength would undoubtedly grant him a commendable amount of talent points. Standing opposite Yamcha, Bra wielded a bone fork with the imposing presence of a battle deity. He addressed Yamcha, draw your weapon, and let us engage in a fair contest. My weapon is these hands. Come forth. With an air of nonchalance, Yamcha replied. Despite being the strongest in the tribe, Bra did not exude arrogance in the face of Yamcha, who was significantly smaller. Instead, he approached with the cautious grace of a cheetah. As the distance between them narrowed to 2 meters, Bra struck with the swiftness of lightning, his bone fork swirling like a phantom, transforming into a sweeping arc of attack that surged toward Yamcha with overwhelming force. Though Bra's bone fork appeared to move at great speed, to Yamcha, it unfolded in slow motion. Light as a feather, he leapt gracefully, gliding back 3 or 4 meters with ease, effortlessly avoiding Bra's onslaught. Yamcha could discern that Bra, concerned about his prowess, had not exerted his full strength in that strike. He turned to Bra with a smile and remarked, do not hold back, otherwise, you shall have no second chance to strike. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Bra's heart sank. His previous probing attack had only utilized half of his true power, and even so, the fiercest lion on the savannah would find it challenging to evade such a blow. However, he never anticipated that Yamcha would evade it so effortlessly. I concede that you are a formidable martial artist. I shall now unleash my most potent attack. Bra clasped his hands together, his gaze sharpening with the intensity of a hawk. In the next moment, his body surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. And as he approached Yamcha, he leapt into the air with the force of a mighty mountain descending upon him. Too feeble, Yamcha shook his head. Although this strike was significantly stronger than the previous one, to Yamcha at this moment, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. In an instant, Yamate's body flickered with lightning speed. The formidable figure of Bra, who had descended from the sky, abruptly froze mid-air, as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. Then, propelled by a velocity akin to the swiftest winds, he was hurled away, colliding with a throng of onlooking tribal warriors. What transpired? How did Bra suddenly launch into the air? Could it be that this diminutive figure wielded magic? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Bra struggled to rise to his feet. Only he, as the principal party involved, fully comprehended the astonishing rapidity of Yamate's assault, which struck like a tempest. Although he had caught a glimpse of Yamate's afterimage, it was far too late to react. He could only watch helplessly as the blow landed upon him. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that Yamate's attack was not a forceful strike, but merely a gentle touch with a fingertip. Yet that seemingly innocuous gesture felt as if he had been rammed by a full-grown dinosaur, leaving half of his body numb and still aching faintly even now. It dawned on him that the disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. I concede, he admitted sincerely. As the mightiest warrior of the tribe, he had finally grasped the reality of his own prowess. How pitifully weak and utterly mundane, Yamate mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he was elated. Having triumphed over Bra, the system rewarded him with 4 talent points. With the most valiant warrior of the tribe defeated, there was no longer any reason for him, as the guardian of Karinta, to impede Yamate's approach to the sacred site. Subsequently, guided by Bra. Yamcha arrived at the base of Corinta. From a distance, Corinta appeared like a graceful maiden, slender and delicate, yet up close, it resembled a colossal giant. With its foundational base soaring over 2 meters in height and stretching 4 to 5 meters in length and width, its foundation was deeply entrenched in the earth, the depth of which remained a mystery. Constructed from immensely durable granite, the base supported a tower with a radius of over a meter. Intricately adorned with various totems and patterns, exuding an ancient elegance that seemed to narrate the vicissitudes of time. Yamcha, your strength is indeed formidable. But I must caution you that challenging Corinta is a matter of life and death. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, Bra said with a grave expression. Although Yamcha remained unperturbed, with a worried countenance, timidly interjected, "Young Master Yamcha, you need not fret, just hold on to me tightly." After bidding farewell to Bra, Yamcha stamped his foot and leaped into the air, ascending with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. He soared to an altitude of approximately 100 meters above the ground before landing steadily atop the tower. This astonishing display of agility left the indigenous people below gaping in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to accommodate a chicken egg. Although his earlier battle with Bura had already revealed a fraction of his capabilities, this singular leap surpassed their wildest imaginations. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to succeed. Bura pondered silently. While the crowd remained in awe, Yamcha had already vanished from their sight. On the tower cloaked by the clouds, he resembled a lithe lone wolf, racing along the structure with remarkable speed. Occasionally glancing back, he noted that the tower appeared distorted due to the altitude, as if it were a surreal optical illusion crafted by the human eye. As he ascended further, the oxygen thinned in the air, and the temperature plummeted as if he were descending into an icy abyss. The exact height of Corinta remains a mystery, however, according to the original text. The formidable Sun Wukong, with a battle power of approximately 30, had taken 2 full days and nights to scale it. By Yamcha's estimation, Corinta had likely penetrated deep into the middle layer of Earth's atmosphere. Yamcha sprinted tirelessly for 20 kilometers before finally pausing for a brief respite at the edge of the Earth's stratosphere. The air in this realm had thinned to an extreme degree, rendering it nearly inhospitable for ordinary humans. Only those seasoned in martial arts could endure such conditions. To conserve his stamina, Yamcha was compelled to slow his pace. Although he possessed the ability to soar skyward using the technique of flight, the ascent of Karen Tower was, in itself, a form of training. Being yet to reach the pinnacle of the world, Yamcha had no inclination towards indulgence. Moreover, the act of climbing Karen Tower was a test devised by the Great Karen to assess the challenger's capabilities through the speed of their ascent. After a brief intermission, Yamcha resumed his journey. After approximately 3 to 4 more hours of running, he finally beheld the circular summit of the tower, resembling a resplendent pearl, radiating a mysterious luminescence amidst the clouds. Chapter 14. The Cat Sage Master Yamcha, we are almost there. Unable to conceal its delight, exclaimed. Though the ascent of Karen Tower only required it to cling tightly to Yamcha's form, the prolonged suspension at an altitude of 10,000 meters filled it with trepidation. However, the imminent arrival at their destination brought a sense of relief. A faint smile graced Yamcha's lips as his body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. After a span of half an hour, he arrived at the base of the circular tower. The design of the base was remarkably user-friendly, featuring a staircase. With the grace of a swallow, Yamcha leapt upward, entering the winding staircase. To his perception, the staircase resembled a colossal dragon spiraling upwards. Upon traversing the staircase, Yamcha found himself in an expansive area. It resembled a pavilion, albeit one of considerable size, spanning several hundred square meters, with an additional level above and an umbrella-shaped roof crowning it. The umbrella-shaped roof, known to Yamcha, serves not only as a shelter from the wind and rain but also as the foundation leading to the divine temple. Not far from the entrance, several large water tanks are placed alongside a petite bed. These 3 remarkable water tanks resemble mirrors of time, allowing glimpses into the past, present, and future. With a heart brimming with curiosity, Yamcha gently lifted the lid of the first water jar. In an instant, the surface of the water unfolded like a magnificent canvas, reminiscent of a cinematic projection, revealing a scene of Yamcha practicing in the desert. This jar undoubtedly symbolized the past. Subsequently, Yamcha opened the middle jar, where the image of Bulma materialized. At that moment, Bulma found herself in a classroom, despite the ongoing lesson. Her attention was not on the teacher or the blackboard, but rather gazing out the window. Clearly, Bulma held little interest in the educational proceedings. And the image from the middle jar reflected the present, akin to a real-time surveillance device. Finally, upon opening the last jar, Yamcha was met with a vision shrouded in mist. As he continued to observe, a silhouette emerged, his own. He saw himself enveloped in a mysterious energy. Suddenly, the eyes of his reflection deepened, as if traversing the river of time, gazing back at him. In the next moment, Yamcha felt as though his head were splitting apart. The pain unbearable. The Yamcha within the jar seemed to warn him of an uncertain future, prompting Yamcha to hastily replace the lid, unwilling to further investigate. Departing from the first floor, Yamcha ascended the stairs with the swiftness of an arrow, reaching the second floor in a flash. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a white-haired cat, standing about a meter tall, who beamed at him with a smile as warm as the spring sun. Clutching a cane, its eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a kind and gentle elder, it spoke softly. "Young man, you have remarkably scaled Corinta in merely half a day." As Yamcha remained silent, Puar, who had been concealed within his clothing, suddenly leaped out like an inquisitive child. Gazing at the cat before him, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, there's a cat here too." The feline, once exuding an air of enigmatic superiority, found its facade shattered by Puar's innocent words. As if an impenetrable fortress had been effortlessly breached. For countless years, no one had dared to refer to it as merely a cat. It was revered as Master Karen. With a slight cough and an air of haughty pride, it declared, "Ahem, what cat? I am Master Karen." Casting a sidelong glance at Puar, it continued, "You are indeed fortunate to accompany this young man." "Indeed, Master Yamcha is immensely powerful," Puar affirmed, wholeheartedly believing that Yamcha was the mightiest individual on earth. "Modesty, modesty," Yamcha replied with a gentle smile directed at Puar. He then bowed deeply to the feline sage, stating, "Master Karen, I, Yamcha, extend my greetings to you." Habitually, he accessed the system to review the information on the cat sage. Name, Karen combat power, 180 mental power, 500 talent, 72 lineage, Earth Cat Clan skills, illusory fist, void dance, breath perception, mind reading, foresight. As the leader of martial arts on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, the cat sage undoubtedly surpassed Yamcha in strength. A combat power of 180 placed it at the pinnacle of Earth's capabilities. Its mental prowess far exceeded that of Master Roshi, likely a testament to the sage's centuries of accumulation. The talent points were impressively high, had it not been for the influence of Earth's martial arts. Its combat power would surely be far greater. Master Karen fixed his gaze upon Yamcha and declared with a resonant voice, "Young man, you have ascended to Corin Tower in search of the sacred water, am I correct?" "Nay," Yamcha replied earnestly, "I have come here seeking your esteemed guidance in my training." Yamcha's gaze was imbued with sincerity as he candidly expressed his thoughts. He recognized that the super sacred water was not as miraculous as the legends suggested. Consuming it bore no significant effect. Instead, it was the training from the cat master that would enhance his prowess. As for the alternate super divine water, which purportedly had the potential to augment one's combat abilities, it was not meant for human consumption. Drawing from memories of his past life, he understood that if a person of integrity ascended the Corin Tower, the cat master would guide their cultivation and, through trials, would offer them the super sacred water. Conversely, those harboring impure or malevolent intentions would be administered a venomous variant of the super divine water. Only individuals with exceptional constitutions could survive the ingestion of the super divine water. Upon hearing the words of Yamcha, the cat sage was momentarily taken aback. Swallowing the prepared retort, "Young Master Yamcha, have you perhaps misjudged the situation? He is a cat, just like me. How could he possibly guide you in your cultivation?" Purr appeared utterly perplexed. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Purr felt a sharp tap on his head, causing his body to plummet from the air. "Ouch, that hurt!" he exclaimed, cradling his head in agony. Such swiftness, Yamcha mused internally. Observing the seemingly harmless cat sage, one would never suspect his hidden ferocity. Just moments after Purr had derided him, the sage swiftly maneuvered, striking Purr on the head with his cane. The speed was such that even Yamcha could only perceive a fleeting shadow. "Enough, Purr. How dare you speak so carelessly? Apologize to the revered Karen sage at once." Yamcha crouched down and gently stroked Purr. Purr, understanding the situation, timidly replied, "I apologize, Master Karen. You are quite intriguing. Since you wish for my guidance in your cultivation, should you not offer something in return?" I cannot afford to squander my time merely indulging you, for I am rather occupied. The cat sage squinted and smiled. Inwardly, Yamcha scoffed, wondering what a mere cat could possibly have to do atop the Karen Tower. Yet, outwardly he responded with a smile, of course. I would never dream of imposing upon your generosity without recompense. He then turned to the recovering Puer and instructed, please retrieve the contents from capsule number 1. Chapter 15. The cultivation at Karen Tower. Master Yamcha, that represents my sustenance for an entire year. Puer hesitated, his voice tinged with reluctance. Do not be so stingy. Once we descend from the Karen Tower, I shall prepare a double portion for you. Yamcha reassured him with a pat. In the next moment, a container of considerable size appeared on the barren ground, opening to reveal numerous large water tanks, each brimming with an abundance of fish of all shapes and sizes. Such an abundance of fish. The cat sage, who had initially maintained a composed demeanor, now gazed wide-eyed, his previously squinted eyes fully opened. For many years, due to his responsibilities, he had been unable to descend from the Karen Tower, though he could employ magic to procure some fish from the ground. The vast distance of several kilometers from the tower to the surface made him hesitant to frequently utilize his powers, reserving them only for moments of intense craving. Having not encountered such a plethora of fish for centuries, to him, this was a banquet of countless delicacies. The variety was astounding, and thanks to the capsule's magic, they remained remarkably fresh, featuring species that were otherwise unavailable in the vicinity, causing the cat sage to salivate uncontrollably, even with his profound cultivation and calm demeanor. The sight of such an enticing bounty stirred his composure. Given your discernment, I shall indeed provide you with thorough instruction. Now, do gather these provisions. The cat sage coughed lightly, adopting an air of lofty wisdom as he squinted his eyes. Yamcha promptly gathered all the small dried fish with a versatile capsule and respectfully presented it to the cat sage. The cat sage, without a word, swiftly accepted the capsule and concealed it beneath his fur. The so-called guidance in cultivation naturally commenced with the cat sage's traditional task, seizing the water jug. The cat sage gestured towards a statue at the center, atop which rested an ancient water jug, and declared, your sole objective now is to devise a means to obtain that water jug. Yamcha gazed at the water jug perched atop the statue. The jug was positioned at a height that was not particularly lofty, and the statue was merely 5 or 6 meters away from him, within arm's reach with a simple movement. However, he surmised that the cat sage would not easily permit him to acquire it. Thus, I commenced my endeavor. Yamcha's tea ceremony concluded, and in an instant, his body surged towards the kettle. Just as his hand was about to make contact with it, he was suddenly struck, causing him to roll aside. Despite his thorough preparations, he remained unprepared for the moment the cat sage launched an attack against him. Indeed, it was not so simple. Yamcha, undeterred, leapt once more, charging towards the kettle. Yet, no matter from which direction he approached, the cat sage always managed to swat him away before he could reach it. Is this truly all you are capable of? The voice of the cat sage echoed behind Yamcha. Yamcha remained silent, rising once more to face the cat sage with a smile, declaring that the earlier exchange had merely served as a warm-up, and that the true contest was only just commencing. In an instant, Yamcha's form became indistinct, surrounded by countless afterimages as he surged towards the kettle from all directions. Afterimages, you say? Quite intriguing. While such a tactic may bewilder the ordinary, it holds no sway over me. In the next moment, Yamcha was once again sent sprawling. Young man, the cat sage remarked with an unruffled tone, though your speed is commendable, you are overly fixated on what you perceive. You must calm your mind and attune yourself to the essence of your own energy and mind. To my perception, your energy resembles an oversized light bulb. Regardless of the martial techniques you employ, they prove utterly ineffectual. Yamcha comprehended that the cat sage was imparting the art of mastering one's own energy. Throughout the 3 years since his arrival, he had devoted himself to cultivation, focusing primarily on enhancing his combat prowess, while his fighting abilities had seen considerable improvement. His grasp of the profound intricacies of martial arts remained limited, and his utilization of energy was exceedingly rudimentary. Although Yamcha was aware of the developmental trajectory of martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe, he lacked the precise steps necessary for implementation, which could only be rectified through the guidance of a skilled mentor. With the cat sage's direct instruction, Yamcha's foundation was rapidly solidified, and the flaws within his physique diminished significantly. Previously, he had compensated for his physical shortcomings solely through his formidable strength. Now, he was addressing these flaws at their core. His movements became increasingly streamlined, embodying the essence of martial arts, a journey from simplicity to complexity and back again. Under the cat sage's tutelage, Yamcha was engaged in the process of simplifying his actions during combat, thereby minimizing unnecessary movements and conserving energy to the greatest extent possible. His training in energy manipulation swiftly progressed from a mere glimpse of the fundamentals to the threshold of proficiency, propelling him towards mastery. Throughout this mentorship, Yamcha experienced a steady enhancement of his combat capabilities. You still cannot grasp the water jug. You have failed to interpret my movements or my breath. How could you possibly succeed? The cat sage ambled leisurely, resting his staff upon his shoulder, with the water jug dangling from its tip, though he faced away from Yamcha. In the eyes of the cat sage, Yamcha was no different from one standing directly before him. Such is the perception of one's energy. Yamcha understood that to master the perception of breath, one must not overly rely on sight, for such dependence yields meager results in cultivation. With this thought in mind, he tore a strip from his garment and bound it over his eyes, thus rendering himself incapable of seeing the cat sage. A commendable idea, the cat sage remarked approvingly. The moment Yamcha obscured his vision, he truly lost track of the cat sage. "Where are you, cat sage?" Yamcha inquired. The cat sage shook his head, acknowledging that while Yamcha's method was clever, its execution proved exceedingly challenging. "Ah, I am weary. I shall return to slumber," the cat sage yawned, exuding a languid demeanor. Following the sounds emitted by the cat sage, Yamcha dashed towards him, yet by the time he reached the spot where the cat sage had been, he had already relocated. "Calm your mind," the cat sage urged once more. However, it was evident that such mastery could not be achieved overnight. Thus, each day, Yamcha found himself battered and bruised. Yet he pursued his endeavor with unwavering enthusiasm, as Yamcha diligently cultivates his skills atop the sacred land of Korin. Sun Wukong and his companions conclude their quest for the Dragon Balls. In the absence of Yamcha's intervention, the wish associated with the 7 Dragon Balls is ultimately snatched by Oolong, who requests a pair of ladies' undergarments. Meanwhile, Bulma returns to West City in preparation for the commencement of the second semester, while young Goku makes his way to the island inhabited by Master Roshi, eager to embark on a journey of martial arts training. Along the way, he encounters Krillin, and after undergoing Master Roshi's trials, the two formally take him as their teacher, commencing a rigorous regimen of training. Chapter 16. The training on Korin Tower 2. As days passed, Yamcha, despite enduring the relentless demands of his intense training, found his key sensing abilities subtly improving, albeit in a rather arduous manner. One day, as was his custom, Yamcha, blindfolded, chased after the cat sage atop Korin Tower. His agility had notably enhanced, and his movements were no longer as reckless as they had once been. He began to attune himself to the currents of air around him, striving to detect the faint traces of ki emitted by the cat sage during his fleeting movements. The cat sage, intentionally slowing his pace, sought to ascertain whether Yamcha could perceive this alteration. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed a gentle breeze emanating from his left side. Without hesitation, he lunged toward it. Alas, Yamcha miscalculated once again, colliding with a nearby pillar. "Ha, Yamcha, you're beginning to sense it, but your accuracy still leaves much to be desired," came the cat sage's voice from his right. Yamcha rubbed his aching head, undeterred in spirit, and exclaimed with excitement, "Cat sage, I truly sense some movement on my left just now. It seems I am not far from success. Do not become complacent. You still have a long journey ahead." The cat sage replied, shaking his head as he continued to guide Yamcha. Days passed, and Yamcha's progress became increasingly evident. No longer did he recklessly rush about. Instead, he learned to discern the location of the cat sage based on the flow of energy around him. One day, the cat sage, as usual, waved his staff adorned with a water flask in front of Yamcha. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha calmed his mind, and a vivid image of the surrounding energy distribution emerged in his thoughts. He sensed that the cat sage was not far ahead of him. Yamcha cautiously advanced towards the cat sage, each step taken with utmost lightness to avoid disturbing the tranquility of his own breath. As he drew near the cat sage, he suddenly extended his hand, reaching towards the direction of the water jug. The cat sage was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated Yamcha's ability to so accurately discern the location of the jug. Nevertheless, the cat sage adeptly evaded, leaving Yamcha grasping at air. "Well done, Yamcha," he remarked. "You have indeed honed your ability to sense my presence and aura, yet your movements lack the requisite swiftness." The cat sage nodded in satisfaction. Although Yamcha did not capture the water jug, he remained elated, for he was content simply to recognize his own progress. While he had yet to achieve the level of proficiency that allowed Sun Wukong to grasp the essence of breath in merely 3 days, he had made significant strides in this past fortnight and was nearing the threshold of mastery. As time flowed on, Yamcha's ability to perceive breath had ascended to new heights. He could not only accurately sense the presence of those around him, but also gauge their strength based on the intensity of their essence. In a simulated battle against the cat sage, Yamcha, leveraging his remarkable perception, successfully acquired the water jug from the sage's staff. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had already spent 20 days atop Karin Tower. Yamcha poured the so-called holy water into his belly, fully aware that it was merely ordinary water devoid of any power-enhancing properties. Yet, his curiosity about the taste of this so-called holy water compelled him to indulge. After several hearty gulps, his parched lips were finally quenched, though it bore no further benefit. Enough of that. Come over and grill some fish. Not far away, Master Roshi was busily tending to the grill, preparing fish. Ever since he had savored the fish grilled by Yamcha, he had developed a deep fondness for it. Yamcha set down the kettle and swiftly approached the cat sage, skillfully grasping the seasonings to enhance the flavor of the grilled fish. The cat sage gazed longingly at the fish, nearly drooling in anticipation. Before long, an irresistible aroma wafted from the grill. The cat sage, unable to contain himself, eagerly seized a fish and began to savor it with delight. This tastes exquisite. Yamcha, your culinary skills have truly improved. Of course, Master Yamcha is the most talented, Per said with a proud expression. Per, focus on eating the fish and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Yamcha, with a smile, handed a freshly grilled fish to Por. Subsequently, he took a fish for himself and began to devour it heartily. As the cat sage enjoyed his meal, he remarked, Yamcha, your talent is remarkable. I recall that the last time I ascended to the martial heaven of Karinta, it took me nearly 3 years to grasp the essence of the art. And acquiring the ultra-holy water was merely a matter of luck while I was dozing off. However, I must say, my talent is merely average. I know someone whose abilities far surpass my own. Yamcha contemplated the staggering talent points of Sun Wukong, which soared to an impressive 1,000. Even if he diligently adhered to the system's daily training regimen, it would take him a daunting 23 years to elevate his own talent points to match that of Sun Wukong. Is there truly such a formidable individual? I am quite eager to witness it. The cat sage expressed skepticism, noting that Yamcha's innate abilities had already surpassed his own. Perhaps, before long, he too would arrive at Karin Tower. Yamcha smiled and remarked, you have already grasped the essence of ki perception. Next, you must learn to harness your ki in combat. Are you prepared to depart from Karin Tower to cultivate alone, or would you prefer to remain? The cat sage gazed at Yamcha, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, the solitude of Karin Tower had grown tedious, and having company was a welcome change. During these 20 days, Yamcha had not only honed his mastery of ki to a proficient level, but his combat power had also surged by 20, reaching an impressive total of over 70. Although he had the option to descend from the tower at this point, he had no immediate intentions of doing so. On one hand, he wished to further solidify his command of ki, preparing himself for ascension to even loftier realms. After all, merely fortuitously obtaining the water flask did not signify that Yamcha had perfectly mastered the use of ki. It merely indicated that he had taken his first steps into the discipline, paving the way for his future self-cultivation. However, Yamcha was acutely aware that, relative to Sun Wukong, his progress lagged significantly. Only through more diligent training could he hope to avoid being left behind by Sun Wukong in the future. I wish to continue my training at Karin Tower. Does the cat sage wish to expel me? Yamcha retorted, I am indifferent. If you wish to remain, then stay. The cat sage responded nonchalantly, yet inwardly delighted, for he relished the prospect of not having to prepare meals for a while. During this period, Yamcha, guided by the system's instructions and the essence of the cat sage, categorized the mastery of this essence into 5 tiers: beginner, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Securing the sacred water from the vessel merely marked the beginning, while the cat sage exemplified the pinnacle of perfection. Yamcha's progress lagged a full 10-fold behind that of Sun Wukong, and naturally, he would not allow such modest achievements to lead him into arrogance. Chapter 17. Destination: West City. In the subsequent days, although Yamcha remained engrossed in his training at Karin Tower, most of his time was spent in solitary practice, with the cat sage occasionally engaging him in sparring. However, once the cat sage set aside the vessel and entered a combat state, he seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. Despite Yamcha's mastery of the essence, he was still subjected to a humiliating defeat. After all, the cat sage had honed his skills over centuries. A disparity that could not be bridged in a short span of time. Time flew swiftly, and before long, 3 months had elapsed. Yamcha, I have little left to teach you. I hope that upon your return below, you will remain steadfast in your original intentions and diligently pursue your training. The cat sage said with a gentle smile. Yamcha reverently bowed before the cat sage, whom he regarded as his mentor in this world. After enduring over 4 months of arduous training, he had finally unraveled the path of his martial arts cultivation, achieving remarkable progress in his manipulation of energy. Elevating his skills by 2 levels and attaining a state of minor accomplishment, exuding an aura reminiscent of a master. Poor, I entrust you to him. Indeed. During this expedition to Corinta, Yamcha had no intention of bringing Poor along. He was resolute in allowing the cat sage to meticulously instruct Poor, while also teaching Poor the art of cultivating the mystical beans. Before his departure, Yamcha conveniently acquired a substantial quantity of these beans from the cat sage. At that moment, the beans had yet to be squandered by that gluttonous Akinope, and there remained 2 large vats brimming with them. Yamcha requested an entire vat, not out of greed, but rather to ensure these beans could fulfill their potential in the future. The cat sage, unaware of the bean's significance, naturally did not refuse, especially since Yamcha had indulged him with an array of delectable treats before leaving. Rest assured, the cat sage said with a light-hearted smile. Showing great affection for this younger kin, with Poir's company, he would find solace in the otherwise lonely Corinta. After bidding farewell to the cat sage and Poir, Yamcha vanished like a wisp of smoke from the sacred grounds of Corinta. Meanwhile, Poir remained in tears, gazing longingly out the window, where only the drifting white clouds could be seen, devoid of Yamcha's presence. Ever since being rescued by Yamcha in the desert 2 years prior, Poir had never left his side and had thus developed an extreme dependency on him. Master Yamcha, Poir murmured to itself. Although it understood Yamcha's expectations, being still in its youthful innocence, it could not shake the feeling of abandonment. Stop looking. He has long disappeared without a trace. The cat sage said with a resigned shake of his head. Observing Poir's continued stupor, the cat sage added, as long as you master the magic I impart to you, you will be able to search for Yamcha below. Poir, previously somewhat dazed, instantly perked up at the prospect of seeking Yamcha, its spirit soaring. It quickly turned to the cat sage and earnestly said, then I shall count on you, esteemed elder. That's the spirit. The cat sage resumed his teaching mode, with the student now shifting from Yamcha to Poir, and the subject matter transitioning from martial arts to magic. Indeed, it was that wondrous magic. As a seasoned sage, the cat sage was not only proficient in martial arts, but also possessed remarkable magical prowess. Otherwise, how could he have developed the mystical beans? These beans were a miraculous variety, crafted from the broad beans provided by the divine beings of the celestial temple, enhanced through magical refinement. In merely 20 minutes, Yamcha successfully reached the base of Corinta. Although he could have opted for a simpler method of descent, such a choice would have negated the intended benefits of his training. With his mastery of energy application having attained a modest level of proficiency, Yamcha was capable of navigating the heights of a 90-degree tower with the grace of a leisurely stroll, no longer requiring the use of both hands and feet as he had during his ascent. Over the past 4 months, he had scaled Corinta dozens of times, as this was one of the training regimens prescribed by the cat sage, aimed at acclimating Yamcha to the thin air of high altitudes. Upon descending from Corinta, he encountered Bra, who had just returned from a hunting expedition accompanied by a small child of about 4 or 5 years of age. Yamcha, you're back. Are you here to collect more dried fish? Bra greeted him with a smile. Indeed. I have been tasked not only with my cultivation over these past few months, but also with sourcing ingredients for Corinta, having not enjoyed a proper meal in centuries. The cat sage was eager to make full use of the labor provided by Yamcha. Thus, in addition to his training, Yamcha was responsible for procuring various necessities for Corinta, with the Indian tribe serving as the primary supplier of dried fish. No, this time I intend to leave this place. Upon hearing Yamcha's declaration of departure, Bra was momentarily taken aback, then looked at him with envious admiration. Yamcha's intention to leave signified that he had acquired the knowledge he sought from Corinta. For those like them, who had guarded Corinta for generations, encountering a successor of its legacy was a tremendous honor. Once outside Corinta, Yamcha dashed toward West City like an arrow released from its bow, still relying on the speed of his running. After more than 4 months of rigorous training, his combat prowess had skyrocketed to an impressive 99 points. However, in his quest to transcend the formidable threshold of 100 points in combat prowess. He found himself ensnared in a quagmire, making progress exceedingly arduous. According to the sage cat hermit, it appeared he had encountered the first constraint of the human body. Should he manage to surmount this limitation, his combat strength would undoubtedly ascend like a rocket. Conversely, should he fail to break through, his power would remain eternally fixed at 99 points. Even the immensely capable cat hermit found himself at a loss in this critical moment. It was solely up to Yamcha to muster his resolve and strive for victory. Each race possesses distinct constraints, for instance. The Scions have a first limit set at an astonishing 3 million combat power. Once they breach this barrier, they not only continue to enhance their strength but can also unlock the Super Scion mode, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. While Earthlings often grapple with the shackles of physical limitations, they find the process of breaking through somewhat more accessible than that of the Scions. In Yamcha's understanding, the so-called constraints are akin to shackles on physical strength, barriers to the body's ultimate capacity for endurance. The most effective means to augment one's physical resilience is undoubtedly through rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Yamcha estimated that, at this very moment, Bulma had likely succeeded in constructing the gravity chamber. In order to reunite with Bulma as swiftly as possible, Yamcha forsook the time-consuming and laborious conventional methods, opting instead to employ the technique of flight. As Yamcha's combat prowess steadily ascended, the speed of his flight technique soared correspondingly. At this juncture, Yamcha devoted himself entirely to the art of aerial maneuvering, achieving a velocity akin to lightning, reaching up to 200 kilometers per hour. In a mere 5 hours, he traversed over 1,000 kilometers, arriving at West City. Chapter 18. A reunion awaits as he approached West City. Yamcha descended gracefully like a nimble bird to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, this world was not only rich in martial arts, but also flourishing with advanced technology. Should he suddenly invade the skies of West City, he might be mistaken for an intruder and face an assault, which would surely spell trouble. Upon entering West City, Yamcha found himself immersed in a sea of technological civilization. Towering skyscrapers loomed like colossal trees, while broad avenues intertwined like a spider's web. Bustling with a variety of vehicles darting by like lively dragons, a truly vivid portrayal of prosperity. The skies were filled with countless flying machines, flitting about like shooting stars. This realm appeared as a torn tapestry, showcasing both the vibrant chaos of urban life and the rustic charm of ancient villages. Moreover, the population density in West City was exceedingly high, with pedestrians hurrying along, reminiscent of the bustling scenes in great cities of a past life. Naturally, alongside ordinary humans, there existed a plethora of anthropomorphic creatures, coexisting in a remarkably harmonious manner. Before long, Yamcha inquired about the whereabouts of Bulma's residence. The brief family resided to the north of West City, surrounded by clusters of luxury villas, evidently a haven for the affluent. Yet, the brief residence stood out distinctly, resembling a majestic castle or an enormous inverted bowl amidst the predominantly 2- or 3-story houses, commanding attention. Its height reached several meters, rendering it a behemoth within the villa district. On the outer wall of the castle, bold letters proclaimed Capsule Corporation, the emblem of the Capsule Corporation. Yamcha pressed the doorbell at the entrance, and shortly thereafter, a robot emerged. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Capsule Corporation. How may I assist you?" The robot's expressions shifted as it spoke, resembling a human being, exhibiting a level of intelligence far superior to any robots Yamcha had encountered in his past life. "Please, could you summon Bulma for me?" Yamcha requested. "I apologize, but Miss Bulma is currently not at home," the robot replied, its hands raised in a gesture of regret. The lifelike movements of its mechanical form, coupled with its remarkably human-like expressions, led Yamcha to ponder whether there might be a soul hidden within the confines of this robot's head. Yamcha, unwilling to remain idle like a mere piece of wood waiting for Bulma's return, addressed the robot. "Could you kindly inform Bulma that her friend Yamcha is here to see her?" The robot nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Certainly, sir. Please hold for a moment while I contact Miss Bulma." As the robot spoke, it swiftly utilized its back-end system to reach out to Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was attending a class at West City's second high school, where the teacher was incessantly lecturing at the blackboard. However, Bulma found herself utterly disinterested in the monotonous discourse. With the exceptional genes of Dr. Brief, she had long mastered the school's curriculum. Her attendance was merely a means to experience life and evade her parents' incessant nagging. To her, school resembled a stifling prison. while the outdoors offered a realm brimming with boundless adventures. She preferred to brave the wilderness over enduring the tedious lessons within the confines of the classroom. In her eyes, her classmates appeared as immature as unripe fruit, devoid of intrigue. The thrill of exploration in the wild paled in comparison to the excitement of her previous quest for the Dragon Balls, during which she had encountered numerous formidable martial artists. Suddenly, an image of a handsome young man, strong yet gentle, flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Just then, she was jostled by someone, and a teasing voice rang in her ear. "My lady, are you daydreaming about your Prince Charming again?" It was her deskmate, Maria. "You little pest," Bulma exclaimed, her face turning crimson. At that moment, her smartwatch emitted a series of soft beeps, as if beckoning her from afar. Eagerly, she pressed the activation button, and in an instant, a torrent of messages flooded the watch's display. "Yamcha is finally here to see me." A radiant smile of sheer joy illuminated Bulma's face. Completely disregarding the curious glances from her classmates and teachers, like a delicate butterfly, she swiftly stuffed the books from her desk into her backpack, and without a backward glance, she dashed out of the classroom. In any realm, those endowed with wealth and power resemble privileged aristocrats, as the heiress of the world's largest corporation. No one dared to impede Bulma's actions, regardless of how audacious they were within the school. Upon exiting the classroom, Bulma made her way to the corridor outside. Unlike her peers who headed towards the stairwell, she embodied the grace of a nimble leopard, leaping onto the railing with agility, and without hesitation, she plunged downwards. It is worth noting that she was currently on the 10th floor of the academic building. As her body descended, she swiftly retrieved her universal capsule remote from her pocket. And in the next moment, a jet-powered motorcycle materialized beneath her. It perfectly caught her as she landed, and with a determined twist of her right hand, the motorcycle propelled her into the air. This seamless sequence of actions clearly demonstrated that it was not her first endeavor of this nature. The second high school was not far from her home, and within a mere 10 minutes, Bulma had returned. As she touched down, she spotted Yamcha waiting at the door. Disembarking from the flying motorcycle, Bulma rushed toward him like a joyful little bird, her face aglow with a smile as radiant as spring blossoms. "Bulma, Yamcha." Yamcha had just intended to embrace Bulma after a long separation when, to his astonishment, her face instantly clouded over like a winter frost, and she delivered a sharp slap to him. "You wretched Yamcha, did you not promise to come find me in a month? It has been over 4 months." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like a relentless flood. Clearly, Bulma was indulging in a playful pout, and as someone who had experienced similar emotions, Yamcha understood that any attempt at explanation would only serve to exacerbate the situation. The only way to alleviate the tension was through the most direct and unadorned actions. With the ferocity of a lion, Yamcha enveloped Bulma in his arms, his gaze sparkling with tenderness like the stars, fixated upon her. As a young lady from a prominent family, Bulma had never encountered such overt displays of affection. Her previous suitors had merely uttered sweet nothings, never daring to approach with such boldness. Feeling the formidable strength of Yamcha's embrace, her heart raced like a startled deer. "Bulma, I fear that upon visiting you, I might forget to focus on my training," he admitted. Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a pang of displeasure. Was she not as important as his training? She retorted with a hint of irritation. "Is training truly more important than me? Of course, you are paramount. If I neglect my training, how can I adequately protect you in the future?" Yamcha replied gently. His words struck a chord deep within Bulma, for every girl relishes hearing kind sentiments. Upon receiving the reassurance she sought, she refrained from pressing him further. Chapter 19. The amusing brief family under the influence of Yamcha's sweet words. Bulma's anger melted away like snow, and she transformed into a lively songbird, eagerly sharing tales of their time apart. Every girl immersed in love resembles a book brimming with stories, possessing endless words for the boy she adores. Bulma tugged Yamcha along toward her grand, castle-like residence. As they passed through the glass sensor door, it felt as though they had stepped into an expansive, dreamlike realm. The hall was deserted, save for the industrious figures of robots. Whether they were cleaning or manning the reception, all were machines. Clearly, the prevalence of robots in her household was astoundingly high. The so-called vacuuming robots were no longer the disc-shaped contraptions of the past, but rather humanoid robots clad in human attire, resembling diligent household servants, meticulously sweeping every corner of the hall. Upon seeing Bulma enter, one approached her respectfully, saying, "Welcome home, Miss Bulma." She nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Where's Mother?" The cleaning robot lowered its head, pondering for a moment before responding, "At this hour, she is likely in the garden." "Is that so?" Bulma nodded lightly, leading Yamcha deeper into the premises, their destination being the gravity chamber constructed by Bulma herself. As they traversed the spacious hall, it felt as though they had stepped into an enchanting realm. Ahead, towering skyscrapers exuded a modern essence, standing like giants, while behind them, a fragrant garden resembled a vibrant tapestry. The garden sprawled expansively, akin to dozens of football fields, with numerous kittens and puppies frolicking like playful sprites across the lush lawn. To Yamcha's astonishment, he even spotted a few diminutive dinosaurs, as if they had traversed time from an ancient epic. Just as Bulma began to introduce Yamcha, a middle-aged man suddenly emerged from a nearby flower bed, riding a bicycle and clad in a white lab coat. His disheveled beard and hair resembled a tangle of grass, presenting a rather casual appearance. This man, sharing Bulma's blue hair and donning glasses, embodied the archetype of a scholarly figure, with a black cat lounging contentedly on his shoulder, as if basking in a leisurely vacation. Yamcha recognized this distinctive figure at once as Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, a leading scientist in this world. Dr. Briefs ambled over to Bulma, cheerfully remarking, "Ah, Bulma, you're back." "MHM," Bulma replied softly, casting a glance at Yamcha beside her. A mischievous smile danced on her lips as she teasingly inquired, "And who is this young man by your side?" With a playful wink at Bulma. Her expression seemed to suggest that there might be an undisclosed story between them. Understanding her implication, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she stamped her foot in mock indignation, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? I told you before, this is my friend, Yamcha." "Oh, I see." Dr. Briefs chuckled heartily, his gaze seemingly filled with skepticism. Yet, the more he laughed, the more Bulma's demeanor soured. Just then, a stylishly dressed woman approached, her striking yellow curls identifying her as Bulma's mother, Bunny. "Haha. What is so amusing?" she exclaimed. "Mom," Bulma replied, her voice tinged with shyness. Instead of acknowledging Bulma at Dr. Briefs, Bunny's attention was fixed on Yamcha, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she smiled and said, "What a handsome young man. How about a date sometime?" Her lively eyes seemed to twinkle flirtatiously at Yamcha. Although Yamcha was not a novice, he could not help but feel uneasy under the playful antics of Bujin. Despite being aware that she was merely jesting without any ulterior motives, his expression faltered. "Mother, you are being ridiculous again." Bulma feigned jealousy as she playfully pouted at Bujin. Noticing her daughter's charming display, Bujin relented, saying, all right, I shall cease my teasing." She then turned her attention back to Yamcha, remarking, "Bulma often speaks of you. Do not disappoint her." It was the first time she had seen Bulma so invested in a boy. "I want tea." Yamcha promptly nodded in affirmation. Just as Bujin was about to continue her banter, Bulma hurriedly grabbed Yamcha's hand and dashed towards her secret hideout, exclaiming, "Mother, father, we have matters to attend to." They swiftly departed. After the commotion caused by her family in front of Yamcha, Bulma felt anxious about how he might perceive her. She quickly reassured him, "Yamcha, my parents can be quite unreliable. You wouldn't think ill of me, would you?" "Not at all," Yamcha replied. "Your parents seem quite fascinating and kind. I could never harbor any negative thoughts." Yamcha spoke with a smile. Seeing his lack of resistance brought warmth to his heart. In Yamcha's eyes, as a member of the world's wealthiest family, he did not exhibit an air of superiority. Instead, he welcomed guests with a charming demeanor, which was both delightful and rare. Before long, they arrived at Bulma's workplace, the hub of her research and development. In the center of a vast factory stood a hemispherical structure, towering at a height of 3 to 4 meters, resembling a mysterious fortress. Bulma beamed with joy, akin to flowers blossoming in the spring, and said, "Yamcha, this is the gravity chamber you have longed for. It is the result of 2 months of my dedicated effort. What do you think?" A proud smile radiated from Bulma's face as she clasped her hands behind her back, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yamcha, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, understood well that this was Bulma's subtle hint, yearning for his praise. "Bulma, you are indeed remarkably intelligent. Nothing seems to pose a challenge for you," Yamcha remarked with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Of course, I am the unparalleled genius, Bulma," she replied, lifting her chin with pride. As their gazes met, an ambiguous atmosphere surged between them, like a tide washing over their eyes. Yamcha found himself increasingly captivated by Bulma's enchanting beauty. Drawing nearer to her involuntarily, he gently placed a kiss upon her charming visage. Bulma, who already resembled a blossoming peach, instantly flushed with embarrassment, akin to a ripe apple. With a playful pout, she pushed Yamcha away. Yamcha understood well that haste would be counterproductive, Thus he ceased to tease Bulma any further. Subsequently, the two immersed themselves in the study of the gravity chamber. Chapter 20. The gravity chamber. The interior of the gravity chamber was replete with intricate and sophisticated equipment. Various dials and control buttons adorned the walls. Bulma pointed to one of the large display screens, which exhibited an array of incomprehensible parameters and complex graphs. This gravity chamber was constructed by me, utilizing the materials at hand, as per your specifications. Theoretically, we can manipulate the gravitational multiplier within this console, Bulma elucidated, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of pride. Yamcha gazed curiously at the array of buttons and inquired, "What is the current gravitational setting for this gravity chamber?" Bulma gently pressed several buttons, and the data on the display flickered momentarily, revealing that the setting commenced at the standard Earth gravity of 1 times. If you wish to give it a try, you may gradually increase the gravity. This will aid in your adaptation and enhance your strength. Yamcha nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation for the gravity chamber. He understood well that training in such a powerful gravitational environment could swiftly enhance his physical abilities and strength. The operation of the gravity chamber was remarkably straightforward. Under Bulma's guidance, Yamcha quickly grasped the method of utilizing it. Eagerly, he turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, please step out for a moment and allow me to test the effects of this gravity chamber." "All right, but do take care," Bulma replied before exiting the gravity chamber and securely closing the door behind her. Once Bulma departed, Yamcha focused his gaze on the control panel. "I shall begin with double gravity," he thought, buzzing with excitement. He adjusted the gravity settings, and with a faint whir of machinery, the gravitational force within the chamber began to gradually intensify. Yamcha immediately sensed the weight bearing down on his body, requiring greater exertion for each movement. "This feels quite good," he remarked with a smile. "Though it is somewhat taxing, it remains within my limits." Under double gravity, Yamcha commenced with some fundamental exercises, such as push-ups and squats. Each movement was slightly more challenging than under normal gravity. However, for Yamcha, it was still relatively effortless, as he had often trained with heavy rocks in the desert. The pressure from double gravity was not nearly as demanding as lifting several hundred pounds of stone. Nevertheless, after half an hour of training, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Soon, having acclimated to the double gravity environment, he decided to increase the gravitational force further. Thus, he continued to test the limits, progressing to 3 times gravity, then 4 times, until he reached 5 times gravity, at which point he began to feel a significant strain. Under 5 times gravity, every movement felt as if he were struggling through a quagmire, his muscles aching from the immense pressure they were enduring. Yamcha understood that the gravity chamber provided the most effective training for him at present. However, due to material constraints, the chamber could only generate a maximum of 60 times Earth's gravity, which was sufficient for Yamcha at this stage. After spending over an hour testing the gravity chamber, he figured that Bulma must be anxiously waiting for him. Subsequently, Yamcha adjusted the gravity back to normal and exited the chamber. By this time, evening had fallen. Bulma was outside, pacing nervously at the entrance. "Bulma, please stop pacing, you're making me dizzy," Oolong grumbled from a nearby stool. Previously, during their escapade at Frying Pan Mountain, its vehicle had been destroyed by Goku, and Bulma had promised to provide Oolong with a new multifunctional capsule. Thus, after parting ways with Goku, Oolong had accompanied Bulma back to West City. Upon arriving, Oolong was captivated by the bustling, modern metropolis. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, the streets teemed with traffic, and advanced technological devices were ubiquitous, not to mention the plethora of girls dressed in revealing attire. Consequently, Oolong settled in contentedly, spending his days wandering through the city and returning to Bulma's home to indulge in culinary delights. Upon hearing Oolong's remark, Bulma halted her pacing, placed her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "What do you know? Yamcha has been in there for so long. How can I not worry?" Yamcha was a martial artist, and his physique was certainly not as fragile as some. Oolong scoffed softly. "What did you say?" just as Bulma was about to retort. The door to the gravity chamber swung open, and Yamcha emerged. With a cheerful demeanor, she rushed toward him. "Yamcha, you've been in there for so long. I was so worried," Bulma said, her brow furrowed but her eyes filled with concern. Yamcha smiled as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "My apologies, Bulma. I was engrossed in testing various gravity levels within the chamber and lost track of time. The effectiveness of this gravity room is truly remarkable. I am quite enamored with it." "That's wonderful," Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Oolong chimed in. "Such a contraption is something only you human martial artists could conceive." He was instantly reminded of the painful experience when Bulma had captured him to conduct tests in the gravity chamber. Even at merely 3 times the gravity, he felt as if he might be crushed. Had he not possessed certain abilities, he surely would have suffered a complete fracture. Yamcha smiled silently. Bulma remarked, "Well, since you're here, let's go have a meal. Today, I've asked the chef to prepare a plethora of delectable dishes." At the mention of gourmet cuisine, Oolong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. To await Yamcha, he had also endured hunger alongside Bulma. With that, Bulma led Yamcha and Oolong toward the dining hall. Before long, they arrived at an opulent restaurant, where a grand table was lavishly adorned with an array of culinary delights, emanating an irresistible aroma. As Yamcha gazed at the sumptuous spread, he realized that his stomach was audibly growling from hunger. The culinary creations of Bulma's family were renowned for their excellence, irresistibly tempting even the gods of destruction and angels, let alone Yamcha. Before Yamcha could take a seat, Oolong dashed over to the table laden with pastries and began to indulge himself. "Yamcha, you've expended quite a bit of energy today. Do hurry and eat. Then I shall not hold back." Yamcha, feeling no need for formality, sat down and began to feast heartily. Bulma, seated nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Yamcha devouring his meal with such fervor. "Take your time. There's no one here to compete with you," she remarked. Yamcha, with his mouth stuffed to the brim, mumbled, "Bulma, your cooking is exquisite. I've exerted far too much energy, and now I am truly famished." After finishing their meal, Yamcha and Bulma ventured into the courtyard. The night sky was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing a touch of coolness. As Bulma gazed up at the celestial expanse, she suddenly inquired, "Yamcha, what drives you to devote yourself so diligently to the martial arts?" Yamcha followed her gaze towards the starry sky, his expression growing serious. "The universe is vast. Could there be extraterrestrials intent on invading Earth? If my strength is not sufficient, how shall I protect you? I once encountered an alien, adorable and charming. How could they possibly wish to invade our world?" Bulma recounted her experience with the alien Gak, as Taisi was off on an adventure, seeking inspiration for her writing when she fortuitously stumbled upon Gak's arrival on Earth. Subsequently, she embarked on an interstellar journey with Gak, a journey that spanned several years, and she found herself missing her sister, who she had not seen in quite some time. It is worth noting that her penchant for adventure was partly influenced by Taisi, who, during their childhood, frequently regaled her with tales of daring exploits. Humanity, like all beings, possesses both virtuous and malevolent tendencies. Extraterrestrials are no exception. The ones you have encountered may belong to the benevolent faction, yet one cannot dismiss the existence of malevolent aliens. Yamcha pondered the Scion race, known for their predatory existence. Bulma let out a gentle sigh. If that were the case, Earth would indeed be perilous. However, with someone as diligent in their training as you, I find a sense of reassurance. Yamcha grasped Bulma's hand and said, "Bulma, you are truly remarkable. The devices you have created have significantly aided my enhancement of strength. However, even without my assistance, your intelligence would render it impossible for extraterrestrial beings to easily invade Earth." Bulma's face flushed once more as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Oh, I'm not as impressive as you say." She then nestled into Yamcha's embrace. A night of silence ensued. Chapter 21. The first breakthrough of limits in the following period. Yamcha shamelessly took up residence at Bulma's home, as he had nowhere else to go. After all, Bulma's house was the most comfortable place on the entire planet, a fact even the proud Scion Prince could not dispute. Thus, Yamcha settled in comfortably. Apart from dedicating time each day to accompany Bulma, he spent the majority of his time in the gravity chamber. Within that chamber, Yamcha resumed his daily training regimen. Familiar with the surroundings, he adjusted the gravity to 5 times its normal level, instantly rendering the entire space thick and breathing increasingly laborious. Yamcha inhaled deeply, striving to steady his breath. He commenced a series of intricate training maneuvers, such as rapid combinations of punches and kicks. Yet, each strike and kick became exceedingly arduous. His speed and strength were significantly constrained. Before long, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, pooling on the ground beneath him. His garments were thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to his form, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any inclination to surrender. After persevering under 5 times the normal gravity for a while, Yamcha realized that his stamina was depleting rapidly. Aware of the necessity to avoid overexerting himself, he resolved to temporarily cease the high-intensity training and shifted to simpler stretching exercises to relax his body. During the stretching, he could feel his muscles quivering under the weight of gravity, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. He understood that only through such trials could he emerge stronger. After a brief respite, Yamcha decided to challenge his limits once more. He increased the gravity by an additional 0.5 times, reaching an imposing 5 times normal gravity. At that moment, he felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, making each breath a laborious task. He attempted some basic movement drills, but discovered that his legs felt as heavy as lead. Nonetheless, he resolutely took each step, akin to a traveler struggling against a tempest. As time progressed, Yamcha gradually found a semblance of balance under 5 times the gravity. He began to practice some fundamental combat techniques. Although his movements lacked the fluidity they possessed under normal conditions, he sensed his body adapting and growing stronger in this extreme environment. In the gravity chamber, Yamcha battled alone against the formidable force of gravity, as well as steadfast as steel, relentlessly pushing his boundaries as he aspired to reach greater heights of strength. It was impossible to discern how much time had elapsed when he felt his stamina nearing its limits. Aware that he could not continue, he slowly reverted the gravity back to normal. In that moment of restoration, he felt his body become astonishingly light, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, gasping for breath, yet his face radiated a smile of satisfaction. He knew that the training he had undergone in the gravity chamber that day had yielded remarkable results, and he felt on the verge of surpassing his limits. Half a month swiftly passed, during which Yamcha dedicated each day to rigorous training. On this particular day, while immersed in a sevenfold gravity environment, he suddenly sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. His body felt as if it had been ignited, every cell rejoicing in exhilaration. This sensation was extraordinary, as though all the pressure he had previously endured had transformed into a source of propulsion, driving him toward a higher echelon of strength. Yamcha tightly shut his eyes, wholly immersed in the sensations coursing through his body. He could perceive the subtle reconfiguration of his muscles, becoming firmer and more resilient, as if meticulously forged from steel. The fatigue that had accumulated from excessive exertion gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexhaustible vitality. His breath transformed into something extraordinary. The once sluggish flow within his body now resembled a smooth, babbling brook, swiftly coursing through his meridians, with an ever-increasing volume. Each inhalation felt as though he were absorbing the very essence of the universe, fortifying his physique further still. Yamcha endeavored to stretch his body and discovered a remarkable enhancement in both his speed and strength. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the apex of the gravity chamber. Landing with utter silence, akin to a feather drifting to the ground, he unleashed a punch, and the ensuing gust of wind whistled past, generating a powerful current that spiraled into a miniature whirlwind within the gravity chamber, an unprecedented manifestation of strength he had never before attained. His senses had also sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could distinctly perceive each subtle sound emitted by the machinery of the gravity chamber as if these sounds were magnified several times in his ears. He could even detect the minute temperature variations along the walls of the chamber and trace the delicate movements of dust particles in the air. Yamcha, brimming with excitement, realized that he had finally transcended his limits. This breakthrough was not merely a matter of enhanced strength, it signified a profound new awareness of his own potential, which had now intensified. Indeed, when he accessed his personal attributes, astonishment washed over his features. Name: Yamcha. Combat power: 120 mental strength, 10 talent points, 200 skills. New Wukong fist, afterimage fist, air dance technique, Kamehameha, explosive state. In a single breakthrough, his talent surged by 50 points, equivalent to the accumulation of over a year of diligent training. Although he had never ceased his practice, and, combined with prior system rewards, had only achieved 150 talent points before the breakthrough, the sudden elevation to 200 brought him immense joy. Clearly, surpassing human limits resulted in a temporary enhancement of talent, not as a reward from the system, but as a gift from the very laws governing the world. Moreover, his combat power skyrocketed from 99 to an impressive 120, marking a significant leap in growth. After familiarizing himself with his new physique, Yamcha opted not to continue his training. Instead, he exited the gravity chamber, understanding that a balance of work and rest is paramount. Upon leaving the gravity chamber, Yamcha discovered Bulma busily engaged in her laboratory. The moment Bulma laid eyes on him, she sensed something unusual and, with a smile, remarked, "Our training fanatic Yamcha, what brings you out of the gravity chamber?" To which he playfully replied, "Of course, I came to see our beautiful genius." Yamcha chuckled, uttering nothing but sweet words. Bulma shot him a glance, fully aware that he was merely attempting to please her. I have broken through. With that, Yamcha extended his right arm to showcase his bicep. Is that so? Bulma, well acquainted with Yamcha's circumstances, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing his breakthrough. Indeed, he is the boy I have always believed in, she remarked with a smile. Chapter 22. The World Martial Arts Tournament. After a brief respite, Yamcha immersed himself once again in rigorous training. Following his physical breakthrough, his combat prowess began to ascend once more. On this day, he adjusted the gravity settings in the gravity chamber to a staggering 10 times Earth's gravity. Do not underestimate this level. A tenfold gravitational environment is considered advanced in the cosmos, akin to planets like Vegeta or the one inhabited by King Kai. With such tremendous weight, the burden became formidable. Given Yamcha's current weight of 150 pounds, he was now subjected to an astonishing 500 pounds of pressure. Unlike his previous training in the desert, where he often trained under heavy loads, but was limited by equipment to merely carrying large stones, he found it challenging to engage his entire body. Now, in the gravity chamber, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Even he could not help but feel his legs quivering, as if a colossal mountain were resting upon his back. The experience of tenfold gravity was indeed unparalleled. Previously, he had only managed to endure 8 times the gravity, and this marked his inaugural attempt at 10 times. Due to the limitations of human physiology on Earth, the adaptation to the gravity chamber did not occur as swiftly as it did for the Saiyans. The period during which Goku experienced the most rapid growth in strength was in the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, where his power surged from 500 or 600 to an astonishing 6,000, highlighting the significance of this gravitational threshold. After 3 arduous days, Yamcha finally acclimated to the tenfold gravity, resulting in a further enhancement of his combat power by 20 points. Yamcha chose not to blindly increase the gravity, but instead continued his training under tenfold gravity. After all, with his current battle power of 140, he had yet to fully harness the training effects of such an intense environment. Indeed, Sun Wukong managed to elevate his strength to 6,000 under the same conditions. Of course, Sun Wukong's remarkable achievement was largely due to the guidance of the North Kai. Now, however, Yamcha had to rely solely on himself. Even if he couldn't match Sun Wukong, he could certainly enhance his power by several tiers. A week later, just as Yamcha was preparing to resume his daily training, Bulma approached him with news. She informed him that the world's martial arts tournament was about to take place. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Due to his rigorous training, he had lost track of time and was, of course, unaware of the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma, on the other hand, was well informed about the tournament, as her company, the largest capsule enterprise on Earth, was a sponsor of the event. Knowing how passionate her boyfriend was about martial arts, she felt it only natural to notify him. It is also worth mentioning that over the past month, Yamcha and Bulma had officially confirmed their romantic relationship. Although there may be a hint of him being dependent on her, Yamcha was not one to be bogged down by such trivialities. What mattered to him was the connection he shared with Bulma. If their emotional bond were to fade, he would not cling to her. Indeed, there was just a week left until the tournament, and he had heard that many formidable martial artists would be participating. At that time, Yamcha, you can engage in some friendly sparring with them, Bulma said with a smile. As Yamcha immersed himself in his training, he lost track of time, which inevitably reduced the moments they could share together. Though Bulma was not the type to cling, a twinge of jealousy lingered in her heart. She contemplated the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, hoping to cherish some quality time together and alleviate her worries. Yamcha contemplated the matter and found it to be indeed true. A harmonious balance between work and rest is essential. Furthermore, engaging in exchanges with other martial artists serves as an excellent means to enhance one's cultivation. Most importantly, participating in martial arts tournaments provides an opportunity to accrue system rewards. After all, merely relying on training to elevate his innate abilities beyond those of Sun Wukong is evidently insufficient. Considering his 6 months of training at Korin Tower, it is time for the Earth to recognize the existence of Yamcha. Yamcha, having assessed his own strength through the system, felt a surge of confidence. With a smile, he turned to Bulma and inquired, Bulma, would you like to possess the championship trophy of the World Martial Arts Tournament? In an instant, Bulma grasped Yamcha's intentions. She shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, you've only trained for a little over 10 years, and you already aspire to be champion? That's quite ambitious of you. However, she added, though my training duration is brief, being associated with Yamcha, I simply cannot settle for anything less than first place. Yamcha spoke with a relaxed demeanor. The following day, the two of them, accompanied by Oolong, embarked on a journey to the island hosting the renowned World Martial Arts Tournament. Initially, Yamcha had no intention of bringing along the rather unsavory pig, but upon hearing tales of the numerous beautiful women attending the event, Oolong persisted with Bulma, compelling her to include him in their travels. Reluctantly, Bulma acquiesced, and thus, their intimate duo was interrupted by the presence of an unwelcome third wheel. After 4 hours of flight, they finally arrived at the bustling island. It was evident that the tournament had drawn a massive crowd, teeming with people, its popularity rivaling that of the Olympic Games in a previous era. Hurry, Yamcha. I've heard that participants must register beforehand, or they will be barred from competing. Bulma urged, tugging at Yamcha as they rushed towards a densely populated area. Bulma, you are remarkably well informed, he remarked. With a smile, Yamcha remarked, of course. Didn't you say you would help me secure the first place? I must investigate thoroughly. I cannot let such trivial matters slip by. Upon arriving at the registration area, a distinct atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Outside the island, a throng of ordinary spectators buzzed with excitement, while at the registration point stood a cadre of formidable martial artists, each radiating the dazzling brilliance of their respective schools, representing the elite from various factions across the earth. With his current level of perception, Yamcha effortlessly gauged the prowess of these warriors, noting that they posed little threat to him at this point in his journey. The majority exhibited combat strength around the score of 10, with only a select few surpassing that mark. Just as Yamcha began to feel a sense of ennui, he suddenly sensed a significant surge of energy behind him, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. He swiftly turned to see 3 figures approaching, 2 smaller ones and 1 larger, reminiscent of 3 shooting stars streaking across the sky, none other than the long-missed Master Roshi, Goku, and a bald young boy. Yamcha naturally recognized that the bald young man was Krillin and was taken aback to find that Krillin had, following the memories of his past life, become a disciple under Master Roshi. What Yamcha had just sensed was the presence of both Sun Wukong and Krillin. While Master Roshi's aura was remarkably subdued, akin to an unfathomable abyss, tranquil as though he were an ordinary person. Following Yamcha's gaze, Bulma also caught sight of Wukong and the others, and immediately scampered over to greet them like a joyful little bird. Wukong. Bulma waved at Sun Wukong. The wandering Wukong immediately noticed Yamcha and Bulma, responding with enthusiasm. Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha. Subsequently, greetings were exchanged among the group. Master Roshi, who trailed behind Sun Wukong, displayed a slight change in expression as a ripple of unease stirred within him. It was noteworthy that during the Bread Mountain incident, Yamcha's aura surged like raging waves. And even from hundreds of meters away, he could distinctly sense Yamcha's brilliance. Yet now, with only 100 meters between them, he was unable to detect Yamcha's former radiance, which now exuded a similar, reigned in intensity to his own. It seemed that through training with Karen Tower, Yamcha had mastered the manipulation of his aura to a considerable degree. This realization struck him with astonishment. After all, his own mastery of aura manipulation had required 300 years of cultivation on Earth, alongside training at Karen Tower. However, considering that Yamcha possessed the same innate talent as Sun Wukong, it was understandable. As for Sun Wukong, due to the constraints of time, he had yet to impart the technique of aura suppression to him. Nevertheless, after 6 months of training, Wukong's explosive growth and strength brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 23. Registration. While Master Roshi was assessing Yamcha, Yamcha activated his system to observe Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. The personal attributes of Master Roshi had not undergone any significant change, but the most notable transformation was in Sun Wukong. When they parted ways, Sun Wukong's combat power was merely 15. After a mere 6 months of separation, it had surged to an impressive 39, more than doubling. He had also acquired a plethora of skills, including the explosive mode of the Turtle Sage, demonstrating remarkable growth. Subsequently, Yamcha turned his gaze toward Krillin. Name: Krillin. Combat power: 18 mental strength, 9 talent points, 80 skills, Dodon Ray, running speed, Kamehameha. Indeed, Krillin's innate talent was formidable, albeit slightly inferior to his original self. Nevertheless, he ranked among the most gifted individuals on Earth, especially considering his ability to master the solar flare. However, in comparison to the current Sun Wukong, his combat power fell significantly short, not to mention when juxtaposed with Yamcha's. After observing Yamcha for a while, the Turtle Sage shifted his attention, reverting to his former carefree demeanor. His shifty eyes, akin to a ravenous wolf, leered at Bulma. In this tranquil era of peace, the turtle sage had long since lost his ambition for martial arts, having partaken of the fountain of youth, granting him an interminable lifespan. He sought amusement to pass the time, and as a man, his greatest pleasure lay in admiring beauty. It recalled a widely circulated street interview from a bygone era, where a reporter asked an elderly gentleman passing by, "Sir, what is your secret to longevity?" The old man proudly replied, "I make it a point to gaze upon lovely ladies daily, nothing more, just to keep my spirits high." Clearly, the turtle sage embodied this philosophy. Although Yamcha was well aware that the turtle sage bore no ill intentions, the sight of the old man leering at Bulma made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. In an instant, he materialized between the turtle sage and Bulma like an indomitable wall, blocking the old man's gaze. The turtle sage, undeterred, shifted his position like a cunning fox, attempting various angles, but Yamcha steadfastly thwarted him at every turn. This playful exchange between the two resembled children at play, naturally catching the attention of Sun Wukong and Bulma. Bulma understood that Yamcha was standing up for her and refrained from intervening, instead engaging in light conversation with Sun Wukong, during which she got to know Krillin. Frustrated by his inability to admire beauty freely, the turtle sage was consumed by rage, his face flushing as he glared at Yamcha, exclaiming, "You little brat! Have you grown wings to dare obstruct my path?" Yamcha scratched his head innocently and remarked, "I'm merely here to help you stretch your limbs." The turtle hermit let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond further. Soon enough, it was their turn to register. After all, today was merely for sign-ups. A rather uncomplicated procedure requiring only the recording of one's name, age, and school, along with the payment of a registration fee. The actual competition would commence the following day, featuring the preliminary selection for the martial arts tournament. The registration desk was rather rudimentary, with 3 sharply dressed youths seated behind a long table measuring 5 or 6 meters. One of these young men was familiar to Yamcha. He was the host who would later preside over the martial arts events for many years to come, clad in a suit and sunglasses, with golden curly hair. He epitomized the spirit of martial arts throughout the Dragon Ball universe, exuding professionalism and ensuring fair judgments. "Name?" inquired the youth beside the host, his tone remarkably calm. "Son Goku," came the reply. "Age?" 12. The interrogator scrutinized Goku from head to toe, internally musing that he had expected a shorter stature, only to discover that he was indeed a mere child. However, as there was no distinction between adult and children's divisions in the current tournament, Goku's name was duly recorded. He genuinely worried about Goku potentially getting hurt in the arena, especially considering that the preceding contestants were all towering and formidable men. "School?" Goku pondered for a moment before responding, "Came school." The host, who had been sitting idly, suddenly perked up, softly exclaiming, "Came school. Now that is an ancient and illustrious sect." The youth responsible for the questioning turned to the host, saying, "Pulse, you actually know about this school." Pulse, the host, smiled as he elaborated, "You must understand, my family has inherited this legacy for over a century, with members of my family serving as hosts for every martial arts tournament. Furthermore, Kame School has secured numerous martial arts championships, and our family records boast 2 exceptionally formidable warriors, one named Gohan and the other known as the Ox King." Upon hearing Pulse's words, the other 2 individuals at the registration desk no longer dared to underestimate the diminutive Son Goku. Pulse expressed a hint of regret as he continued, "However, in the last 5 or 6 tournaments, there have been no participants from Kame School, resulting in a lack of thrilling battles. With their participation now, I genuinely look forward to the upcoming events." Of course, Pulse was unaware that the turtle hermit had secretly participated multiple times, albeit under a different name. At the praise directed towards him, a smile of gratification blossomed on the turtle hermit's face. Next, it was Krillin's turn. With the precedent set by Goku, the registrars no longer underestimated Krillin. After Goku and Krillin completed their registration, it was finally the turtle hermit's turn. However, he made no move, instead looking at Yamcha and saying, "Kid, it's your turn. Are you not participating, old man?" Yamcha inquired with a beaming smile. "I have grown old and weary. This realm now belongs to the youth." The turtle sage replied with a hearty chuckle. Yamcha refrained from further elaboration, simply providing his name and age, while he inscribed Wolf Fong's style in the sect column. After enduring rigorous training under Karinta, his martial prowess had ascended to the upper echelons on Earth. Establishing his own school was, therefore, a natural progression. Upon departing from the registration area, Bulma suggested they explore the surroundings. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. I must find a restroom." "You all go ahead." Bulma couldn't help but quip. "You really have the worst luck, you old pervert." "What can I say? Age takes its toll," Master Roshi chuckled, swiftly making his way into the crowd. Yamcha's lips curled into a sly smile as his gaze fell upon the agile figure of Master Roshi. He pondered internally. The old master moved with such vigor that he could not possibly be unwell. Although it is true that even martial artists are not immune to all ailments. As anticipated, under Yamcha's keen perception, Master Roshi, upon merging with the crowd, did not head to the restroom but rather veered aside to a secluded spot, where he changed into a new outfit. He transformed into an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair a silver white, and his posture remarkably upright. Had it not been for Yamcha's attentive observation, one could hardly conceive any connection between these two individuals based solely on appearance. Even their auras were starkly different. It was evident that Master Roshi's centuries of experience had not been in vain, as he possessed numerous subtle techniques. Subsequently, he made his way directly to the registration desk, prompting Yamcha to divert his attention elsewhere. Thankfully, his presence as a mere butterfly had not disturbed the unfolding narrative. Otherwise, this martial arts tournament would have been utterly mundane. Yamcha mused silently. Chapter 24. The preliminary matches commenced to cater to the immense audience's desires. The organizers exerted every effort. The entire island resembled a bustling metropolis, brimming with an array of dazzling goods and a myriad of delectable cuisines. The vibrancy surpassed even the most prosperous districts of West City. After a day filled with joyous revelry, the crowd gradually retreated to their hotels for rest. The following day marked the official commencement of the martial arts tournament's preliminary rounds. This event was particularly lively, with hundreds of martial artists participating, albeit with varying levels of skill. To enhance the competition's appeal, a preliminary round was arranged prior to the official matches, designed to select the top 8 contenders from the multitude of martial artists for the main event. The preliminary arena comprised 4 square platforms. Any participant who fell off the stage or conceded defeat would be immediately eliminated. Yamcha, alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin, stood together, while the turtle hermit, disguised as Qinlong, deliberately distanced himself, retreating to a shadowy corner. Among all the competitors, Krillin and Sun Wukong were the youngest and smallest in stature. Observing the towering and muscular fighters around them, Krillin could not suppress his trembling. Despite enduring rigorous training with Sun Wukong, they had never faced other martial artists, leaving him feeling quite anxious. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard approached the center of the ring, clutching a microphone, and stammered, "Today marks the quinquennial World Martial Arts Tournament, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the martial artists who have journeyed from afar, enduring great hardships. This year, we have a total of 137 participants." Clearly, the scale and prowess of this year's competitors left him quite intimidated. With such formidable martial artists numbering 137, can we truly stand a chance against them? Krillin expressed his trepidation, his thoughts still haunted by past experiences of being bullied at Korin Tower, instinctively fearful of the imposing Orcish fighters and martial artists surrounding him. Yamcha chuckled, remarking, "We have indeed put in considerable effort. These individuals may appear tall and formidable, yet they possess little real strength." Sun Wukong, however, remained unfazed. At this moment, though he could not sense the aura of his opponents, he had never shied away from a challenge. Yamcha was not one to deceive us, and Sun Wukong held a deep trust in him. Is that truly the case? Krillin inquired with a hint of skepticism. Just then, a towering figure with a muscular build and a prominent quiff of golden hair overheard Yamcha's words. Feeling belittled by the trio of diminutive companions, he shot them a furious glare. Striding forward with the pride of a lion, he approached Yamcha and his companions, his fists colliding thunderously against his chest, echoing like the roar of thunder. Krillin, already on edge, now felt like a startled bird and instinctively sought refuge behind Sun Wukong and Yamcha. Yamcha shook his head helplessly, pondering that at this moment, Krillin still had not recognized his true standing. Yamcha stepped forward, standing tall and straight like a pine tree before the muscular man with yellow hair, and proclaimed, "What's the matter? Are you looking for trouble?" The yellow-haired brute let out a derisive snort, retorting, "It's you, this ignorant fool, who dares to claim we lack strength, boasting with such audacity. With just one hand, I can make you regret coming here. If you dare to strike, I'll ensure you leave here on a stretcher." A confident smile curled at the corners of Yamcha's mouth. Due to the prohibition of private duels outside the competition arena, the yellow-haired man was merely posturing, not intending to actually engage in combat, merely mimicking a throat-cutting gesture towards Yamcha. Soon, the competition officially commenced. As it was a preliminary round, the skill levels of the contestants varied greatly. Some matches, in Yamcha's eyes, seemed akin to children playing house, devoid of any entertainment value. Only when he encountered familiar characters from the narrative did he find a modicum of amusement. His gaze was fixed upon Qianlong, who was disguised as the Turtle Hermit, hoping to glean some useful techniques from him. As he had anticipated, the Turtle Hermit's battle concluded swiftly. The opponent was caught completely off guard and met his end before he could react. The adversary resembled a paper tiger, utterly incapable of showcasing the Turtle Hermit's prowess. With a single move, he dispatched his opponent as effortlessly as autumn winds sweep away fallen leaves. Before long, it was Sun Wukong's turn to take the stage. Contestant number 93, Sun Wukong, please come to the arena, announced the bald elder overseeing the preliminary match, holding a notepad in hand, his voice resonating loudly. It's my time to shine. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a confident smile. His opponent was a hefty figure resembling a small mountain, clad in a wrestling singlet, who, upon entering the arena, attempted to seize Sun Wukong with his oversized hands, akin to palm leaves. However, he had clearly underestimated Sun Wukong. With a ghostly swiftness, Sun Wukong darted behind the corpulent opponent. Before the hefty contender could react, he felt as though his legs had been struck by a mighty hammer. An irresistible force surged forth, causing his body to lose balance and tumble to the ground like a kite severed from its string. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Sun Wukong. In that fleeting moment, as he appeared behind the stout figure, he merely extended a single finger, lightly tapping the opponent's leg as delicately as a dragonfly touching the water's surface. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly robust behemoth collapsed effortlessly. It was only after the referee declared Sun Wukong the victor that he reflected on the vast disparity in strength between himself and these ordinary competitors. His triumph left the spectators, fellow contestants, in a state of disbelief, as they speculated whether the rotund figure had merely stumbled due to his own clumsiness rather than being bested by Sun Wukong. Next to compete was Krillin, facing his fellow disciple from the dueling monastery, a tall, slender figure clad in a simple yellow training outfit. He stepped onto the platform with an air of arrogance, exuding confidence as if victory were assured. However, Krillin felt an innate dread in the presence of the monk from dueling monastery, his body seemingly weighed down by lead, immobilized by fear. The tall, lean monk, detecting Krillin's trepidation, revealed a cruel smile, and in the next instant, he moved with remarkable speed, intent on easily knocking Krillin off the stage. Yet, to the astonishment of many, Krillin instinctively launched a kick that sent the lanky monk hurtling out of the ring, once again shocking the assembled competitors. As the preliminary matches progressed swiftly, each lasting only a minute, it soon became time for Yamcha to take the stage. His opponent was none other than the troublesome yellow-haired, slicked-back contender from earlier, dressed in a white training outfit with a black belt cinched at the waist. The yellow-haired fighter's attire made it clear to Yamcha that he was a practitioner of Taekwondo. In the previous world, Taekwondo was often regarded as mere showmanship among martial arts, and in this realm it lacked any significant power. Before the match commenced, the yellow-haired fighter showcased his skills with an array of flamboyant leg movements, seemingly flaunting his prowess to Yamcha. The crowd, in turn, responded with enthusiastic applause following his performance. However, when the whistle signaled the start of the match, the yellow-haired fighter lunged at Yamcha, executing a high kick aimed directly at his head. Yamcha, having awaited this moment, observed the myriad openings in his opponent's exaggerated kick with a disdainful expression. With a deft motion, he seized the powerful leg and, with a gentle flick, tossed the yellow-haired fighter aside, bringing an end to the farcical display. Although the preliminary rounds featured numerous competitors, they concluded within a single day. Shortly thereafter, the 8 finalists for the world's foremost martial arts tournament were announced. Yamcha, the barbarian, Master Roshi, Nanwu, the monstrous Jirabi, Krillin, Lan Fong, and Wukong. On this day of competition, he participated in 4 matches. However, due to the lack of prowess displayed by his opponents, the system awarded him a mere single talent point, thus conserving 10 days of training. He did not mind this scant reward, for he believed that through persistent accumulation, his talent would eventually reach a level that would astound the entire world. As another day passed, the formal competition commenced like a grand celebration. The venue was an expansive arena, dominated by a towering platform measuring 50 by 50 meters, resembling a sacred stage. In front of the platform, 5 to 6 meters wide passageways had been left on the left and right sides, as if tailored for the audience, while the rear was encircled by a 1-2-meter high fence, standing like loyal sentinels to separate the crowd. Anyone who stepped onto the small island could witness this remarkable contest. At this moment, the martial arts tournament had not yet evolved into the grand spectacles of a decade later, where events were held in sports arenas, providing the audience with comfortable seating and opportunities for ticket sales and profit. The onlookers of today could only stand like stately poplar trees, observing the unfolding events. Before long, a bespectacled man with golden hair and blue eyes, sporting a little mustache, ascended the platform like a star. He was the host of the competition, Pulse. With a gentle cough, he commanded silence like a conductor, and then began to elucidate the rules of the contest. Essentially, the martial arts tournament was a pure contest of skill, forbidding the use of weapons or external forces, and strictly prohibiting underhanded tactics such as targeting an opponent's eyes. Falling out of the arena, conceding defeat, or being knocked down would all be deemed as failures. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Yamcha, Sun Goku, and Krillin gathered together like close companions, engaged in lively conversation. Alongside them were 5 others, a blue-haired old man, resembling a cunning fox, a vibrant young girl, akin to a blooming flower, a tall, slender monk, reminiscent of a stately pine, a winged dinosaur man, appearing as a mysterious messenger from ancient times, and lastly, a burly savage, resembling a moving mountain. The barbarian, with his abundant hair, strode heavily, each step resonating like thunder as he approached the group. The odor emanating from him was unbearable. Even a slight proximity elicited a pungent assault on the nostrils. At that moment, Pulse approached, holding a folder, and announced loudly, "Attention everyone, all participants in the competition, please gather here." Once everyone had gathered, the host arranged the order of the matches according to the draw. The first match featured the barbarian facing off against Krillin, the second saw Chen Long battling Yamcha, the third pitted Lan Fong against Nameless, and the fourth had Sun Wukong contesting against the monstrous Jerebi. On the arena, Pulse stood between the barbarian and Krillin, one hand clutching a towel over his nose while the other held a microphone. He introduced, "This diminutive figure is contestant Krillin, the youngest participant this year at merely 13 years of age." He then gestured toward the towering barbarian behind him, stating, "And this imposing, foul-smelling individual is the barbarian. He has never bathed a day in his life." As Pulse's words sank in, the audience began to react, pinching their noses in response to the overwhelming stench that wafted through the air, reaching even those seated several meters away from the ring. The spectators, keenly focused on the match, shifted their attention to Krillin, astounded that someone so young could partake in such a competition. "This martial arts tournament is losing its credibility," lamented a middle-aged man with a scornful tone. "How short-sighted you are, sir. Krillin is a disciple of the esteemed Master Roshi and possesses considerable prowess," retorted Bulma, her temper flaring as she pointed accusingly at the man. Their verbal sparring was soon drowned out by the cheers of the audience. Before the battle had even commenced, Krillin was already sweating profusely, acutely aware of the significant height difference between himself and the barbarian. To gain a clear view of his opponent, he was forced to tilt his head back. Moreover, he recalled that during the preliminaries, all the contestants who faced the barbarian had succumbed to the overwhelming stench. Even though Krillin himself was rather insensitive to odors, he was nonetheless gripped by an innate fear and anxiety over the foul smell. And thus, the first match commenced. As the rhythmic beats of the drums resounded, the battle between Klin and the barbarian commenced in earnest. Although Klin's heart raced, he maintained a poised and impeccable offensive stance. In contrast, the barbarian erupted into boisterous laughter, extending his arms wide, allowing the foul stench emanating from his armpits to waft freely into the air. It was evident that the barbarian's assault had already commenced, albeit in an intangible manner. In an instant, an overwhelming miasma, far more potent than before, enveloped Klin. Having witnessed this tactic multiple times, Klin felt the noxious wave envelop his entire being, and under its psychological influence, he found himself becoming disoriented, his combat prowess having in an instant. As the barbarian approached with heavy strides, Klin instinctively retreated. With each advance of the barbarian, Klin took a step back. Just as the barbarian believed victory was assured, he struck. His right hand arced toward the dazed Klin, seemingly intent on seizing him. However, in a surprising turn of events, Klin propelled himself upward with a powerful push, evading the barbarian's grasp with remarkable agility. The barbarian, chuckling, turned to him and remarked, "Impressive, little one, Your agility is commendable. Now, allow me to demonstrate my technique, the stench storm. With a wide grin, the barbarian unleashed a foul breath directly at Tien. This putrid exhalation was far more acrid than the stench wafting from the barbarian's body and armpits, a noxious concoction filled with innumerable bacteria and viruses that surged toward Tien. The barbarian's breath was akin to a biochemical weapon, and Tien, who had barely managed to withstand the previous foulness, found his limbs growing weak, utterly forgetting his defenses. Yet, the barbarian was not finished. After rubbing his hand on his nether regions, he summoned an even more overwhelming stench that enveloped his right hand. With a wicked grin, he pointed a finger at Tien's forehead. In an instant, Tien felt as if struck by lightning. His body dulled, his vision blurred, and he succumbed. His combat effectiveness reduced to nothing as he collapsed in a daze. Chapter 26. Inside and outside the arena at this moment, Pulse had donned a gas mask and, witnessing Tien's collapse, immediately began his commentary. It hasn't been long since the battle commenced, and the contestant Tien has already fallen. The combination of foul breath and putrid stench from the barbarian's assault is unbearable for anyone to withstand. Such a revolting tactic. Tien rise. The barbarian's grotesque maneuvers, which had initially drawn skepticism from the audience regarding Tien's chances, now prompted them to rally behind him with encouragement. After a brief pause, Tien finally regained his senses and stood once more. Come on. Tien steeled himself and spoke in a low voice. Before he could even observe the barbarian, he was firmly seized by the latter, who lifted him effortlessly. The barbarian then tightened his grip around Tien's neck with great force. In the eyes of the barbarian, there was no distinction between child and adult. Not only did the barbarian exude an unpleasant odor, but his strength was formidable, constricting Tien's breath with an overwhelming pressure. As the barbarian's grip intensified, Tien's face flushed crimson, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Tien, you can do it, urged the crowd in Yamcha, igniting a spark of determination within Tien. With a mighty effort, he broke free from the barbarian's grasp and delivered a swift kick that sent the barbarian tumbling to the ground. Instantly, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, clearly relishing the sight of the foul-smelling barbarian being thwarted. Damn little brat, the barbarian muttered as he rose, clearly infuriated by Tien's recent attack. With a menacing glare, he advanced steadily, while Tien retreated, soon finding himself cornered against the edge of the ring. One more step back, and he would tumble off the platform. Observing the barbarian adopting a defensive stance, Tien realized he lacked the confidence for a decisive strike. Despite the barbarian's seemingly clumsy movements, his martial prowess was not to be underestimated. After all, those who had survived the preliminary rounds were known novices in the art of combat. Suddenly, Tien spotted a significant defensive opening beneath the barbarian's waist. He swiftly maneuvered his body toward this gap, seeking to escape the barbarian's oppressive hold. Just as Tien was about to slip through, the barbarian unexpectedly sat down heavily, landing squarely atop Tien. Oh no! The weight of the barbarian, several hundred pounds, caused Tien to cry out in distress. However, Tien, having undergone the arduous training under Master Roshi alongside Sun Wukong, quickly adapted. Just as the barbarian was about to continue pressing his weight down on Tien swiftly turned and, with both hands, lifted the entire posterior of the barbarian. Realizing he could no longer apply pressure, the barbarian remained unfazed and revealed a sinister smile to Tien. With a powerful motion, the barbarian directed his internal energy towards his abdomen, and with a resounding sound, an indescribable stench enveloped Tien instantly. Yamcha, witnessing the scene from the sidelines, felt a wave of nausea and wished to unleash a Kamehameha wave upon the barbarian. Already struggling against the barbarian's weight, Tien suddenly succumbed once more, enduring another round of the barbarian's relentless pressure. But that was not the end. The barbarian stood up and began to stomp forcefully on Tien. After more than 10 stomps, Tien lay unresponsive, prompting the referee to signal the barbarian to cease his actions. 10-9. Pulse began the countdown. At this moment, the audience erupted in anger, eager to rush forward and teach the detestable barbarian a lesson. Among them, Sun Wukong, most familiar with Tien, recalled their shared training under Master Roshi, where they lived and trained together, allowing him to understand Tien's habits. In his memory, Tien was remarkably insensitive to odors, so he wondered why, like the others, Tien was now troubled by the barbarian's foul stench. He then called out to Tien, don't you lack a nose? That stench is merely an illusion to you. Rise and defeat that barbarian. Initially dazed, Tien regained his senses upon hearing Sun Wukong's encouragement. Indeed, he found himself ensnared in the psychological trap of collective fear. Observing those around him avoiding the barbarian like the plague, compounded by the barbarian's tangible foul odor. However, with Sun Wukong's clarification of his misconception, Clin suddenly felt no trace of the stench. As the referee counted to 3, Clin rose once again. Armed with Sun Wukong's reminder, he cast aside his timidness and showcased the results of his training. In an instant, the barbarian's 3-pronged assault lost its efficacy, and with just a few strikes, Clin brought him down. The victor is Clin. Upon Pulse's announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers, while the barbarian was ignored by all. Soon after, several security personnel, pinching their noses, dragged the unconscious barbarian away. In the backstage lounge, Lan Fang was applying lipstick in front of a mirror when a lecherous old man approached her, asking in a serious tone, "Excuse me, miss, what is your name?" This old man was none other than Master Rashi disguised as Qianlong. "I am Lan Fang. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Faced with the playful teasing of Master Rashi, Lan Fang exhibited none of the typical shyness associated with young women, instead responding with a playful wink. "Oh, I am Qianlong. Who is your opponent in the competition?" Master Rashi inquired. "It's that handsome young man over there," Lan Fang indicated, pointing to a youth in the distance who was in a meditative pose, hands clasped together, resembling a monk. Master Rashi was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Lan Fang and then at the young man with closed eyes, realizing that this monk-like figure possessed an allure that surpassed his own. Subsequently, Master Rashi approached the monk, tapping him on the arm and exclaiming, "Hey, you are truly enviable." However, the young monk remained unperturbed by Master Rashi's provocations, which piqued the old master's interest in the young man. Master Rashi then focused his gaze intently, as if a beam of light were directed towards the monk. Yamcha, who had been observing Master Rashi, could not help but smile, for his system had detected that Master Rashi was employing a unique technique, a resonance of mental waves. This technique involved mimicking the mental frequency of another, achieving a state of resonance. While the execution of this technique was not particularly challenging, understanding its nuances and the vast experience required to master it were formidable hurdles. For Yamcha, however, these challenges posed no obstacle. After several attempts, he grasped the fundamentals of the technique, which was essentially a form of telepathy. Although telepathy could not be used in combat, it was invaluable for discerning human intentions. Thus, Yamcha eagerly adopted it. His purpose for participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament extended beyond seeking fame. He also aimed to glean further insights from Master Rashi. With the Kamehameha wave and the explosive wave already acquired, this marked the third skill Yamcha had surreptitiously learned from the old master. Having mastered telepathy, Yamcha mimicked Master Rashi's demeanor and directed his focus towards the monk. In the next moment, the thoughts of the monk, Nam, materialized in Yamcha's mind. Chapter 27. Yamcha versus Master Rashi. Although present at the competition, Nam's thoughts were tethered to his homeland, a desolate region beset by relentless drought, where crops had nearly failed and villagers struggled to secure even the most basic necessities of water and food. If the village could not replenish its water supply, a survival crisis loomed for all. "I cannot afford to lose. The fate bestowed upon me must be altered by my own hands," Nam resolutely contemplated. As these thoughts consumed him, his hands instinctively clenched, as if rallying himself, even while ignoring the surrounding crowd as he began to shadowbox. "Young man, your spirit is truly remarkable," someone remarked. Master Rashi observed the oblivious Nam, nodding with a smile. After briefly regarding Nam, he shifted his gaze to other contestants, and soon his attention fell upon Yamcha. However, just as he was about to employ his mind-reading technique on Yamcha, he suddenly realized that his once infallible ability had faltered. This young man possesses an unusual quality. Nevertheless, Master Rashi was not one to pry unnecessarily and chose not to pursue the matter further. After a brief intermission of several minutes, the second match commenced. The competitors were, of course, Yamcha and Master Rashi, who portrayed the character Qianlong. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Yamcha and Master Rashi ascended the stage. Below, Bulma, noticing that Yamcha's opponent was an elderly gentleman, fervently shouted her encouragement for Yamcha. Yamcha turned back, smiling as he waved to Bulma. Although others did not recognize Master Rashi, Yamcha was acutely aware of his true capabilities. Despite encountering him only in the quarterfinals, Yamcha understood that this would be his most formidable challenge in the current martial arts tournament. He had not anticipated facing Yamcha in the opening match. It seemed his plans would not come to fruition. Originally, He had hoped to utilize his current physique to effectively suppress the rapidly ascending power of Sun Wukong, Master Roshi mused. As one who had ascended the Korin Tower, Master Roshi could easily gauge their strengths through the aura emanating from Yamcha. The last time they met, Yamcha's aura had been but half of his own, yet now it was evident that Yamcha's power matched his. It seemed that age had indeed caught up with him, Master Roshi thought with a touch of self-deprecation. Now, the second match was officially underway. The drums echoed once more. Master Roshi waved at Yamcha, signaling him to commence his assault. Though Master Roshi stood there with an air of nonchalance, seemingly full of openings, Yamcha refrained from rushing in. For a martial artist of Master Roshi's caliber, exposed vulnerabilities could often be a ruse. Moreover, it was clear that Master Roshi intended for Yamcha to strike first, after which he would counter. With that in mind, Yamcha resolved to proceed without hesitation. With a gentle smile, Yamcha, as a junior, naturally wished to show respect. In the next instant, he launched a swift assault on Master Roshi, his hands transforming into a myriad of claw-like shadows that struck at the old master from all directions. Each shadow a blend of reality and illusion, remarkably intricate. Following his training with Karin and the others, Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist had undergone a significant metamorphosis. Previously, this technique relied on rapid strikes to inflict damage, leaving opponents feeling as though they were being stalked by a ferocious wolf. Now, it had evolved to incorporate numerous variations, creating the illusion of being surrounded by a pack of wolves, where a single misstep could result in a ferocious onslaught. The level of threat had multiplied several times over. Although Master Roshi appeared composed, his reflexes were astoundingly swift. As Yamcha's claw shadows enveloped him, the old master deftly dodged, his movements so rapid that the audience perceived multiple afterimages trailing behind him. Their speed is astonishing. The spectators marveled. This is the battle we longed to witness. Go, go. They cheered from the stands. Unlike the previous skirmish between Krillin and the Barbarian, the clash between Master Roshi and Yamcha was not only highly captivating, but the intensity of their combat far surpassed any prior matches. As the battle progressed, Master Roshi unconsciously employed his afterimage technique, creating illusory duplicates that complicated Yamcha's targeting. Yet, Yamcha was not one to be easily thwarted. He intensified his attacks, swiftly shattering Master Roshi's illusions. Not done yet, my friend, the old master declared, revealing that the afterimage technique had multiple tiers. While the first tier created a single illusion, the second could conjure 5, and Master Roshi had reached the third tier, summoning 9 phantoms alongside his true self, resulting in 10 figures surrounding Yamcha, launching a relentless barrage. In an instant, Yamcha found himself at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Despite the prowess of his Wolf Fang Fist, he was momentarily ensnared in a predicament. Suddenly, a smile crept across Yamcha's lips. Your technique is impressive, but it won't work on me. Alarm bells rang in Master Roshi's mind. After all, Yamcha had trained with Karin. In a swift motion, Yamcha retracted his Wolf Fang Fist and struck at the third Master Roshi on the right. The old master, who had been watching with amusement, was caught off guard. Forced to defend himself, he raised his hands to block, and in doing so, the illusion dissipated. This was a flaw of the afterimage technique. Once an attack was initiated, the illusions vanished. No matter how adeptly the technique was employed, it could not escape the perception of ki. In that case, it's time for me to get serious, Yamcha declared. Initially, I believed that my years of combat experience would allow me to effortlessly defeat Yamcha. However, I was taken aback to discover that my ordinary tactics had little effect on him. In the next moment, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from a leisurely old man into a formidable warrior radiating an extraordinary presence. This was truly captivating. What a splendid turn of events. Despite sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Master Roshi, Yamcha felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with an eagerness to engage. Soon, the two combatants clashed head-on, their figures darting across the arena in a blur, rendering the spectators unable to discern their movements, save for the cacophony of their relentless exchanges. Only those well-versed in martial arts could catch fleeting glimpses of their indistinct silhouettes. After a flurry of attacks, Yamcha withdrew momentarily, observing Yamcha's cessation of aggression. Master Roshi chuckled and remarked, "Young man, your recent assault was indeed swift, yet it still lacked the necessary finesse to challenge me." Yamcha chuckled softly, standing tall with an air of arrogance, and remarked, "Is that so, old man? Just now, my Wolf Fang Fist unleashed merely half of its potential. If you maintain this attitude, I shall send you off the stage in the next moment. The turtle hermit was taken aback. He had initially intended to educate his opponent from his position of seniority, only to find himself threatened instead. Very well. I am eager to witness the true extent of your Wolf Fong fist. Chapter 28. The world-shaking palm. After a brief moment of concentration, Yamcha launched his assault once more. The new iteration of the Wolf Fong fist surged forth, reaching its pinnacle. An invisible current enveloped his fists, roaring as it surged toward the turtle hermit, constricting his movement to an exceedingly limited range. The expression on the turtle hermit's face grew grave. At this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique in retaliation. However, given his current condition, he was unable to execute some of his signature moves, leaving him to rely on a handful of seldom-used techniques. You possess some skill, young one. Nevertheless, I shall now reveal my true prowess. Witnessing my ultimate technique is no small feat, the turtle hermit declared solemnly. With his hands pressed together, a powerful surge of electricity emanated from his palms, and in an instant, they were enveloped in a brilliant golden lightning. World-shaking palm. As a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, Yamcha is undoubtedly familiar with this extraordinary technique. Although it has not made frequent appearances, its impact on him remains profound, particularly as it endures even in the era of Dragon Ball Super. The universal shockwave palm has not become obsolete. Originally, this technique was first employed by Master Roshi against Goku, yet now it has been compelled into action by Yamcha. The electrical current unleashed by the universal shockwave palm can reach tens of thousands of volts. While Yamcha possesses considerable confidence in his current physique, he is nonetheless hesitant to risk being struck by such formidable electricity. Moreover, the universal shockwave palm is exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could result in dire consequences for the opponent. It is only in the presence of Yamcha that Master Roshi dares to utilize it, as he wishes to ascertain the true extent of Yamcha's abilities after his training at Korin Tower. The moment the arc of electricity manifested in Master Roshi's hand, it effortlessly pierced through the illusory wolf shadows conjured by Yamcha's Wolf Fong fist, relentlessly coiling towards Yamcha's body. With the universal shockwave palm at his disposal, Yamcha found himself bereft of any means to approach Master Roshi. Through the system's real-time monitoring, Yamcha realized that Master Roshi's combat power had surged to 278 points, meaning that upon employing the universal shockwave palm, his power had doubled. It is worth noting that despite Yamcha's rigorous training in the gravity chamber, his own combat power stands at a mere 150 points. Instantly, he found himself in a passive position, forced to evade the arcs of electricity unleashed by Master Roshi. Nevertheless, Yamcha was acutely aware that prolonged defense often leads to defeat. If this continued, he would soon find himself in dire straits. Yamcha, stay strong. Defeat that old man. Bulma shouted from below, rallying him as she witnessed his predicament. Yamcha turned back and beckoned to Bulma. At that moment, Master Roshi seized the opportunity, unleashing 3 arcs of electricity from his hands, akin to 3 whips, which instantly severed Yamcha's path of movement. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching sound echoed through the air. It hurt so much. Yamcha grinned and remarked, fortunately, my combat prowess far exceeds that of the original Sun Wukong. Otherwise, a single blow would have rendered me powerless. The old turtle sage, with a mocking expression, added, youngster, to battle against me while glancing about indiscriminately is a blatant display of disrespect towards an elder like myself. Yamcha remained silent, offering no response, while Master Roshi exhibited no haste, eager to observe what other tactics this junior might possess. It seemed that Yamcha's usual methods were no longer sufficient to contend with Master Roshi. However, this did not imply that he had lost his capacity for resistance. At this juncture, it appeared that the skills he had covertly acquired were finally ready to be unveiled. With a charmingly sinister smile, Yamcha declared that he would now abandon the principles of martial ethics. He bellowed, concentrating his energy and spirit, and in mere moments, a dramatic transformation overtook him. What? When Master Roshi beheld Yamcha again, his jaw dropped in astonishment. At that moment, Yamcha had surged from a height of 1.8 meters to an impressive 2.5 meters, transforming into a muscular giant. His upper garment had been completely torn apart due to his expansion, revealing explosive muscles, while his lower attire, although also shredded, had fortunately retained some quality, morphing into shorts. The reason for adopting this muscular form during his explosive state was that Yamcha discovered this gigantic form provided enhanced defense. Master Roshi, utilizing his control technique, realized that even with the increased agility afforded by Yamcha's explosive state, Evading the binding grasp of the universal shockwave palm would prove exceedingly difficult. From the sidelines, Bulma watched Yamcha's imposing physique, her cheeks flushing crimson, lost in her thoughts. This was the explosive state he had previously employed, the max power of giantization, which she was certain she had not taught him. He had only used it once during the incident at Bread Mountain to extinguish the flames, and yet he had managed to master it. This rascal had not only learned my Kamehameha wave but had also secretly acquired my max power giantization state, Master Roshi mused inwardly. Noting the look of astonishment on Master Roshi's face, Yamcha grinned and remarked, "You see, old man, this must look quite familiar to you." Now embodying the muscular giant. Yamcha no longer evaded. Instead, he boldly advanced towards Master Roshi's universal shockwave palm. Master Roshi, being a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure. The initial shock of Yamcha's display fading. A look of approval crossed his face as he spoke. "Very well. Let me see how much of my skills you have truly acquired." He did not deny Yamcha's recognition of him and accepted it with grace. With all his might, Master Roshi unleashed the arcs of the universal shockwave palm, and in an instant, the tranquil currents of energy in his hands erupted into countless arcs, forming a massive web that enveloped Yamcha from all directions. "Come at me." With a thunderous roar, Yamcha unleashed a formidable net woven from arcs of electricity, transforming into a giant. Although this metamorphosis augmented his physical prowess and defensive capabilities, it correspondingly diminished his agility. Confronted by an overwhelming deluge of electric nets, evasion became an impossibility. In a mere breath, countless strands ensnared him entirely, and thus, Yamcha was reborn as a titan of lightning. The intense currents relentlessly battered his defenses. Despite his giant form bolstering his resistance to the electrical onslaught, the myriad of shocks did not strip Yamcha of his combat efficacy. Rather, the electric stimulation demanded a tremendous toll with each step he took, subjecting him to immense pressure. In this moment, Yamcha was not only expending considerable energy to maintain his explosive state, but also enduring the psychological trial inflicted by the relentless currents. Chapter 29, The Battle Persists. As if a deity had descended, Yamcha's every step exerted immense pressure upon Master Roshi. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Master Roshi, who had always been confident in his signature technique, the Kamehameha, found himself unexpectedly shaken. For centuries, this technique had proven invincible, even against his long-standing rival, Master Krang. Yet today, he was thwarted by the young man before him. On the surface, it appeared that Yamcha held the advantage. However, only he understood the toll that age and neglect of training had taken on him. Channeling the full force of the Kamehameha had placed a considerable strain on his body, rendering his breaths labored. In stark contrast, Yamcha seemed unaffected, his aura unwavering, with only superficial wounds to show for the exchange. Master Roshi realized that prolonging the stalemate would yield no hope of victory. Rather than persist in this futile struggle, he decided it would be wiser to withdraw gracefully. With a flick of his hands, the gathered energy dissipated in an instant. Yamcha, still brimming with youthful fervor, was taken aback when the currents surrounding him vanished, leaving him feeling liberated. Upon focusing, he noticed that Master Roshi had indeed ceased his assault. With a smile, Yamcha inquired, "Senior, why the sudden withdrawal? Could it be that you find yourself lacking?" "Youthful one, you have no idea how to yield to your elder," Master Roshi retorted with a disapproving glance. This was a martial arts contest. Yielding was out of the question. Yamcha chuckled lightly. Then, with a soft sigh, Master Roshi lamented, "I had hoped to demonstrate to my disciple that there are always those beyond oneself, realms yet to be explored. Alas, it seems that will not come to pass. The world now belongs to you younger generations. It is time for this old man to retire." Before Yamcha could respond, Master Roshi leapt down from the ring. With only one competitor remaining in the arena, Por swiftly emerged to declare Yamcha the victor. Though victorious, Yamcha felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. While Master Roshi possessed commendable fighting prowess, he had lost the sharpness typical of a true martial artist. Their encounter resembled a display of skill rather than a life-and-death struggle. In merely 6 months, Yamcha's strength had surpassed that of the planet's pinnacle fighters, a feat worthy of admiration. Soon, a melodious notification chimed. "System, congratulations, host. You have triumphed over Master Roshi, earning 10 points of talent value." With the 10 talent points secured, Yamcha swiftly cast aside his earlier unease. Nothing was more gratifying than the prospect of enhancing his innate abilities. After Yamcha descended from the arena, he found himself in the resting chamber, where he was soon surrounded by Sun Wukong and Krillin, who offered their congratulations. However, Krillin's gaze towards Yamcha was somewhat evasive, for the impending battle was looming before them. Having just witnessed the encounter between Yamcha and Master Roshi, he found not a glimmer of hope for victory. Following this was the third match, featuring Namu against Lan Fong. To Yamcha, it was merely a farce. Lan Fong attempted to employ the charms of feminine allure to defeat Namu, who was singularly focused on clinching the championship. Namu, however, remained impervious to such distractions, demonstrating no interest in women, an inclination that might have swayed Master Roshi instead. In terms of raw strength, Lan Fong fell significantly short of Namu. Ultimately, Namu resisted Lan Fong's temptations and secured victory in this bout. The fourth match pitted Sun Wukong against the formidable monster, Jirabi. As a contender who had advanced to the official matches, Jirabi possessed unique skills. After exchanging several blows with Sun Wukong, he seized a moment of inattention to unleash his ultimate technique, the rubber ring. This ring, akin to the tightening spell of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, ensnared Sun Wukong's hands and feet, binding him effectively. Yamcha shook his head. At the moment when Jirabi unleashed his ultimate technique, Sun Wukong had ample time to evade and counterattack. Yet, he allowed his opponent's formidable technique to take effect upon himself, clearly displaying a degree of carelessness and unwarranted arrogance. This flaw in Sun Wukong's character often led him to fall prey to those of lesser strength. Even decades later, he had not managed to escape it. However, owing to Yamcha's influence, Sun Wukong's combat prowess far exceeded that depicted in the original narrative. Although Jirabi's rubber punches were impressive, they proved futile against the vast disparity in their fighting abilities. With a mere exertion of strength, Sun Wukong effortlessly ruptured the rubber ring. Upon witnessing his once proud technique rendered ineffective, Jirabi, who had previously donned an air of arrogance, suddenly lost all interest in continuing the fight. This rubber ring was indeed intriguing. It served as a technique that relied on a unique physical constitution. Despite Yamcha's instantaneous comprehension of the rubber ring's mechanics, he found himself incapable of employing it, for his physique differed significantly from that of the monstrous Jirabi. Unless he were to transform his body to resemble Jirabi's or that of Majin Buu, such a feat remained unattainable for him. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to launch another offensive against Jirabi, the latter unexpectedly produced a small white flag from seemingly nowhere and declared with remarkable decisiveness, "I concede." Following Jirabi's surrender, Pulse swiftly announced Sun Wukong as the victor. The fifth match would feature Krillin, the previous victor, against Yamcha. "Yamcha," Krillin said, his expression resolute as he gazed steadfastly at his opponent. "Though I am aware that I am not your equal, I shall not concede, for I am a disciple of Master Roshi." Yamcha chuckled inwardly, for unbeknownst to you, your Master Mateto has just fallen to my prowess. While he jested about Krillin, he maintained a facade of amusement and remarked, "Is that so? I am eager to witness what you have gleaned from Master Mateto." Krillin, a formidable warrior in the Dragon Ball saga, possessed remarkable martial arts aptitude. Had it not been for his untimely interruption, after merely half a year of training under Master Mateto, he was nearing the level of Son Gohan, who had been nurtured for over a decade, thus illustrating his exceptional talent. However, at this moment, Krillin found himself significantly outmatched by Son Goku. As the battle commenced, Krillin let out a fierce battle cry and charged at Yamcha, launching a flurry of shadowless kicks. In the face of Krillin's onslaught, Yamcha felt no need to unleash his true might. He merely inclined his body slightly, effortlessly evading the barrage of kicks with an air of nonchalance. How infuriating, Krillin thought, realizing that his initial assault had been futile. Undeterred, he renewed his attack, fist clenched, targeting Yamcha's vital points. Yamcha shook his head. Although Krillin had trained diligently under Master Roshi, his flaws remained glaringly apparent to Yamcha. In the next instant, Yamcha's figure vanished from Krillin's sight. "Your speed is commendable, but your intent in battle is all too evident." Yamcha's voice echoed in Krillin's ears. Before Krillin could react, he felt a chill run down his back, followed by an immense force propelling him forward, sliding several meters. Chapter 30. The finals begin such incredible speed, Krillin exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. "It is not speed that defines strength, but awareness," Yamcha replied with a smile. "The moment you initiated your attack, I discerned your subsequent movements and responded accordingly." "I see. From this point onward, I shall afford you no further opportunities," Krillin declared, his expression grave. As a disciple of Master Roshi, he could not allow himself to be bested by his peers. With that, he surged toward Yamcha like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, despite his newfound understanding of Yamcha's earlier words, The profundity of martial arts could not be grasped through mere words. In just one exchange, Krillin found himself once again struck down by Yamcha. As Krillin collapsed, the host, Purus, began the countdown once more. 10, 9, 8. When Purus reached 2, Krillin struggled to rise. Shaking his throbbing head, he gazed at Yamcha with trepidation. Damn it! I am utterly powerless to resist. Krillin pounded the ground in frustration, his voice low and heavy, as if it could draw forth tears. He understood all too well that he could never triumph over Yamcha. The chasm between them was as insurmountable as a vast abyss. As Yamcha observed Krillin's downcast expression, he instantly comprehended that Krillin had begun to doubt his own martial prowess due to his recent setback. The last thing he desired was for the only person on Earth who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him to extinguish the flame of their martial journey after a single heavy blow, becoming, much like his original self in the narrative, merely a baseball player. Krillin, you are already remarkable. The achievements you have garnered are, for humanity on Earth, nothing short of extraordinary genius. Genius? Huh. Merely a defeated foe of yours, Krillin replied with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly. At my level, the number of individuals capable of engaging me in combat is exceedingly rare. You have only been training for about half a year, correct? Do you know how many years I have devoted to my training and the countless tribulations I have endured? Krillin cast his gaze towards Yamcha, seemingly yearning for an answer. Yamcha spoke slowly. I have been training for 7 or 8 years and have received guidance from a martial artist capable of surpassing Master Roshi, which has led to my current accomplishments. Your path ahead is still long, and I sincerely hope you do not give up. What? A martial artist who surpasses Master Roshi? Such a formidable existence indeed. Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. In the confines of his limited understanding, Master Roshi was the epitome of martial strength. Thus, your defeat at my hands was to be expected. However, it does not imply that you lack the opportunity to overcome me. I hope you can match my pace. Yamcha spoke earnestly. Krillin suddenly recalled how he had been ostracized by the monks of the Korin Temple, and after much effort, had finally earned the privilege of being accepted as a disciple by Master Roshi. Through arduous training, he had achieved his current accomplishments. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at having lost to Yamcha, he was confident that he would not remain defeated forever. With that thought, Krillin shook off his doubts and resolutely regained his spirit. As Yamcha observed a renewed glimmer in Krillin's eyes, he continued, very well, let us finally determine the victor. With that, the two clashed once more, and without any suspense, a single strike from Yamcha sent Krillin into a deep slumber. Just as Krillin was about to collapse, Yamcha deftly caught him in his arms. Witnessing Krillin's unconsciousness, Sun Wukong rushed over, his face etched with concern, evidently, after 6 months of camaraderie, their bond had grown exceedingly strong. At that moment, Master Roshi, having regained his original form, emerged as well. Subsequently, the group returned to the resting area. With some leisure time, Yamcha took another look at the system prompt. It indicated that Krillin's strength still fell significantly short of his own, and defeating him had yielded just 1 talent point as a reward. The 6th match was then set, featuring Sun Wukong against Nam. Although Nam aspired to victory, he quickly succumbed to Sun Wukong's formidable prowess. In his despondency, Master Roshi appeared, presenting him with a universal capsule and explaining its usage. With this capsule, he could procure abundant water resources from this bountiful area to bring back to his village. As the matches progressed, the sun dipped toward the west, painting the clouds in hues of crimson. This child is truly adorable. Little Wukong, I believe in you. Keep it up. Yamcha stood alongside Sun Wukong, naturally garnering greater support for the latter. Although Sun Wukong had already reached the age of 14, the slow maturation process of science rendered him resembling a mere child of 7 or 8. Coupled with his innocent gaze, he swiftly captured the hearts of the majority of the audience. Wukong, it appears you are quite beloved. Yamcha smiled at Sun Wukong and said, hee hee. I am uncertain as well. Sun Wukong's face turned slightly red. He scratched his head and cast a bashful glance at the frenzied crowd below. Despite his heart being as calm as still water, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment at the enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Unable to bear the gaze any longer, he shifted his attention back to Yamcha and declared with fierce determination, Yamcha, this time I shall not concede defeat to you. Yamcha chuckled, saying, Goku, your spirit is commendable. Allow me to witness the progress you've made over the past 6 months. In an instant, the two transitioned into a state of combat. Although the fighting prowess exhibited by Sun Wukong at that moment was still significantly inferior to Yamcha's, the latter did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Scions possess a natural physical advantage over Earthlings, and coupled with Sun Wukong's tenacious fighting spirit, Yamcha was compelled to take his opponent seriously. At the sound of the gong, they charged towards each other in tacit understanding. Immediately, their forms clashed violently in midair, unleashing a cacophony of intense impacts upon the arena. Initially, Sun Wukong refrained from exerting his full strength, while Yamcha used only a fraction of his own power. As the battle progressed, their combat abilities intensified, leaving the stage marred with craters from their fierce exchanges. What a fierce battle! This is the spectacle I yearned to witness. Go, go! The audience's cheers grew ever more fervent as the duel escalated. 10 minutes later, Yamcha noted that Sun Wukong's combat power had plateaued, hovering around 60 points, likely due to the effects of his heightened energy. Nonetheless, this level of strength far surpassed that depicted in the original narrative, where Sun Wukong, during his participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, had an initial combat power of merely 20 points. It was only after ascending Karen Tower and undergoing training under Master Roshi that his strength reached the 50s or 60s, allowing him to triumph over the Crane School's disciple, Tao Pai Pai. Yamcha found this level of power satisfactory, yet it was still insufficient. He was eager to see if Sun Wukong could unleash further strength under pressure. Is this the extent of your power? Then I shall not hold back, Yamcha declared. Chapter 31. The transformation of Sun Wukong as Yamcha finished speaking. His aura surged dramatically, propelling him like an arrow released from its bow towards Sun Wukong. He unleashed his new Wolf Fong Wind Fist, the speed of his punches astonishing, creating a series of phantoms in the air. Sensing the formidable power behind Yamcha's strike, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened with intensity. He firmly planted his feet on the ground, slightly crouching, and swiftly crossed his arms in front of his chest, adopting a defensive stance. With a thunderous impact, Yamcha's fist struck fiercely against Sun Wukong's arm, the tremendous force cracking the arena beneath him, the fissures spreading outward. Yet, Sun Wukong's defense remained unbroken. Harnessing the energy from Yamcha's blow, he leaped backward, increasing the distance between them. Yamcha, you are formidable, but I have not yet been defeated, Sun Wukong shouted, as his body began to shimmer with a golden radiance. This signified his endeavor to transcend his limits, his essence swirling chaotically within, striving to elevate his combat prowess once more. Yamcha, witnessing the transformation of Sun Wukong, felt a surge of delight within. He recognized that Sun Wukong still harbored untapped potential and yearned to unlock his utmost capabilities. Thus, he seized the moment, providing no respite for Sun Wukong, and launched another assault. Yamcha's offensive prowess was precisely calibrated to match the limits of Sun Wukong, creating the illusion of countless Yamchas launching an assault upon him. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. The greater the pressure, the more fervent his fighting spirit became. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed a remarkable surge in Sun Wukong's aura, followed by a powerful punch that effortlessly shattered his new Wolf Fong Fist, heading straight for his core. In the face of this seemingly divine strike, Yamcha offered a slight smile, swiftly retreating a few steps. Well done, Sun Wukong. You managed to surpass my new Wolf Fong Fist, Yamcha commended. Indeed, you are exceptionally strong. I was nearly overwhelmed, Sun Wukong replied with a grin. The audience below, witnessing the transformation in Sun Wukong, erupted in gasps of astonishment. They had not anticipated such an exhilarating battle, as the prowess of both fighters exceeded their wildest imaginations. As Yamcha observed the surge in Sun Wukong's combat prowess, a gleeful smile graced his face. He recognized that his objective had been achieved. Once more, he charged towards Sun Wukong, this time enhancing his own fighting strength slightly. In an instant, the figures of the two once again vanished, only to have the arena tremble violently. Suddenly, a slender silhouette plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. The impact created a half-meter deep crater in the solid earth. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sun Wukong who lay within. Moments earlier, during their rapid aerial skirmish, Yamcha had seized an opportunity and struck Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing down. After Sun Wukong hit the ground, Yamcha descended gracefully, exuding an air of composure. At that moment, Pulse hurriedly exclaimed, "This is dire. Contestant Sun Wukong has been knocked down by contestant Yamcha. He appears gravely injured. Is this the end?" But no, Sun Wukong was rising once more. Naturally, he would not be so easily vanquished by Yamcha's strike. Brushing off the dust from his attire, He stood up nonchalantly and chuckled. Yamcha, your speed is astonishing. I barely had time to defend myself. Yamcha was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's formidable defensive capabilities. The recent assault he executed was delivered with a force equivalent to a battle power of 80. Had it been Krillin in his place, that strike would have certainly inflicted severe damage, if not claimed his life. Yet, astonishingly, Sun Wukong emerged unscathed. The Scion physiology is indeed remarkable, possessing the capacity to withstand attacks that exceed their own combat prowess. At times, Yamcha contemplated the notion of exchanging his own lineage for that of a Scion, but as a reincarnated Earthling, he held his own pride. He did not subscribe to the belief that Earthlings were destined to be inferior to Scions, which is precisely why he refrained from gathering the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Very well, let us proceed, Yamcha remarked with a smile. As Yamcha's combat prowess escalated, Sun Wukong naturally found himself in a defensive position. After a series of over 10 strikes from Yamcha, Sun Wukong managed to retaliate with only a couple of counterattacks. Within a few minutes, Sun Wukong was teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless barrage from Yamcha. His ability to endure was solely attributed to the Scion resilience and willpower. Although Sun Wukong's battle power had incrementally increased by 5 points during this ordeal, it proved futile. Is this truly the extent of my capabilities? Yamcha mused silently. He then spoke aloud. Wukong, you have no possibility of victory. It is time to concede. Sun Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on Yamcha, clearly intent on continuing the fight. Yamcha shook his head, unwilling to continue any further. In a fleeting moment, taking advantage of Sun Wukong's momentary lapse, Yamcha swiftly positioned himself behind Sun Wukong, his powerful arm encircling the latter's neck. He proclaimed loudly, Wukong, it is over, attempting to compel Sun Wukong to concede. However, the inherent Scion genes within Sun Wukong forbade him from surrendering once more to Yamcha, even as Yamcha tightened his grip. Nearly suffocating him, Sun Wukong resolutely refused to admit defeat. Before long, Sun Wukong's complexion transformed to a deep shade of purplish red. Wukong, you cannot win. It would be wise to concede swiftly, Yamcha reminded him, and even the surrounding spectators could no longer bear to watch, collectively urging, Little one, just concede. Although Sun Wukong heard the calls from the crowd, he stubbornly whispered, I will never surrender. The energy within Sun Wukong's body, constrained by Yamcha's grip, surged uncontrollably towards his rear. Suddenly, with a loud pop, his severed tail sprang forth from behind him. Following this, Sun Wukong fell eerily silent. Yamcha's expression subtly shifted as he lowered his gaze to the chest of Sun Wukong, murmuring, Could it be that I have inadvertently strangled him? Before he could finish his thought, an immense surge of energy erupted rapidly within Sun Wukong's being. Yamcha suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of threat, compelling him to place Sun Wukong on the ground and swiftly retreat. How could this be? At that moment, Yamcha realized something, raising his gaze to the heavens. To his astonishment, a full moon had ascended in the sky. In an instant, he recalled the Scion transformation triggered by the full moon. This was dire. Indeed. Sun Wukong was enveloped by a sphere of light. Within moments, his body swelled to a height exceeding 10 meters. His appearance transformed entirely, metamorphosing into a colossal gorilla with a coat of black fur and formidable fangs. As the behemoth emerged, it commenced a rampage, clearly devoid of reason. Everything in its path was destined for destruction. Its first target was a building of similar height, which it obliterated with a single blow. The 3-meter-high structure crumbled, scattering debris in all directions. What manner of monster is this? Flee at once. Chapter 32. Yamcha vs. Giant Ape. Sun Wukong won the audience, initially in shock, scattered like startled birds, abandoning all thoughts of the contest. This is bad. Suddenly, on the arena, Yamcha spotted a stone block, half a meter in size, hurtling directly towards Bulma. If that were to strike her, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yamcha, without a moment's hesitation and disregarding the contest, soared into the air. In her state of panic, Bulma found herself momentarily paralyzed, as if resigned to her fate, helplessly watching the boulder hurtling toward her. At this critical juncture, a tall figure appeared in the sky, effortlessly kicking the massive rock aside. Yamcha, I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon recognizing him. Bulma, the situation is dire. You must leave this place. Once I have dealt with Goku, I will come to find you, Yamcha urged swiftly. Acknowledging the gravity of the moment, Bulma nodded in agreement. Soon, only Yamcha remained, facing the transformed Goku, who had taken on the form of a colossal gorilla. Unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma had gathered nearby. "This is bad," Master Roshi lamented, displaying an expression of helplessness. "Master Roshi, is there truly nothing you can do now that Goku is transformed?" Bulma inquired anxiously. "There is nothing I can do. Goku's current strength far surpasses my own. I had previously severed his tail to ensure his safety, but I never anticipated that during his battle with Yamcha, it would regrow. Now, he will only cease when he is exhausted. Otherwise, the entire island is at risk," Master Roshi responded, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Is there truly no other solution? Isn't Yamcha in grave danger?" Bulma asked, her face etched with worry. At that moment, under the meticulous observation of Yamcha, Goku's fighting powers surged like a volcano, escalating tenfold to a staggering 450 points. The irrational Goku, resembling an uncontrollable beast, wreaked havoc blindly, oblivious to the insignificant figure of Yamcha beneath him. Yamcha was acutely aware that to gain control over Sun Wukong, he had but two paths to tread: either sever Sun Wukong's tail once more or obliterate the moon entirely. The latter would inevitably lead to the automatic cessation of Sun Wukong's transformation. However, Yamcha refrained from immediate action, for he comprehended that destroying the moon would not fundamentally resolve the dilemma. Much like the impending assault of the Saiyans in the future, Vegeta could still conjure a moon-like entity using his inherent energy. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to once again sever Sun Wukong's tail. Although this would result in a diminishment of Sun Wukong's potential, it was a sacrifice deemed necessary for the safety of the Earth. Yet, the task of severing Sun Wukong's tail was far from simple. One must not underestimate the gorilla-formed Sun Wukong as a mere beast, as such a misjudgment could prove fatal. The Saiyans, as a warrior race within the cosmos, were not to be trifled with, even in a state of lost rationality. Their instinctual combat prowess remained intact. Moreover, Sun Wukong inherited the primal combat instincts of Earth's own physiology, rendering him far more formidable than the average Saiyan in a state of frenzy. At this juncture, Yamcha could no longer conceal his true strength and instantaneously summoned the entirety of his combat power. Nevertheless, he still fell short by 300 points compared to Sun Wukong. In that moment, the gorilla incarnation of Sun Wukong began to wreak havoc as he moved, disregarding Yamcha by his side, while the latter found himself in a perilous predicament. As Yamcha attempted to approach Sun Wukong, the latter's colossal hand, reminiscent of a mighty skyward palm, swept towards him. Had it not been for Yamcha's mastery in harnessing his energy, which had reached a modest yet commendable level, combined with his keen foresight, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the strike. However, even so, the force generated by Sun Wukong's titanic hand sent him hurtling backwards over 10 meters. Clearly, given his current capabilities, it was exceedingly challenging for Yamcha to even draw near Sun Wukong, let alone sever his tail. In the next moment, Yamcha unleashed a surge of energy. A formidable aura erupted from his being, igniting the surrounding air and creating a palpable wave of intensity. His hair danced wildly in the turbulent currents, and his gaze emanated an unwavering determination. Yamcha was acutely aware that this was a battle concerning life and death, as well as the safety of the Earth. He could not afford to retreat. He concentrated the energy within him at his feet, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Sun Wukong. Yamcha exuded an undeniable charm. Surely, this once lecherous figure could triumph over Wukong. Bulma, witnessing Yamcha's surge of power in the arena, felt a wave of joy and hastily inquired, "That won't do. He still falls short." The turtle hermit interjected, dousing their enthusiasm. With his years of mastery over Ki, he understood all too well that Yamcha's fighting capability remained significantly inferior to that of Sun Wukong, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict any damage upon the giant, transformed monkey. This time, Yamcha's speed had increased several-fold, leaving behind a blurred afterimage in the air. However, as Yamcha's combat prowess intensified, the frenzied Sun Wukong also took notice of the diminutive pest that was Yamcha. In response to Yamcha's approach, a glimmer of ferocity flickered in his enormous, crimson eyes. Once more, he raised his colossal arm and swung it forcefully in Yamcha's direction, unleashing a howling gale. This tempest, sharp as a blade, surged forth towards Yamcha. Yamcha felt the formidable force rushing towards him and swiftly evaded once more. This time, due to his remarkable speed, he effortlessly dodged the colossal hand of Sun Wukong, and the tempestuous winds that accompanied it had no impact on Yamcha whatsoever. Yamcha altered his course, drawing ever closer to Sun Wukong. He continuously adjusted his breath, pushing his speed to its utmost limits. At this moment, the distance between him and Sun Wukong diminished rapidly. Just as Yamcha was about to close the gap, Sun Wukong abruptly opened his cavernous mouth and unleashed a scorching beam of energy towards Yamcha. The energy beam surged forth like a tumultuous torrent, threatening to obliterate Yamcha in its path. Fortunately, Yamcha managed to halt his advance just in time. Had he pressed on, the consequences would have been dire. The ground where the energy beam struck instantly formed a gaping pit several meters deep. It appeared that he had underestimated his opponent. After the recent skirmish, it became evident that the attack speed of the giant ape form of Wukong was even greater than in his enraged state. While this form was sufficient for survival in front of Sun Wukong, it was still inadequate for swiftly maneuvering behind him, unless Yamcha could somehow double his speed. Suddenly, he recalled a method from his past life in the world of Naruto that could enhance speed, lightning stimulation. Coincidentally, he had stealthily acquired this technique from Master Roshi, however. This time it would not be directed at an opponent, but rather at himself, which posed a greater risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. The longer he delayed, the more lives could be lost at the hands of Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Yamcha clasped his hands before his chest. A tremendous current of electricity swiftly coalescing between them, before he pressed it against his own heart. What was he doing? Why was he resorting to self-harm? The action of Yamcha left Master Roshi momentarily perplexed. In Chapter 33, Yamcha faces the transformed Great Ape Goku. Before Master Roshi could fully express his astonishment, he witnessed Yamcha enveloped in black smoke, collapsing rigidly to the ground, his body involuntarily convulsing. It was a tragic sight. Why was he so despondent? Yamcha! Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Fortunately, Yamcha's body trembled slightly as he hastily retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and began to chew it. This young man had indeed brought a senzu bean with him. Master Roshi was taken aback. 300 years prior, during his training at Karen Tower, the cat sage had been exceedingly protective of the senzu beans, refusing to allow him to take any. Unbeknownst to him, the once-bored cat sage had accumulated a considerable stash of senzu beans over the centuries and had grown weary of their consumption, no longer guarding them as stringently as before. With the senzu bean ingested, Yamcha instantly regained his footing. It was a perilous moment. He had nearly perished, yet he was fortunate to possess the senzu bean. Although he had not succeeded this time, Yamcha had gleaned some understanding of the rhythm required. Realizing he needed to allow the lightning to gradually enter his body at a specific frequency. Thankfully, at that moment, Goku was once again causing havoc. His attention diverted from Yamcha, granting him a brief respite. Yamcha took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. He cast a glance at the recklessly destructive Sun Wukong, silently resolving to master this formidable power. With renewed determination, he prepared to continue his attempts. Closing his eyes, he focused on regulating his breath, allowing his mind to settle into tranquility. Once more, he invoked the thunderous palm of nations, cautiously guiding the currents of electricity into his being. This time, following the rhythm he had previously discerned, he gradually allowed the lightning to permeate his body. He could feel a potent energy coursing through him. Yet this time it was not accompanied by the excruciating pain he had experienced before. Yamcha felt a surge of delight within, for he realized he had indeed discovered the correct method. He continued to maintain this state, allowing the lightning to course through his body, stimulating his muscles and meridians. At that moment, he appeared to have transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair standing on end, albeit still retaining its dark hue. As time progressed, the energy emanating from Yamcha gradually grew more tempestuous. Under the system's monitoring, his combat power astonishingly surpassed the limits of the explosive state, reaching an impressive 350 points. Merely 100 points shy of Goku's Oozuru transformation. Remarkably, he had initially believed this state would merely enhance his speed, yet it had also significantly augmented his strength. Yamcha clenched his fists, sensing the transformation within his body. From a distance, Master Roshi and Bulma could perceive the change in him. This young man has truly unleashed something extraordinary, Master Roshi marveled. At last, as Yamcha's aura intensified, the giant ape-formed Goku became aware of the grasshopper beneath him, furiously raising his foot to stomp on Yamcha's position. In the face of Goku's impending stomp, a look of disdain appeared on Yamcha's face. Perhaps this was a reflection of the mental shift brought about by his newfound power. To an outsider, Goku's descent seemed nearly cataclysmic, yet to Yamcha, his movements unfolded as if in slow motion. After deftly avoiding the stomp, he swiftly maneuvered to Goku's chest and unleashed a series of powerful punches. Each strike landed on the giant ape's body with a resounding thud, echoing like a great bell, despite Goku's formidable size. Yamcha's relentless blows forced him to stagger back 2 steps. The immense pain elicited a howl from the astonishingly resilient gorilla form. This barrage of strikes, boasting a combat power of 350, provoked Goku's fury as his eyes glowed red in rage. With a fierce roar, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive red beam of energy that shot toward Yamcha, aimed directly at the ground beneath him. Yamcha faced the situation with poise and composure. When his initial strike failed to connect, Sun Wukong did not relent. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of crimson beams that pursued Yamcha relentlessly. For Yamcha, these red energy columns were no longer sufficient to halt his progress. However, the arena itself was not as fortunate. The red energy beams, upon striking the resilient platform, sliced through it with the ease of a knife cutting through soft tofu. In mere moments, the once formidable arena was utterly transformed, reduced to fragments under the relentless assault of the crimson beams. Yamcha would certainly not allow Sun Wukong to continue his rampage. In an instant, he vanished from the sight of Sun Wukong, reappearing behind him. His target was none other than Sun Wukong's tail, with his right hand enveloped in crackling electricity. Resembling a razor-sharp scalpel, Yamcha swung his arm, and in a swift motion, the mighty tail of the colossal ape was severed. It was not until the giant ape turned around that he realized his tail had been lopped off. What followed was an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The towering figure of the ape, standing over 10 meters tall, began to shrink rapidly, and before long, he transformed into a naked child, reverting to Sun Wukong's original form. Collapsing onto the ground, unconscious, Yamcha exhaled in relief as he approached Sun Wukong, inspecting his body and discovering that he was largely unscathed. It's finally over, Yamcha declared wearily. Having simultaneously executed 2 formidable techniques, the strain on his body was immense, and in such a brief span, he felt as though he was on the verge of collapse. Hastily, he consumed another senzu bean, which provided him with much-needed respite. This had been his first encounter with a being of greater combat prowess, and the inherent dangers were self-evident. Although the battle had been arduous, the rewards were commendable. The system had generously bestowed upon him 50 talent points, elevating his total to 265 points. Shortly after Sun Wukong fell, out of the blue, Por leaped forth, microphone in hand, proclaiming loudly, "The victor is Yamcha." However, the audience was absent. Before long, Bulma, Master Roshi, and others arrived on the scene. A team of medical personnel soon rushed in from the periphery, prepared to transport Sun Wukong to the hospital. "Wait," Yamcha spoke, taking out another magical bean from his pocket. "You have more magical beans?" Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially thought that it was quite remarkable for Yamcha to possess even one. Yet he was surprised to discover that there were more. "Would you like some?" "I can give you a few," Yamcha replied with a faint smile. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, as if a pauper stood before a billionaire, realizing that what he had deemed precious was but a triviality in the eyes of another. He did not respond directly, instead expressing his curiosity. "But Lord Karen is quite stingy. How did he allow you to bring these magical beans?" Master Roshi was well aware of that cat's miserly nature. "It's nothing. I simply exchanged them for some dried fish," Yamcha explained. Yamcha chuckled, exclaiming, "What? This is feasible." The turtle hermit suddenly felt a sense of dismay, realizing how effortlessly he could have obtained the magical beans. Had he known, he would have exchanged them for dried fish from the very beginning, thus avoiding the constant injuries he suffered during battles against the demon. Chapter 34. The commotion at the Capsule Corporation's gates. In a moment of self-doubt, Yamcha deftly placed a senzu bean into the mouth of the bewildered Sun Wukong. As the confused Wukong felt the bean and inhaled its fragrant aroma, he could not resist the urge to chew. The bean, crushed by his teeth, swiftly slid down his throat. In the next instant, the once battered Wukong sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings with a wary gaze. Evidently still unaware that the battle had concluded, his thoughts lingering on the moment before he transformed into a gorilla. "Master Roshi, Krillin, why are you all in the arena?" Wukong exclaimed. "Wukong, the fight is over, and you lost," Krillin replied tersely. "Ah, I lost again," Wukong remarked, gradually coming to terms with the situation as he recalled the events that had transpired. He vividly remembered his transformation into a gorilla, wreaking havoc, and ultimately being defeated by Yamcha. Although the dominant consciousness had been that of the gorilla, he still retained a faint awareness of his actions. Gazing at the destroyed buildings, he could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Wukong, it's all right. This outcome was not what you desired, but fortunately, the impact is minimal. Yamcha reassured him, patting Wukong on the shoulder, fully aware that in the future, scenes like this would merely be child's play on Earth. Indeed, Wukong, the others chimed in. And under their encouragement, Wukong's spirits began to lift. Yamcha, you are truly formidable. It seems I must train even harder. I will catch up to you, he declared, quickly regaining his fervor as he addressed Yamcha. Wukong, I have great faith in you. However, catching up to me will not be a simple endeavor. Yamcha responded as the martial arts tournament came to a close. The island soon returned to its lively atmosphere. Such is the way of the world. Life continues regardless of the intensity of prior battles, and after conflict, merriment prevails, albeit with a few more damaged structures. The procedures for the World Martial Arts Tournament were straightforward, and with a simple registration, Yamcha swiftly claimed his prize of 500,000 zenny and a medal for winning the competition. To Yamcha, the monetary reward was inconsequential, as his girlfriend was the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual. Even a single hair plucked from his leg was worth more than 500,000 zenny. What mattered more to him was the trophy, as the significance of the medal far outweighed that of the monetary prize. Yamcha presented the medal to Bulma with a smile, saying, Bulma, this is the champion trophy I promised you. Bulma joyfully accepted the trophy and affectionately pecked Yamcha on the cheek. Yamcha, you were so kind to me. A fragrant breeze enveloped them, and Yamcha felt a delightful tingle of warmth, realizing that all of this was truly worthwhile, further strengthening the bond between them. What a decline in morals, Master Roshi remarked, somewhat enviously. What are you talking about, you old pervert? Bulma retorted, her previously bashful demeanor instantly transforming into a fierce glare as she raised her hand to strike at Master Roshi. This display left Yamcha utterly astonished. It seemed that Bulma possessed quite the ferocity. Had she chosen to pursue martial arts, her strength would have surely been formidable. After a playful interlude, the group sought out an upscale restaurant to celebrate. Unfortunately for Yamcha's wallet, the championship prize he had so painstakingly earned was nearly devoured by Sun Wukong, revealing the sheer magnitude of his appetite. I'm so full, Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his swollen belly with glee. As they prepared to part ways, the group made a pact to reunite 3 years later at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha and Bulma naturally returned to West City, while Krillin and Master Roshi made their way back to Kame House. As for Son Goku, he expressed his desire to wander and, according to the storyline, he was destined to encounter a multitude of intriguing experiences. However, for Yamcha, none of this provided any assistance, and thus he chose not to partake. Upon returning to West City, Yamcha resumed his training regimen. Having just broken through the bottleneck of 100 combat power, this was a prime opportunity for rapid advancement. Yamcha could not afford to relax. Although this level of combat power was commendable on Earth, it paled in comparison within the galaxy, not to mention the cosmic Emperor Frieza, whose subordinates were far superior. As time swiftly passed, 6 months elapsed. During this period, Yamcha had acclimatized to the environment of the 20x gravity chamber, and his combat prowess had surged to 600 points. Once he reached this threshold, the rate of improvement slowed, yet he continued to make steady progress. The remaining journey was one of patient perseverance. As long as he adhered to his training regimen, advancement was assured. Yamcha can spend more time with Bulma. After a vigorous day of training, Yamcha emerged from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat. As he stepped outside, he was met by Bulma, who approached him with a hint of displeasure on her face. Yamcha, you must go to the main entrance and see for yourself. Those people have been waiting outside for days, claiming they won't leave until they see you. Their presence is severely disrupting our Capsule Corporation's operations, she lamented. The individuals Bulma referred to were a fervent group of martial arts enthusiasts. Before long, news of Yamcha's triumph in the World Martial Arts Tournament had spread like wildfire. Initially, only a few curious souls visited the Capsule Corporation to inquire about him, and in an effort to avoid complications, Yamcha chose to ignore them. Some of these visitors, disheartened by his absence, soon departed. Yet, among them were a few with unwavering resolve, determined to remain steadfast despite Yamcha's reluctance to appear. As long as Yamcha refrained from showing himself, they resolutely blocked the entrance to the Capsule Corporation, impervious even to the police's attempts to disperse them. They neither caused disturbances nor committed any crimes, they simply stood as statues at the door. This illustrates the immense allure that the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament holds for ardent martial arts aficionados. Come now, do not be upset. Anger may etch wrinkles upon your porcelain-like visage, Yamcha teased, playfully ruffling Bulma's hair. "Get off me, you smell awful," Bulma retorted, recoiling from the pungent odor emanating from his sweat-soaked attire. "Very well. I shall go and see to it that they leave the Capsule Corporation at once." Shortly thereafter, Yamcha refreshed himself and ambled toward the entrance. Just before reaching it, he overheard the commotion outside. "Officer, we merely wish to meet the champion of the tournament. We mean no trouble, but your actions are affecting the operations of Capsule Corporation." A mysterious smile played upon Yamcha's lips, as he never anticipated that he would one day become an object of admiration. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance, with 2 to 3 dozen martial arts enthusiasts eagerly awaiting, all clad in training attire, confronting a squad of officers wielding batons. This influx of bodies had effectively obstructed the already narrow entrance of the capsule company, rendering it impassable. As Yamcha sauntered out from within, he instantly captured the attention of the throng. "He is Yamcha," someone exclaimed, prompting the martial artists to surge forward, rushing towards him. Despite the officers' attempts to intervene, the ordinary policemen stood little chance against the fervent enthusiasts, who swiftly broke through their ranks. Leading the charge was a tall figure, his angular features accentuated by a mane of thick black curls that resembled a mushroom atop his head, presenting an undeniably striking appearance. "You are Yamcha, the champion of that so-called world's greatest martial arts tournament, am I correct?" The towering youth proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Indeed, that would be me. What brings you to seek my presence?" Yamcha replied with a smile. "I wish to challenge you, to ascertain the true caliber of this so-called champion of martial arts," the tall youth declared, eagerly rolling up his sleeves. "I believe it would be best to reconsider." Yamcha gently shook his head, a hint of indifference gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the tall youth's eyes widened in fury, his face betraying his indignation. "Are you looking down on us? I must compete with you today," he bellowed, inciting the surrounding martial arts enthusiasts to echo his fervor, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Yet Yamcha remained unfazed, his arms crossed over his chest as he calmly remarked, "It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, you possess a fundamental misunderstanding of true martial arts. The path of martial arts is long and arduous, not something that can be achieved through mere impulsiveness. Your current strength may suffice to bully the average person, but if you wish to challenge me, you require much more practice." Even without the aid of a system, Yamcha could discern the combat prowess of these individuals, recognizing that the strongest among them possessed a mere 8 or 9 points of combat power. The tall youth, however, was unwilling to heed his words, taking a step forward. He emanated an air of stubborn determination. "Humph, how can you know without trying? I refuse to believe you are that formidable." With that, he assumed a battle stance, prepared to launch an attack on Yamcha at any moment. Observing the tenacity of this individual, Yamcha surmised that failing to satisfy their demands today would lead to an untroubled existence for the Capsule Corporation in the future. Yamcha, having made up his mind, decided that since these individuals sought a confrontation, providing them with a profound lesson would be the most prudent course of action. He then spoke. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall accept your challenge." "Thank you, Mr. Yamcha," replied the tall young man, who immediately bowed deeply before him. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. The onlookers promptly cleared a spacious area, encircling the two combatants in eager anticipation. Yamcha stood casually, gesturing to the tall youth, and said, "Unleash your full strength. You have but one chance to strike." Although Yamcha did not adopt a fighting stance, an invisible aura emanated from him, causing the tall youth to feel a surge of tension within. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage and charged forward. He swung his fists, lunging at Yamcha with fervor. He arrived swiftly, yet returned even faster. Where did he go? The onlookers were filled with inexplicable fear, as they only witnessed a dark shadow flash past them, vanishing in an instant. They turned their gaze towards the spot where the shadow had disappeared, only to find that a large hole had been smashed into the wall several dozen meters away, created by none other than the tall youth who had challenged Yamcha. Had I perhaps been too forceful? Yamcha felt a flutter of anxiety within him. Just as the other party was about to approach, he delivered a light kick, propelling the individual several dozen meters away. With the enhancement of his strength, controlling his combat power had become somewhat challenging. He merely intended to teach the other a lesson, not to take a life, should that individual meet an untimely demise. Even with the intervention of the Capsule Corporation, it would lead to complications. Ahem. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the tall, mushroom-headed youth brushed off the debris from his body and sprang up abruptly. "What is happening? How did I end up here?" he murmured, touching the sizable bump on the back of his head with confusion. "I haven't knocked him senseless, have I?" Yamcha thought helplessly. At that moment, a young man with yellow hair dashed out from the crowd, inquiring, "Are you all right? How could I possibly be in trouble?" The tall mushroom-headed youth replied with a grin. But suddenly his expression shifted to one of fear as he warily regarded the gradually approaching Yamcha. Seeing that the others seemed to recall the events that had transpired, Yamcha felt a sense of relief. However, truthfully, this mushroom-headed youth lacked significant combat prowess, while his resilience was commendable. Yamcha estimated his attack power had exceeded 20 points with that last kick. "Do you understand now? Your strength pales in comparison to mine." I understand. The tall youth responded, his previous arrogance completely dissipated, replaced by a look of admiration towards Yamcha. Just as Yamcha thought the matter had reached a conclusion, the tall mushroom-headed youth unexpectedly bowed once more, stating, "Mr. Yamcha, I wish to follow you in the pursuit of martial arts. Please accept me, and please accept us." A large group of individuals promptly followed suit, bowing deeply and displaying utmost sincerity. Yamcha gazed at them with sincerity, feeling a flicker of hesitation within. The prospect of teaching had never crossed his mind. Despite his commendable strength, he still perceived himself as an apprentice, perpetually yearning for deeper mastery in the martial arts. Yet, in the eyes of others, he had already ascended to the status of a distinguished martial artist, a beacon in the realm of Earth's martial arts. 3 centuries prior, the martial arts flourished remarkably, giving rise to many formidable practitioners, including the likes of Master Roshi and Master Crane, not to mention their even more illustrious mentor, Master Mateto. However, since the sealing of the Demon King Piccolo, Earth enjoyed an extended period of tranquility. Coupled with the rapid advancements in technology, the martial arts naturally waned in prominence. Nevertheless, Yamcha was acutely aware that this era of peace was nearing its conclusion. The challenges looming ahead for Earth would surpass any faced in the past, with the specter of destruction ever present. In his view, the current state of the martial arts community was exceedingly fragile. With great power comes great responsibility. Having accepted Master Karen's training, he felt compelled to promote and propagate the martial arts. As he observed the eager expressions of the individuals before him, a sudden resolve emerged in his heart, igniting a desire to nurture a new generation of fresh talent for Earth. "What is your name?" Yamcha inquired of the tall man leading the group. Upon hearing his name being asked, the tall man's face lit up with a joyful smile, and he responded, his voice tinged with a slight tremor, "In response to you, Mr. Yamcha, my name is Mark, and I am 17 years old." Chapter 36. Yamcha's test. 17 years old? He hardly appears so. Mark. Yamcha pondered for a brief moment, then smiled as he scrutinized Mark once more. He glanced at the latter's flamboyant, explosive hairstyle. And suddenly, a pivotal character from the Dragon Ball universe materialized in his mind, none other than Mr. Satan, known as the savior among Earthlings in Dragon Ball Z. Although Mark was still quite young and lacked a beard, diminishing the sense of worldly experience, his small eyes and exaggerated gestures were unmistakable. It had to be him. What surprised Yamcha, however, was that he had come seeking to become his apprentice. According to the original storyline, at this juncture, Mark should have been honing his skills at the martial arts dojo in Satan City. Subsequently, through a combination of remarkable fortune and commendable prowess, he would earn the title of champion in the martial arts world, adopting the name Satan. Later, during a journey with his master to participate in a competition, they encountered Tao Pai Pai in a tavern in South City. After mocking Tao Pai Pai's hairstyle, they found themselves pursued by him. Thanks to his extraordinary resilience, Satan narrowly escaped death, while his master tragically fell victim to Tao Pai Pai's wrath. It was only after hearing news of Tao Pai Pai's demise that he chose to re-emerge into the fray. Yamcha, hailing from the West City, had originally intended to travel to Satan City to hone his martial arts skills. However, upon learning that the esteemed champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha, was present in West City, he promptly abandoned his initial plans and sought to apprentice under him at Capsule Corporation. Mark, quick to perceive Yamcha's welcoming smile, understood that he had made a favorable impression. He eagerly seized the opportunity and exclaimed, "Mr. Yamcha, do you accept me as your disciple?" Yamcha shook his head and smiled, saying, "Becoming my disciple is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. You must endure my trials." "What trials?" "We are willing to do anything to become your disciples." Mark eagerly replied, "Martial arts also require innate talent. Not everyone is suited for the path of cultivation. Today, I offer you an opportunity. To the south of the western city lies Mount Tiendo. You have 1 hour to reach there. The first 3 individuals to arrive shall be accepted as my disciples. As for the rest, I can only express my regrets. Remember, You must run there. Using any form of transportation will lead to immediate disqualification. After Yamcha finished speaking, he vanished from sight without waiting for any questions. Tiendo Mountain, nearly 50 kilometers away, seemed an impossible distance to cover in just 1 hour. Instantly, dozens of martial artists began to murmur among themselves. "What shall we do, Mark?" asked a young man with yellow hair, clad in a taekwondo uniform. "What shall we do?" "Of course, we run. Since Mr. Yamcha has given us this opportunity, we must strive to fulfill it. Otherwise, what purpose do we have in being here?" Mark declared, leading the charge towards Tiendo Mountain. "Wait for me," others exclaimed as they followed suit. 50 kilometers tests not only one's endurance but also one's spirit. In a previous life, even top marathon runners would require 3 to 5 hours to finish such a distance. Yet, in the Dragon Ball world, martial artists are not ordinary beings. Even novice practitioners possess capabilities beyond the comprehension of typical humans. Although 50 kilometers may seem daunting, accomplishing it in an hour is not beyond the realm of possibility for this group, provided they possess exceptional physique and willpower. This is precisely what Yamcha seeks. Those unable to complete the task are simply not the individuals he desires. On the road to Tiendo Mountain, a group of young dreamers, filled with aspirations of martial arts, ran with fervor. Their figures danced in the sunlight, sweat soaking their garments, yet nothing could hinder their relentless stride. The sight of dozens of individuals racing forward resembled a stampede of wild horses, creating a stunning spectacle. Truly, it was a scene of passion. High above, Yamcha soared through the sky, observing the performance of the group. Mark led the way, his gaze resolute and his step steady. Each footfall echoed with anticipation and determination for the future, embodying the spirit of a fervent youth. The young man with yellow hair closely followed him, though he struggled to keep pace, refusing to fall behind. While his yearning for martial arts did not match that of Mark, he pressed on for the sake of friendship, gritting his teeth in determination. The scenery rushed past them, too swift for them to appreciate, as they focused solely on their singular goal, to reach Tiendo Mountain as quickly as possible. As time progressed, some began to falter, their stamina waning and their pace diminishing. However, Mark and the young man with yellow hair maintained a brisk speed, encouraging and supporting one another. Meanwhile, anxiety and unease filled the hearts of the other martial artists, who feared elimination yet were reluctant to surrender. They gritted their teeth, moving forward step by step, repeatedly urging themselves, "Persevere, do not give up. This is our only chance." After running over 20 kilometers, many found their strength severely depleted. As they gazed at the seemingly unreachable path ahead, their resolve began to waver. How can we possibly cover such a distance in just 1 hour? Perhaps it is time to give up. They halted, their faces etched with fatigue and resignation, their eyes betraying a profound disappointment. Some simply collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, as if they had resigned themselves to the fate of elimination. In truth, their performance was commendable. Covering 20 kilometers in just over 20 minutes would have been extraordinary in the previous world. Yet, in this realm, their achievements were relegated to mediocrity. As the distance extended, Mark and the group led by Huang Mao had already distanced themselves from the second tier by over 1,000 meters. Although half the participants had given up by this point, a dozen or so still pressed on with determination. After 30 kilometers, their legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead. Each step required an indomitable will to sustain them, as their bodies approached their limits. Mark thought to himself, "I cannot concede. This is my sole opportunity to become a disciple of the martial arts champion and carve out my own niche in this discipline. I cannot surrender here." Huang Mao, too, spurred himself on internally. "If Mark can endure, I cannot yield in front of this fellow." Though they were the best of friends, they found themselves in a competitive dynamic at this moment. Their bodies were utterly exhausted, yet their spirits blazed like a fervent flame, growing ever more intense. With the support of this inner fire, their physical limits were gradually transcended during their run, though they were unaware of this fact. Chapter 37. The three disciples' time ticked away, and Mark and his companions drew ever closer to the base of Tiendo Mountain. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation, as if they could envision themselves as disciples of Master Yamcha, imagining their continuous progress in martial arts in the spotlight of public attention. However, they were acutely aware that the final stretch was often the most arduous. Having left the city behind, they entered the wilderness. The path beneath their feet transformed from smooth highways to winding, treacherous trails, with the occasional gnarled branch or rock impeding their progress. At this juncture, only 6 individuals remained, each a formidable practitioner of martial arts. At last, they reached the foot of Tiendo Mountain, the outline of the towering peak visible against the sky, seemingly beckoning them forward. Suddenly, a broad river obstructed their path, its waters surging fiercely, devoid of any bridge to cross. This presented an even greater challenge. What should we do? The river is too swift. We cannot cross. Some began to express their anxiety, their hearts heavy with despair and helplessness. They gazed at the tumultuous waters, uncertain of their next move. Mark furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "It is merely a river. There must be a way to cross it. Everyone, let us search for a crossing point." The group began to search diligently and eventually discovered a section of the river where the water was relatively shallow. However, crossing the river still required immense courage. At that moment, they felt a sense of hesitation, torn between the fear of the river's dangers and the desire to seize this opportunity. Time was of the essence, so I took the initiative to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Mark leaped into the water, which instantly engulfed him up to his knees. Yet, he pressed onward, determinedly making his way to the opposite bank. The young man with blonde hair followed closely behind. Inspired by their bravery, the remaining four plunged into the river, resolutely advancing toward the far shore. After overcoming various obstacles, they successfully crossed the river. As they set foot on the land of the opposite bank, their hearts swelled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. They understood that they had drawn one step closer to Mount Tiendo. With the river behind them, the remaining journey involved ascending the mountain. Although Mount Tiendo was not particularly high, it presented yet another challenge for the weary group. In a final surge, the six of them exerted every ounce of energy, racing forward with determination, each aspiring to claim one of the top 3 positions. "The first place is mine," Mark declared with fervor. However, claiming the top spot was no simple feat. Just as Mark believed victory was assured, a lean man who had been lagging behind began to accelerate, overtaking the 4 competitors ahead of him and matching Mark's pace. "What?" Mark exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at the slender man, his expression turning serious as he shouted. "Surpassing me won't be that easy." He surged ahead once more. Yet, the lean man merely smiled and, with another burst of speed, surpassed Mark, establishing a commanding lead over the group. "Excellent, there are still 6 of them, far exceeding my expectations." At that moment, Yamcha had already reached the summit. Reflecting on the efforts of the 6 climbing the mountain with a sense of profound appreciation. Without making Yamcha wait long, one climber emerged at the peak. It was the previously unassuming, now determined lean man. Upon seeing Yamcha, he joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Yamcha, I am the first." "Haha, very well. Take a moment to rest while awaiting the arrival of the others," Yamcha replied to the lean man. A few minutes later, the second and third competitors arrived, revealing a somewhat disheartened Mark and the blonde-haired youth. Upon reaching the summit and seeing Yamcha, they promptly approached to pay their respects. "Mr. Yamcha." Thus, the top 3 positions, as determined by Yamcha, were officially established. Yamcha nodded with satisfaction. "You are quite remarkable. From this moment onward, you shall be my disciples." The lean man, Mark, and the other 2 knelt before Mr. Yamcha, expressing their gratitude with a profound bow. "Thank you, master. We shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations." Under the system's scrutiny, it was evident that the 3 possessed varying degrees of talent. The most gifted among them was Vera, whose talent points reached an impressive 60, the highest of the trio. Following him was Mark, with 45 talent points, while Vincent had the least, with 36 points. Despite his lower score, Vincent still demonstrated considerable potential as a martial arts prodigy. For an average human's talent points typically amount to merely 1. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the final 3 reached the summit, only to find that Yamcha had completed his selection of disciples. A hint of frustration and resignation flickered across their faces. Although they did not rank among the top 3, their perseverance to reach the end was commendable, and their foundational skills were notably strong. Furthermore, all 3 boasted talent points exceeding 10, qualifying them as promising candidates in other martial arts sections. As he prepared to let them depart, Yamcha felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, he understood the treacherous nature of the path of martial arts and recognized that he lacked the time to train numerous disciples. 3 was already his limit, especially as he needed to focus on his own cultivation. Yamcha approached the 3 with a leisurely gait, smiling as he spoke, "Though you cannot become my disciples, I grant you permission to cultivate your skills within my dojo." The 3 immediately displayed expressions of delight, as this unexpected fortune was a significant boon for them. While they may not attain the same status as Mark and his companions, the opportunity to train alongside Yamcha promised to greatly enhance their martial arts journey. Henceforth, This place shall serve as our dojo. Yamcha pointed to the barren Tien Dome mountain beneath his feet. Master, how can this desolate mountain serve as a dojo? Mark remarked with evident confusion, for this place was devoid of anything, lacking even a flat surface. Yamcha smiled faintly, offering no response. He led the group down to the mountainside, where he commenced a series of perplexing actions that left the 6 individuals utterly bewildered. Second brother, what is Master doing? I cannot comprehend this. He is gesturing and aiming, the bewildered Huangmao remarked to Mark. After a brief initiation, the 3 successful disciples had established their rankings. The slender man who reached the summit first was designated as the senior brother. His name was Vera, a seasoned practitioner of martial arts with many years of experience. Coincidentally, while traveling through the western capital, he had heard of the renowned martial arts tournament champion being in the vicinity and joined the crowd, unwittingly becoming Yamcha's disciple. As for Huangmao, his name was Vincent, originally intending to train in combat techniques alongside Mark in the realm of Satan. The other 3 were named Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha, all enthusiasts of martial arts from the western capital. Surely, Master has profound intentions. Let us observe, Mark said, feigning an air of profundity. After a brief display of movements, Yamcha swiftly reached a decision and turned to the 6, proclaiming, "You are fortunate today. I shall allow you to witness the true power of a martial artist." At present, the Heavenly Dome Mountain could hardly serve as a dojo, lacking even a flat surface. Yamcha prepared to unleash the Kamehameha, intending to level the entire mountaintop, thus laying the groundwork for future development. Following that, he would gather people to construct buildings, and the initial framework would soon take shape. Chapter 38. Demonstrating power. Yamcha inhaled deeply, gradually adjusting his breath. His gaze became intensely focused, as if the entire world had been reduced to just himself and the majestic Tien Dome mountain before him. Mark and the others watched him anxiously, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Before long, Yamcha raised his hand slowly, beginning to perform a series of peculiar gestures in front of him. His movements were fluid and powerful, as though he were communicating with some enigmatic force. With each gesture, the surrounding air seemed to quiver ever so slightly. Is this the true prowess of a martial artist? It was utterly astonishing, Vincent murmured in awe. Vela, on the other hand, fixated intently on Yamcha, his eyes shimmering with admiration. As a seasoned practitioner of martial arts, he could naturally sense the formidable aura emanating from Yamcha. Even the strongest teacher he had encountered in his previous training grounds exuded but a fraction of that power. Though Mark attempted to maintain an air of profundity, he too was filled with astonishment at that moment. He had known Yamcha was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. It dawned upon him that during their time at the capsule company, Yamcha had not been exerting his true capabilities at all. As Yamcha's movements quickened, so too did the intensity of his aura. Suddenly, he let out a resounding shout, thrusting both hands forward with great force. A dazzling beam of blue light instantaneously shot forth from his palms, soaring towards the mountaintop like a meteor. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom, causing the entirety of Tien Dome Mountain to tremble as if shaken by an unseen force. A cloud of dust enveloped the summit, obscuring the events that transpired. After a brief period, the haze gradually dissipated, and the 6 disciples were astonished to behold that the once rugged peak had been impeccably sheared away by half, revealing a vast, flat expanse at their current elevation, as if crafted by divine hands. "This is truly remarkable," Vincent exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Vera could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Indeed, Master's prowess is unfathomable. With such a mentor guiding us, our journey in the martial arts will undoubtedly be more seamless." Mark, brimming with excitement, declared, "Master, you are simply incredible. Will I ever attain such strength?" At this moment, Mark was yet untouched by the rigidity of future beliefs, and having witnessed Yamcha's extraordinary combat prowess, his heart was filled solely with aspiration and fervor. Yamcha gazed upon the fruits of his labor, nodding in satisfaction. "Well, now that we have a level ground, we can commence the construction of the dojo. Next, I shall recruit some individuals to assist in erecting the building, and I urge all of you to actively participate and contribute your efforts towards our dojo." Mark and the others responded in unison, "Yes, Master." Subsequently, Yamcha returned directly to Capsule Corp, while the others went home to bid farewell to their families, for they would be residing in the Heavenly Dome Mountain for an extended period. Having spent 2 hours here, it was likely that Bulma was growing anxious. Where could that Yamcha have disappeared to without a word? When Yamcha located Bulma, she was in the midst of expressing her frustration toward Oolong. "How would I know? Go ask Yamcha," Oolong retorted irritably. At that moment, Yamcha's voice emerged from behind her. Bulma spun around, and upon seeing Yamcha, the anger on her face had yet to fully dissipate. Where have you been? You vanished without a trace. Do you realize how worried I was? Yamcha displayed a faint smile of apology, expressing regret as he said, I'm sorry, I had some urgent matters to attend to, but I'm back now. Bulma furrowed her brow, questioning, what could possibly be so important that you left without even saying a word? Yamcha pondered for a moment before succinctly recounting his plans to accept disciples in the southern region of the Heavenly Dome Mountains, as well as his preparations to establish a dojo. Upon hearing that Yamcha wished to create a dojo, she naturally offered her support. As it pertained to the endeavor of her beloved, her expression softened slightly, so that was the case. You ought to have informed me, you know. I was under the impression that something had befallen you. Yamcha stepped forward and gently grasped Bulma's hand, expressing, it was thoughtless of me, and I apologize for causing you concern. I assure you it will not happen again. Nearby, Oolong observed the pair and wrinkled his nose, exclaiming, oh dear, how utterly sentimental. Yamcha, do refrain from wandering off again, lest Bulma directs her frustration towards me next time. Yamcha smiled reassuringly, do not worry, it won't happen again. By the way, Bulma, what brings you to me? Bulma shot him a glance, almost forgetting her purpose in her annoyance. The invention you tasked me with has shown promising progress, and I would like you to take a look. Oh, really? Yamcha inquired with curiosity. Bulma grinned mysteriously, follow me. With that, she took his hand and led him towards the laboratory. Oolong shook his head in resignation and followed suit. The focus of Bulma's research was an evolutionary serum. To keep her occupied, she had suggested collaborating on this endeavor. The choice of an evolutionary serum was a conclusion Yamcha had drawn based on the unfolding storyline. Considering that Dr. Gero could merge the genes of individuals such as Goku and Krillin with those of humans and special species to create androids that surpassed ordinary psiots. Hence, it stood to reason that a genetically enhancing serum, which posed less technical difficulty, should be feasible. In his imagination, this serum would be devoid of side effects and capable of rapidly augmenting human physical strength, granting even researchers extraordinary prowess. He had not anticipated that mere weeks would yield such results. Soon, they arrived at Bulma's laboratory. Within, an array of advanced instruments flickered with a faint glow, enveloping the space in an aura of technological mystique. With palpable excitement, Bulma approached a workstation where a delicate test tube rested, containing a liquid that emanated an unusual luminescence. Yamcha, behold, this is the prototype of the evolutionary serum I have been developing, Bulma declared, her eyes sparkling with pride. Yamcha leaned in closely, observing the potion within the test tube, his heart brimming with anticipation. It appeared quite promising. Please, enlighten me about the current progress, he requested. Bulma cleared her throat and began to elaborate. At present, this potion has achieved preliminary success in several animal trials. The subjects exhibited remarkable enhancements in both strength and speed following the injection. However, there remain certain instabilities, such as the uncertain duration of the effects and the potential for unforeseen side effects on the animals' bodies. Yamcha nodded thoughtfully and remarked, it appears that this potion still requires numerous adjustments in its details. Chapter 39, The Wolf Fong Training Hall. Nonetheless, this is already a commendable beginning. Do you have any plans for the next steps? Bulma responded with a confident smile. I intend to further refine the potion's formula to mitigate the risks of side effects. Additionally, I will conduct more experiments to ensure both the safety and efficacy of the potion. Nearby, Oolong, listening to their conversation, inquired with a puzzled expression. Can this potion truly make someone as formidable as Yamcha? Yamcha cast a glance at Oolong. This was merely a conjecture, and its certainty remained elusive. However, should it come to fruition, it would wield a profound influence on our world. Bulma then remarked, indeed, yet this endeavor demands time and extensive research. Nevertheless, I am confident that there exists no challenge insurmountable for a brilliant and beautiful girl such as myself. Yamcha gazed into Bulma's resolute eyes, feeling a warm current surge within him. He understood that once Bulma set her mind to something, she would wholeheartedly commit herself to it. Very well, I trust you. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. The assistance he referred to naturally included providing blood and capturing some ferocious beasts. As the foremost martial artist on Earth at present, the genetic samples previously analyzed had indeed utilized Yamcha's cellular genes. Yamcha does not shy away from utilizing his own genetics for experimentation, for he possesses a firm confidence The advancements he makes will forever outpace those of his prior genetic makeup. Although the martial arts arena at Tiendo Mountain is currently under vigorous construction, there is no necessity for Yamcha to oversee its management. He merely conveys his ideas and requirements to the dedicated construction team. Within just a month, the main structure of the martial arts arena at Tiendo Mountain has been completed, with only minor adjustments and refinements remaining, rendering it ready for normal use. On this particular day, the dawn begins to break gently. Yamcha soared towards Tiendo Mountain with Bulma by his side. Although this was not Bulma's first experience of flight, it remained unclear whether her apprehension stemmed from genuine fear or was a mere pretense. She nestled against Yamcha's sturdy chest like a timid bird seeking solace. The distance from Capsule Corporation to Tiendo was merely 50 kilometers, a journey Yamcha could complete in 10 minutes. However, to ensure Bulma's safety, he was compelled to reduce his speed, resulting in a 30-minute voyage instead. The height of Tiendo Mountain previously exceeded 1,000 meters. Although Yamcha had flattened its summit, it still rose to an impressive 800 meters. At the pinnacle, shrouded in swirling clouds, stood a magnificent martial arts training ground. The first sight that captured the eye was a grand and expansive gatehouse, adorned with the elegant characters Wolf Fong Training Ground inscribed in an artistic style. This ancient architectural design exuded a rich, nostalgic atmosphere, as if it had transcended the river of time, embodying the essence of history and the legacy of martial arts. Behind the gatehouse lay a vast plaza, entirely paved with blue stone slabs, spanning several acres, ample space for hundreds of martial artists to hone their skills. The morning sun cast a golden glow upon the square, illuminating it with a radiant brilliance. At this moment, 6 dark-skinned men are engaging in their training, clad in uniform garments embroidered with the emblem of the Wolf Fong. The foremost trio are executing their martial arts with formidable power. Each strike resounds with an echoing force, as they demonstrate the renowned Wolf Fong Wind Fist, a technique refined by Yamcha through his meticulous enhancements. The Wolf Fong Wind Fist has transcended the ordinary realm of martial arts, emerging as a premier fighting style. However, this elevation in skill comes with increased difficulty. To facilitate his disciples' training, Yamcha has categorized the Wolf Fong Wind Fist into 5 distinct levels: beginner, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and transcendence. Each level corresponds with a specific combat capability. The beginner level boasts a strength of 10 points. The proficient level ranges from 20 to 30 points. The minor accomplishment level reaches 30 to 40 points. The major accomplishment level attains 40 to 50 points, and the transcendence level achieves 50 to 60 points. Among the 6, Vera possesses the highest combat strength, thus becoming the first to master the basics of the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. After a month of dedicated training, he has progressed to the proficient level, achieving a combat power of 21 points. Following closely is Mark, who has also excelled in his training, advancing considerably within the beginner level. With just a bit more practice, he is poised to break through to the proficient level, currently holding a combat strength of 18 points. Although there exists a slight disparity between his strength and Vera's, his unique resilience allows him to rival Vera's prowess. Vincent, on the other hand, is slightly lagging, with a combat strength of 12 points at the beginner level. The remaining 3 individuals possess lower combat capabilities. Yet their training in the Wolf Fong Wind Fist has still enhanced their strength, bringing them to an average of 8 to 9 points. Behind the square, several elegantly arranged pavilions and towers stand, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets. The crimson columns juxtapose beautifully with the slate-gray tiles, shimmering with a mysterious luster under the sun's rays. Inside the pavilion, stone tables and benches are meticulously arranged, offering a respite for practitioners to savor the tranquility and serenity of the mountains. The towers rise majestically into the clouds, with exquisitely carved window frames that exude an ancient and solemn beauty. To ensure the architecture harmonizes with its surroundings, various flowers, plants, and trees have been introduced, along with mountain spring water, achieving a perfect fusion of nature and structure that aligns with the concept of Tao. In the distance, the mountains undulate, shrouded in drifting clouds, resembling a celestial realm. Occasionally, birds soar through the sky, tracing beautiful arcs and adding a touch of vitality and energy to this tranquil expanse. This place you have created is truly magnificent. It makes me want to move here, Bulma remarked with a smile. If you wish to come, you are always welcome. Is there any difference between us? Yamcha winked at Bulma, exuding an indescribable flirtation. Humph, cuddled in Yamcha's embrace, Bulma felt an overwhelming shyness, her cheeks flushing an even deeper crimson after his teasing. Before long, Mark and the others noticed the two in the sky, promptly halting their training. They were not particularly astonished by the sight of flight, as they had grown accustomed to Yamcha soaring through the air during this time. They had also contemplated learning the flight technique. But Yamcha merely promised that whoever first surpassed a battle power of 50 would be granted the opportunity to train in the art of flight. This was also his way of preventing them from becoming distracted. Soon, Yamcha descended with Bulma in his arms. The ever-perceptive Mark, noticing Yamcha with a young maiden, exchanged glances with the others and, in unison, called out to Yamcha and Bulma, "Master, Mistress." Bulma, being a young woman, had never been addressed as mistress before, especially not by a group of burly men. She merely nodded slightly, then turned, her expression unfriendly, and pinched Yamcha's arm with considerable force. Yamcha wore a pained expression, grimacing momentarily. He then turned to Mark and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 40. The Shocked Disciples. Yamcha led the group toward the rear of the loft, soon arriving at a level clearing. At that moment, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it into the open space, resulting in a resounding boom. In the next instant, a hemispherical metallic structure manifested before them. They were familiar with the universal capsules produced by Capsule Corporation. However, the purpose of this entirely alloy-constructed dwelling eluded them. "Master, what is the function of this house, especially since it is made of alloy?" Mark inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the other disciples echoed in agreement. "Do you wish to know?" Yamcha replied with a subtle smile, casting a glance over the group, his expression tinged with a hint of mischief. Bulma, perceiving Yamcha's sly demeanor, understood his intent for mischief but chose not to expose him. Mark and the others nodded in response. Yamcha opened the door and stepped inside, with Mark following closely behind. Upon entering the room, Mark was taken aback to find it devoid of any furnishings, save for the walls that gleamed with a metallic sheen. After all six had entered, Yamcha closed the door. "Where is Master Roshi?" Vera pondered, noticing that Bulma had not followed them in, which sparked a hint of doubt within her. "Why is there nothing here?" Mark muttered, glancing around in confusion. As they surveyed their surroundings, Yamcha suddenly inquired, "Are you all prepared?" Before they could respond, an invisible, immense force bore down upon them. Instantly, they felt as though they were burdened by an overwhelming weight. The sudden pressure flushed their faces crimson, and their bodies involuntarily bent under the strain. The three with the least combat prowess collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. Even Vera struggled to breathe under the oppressive gravity, finally grasping why Bulma had not entered with them. Interestingly, it was Mark who exhibited the greatest resilience, although his legs trembled under the weight of the gravity chamber. He valiantly held his ground, proving that his impressive musculature was not in vain, despite Yamcha having merely adjusted the gravity to 3 times the norm. It remained a formidable challenge for those newly embarking on their martial arts journey. Naturally, he had no intention of allowing them to commence training in the gravity chamber just yet, as he deemed it essential for them to master the Wolf Fang Fist first. "My goodness, Master, what is happening?" Mark gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Satisfied with the effect, Yamcha promptly retrieved a remote control and reset the gravity in the chamber to normal levels. As the pressure eased, the 6 individuals exhaled deeply, gasping for breath as they relieved the tension imposed by the previous threefold gravity. Yamcha gazed at their disheveled appearances, a sly smile emerging upon his face. "Hee. This is the gravity training room, specifically designed to enhance your strength. The gravity you just experienced was 3 times the normal level. It must have been quite uncomfortable. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the group widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing why they had struggled to even stand upright moments before. After regaining her composure, Vera exclaimed, "Wow, Master, can this gravity training room truly bolster our abilities?" Yamcha nodded earnestly and said, "Of course. Training in a high-gravity environment can significantly awaken your physical potential, allowing your strength to rise rapidly. However, this process can be exceedingly arduous. But for you at this moment, it is still too early. Your primary focus should remain on mastering the Wolf Fang Fist." Vincent grimaced, his expression one of despair, and lamented, "Master, this is truly unbearable." Yamcha playfully tapped Vincent's head, imparting a lesson. There are no shortcuts in martial arts. Only through exerting greater effort than others can one truly become a formidable warrior. Subsequently, Yamcha escorted the group out of the gravity chamber. Upon exiting, they encountered Bulma, who had been waiting for quite some time. At that moment, Bulma was idly surveying her surroundings. The architectural style, reminiscent of the ancient dragon kingdom from her past life, piqued her curiosity immensely. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. as if she were exploring an entirely new world. After Yamcha had finished with Mark and the others, he sought out Bulma. With a gentle smile, he approached her, captivated by her curious demeanor, which stirred a wave of tenderness within him. "Bulma, do you find this quite fascinating?" Yamcha inquired softly. Bulma nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Yamcha, this architectural style is truly unique. I have never encountered anything like it before. It evokes a sense of resplendent culture within me. In this world, most buildings are hemispherical, resembling individual yurts, whereas the pavilions and towers of Tiendo Mountain exhibit a multifaceted structure, incorporating various forms such as hexagons and octagons. As one strolls through them, there is a profound sense of continuity in time and space, akin to listening to an extensive, cohesive symphony." Yamcha cleared his throat and began to elaborate to Bulma with great care. This architectural style is known as Zhuangjian architecture, which emphasizes symmetry and harmony. Observe these flying eaves and bracket sets. They not only possess aesthetic appeal but also serve the practical purposes of drainage and decoration. The predominant colors of the structure are grounded in subtle tones, imparting a sense of solemnity. Bulma listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. "What about the dojo? Do you have any specific ideas for it moving forward?" Yamcha smiled gently and continued, "I intend to transform this place into a comprehensive martial arts academy. In addition to a gravity training room, there will be various training venues, such as combat arenas and endurance training grounds. Simultaneously, I will establish relaxation and study areas, allowing the disciples to unwind and learn amidst their training." Bulma's eyes sparkled with interest. "That sounds quite appealing. However, with only 6 disciples at present, do you plan to continue recruiting more?" After a moment of contemplation, Yamcha replied, "I do not have such plans at the moment. I will only consider it once they are on the right track." Bulma nodded and smiled, saying, "Then what do you still require the assistance of this talented genius for?" Yamcha gazed at Bulma, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I hope you will continue to utilize your ingenuity to design advanced training equipment for the dojo, along with the genetic evolution serums you have been researching. With your assistance, I am confident that our dojo will become a premier martial arts institution on Earth." However, there were unspoken thoughts lingering in his mind. His ambition was not merely to establish a dojo of earthly renown, but one that would be celebrated throughout the cosmos. Bulma smiled gently and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. However, you must not become complacent. It is essential that you diligently train your disciples." Yamcha grasped Bulma's hand earnestly and declared, "I shall indeed, for this will be my future endeavor, to transform this dojo into a sanctuary for martial arts enthusiasts." Witnessing Yamcha's unwavering commitment, Bulma's heart swelled with a radiant smile. Chapter 41. Vitality and Spirit. Bulma lingered until the afternoon before taking her leave. Subsequently, Yamcha approached the 6 individuals who were diligently training, stating, "During this period, I have been preoccupied with construction, and my master has yet to truly guide you in your training. We have long awaited our master's training." They responded eagerly upon hearing that Yamcha would be leading their practice. "Without further ado, let us commence with 100 laps around Tiendo Mountain." 100 laps? Upon hearing Yamcha's announcement, Vincent suddenly felt disheartened. "Enough chatter, follow me," Yamcha bellowed, leading the charge down the mountain. Yamcha is not akin to Master Roshi. He does not rest while his disciples train but instead takes on a leading role. Upon witnessing Yamcha begin to run, Mark and the others ceased their protests and, with a sense of determination, followed suit. At this moment, after a month of renovations, the Tien Shinhan mountain had been transformed, featuring a narrow staircase leading from the mountain gate to its base, making descent effortless yet ascent arduous, as long as no one succumbed to dizziness. Yamcha practiced vigorously until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point the group returned to the dojo. Upon their arrival, Yamcha guided the 6 of them in practicing the Wolf Fang Fist for an additional half hour. Henceforth, each day, you shall be required to run 100 laps around Tien Shinhan Mountain. After Yamcha outlined the training regimen for his disciples, he returned to the backyard. For Yamcha, guiding his disciples in their practice was merely an appetizer. The true training was about to commence. He re-entered the gravity chamber and adjusted its gravitational force to 20 times that of normal. Thus began a day of rigorous training. The 20-fold gravity signified immense pressure for Yamcha. Every movement became exceedingly arduous, as if he were burdened by an enormous mountain. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat, gritting his teeth and striving to train within this extreme gravitational environment. Sweat cascaded down like rain, soaking his garments. His breathing grew heavy and rapid, but his gaze remained resolute. In this high-gravity setting, he continuously pushed his limits, awakening the latent potential within his body. He repeated various motions time and again. From simple punches to intricate combinations of techniques, each effort brought him closer to his aspirations. Time seemed to stretch infinitely within the gravity chamber, yet Yamcha remained oblivious. Utterly engrossed in his training, oblivious to the world outside. When he finally felt utterly exhausted, he gradually ceased his movements. At that moment, although his body was profoundly fatigued, his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He knew he had taken another solid step forward. Yamcha stepped out of the gravity chamber and made his way to the open area in the backyard. He inhaled deeply, immersed in the tranquility of the night. The moonlight cascaded upon him, as if celebrating his efforts. Yet, at this moment, he felt no joy with the enhancement of his combat power. His mastery over his own energy appeared to diminish. In the realm of martial arts, the essence of vitality encompasses three pivotal elements: Jing, Qi, and Shun. In this world, Jing signifies physical strength, while Shun denotes mental fortitude, and Qi represents the amalgamation of both physical and mental prowess. Within the Dragon Ball universe, these elements wield profound influence over martial artists. Physical strength, or Jing, forms the foundation for martial artists. A robust physique endows them with greater endurance and explosive power during combat. Possessing formidable physical strength enables martial artists to withstand more severe assaults while unleashing more potent techniques. Much like Goku, whose body, honed through countless battles, consistently manifests astonishing strength at critical moments to triumph over formidable foes. Shin, or mental strength, serves as the internal pillar for martial artists. Unyielding conviction, resilient will, and fearless courage are manifestations of mental fortitude. In the heat of battle, mental strength allows martial artists to maintain focus, unmarred by external distractions, and perform at their utmost potential. When confronted with powerful adversaries, mental strength can awaken latent abilities, enabling them to transcend their limits and achieve the miraculous. Take Vegeta, for instance. His indomitable spirit propels him to continually surpass his own boundaries in the face of relentless challenges. Qi, as the synthesis of physical and mental power, embodies the very core of a martial artist's strength. Through the mastery of Qi, they can amplify their offensive and defensive capabilities and enhance their agility. They possess the ability to sense their opponent's Qi, thereby anticipating their movements and devising corresponding battle strategies. Furthermore, Qi can be harnessed to execute various formidable techniques, such as the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb. In the crucible of combat, the degree of control over Qi directly determines a martial artist's prowess. For Yamcha, training within the gravity chamber significantly boosts his physical strength, yet his mental fortitude remains stagnant. Unlike the Saiyans, who can incessantly enhance their abilities within the chamber and even employ external enhancements as a human from Earth, his path to elevating his mental strength necessitates a deeper connection with nature and his inner self. On Earth, it seems that knowledge of cultivating mental strength is scarce, primarily associated with the divine realm, leaving a sense of incompleteness. It appears that an opportunity to journey to the divine realm may be in order. Yamcha's mind began to stir with excitement. On that day, having just concluded his training, beads of sweat still clung to his skin. He was about to seek a quiet place to rest when Mark and Vincente rushed over, their urgency palpable. Mark's face glowed with exhilaration, his eyes darting restlessly, and he scratched the back of his head in an unconscious display of bashfulness. He stammered, "Master, I wish to venture down the mountain." "Down the mountain? Is there something urgent?" Yamcha inquired with a smile. "Not really," Mark replied, seemingly reluctant to divulge too much detail. "I heard from a delivery person that a renowned female singer is coming to Shiji City for a concert tomorrow, so I thought I might go and see." Yet, Yamcha was not convinced by his nonchalant demeanor. It cannot be that simple. With your temperament, can you truly appreciate music? There must be more to this. Yamcha observed Mark's anxious yet bashful demeanor, instantly piquing his interest as he pressed on with his inquiries. Pausing for a moment, Mark summoned his courage to continue. "The singer who is coming to hold a concert is named Miguel. She is a dear childhood friend of mine, and I haven't seen her for over 6 months." At this point, an unmistakable tenderness and affection shone in Mark's eyes. "Is she beautiful?" Yamcha inquired with a smile. Chapter 42. The concert. Mark's eyes sparkled instantaneously, as if stars were twinkling within them. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Miguel, she is extraordinarily beautiful. She possesses a cascade of golden hair that flows like a waterfall, gently curling and shimmering with enchanting brilliance under the sunlight. Her eyes resemble deep blue sapphires, clear and luminous, as though they could see into one's soul. Her lips are akin to the petals of a vibrant rose, perpetually adorned with a warm smile. Her voice is nothing short of celestial, every time I hear her sing. As Mark described Miguel's appearance, he became lost in delightful memories. His face alight with infatuation. Haha, you really like her, Yamcha remarked. Mark replied absent-mindedly. However, realizing his slip, he quickly recanted, no, we are merely ordinary friends. Yamcha gazed at Mark's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, my good man, what is there to feel embarrassed about? If you have an affinity for her, you should bravely pursue your desires. Therefore, I shall grant you both a day off. You have toiled diligently during your training. So take this opportunity to unwind. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Mark was instantly filled with exuberant joy. This is magnificent, he exclaimed excitedly. Just as Mark was about to dash back, Yamcha's voice resonated once more. Wait a moment. Mark's enthusiasm momentarily waned, fearing that Yamcha might have changed his mind. However, Yamcha continued, by the way, please prepare 2 tickets for me as well. Mark was taken aback, but quickly realized that Yamcha intended to take Bulma to the concert. In his previous life, Yamcha, as a member of the Moonlight Clan, had always found himself financially strained, often deterred by the exorbitant price of concert tickets. Yet, for the current Yamcha, such matters were no longer a concern. The following afternoon, as a gentle breeze wafted through the streets, it carried with it a refreshing essence. Yamcha appeared at the doorstep of Bulma's residence. Despite having been away for some time, the robots of Capsule Corporation recognized him instantly, effortlessly granting him access to the building. Before he could even take a seat, a playful voice rang out. Is that not Yamcha? Have you come to see our dear Bulma? She is currently busy in the laboratory, but do you have time to join me for dinner? The speaker was none other than Bulma's mother, Panchi. It could be said that Panchi was the one person Yamcha dreaded encountering at Capsule Corporation, as each meeting left him blushing furiously. No, Mrs. Brief, he replied. I intend to take Bulma to Miguel's concert. Yamcha smiled awkwardly and remarked, attending a concert? How romantic. My old man is nothing like you. Beijini sighed in response. Just as she wallowed in self-pity, Dr. Brief, clad in his white lab coat, glided by on a balance bike, stating earnestly, did we not attend one just a couple of days ago? How can you, an old man, compare to the youth? Beijini shot Dr. Brief a glance of exasperation before walking away. The concert you mentioned, it must be that Miguel, right? Dr. Brief leaned closer to Yamcha with a smile. Everyone has their passions, and for Dr. Brief, it is music. As evident from the original work, he is quite enamored with it and possesses considerable knowledge. Even when constructing a spaceship, he does not forget to install a sound system. Oh, Dr. Brief, do you know that female singer? Yamcha inquired with curiosity. Evidently aware that Dr. Brief frequently keeps an eye on the concerts in West City, otherwise, he would not have reacted so promptly. It is said that there is a promising new singer. Dr. Brief responded with utmost seriousness. Well then, shall we go and see for ourselves? Yamcha, momentarily uncertain of Dr. Brief's thoughts, casually remarked, never mind. If Bulma discovers that I am attending the concert with her, I shall surely face dire consequences. Dr. Brief expressed a tinge of regret. It was evident that Bulma held a prominent position within the household. Even her father, Dr. Brief, dared not offend her lightly. This dynamic had fostered Bulma's fearless nature, allowing her to roam freely in search of Dragon Balls. Once Bulma had completed her preparations, she emerged clad in a vibrant orange dress. Her voluminous blue hair adorned with glistening droplets of water, resembling a celestial nymph freshly emerged from a pond. As she matured, her beauty became increasingly radiant. Let us be off, Bulma exclaimed, linking her arm with Yamcha's, a smile gracing her lips. Prior to Yamcha's arrival, she had communicated with him through her device. Upon learning of his presence, she promptly set aside her tasks, refreshed herself, and came forth. Bulma, you are truly stunning, he complimented. Yamcha inhaled the delicate fragrance that emanated from Bulma, unable to refrain from offering her a compliment. Of course, Bulma replied playfully, winking at Yamcha like a lark. Subsequently, the two hurried towards the venue of the concert. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a sea of people, an atmosphere brimming with excitement. The stage shimmered with dazzling lights, vibrant and colorful. Yamcha grasped Bulma's hand tightly, fearing they might lose each other in the throng. They soon found their seats, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the concert. Although the crowd was substantial, Yamcha quickly spotted Mark and Vincent seated in the front row. Mark had gone to great lengths to ensure he could see Miguel up close. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Bulma were positioned in the middle of the audience. A choice made by Yamcha for the optimal ambience, as he believed that attending a concert was all about relishing the lively atmosphere. Mark was eagerly craning his neck towards the stage, though the concert had yet to officially commence and no performers were visible. "Stop looking, the show hasn't even started," Vincent teased. As Mark's close friend, Vincent was well aware of Mark's obsession with Miguel. The reason behind Mark's martial arts training was also tied to Miguel's past comment about preferring tall men who could protect her, which inspired him to pursue strength. "I just want to see Miguel as soon as possible," Mark replied with a dreamy smile, not denying Vincent's observation. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted from nearby. "Humph. With that foolish expression, do you really think you can meet Miguel? You should take a good look in the mirror and reconsider your worth." The speaker was a slick-haired young man in a suit, none other than Tien Shinhan, a familiar face to Mark, who certainly appeared more appealing than Mark. With a disdainful expression, Tien Shinhan provocatively raised his middle finger at Mark. Chapter 43. Mark and Tien Shinhan. Upon hearing this, Mark's temper flared. "What did you say? Tien Shinhan? You're the one unworthy of meeting Miguel." Tien Shinhan, having arrived with the intent to belittle him, found Mark's avoidance of conflict to be a sign of weakness and pushed further. With arms crossed and a mocking smile, he taunted, "What makes you worthy? Do you have wealth like I do? Can you provide anything for Miguel?" His three piercing questions left Mark momentarily speechless. Tien Shinhan was indeed the son of a wealthy family, and the three had been classmates in high school. After graduation, they had gone their separate ways. Miguel was scouted by an entertainment company for training, while Mark pursued education and martial arts. Suddenly, Mark had a thought and replied with a grin. "Miguel isn't the type to be swayed by wealth and status. She prefers a strong man like me. You, on the other hand, should reconsider your chances." "A strong man, you say?" Tanaka burst into hearty laughter, subsequently unfastening his suit to reveal the well-defined muscles beneath. After graduation, he did not lead a life of idleness. Instead, he made considerable sacrifices to seek out an ancient martial arts dojo for training. After 6 months of rigorous practice, his abilities had significantly improved. His attendance at Miguel's concert was also an opportunity to showcase this transformation to Miguel. "What? You've taken up martial arts too?" Mark exclaimed in surprise. "Are you astonished?" "You are no match for me now," Tanaka replied with unwavering confidence. Though his natural talent was average, according to the dojo's instructors, even seasoned martial artists with years of experience would struggle against him, let alone a recent high school graduate. In Tanaka's mind, Mark was merely an ordinary individual with some strength, capable of fighting decently, but nothing more. Just a bunch of superficial muscles. "You really think that after a few days of training you can surpass me? I have been training under the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Yamcha," Mark boasted proudly. Yamcha and the Crane School of Martial Arts have become well known in the martial arts community, especially after Yamcha's victory in this year's martial arts tournament, establishing him as a prominent figure. Even seasoned masters find it challenging to rival his prowess. However, observing Mark's arrogant demeanor, Tanaka Kaku felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "Yamcha is merely a fortunate newcomer. My master is a disciple of the Crane School. The Crane Hermit is unlike the Turtle Hermit, who prefers a life of leisure on a secluded island. The Crane Hermit seeks a life filled with abundance and power, although he, too, seldom appears in the martial arts arena." Over the years, many successors have emerged across the earth, primarily to support the Crane Hermit with funding and benefits. Though Mark was once an enthusiast of martial arts, he possessed limited knowledge of its prominent figures. After joining Yamcha's Wolf Fong style, his focus shifted predominantly to training, leaving him relatively ignorant of other martial arts factions, particularly the long-absent Crane School. "What is the Crane School? I have never even heard of it," Mark remarked dismissively. Under Yamcha's guidance for half a year, he had transformed significantly. With his rising strength came an inflated sense of pride, and he now regarded only Yamcha with respect. Mark was the type of person who, once he recognized someone or something, would remain steadfastly loyal. "Since we are both practitioners of martial arts, let us engage in a match and see who truly deserves Miguel's favor," Mark said, his expression filled with disdain for the Crane School. This did not sit well with Tanaka Kaku, who, while not particularly loyal to the Crane School, felt a strong sense of discomfort at Mark's derision, especially since Mark was challenging him directly. "Let us compete. I'm not afraid of you," Mark scoffed. Just as Tanaka Kaku was preparing to discuss the details of their duel with Mark, the music around them began to swell. "This is not the right time to teach you a lesson. Once the concert concludes, you will have much to answer for," Tanaka Kaku huffed. The stage lights pulsed in time with the music, and Miguel, surrounded by numerous dance partners, appeared from behind the scenes like a princess. The harmonious blend of music and Miguel's melodic voice flowed into the hearts of every audience member like a refreshing spring. The crowd's emotions were immediately stirred, creating an extraordinarily harmonious atmosphere. Miguel certainly possessed a certain charm. Yamcha chuckled, remarking that although he had not listened to much music since his arrival in this world a few years ago, he had indeed followed numerous music programs in his previous life. Miguel's distinctive voice, complemented by his resplendent vocal prowess, could rival even the finest contenders of any renowned singing competition from his former existence. You have an ear for music, or are you merely admiring the performers? Bulma teased playfully. Yamcha was instantly taken aback. This question posed by Bulma was indeed a matter of life and death. If he answered incorrectly, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of her furious punches. How could it be? The most beautiful girl in the world is right beside me. Yamcha spoke nonchalantly, his face unflushed and heart steady. Hey, I must commend your discernment. Bulma revealed a contented smile before turning her attention back to Miguel's performance on stage. As Yamcha noticed that Bulma had ceased to pursue the matter, a sense of relief washed over his face. He was no seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, and the thought of further questioning from Bulma left him at a loss for words. Fortunately, Bulma was not the unreasonable woman she had once been in a past life. As the concert progressed, the enthusiasm of the audience gradually intensified, reaching a crescendo where they stood, waving their glow sticks in unison, swaying to the rhythm of the music. In that moment, they cast aside all their worries and collectively embraced the unforgettable experience. Such is the allure of music. However, joyous moments are fleeting, and the tower concert swiftly came to a close. Yamcha and Bulma did not linger long, following the flow of the crowd out of the venue. However, Mark, Vincent, Tanaka, and others did not depart immediately. Instead, they headed towards the backstage area, just as Miguel had shed his costume. He had yet to prepare himself when he overheard a commotion outside. This is the backstage, a resting place for the performers. Please leave. The security guard stood firm against several imposing men, yet when confronted by Mark and Tanaka, his voice unconsciously faltered. Although the guard was not a martial artist, his military background instilled in him an instinctive awareness of the danger posed by those before him. Let us in. We are friends of Miguel. Please allow us a moment. Mark implored with a gentle tone. No, the guard replied decisively, though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Stop wasting time with him, Tanaka scoffed, striding directly into the backstage area. Chapter 44. A breezy victory. Two security guards were no match for Tanaka's martial prowess, and he effortlessly pushed his way through. Mark and Vincent, witnessing this, promptly followed him inside. Upon entering the dressing room, they spotted Miguel, who was clad in his performance attire, his makeup not yet fully removed. Taken aback by the unexpected visitors, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by delight. Mark, what brings you here? Miguel rose, smiling as he inquired. Mark scratched his head sheepishly. We just came to see the show and wanted to check on you afterward. Tanaka, however, felt a pang of jealousy. Miguel had greeted Mark first instead of acknowledging him, who had been leading the way. Though slightly disheartened, he possessed the self-awareness to quickly regain his composure. With a beaming smile, he interjected, Miguel, don't forget about me. Ah, Tanaka, you've become so strong. I hardly recognized you at first, Miguel remarked with a grin. The joy of encountering familiar faces at his concert was palpable for Miguel. The group began reminiscing, sharing fond memories of their past. Miguel regaled them with tales from his artistic journey and amusing anecdotes, while Mark and Tanaka listened intently. Yet, throughout the conversation, Miguel's attention seemed predominantly fixed on Mark, responding to Tanaka's interjections with only the barest of acknowledgement, appearing rather aloof. Tanaka, feeling a twinge of envy, attempted to interject to capture Miguel's attention. Miguel, have you considered other performance opportunities lately? My father's company is currently seeking a spokesperson. I wondered if you might be interested. Miguel cast a brief, indifferent glance in his direction. Oh, really? However, the company has its own plans. I cannot make decisions. He then turned his gaze back to Mark. Mark, what have you been up to lately? As Mark spoke of himself, he became instantly animated, showcasing a radiant smile that revealed his brilliant white teeth. Miguel, you have no idea. I am currently training in martial arts with the champion of the world's foremost martial arts competition, Yamcha. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Miguel's eyes. Congratulations. Training in martial arts must be quite arduous. Tanaka, observing the interaction between the two, felt a growing sense of frustration and interjected, Miguel, I too am under the tutelage of a formidable master in martial arts. Once I attain proficiency, I will come to protect you. Haha, splendid. Miguel chuckled, casually agreeing. Though he merely forced a smile, for Tanaka, this was the most delightful affirmation he could receive. At that moment, a commotion outside heralded the arrival of the performance supervisor. You cannot simply intrude upon the backstage area. This is the actor's resting zone and is not to be entered without permission, the supervisor stated sternly. Mark realized his actions were inappropriate and promptly apologized. Miguel turned to the supervisor, explaining, "They are my friends who were overly eager to see me, so they acted impulsively. Please do not hold it against them." Recognizing Miguel's acquaintance with Mark and the others, the supervisor relented. "Very well, since they are your friends, I shall overlook this incident. However, it is not appropriate for these gentlemen to linger here, as this is a space designated for the ladies' makeup. Indeed, due to their unexpected entrance, some dancers who had yet to remove their makeup were now standing at the door, hesitant to enter." Following this brief episode, Mark and his companions felt it was best to take their leave. "Miguel, we must be on our way. We will come to see you again next time," Mark stated. Taking solace in the fact that he had successfully acquired Miguel's latest contact information, a trace of reluctance appeared in Miguel's eyes. "All right, you must promise to attend my concert." As Tanaka, Mark, and Vincent exited the dressing room and stepped outdoors, the previously harmonious atmosphere dissipated. Just as Mark was about to depart, Tanaka, unwilling to let him go, commanded, "Stop, Mark. Today, I will show you my prowess." Mark remained calm, his gaze exuding confidence and composure. "You truly have never experienced a beating." Tanaka then turned to Vincent, saying, "AJ, wait for me a moment." Vincent nodded and continued walking ahead, uninterested in the impending confrontation, which he deemed a foregone conclusion. The two positioned themselves, and Tanaka initiated the attack, his form swift as lightning as he lunged at Mark, delivering a powerful straight punch. The wind from his fist howled, imbued with formidable force. Mark slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. Seeing his initial strike fail, Tanaka swiftly altered his approach, opening his fist and aligning his fingers, resembling a crane pecking at its prey, as he executed a rapid dual palm strike towards Mark. There is some skill there, though not much, Mark thought. Mark moved with a calm demeanor, his agile steps deftly evading the relentless assaults of Tanaka. His movements were light and nimble, resembling a graceful dance. As Tanaka grew increasingly impatient, his attacks became more ferocious, yet he could not land a single blow on Mark. "How feeble you are, Tanaka." A subtle smile graced Mark's lips, embodying a deep-seated disdain. Tanaka, witnessing Mark's arrogant expression, felt his composure shatter in an instant. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength and lunged at Mark once more. Mark's gaze sharpened. He recognized the need to abandon mere evasion. In a flash, he appeared at Tanaka's side and swiftly delivered a punch that struck Tanaka's shoulder. The blow sent Tanaka staggering, nearly losing his balance. Regaining his footing, shock etched across his face as he realized the true magnitude of Mark's strength. He found himself utterly powerless before him. "I refuse to accept this," Tanaka bellowed, charging toward Mark again. With a sigh, Mark resolved to teach Tanaka a lesson. He landed a punch squarely in Tanaka's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Tanaka crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly incapable. He looked at Mark, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Huh, Tanaka, is this what you call the ancient martial art, crane immortal style? Hardly impressive. I haven't even unleashed my wolf fang fist. And already you falter. Should you wish to settle this score, feel free to seek me out at Tendo Mountain." Mark, you said, casting a glance at Tanaka, who lay on the ground. Instead of continuing to humiliate him, he turned and pursued Vincent. It was only after Mark had walked far away that Tanaka managed to rise to his feet. His expression filled with despondency as he made his way toward the martial arts school. What he had initially believed to be a certain victory had turned into a humiliating defeat at the hands of Mark, highlighting the vast chasm between their abilities. At that moment, he seriously questioned the authenticity of the martial arts he had been practicing, wondering if what he had learned was merely a farce, utterly inadequate for comparison. With these doubts weighing heavily on his mind, he returned to the Flying Crane Martial Arts School. Chapter 45. Unwelcome Guests. The Flying Crane Martial Arts School, located in the northern part of the western capital, has stood for 50 years, earning a notable reputation within the city. The current headmaster, Yoshino, is a lean middle-aged man in his 40s. At this late hour, the school is devoid of visitors, enveloped in an eerie silence. However, the The reception room remains brightly lit. In the center of the room sits an elderly man with a goatee, adorned with a crane hat, while two peculiar figures stand behind him. One of them, tall and young, boasts a bald head and a sharply defined face, featuring three eyes that exude an unsettling aura. His straight nose and deep-set eyes suggest a formidable presence. The other figure appears innocuous, small in stature and resembling a child, wearing a black hat with a single braid floating in the air. If Yamcha were present, he would instantly recognize these three as the crane hermit and his two disciples, Tien and Kairatsu. Meanwhile, Yoshino, the headmaster, stands hunched and respectful beside the elder, clearly waiting for his instructions. Although the Flying Crane Martial Arts School has long proclaimed itself a branch of the Crane Hermit's lineage, Yoshino had not encountered the so-called Crane Hermit in the 20 years since taking over from his master. He was unprepared for the unexpected visit from an old man and two children, the elder claiming to be the Crane Hermit. Initially skeptical, Yoshino's disbelief was shattered when his prideful flying crane fist was easily defeated by the three-eyed youth with a single move. Despite the Crane Hermit's modest stature, his presence instilled a profound sense of trepidation within Yoshino. "Grandmaster, may I inquire what brings you to the Western capital?" Yoshino asked cautiously, casting a subtle glance at the Crane Hermit and Tien, anxious not to provoke any displeasure. His master had warned him of the elder's volatile temperament, known to result in deadly consequences even for his disciples if they failed to meet his expectations. Seeing the Crane Hermit maintain a jovial demeanor, Yoshino felt a measure of relief. "It has been decades since I last ventured out, and I have recently taken on two disciples, thus bringing them to witness the world." Upon hearing that the champion of this year's so-called world's greatest martial arts tournament resided in the West City, Master Crane stroked his goatee thoughtfully and spoke slowly. Ever since he learned that Master Roshi's disciples had participated in the tournament yet failed to secure victory, losing to an obscure contender, Master Crane had begun to regard Master Roshi with a hint of disdain. His intention for visiting the West City was to have Tien Shinhan triumph over the tournament champion, thus allowing him to humiliate Master Roshi upon their next encounter. Suddenly, Tanaka burst in unexpectedly. Yoshino's expression shifted from displeasure to astonishment upon witnessing Tanaka's disheveled appearance. "Tanaka, what has happened? Why such an impetuous entrance?" Yoshino inquired, furrowing his brow. With a face full of shame, Tanaka lowered his head and replied, "Master, I got into a fight and was thoroughly defeated." Yoshino squinted slightly. "Oh, given your prowess, it is rare to find an opponent in the West City who could best you. Who was capable of such a feat?" Tanaka bit his lip. "A person named Mark. I thought I would surely win, yet I was easily vanquished by him. That individual even claimed that our flying crane fist is utterly worthless, that the crane school is hardly worth mentioning." Tanaka sought Yoshino's assistance to teach Mark a lesson. Yoshino snorted disdainfully. "Such audacity! How dare he insult my flying crane school and belittle the crane style? What manner of individual is he?" Tanaka responded, "He claims to be a disciple of Yamcha from the Wolfang school." "Wolfang school? Yamcha?" Yoshino murmured, a smile spreading across his face. He had been intending to seek out Yamcha and was delighted to have received this lead so swiftly. Yoshino inquired further about Tanaka's information, dismissing Mark as an inconsequential figure. The following day at Tiendo Mountain, the dense fog had yet to lift when Tanaka led Yoshino, Master Crane, Tien Shinhan, and others to the site. "Master, Yamcha is right here," Tanaka declared, pointing at the entrance marked by a sign of the Wolfang school, his face reflecting determination. Through Yoshino, he had discerned the identities of Master Crane and the others, and upon realizing Master Crane's formidable reputation, he envisioned Mark's impending downfall. "Yamcha certainly has an exquisite taste in locations. This place is quite remarkable," Master Crane remarked, gazing at the entrance of the Wolfang school. Given the Wolfang school's limited number of practitioners and expansive grounds, it lacked the guards typical of larger sects, allowing Master Crane and the others to enter without hindrance. Upon stepping into the training arena, the strongest fighter, Vera, immediately noticed their presence. With a swift motion, Vera approached them and declared, "Who are you? And what brings you to our Wolfang dojo?" Tiendo Mountain is situated in the suburbs of the western capital, a place seldom frequented, save for a few adventurous backpackers. However, the individuals before him were evidently not such wanderers, and he instinctively sensed an ominous turn of events. Hizenin merely smiled, offering no reply. To him, someone of Vera's insignificant stature was unworthy of discourse. "Bring out Yamcha," declared Tanaka, exuding arrogance. At that moment, Mark and others arrived. And upon recognizing the familiar face of Tanaka, Mark scoffed. "Tanaka, haven't you learned enough from yesterday's lesson? Have you come here today to stir trouble?" "Mark, my master is here today. I'm not afraid of you," Tanaka stammered, recalling the humiliating defeat from the previous day. Yoshino shook his head, visibly disappointed in Tanaka's demeanor, yet he stepped forward. "You are Mark, the one who disparaged my Feiha sect as rubbish, aren't you?" Mark, unperturbed by the middle-aged man before him, retorted, "Is that so? Did your master not teach you that words can bring disaster?" Yoshino stated solemnly, "He did not." Mark replied nonchalantly, "Truly formidable youth, today I shall educate you on behalf of your master." With that, Yoshino leaned forward, ascending gracefully, his right hand transforming into a lethal claw aimed directly at Mark's face. Though Mark appeared nonchalant, he was far from careless. He reacted swiftly the moment Yoshino made his move. From their first clash, Mark discerned that Yoshino was no novice, being a disciple of Hizenin. Yoshino had mastered the elusive and profound techniques of the Feiha fist, despite lacking direct tutelage from his mentor. Mark, too, unleashed the full extent of his own Wolf Fang fist. Yet, the battle was fraught with peril, and soon, his body bore numerous claw marks and crimson spots. The Feiha fist combined the grace of a crane with its swiftness, leaving Mark in considerable discomfort. Its rapid and unpredictable strikes overwhelmed him, revealing his lack of combat experience. Mark was secretly astonished by Yoshino's prowess, continuously adjusting his rhythm in search of a flaw. However, the fluidity of Yoshino's Feiha fist rendered it nearly impossible to decipher. "Ah, young man, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Yoshino sneered, intensifying his assault, seemingly intent on utterly defeating Mark. Gritting his teeth, Mark felt a surge of stubborn resolve. Despite being on the defensive, his robust defense prevented him from showing any signs of faltering. Suddenly, memories of Yamcha's combat techniques and his own insights gained through training flooded his mind. He then resolved to alter his strategy, shifting from blind aggression to a more defensive stance, biding his time for the opportune moment. Focusing intently, he scrutinized every movement of Yoshino, seeking any flaw. Yoshino, taken aback by Mark's sudden change in strategy, was surprised but did not cease his assault. Rather, he intensified his attacks. Despite Mark's increasingly fortified defense, the adage of prolonged defense invites defeat soon proved true, as he fell victim to numerous strikes. Had it not been for Mark's robust physique, he would have succumbed long ago. Yet, it was evident that Mark's relatively short cultivation period left him at a disadvantage compared to Yoshino's decades of martial prowess. Such resilience in a young lad, Yoshino thought, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he realized Mark had withstood his onslaught for so long. He had initially intended to impress the Crane Immortal, hoping for a chance to receive guidance, but it seemed he had miscalculated. Faced with the increasingly dark expression of the Crane Immortal, Yoshino's resolve hardened. Seizing the moment when Mark appeared momentarily dazed, Yoshino's right hand transformed, mimicking a crane's beak, and lunged towards Mark's eyes. A successful strike would likely render Mark's vision irreparably damaged. Just as Yoshino's hand was about to make contact, Vela, who had refrained from intervening until now, swiftly positioned herself before Mark, grasping Yoshino's hand with a cold remark, "Enough. There is no need for such brutality." "Ah." Another fool seeking death, Yoshino thought, indifferent to her words. He had come with the intent to kill, not to negotiate amicably. Vela said nothing further, aligning herself alongside Yoshino. Her strength was far beyond Mark's. She was the most diligent among them, completing her daily training tasks while also engaging in additional practice. Even when Yamcha had granted them a day off, while others descended the mountain for leisure, Vela remained steadfast in her training. Consequently, Vela had progressed the fastest with the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, achieving a minor mastery within just 6 months, with her combat prowess reaching an impressive 33 points, whereas Mark's proficiency remained at a mere 25 points. Drawing from the recent battle between Mark and Yoshino, both fighters engaged without hesitation or restraint. Although both Mark and Vela employed the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, their differing temperaments influenced their styles. Mark's approach was more straightforward and forceful, while Vela's technique was agile and cunning, perfectly embodying the intricacies and ferocity of the Wolf Fang Wind Fist. In their clash, Vela's strikes matched Yoshino's flying crane fist in ferocity, occasionally gaining the upper hand. Even when Yoshino's flying crane fist landed a blow on Vela, it only served to ignite her fierce spirit further. As the two sides engaged in a fervent battle, The air was filled with the sound of rushing fists and fleeting shadows. Vela's wolf Fong Wind fist moved like a ferocious wolf, weaving through the battlefield with agility. Each strike imbued with determination and lethal intent. His gaze was resolute, unwavering despite Yoshino's relentless assault. Yoshino felt an inner astonishment. Today, he was taken aback by two youthful contenders. Although his craned fist was formidable, it seemed to have lost its former might in the presence of Vera. He incessantly altered his techniques, striving to uncover a flaw in Vera's impenetrable defense, yet found himself at a loss. Humph, young one, do not become too complacent. Yoshino barked in anger, intensifying his onslaught. His figure resembled that of a crane, soaring through the air, his hands transforming into talons as he lunged at Vera. Vera maintained his composure, skillfully dodging Yoshino's strikes before launching a swift counterattack. His fist rained down upon Yoshino like a tempest, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Your crane fist is nothing but mediocre. Vera scoffed, his aura swelling as if he were an invincible beast. Yoshino's countenance darkened. He realized he could not continue in this manner. He needed to devise a strategy to reverse the tide, or he would face utter defeat today. Taking a deep breath, he recalibrated his stance and launched another assault. This time, Yoshino's attacks were even more ferocious, his craned fist striking like a torrential storm aimed at Vera. Unfazed, Vera advanced, engaging in an even fiercer confrontation. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, neither willing to yield an inch. Their figures darted across the battlefield, creating a dizzying spectacle. How unsightly, let it be destroyed. The previously silent crane sage suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with an ominous calm. He had grown weary of this tedious skirmish and wished to address the core issue. The crane sage raised his hand, unleashing a key cannon aimed at annihilating both Vera and Yoshino. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was too late to evade. They could only watch in horror as the key cannon descended upon them. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending violent shockwaves throughout the arena, lifting all present into the air. Except for the crane sage, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, who remained unaffected. Even those standing nearby, such as Tanaka and Mark, were upended by the explosive aftermath. As the dust settled, Vera and Yoshino stood, shaken, gazing at the figure of Yamcha before them, who had evidently intercepted the crane sage's attack. Although Yamcha did not make his presence known immediately, his perceptive abilities had reached an exceptionally profound level. Even before the likes of Crane Hermit and his companions approached the Tiando Mountain, he had already sensed their arrival. However, he chose not to intervene at that moment. Over the course of half a year, as their powers grew, Mark and his companions became somewhat overconfident. Yamcha wished for Crane Hermit and the others to give them a proper lesson, to remind them that there are always greater forces beyond their comprehension. Yet, when Crane Hermit unleashed his Kikaho, he found himself compelled to take action. Chapter 47, Tien Shinhan takes action. Yamcha stood before Vela, as if descended from the heavens. Master, you have finally emerged. Vela exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Yamcha. Yamcha nodded at him, and then approached the three of Crane Hermit, smiling as he remarked, Crane Hermit, you seem rather irate. You even spare not your own kind. Such a mere waste, lingering here only to bring shame. Crane Hermit chuckled, his demeanor as if he were discussing a trivial matter, then scrutinized Yamcha before continuing, you must be Yamcha. I am surprised you recognize me. That Kamehameha earlier, though it did not showcase all my prowess, possessed at least half of my offensive power. Like Master Rashi, Crane Hermit often remained in seclusion. While many had heard tales of him, most of the new generation of warriors were unfamiliar with his true self. Yamcha's immediate identification of him took Crane Hermit aback. Yamcha smiled faintly, his gaze revealing a hint of composure. Master Kamehameha, as a venerable figure in the martial arts world, you are indeed quite strict with your juniors. Kamehameha discerned that although Yamcha spoke words of flattery, there was an undercurrent of arrogance and mockery in his eyes. With a cold snort, he reflected, after decades of cultivation, to be unable to defeat a mere youth is truly a disgrace to the Kamehameha lineage. Accompanied by Tien and others, Kamehameha had clearly come with a purpose. Yamcha, straightforwardly, remarked, I too am a youth. Might I request your guidance, Master Kamehameha? Your true opponent is not I, but rather him. He gestured towards the individual behind him. Tien stepped forward slowly, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on Yamcha, akin to a bloodthirsty tiger. With a bold demeanor, he proclaimed, So you are the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha? You appear to be rather unremarkable. On the surface, Yamcha seemed to share a similar age with Tien, perhaps even looking younger. In the face of a peer, Tien did not believe he would be bested. Yamcha offered a faint smile, remarking that the World Martial Arts Tournament was merely a contest, with the title of champion being nothing more than a hollow accolade. He then, with the wisdom of experience, inquired knowingly, "Young one, if you wish to challenge me, please state your name." Tien Shinhan, came the cool reply. During the period of exploration across the continent under the guidance of Master Roshi, he had encountered numerous self-proclaimed martial arts masters. These so-called experts crumbled before his formidable strength, their bravado rendered insignificant. Through the relentless challenges, Tien Shinhan had gradually developed a ruthless and merciless disposition. "Very well, Tien Shinhan, I shall accompany you in some vigorous activity." Yamcha responded with a smile. Under the meticulous observation of the system, the personal attributes of Master Roshi and his companions were laid bare before Yamcha. Indeed, Master Crane was truly a martial artist of Master Roshi's caliber, with a combat power reaching 125 points, and a talent score that surpassed Master Roshi's, attaining 75 points. Clearly, his combat prowess was not commensurate with his innate abilities. In terms of skills, Master Crane possessed a plethora of techniques, rivaling those of Master Roshi. However, Tien Shinhan's personal attributes exceeded even those of Master Crane, boasting a combat power of 140 points. Aside from a mental power of 30 points, his talent score astonishingly reached 150 points, surpassing the earthly limit of 100 points. This marked him as the second most talented individual Yamcha had encountered, explaining his remarkable achievements. Even in the era of the androids, he managed to stand out. Of course, in comparison, Tien Shinhan's current talent was merely that of a younger brother to Yamcha. After all, after 6 months of diligent training, Yamcha's talent score had surged to 283 points. Yamcha held a favorable opinion of Tien Shinhan. As a hybrid of the three-eyed alien and Earthling, his innate abilities were indeed exceptional. In the original storyline, influenced by Master Roshi and Goku, he transformed into a person of integrity, dedicating himself to the protection of Earth and the maintenance of peace through relentless training. He was among the few truly outstanding warriors on Earth, surpassing even his original potential. However, as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, his ascent waned, leading to a gradual obscurity, which was rather regrettable. If possible, Yamcha wished to lend him a hand, for there were few warriors on Earth who captured his admiration. As for Kaiatsu, he was deemed inconsequential in Yamcha's eyes, merely a background character with little to no impact throughout the events. On another note, the most exhilarated were Vera, Mark, and others, for it had been quite some time since they had witnessed Yamcha's prowess firsthand. The last time was during the development of Tuta Mountain, and the power of his Kamehameha remained vivid in their memories. Master is about to make his move. For him, this will be but a matter of 2 or 3 punches, Mark chuckled, growing increasingly convinced of Yamcha's strength with each passing day. Not so fast. That old man's attack was no less formidable than the Kamehameha from half a year ago, he countered. Moreover, the old man had evidently instilled a certain level of confidence in that tangent fighter. Vera furrowed his brow, having just clawed his way back from the brink of death. He now recognized the chasm that lay between his current abilities and those of true masters. The pride that had briefly surged within him was swiftly subdued once more. After Yamcha accepted the challenge from Tien, he appeared remarkably relaxed, moving effortlessly in place without the slightest hint of tension, dismissing Tien as a worthy opponent. Observing Yamcha's nonchalant demeanor, Tien's face broke into a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, as he coldly remarked, "Humph, spare me your grandiloquent words. Do not speak to me with the tone of a senior. You may continue to chatter away, but soon you shall witness the formidable prowess of the Crane School." The clash between Yamcha and Tien Shinhan was on the verge of eruption, their energy soaring and colliding in the air, as if igniting invisible sparks. The surrounding crowd retreated to the sidelines, their eyes fixed anxiously on the impending duel. As their energies escalated, Tien Shinhan realized that Yamcha consistently maintained a level of power comparable to his own. In this contest of might, Tien Shinhan understood that he was at a disadvantage. "So, shall we continue?" Yamcha remarked with a serene smile. "Here it comes." Tien Shinhan was the first to strike, his form darting like lightning as he lunged towards Yamcha. His speed was astonishing, stirring a tempest that rendered his figure nearly indistinguishable. With his fist clenched tightly, imbued with formidable strength, he aimed a powerful blow directly at Yamcha's chest. Yamcha, however, remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping Tien's assault with a slight turn of his body. Tien's fist grazed past Yamcha, generating a gust of wind in its wake. As Yamcha deftly evaded, he jested, not bad, but still lacking. Tien Shinhan, taken aback by the failure of his initial strike, felt a flicker of surprise within. He had not anticipated Yamcha's swift reflexes, which allowed him to effortlessly dodge the onslaught. Instantly, he recalibrated his stance and launched another assault. Fiery Lightning Fist. This time, his attack was even more ferocious, his fist raining down upon Yamcha like a barrage from a machine gun. Chapter 48. Tien Shinhan's Relentless Assault. Yamcha remained unperturbed, his steps nimbly evading every assault from Tien Shinhan with effortless grace. A faint smile adorned his visage, as if he were merely frolicking with a child. This demeanor was intolerable for Tien, who had always been the one to dominate his opponents. It was the first time he found himself underestimated. Consequently, his strikes grew increasingly ferocious, yet he could not land a single blow on Yamcha. "Humph, is dodging all you can do?" Tien exclaimed in fury. Yamcha smiled faintly, bidding patience, for this was merely a warm-up. "Even if I do not evade, you shall not strike me." With that, Yamcha remained steadfast, not budging an inch. A splendid opportunity arose, and Tien Shinhan chuckled inwardly. His form flickered as he unleashed a barrage of fiery, rapid punches, like a relentless downpour upon Yamcha. With one hand resting against his back, Yamcha conjured a multitude of afterimages with the other, deftly deflecting the onslaught of Tien Shinhan's blazing strikes. "Can I accelerate further? I still can," Yamcha provocatively remarked. Yamcha's scornful words instantly ignited a surge of blood within Tien Shinhan. "Do not underestimate me." A flicker of anger crossed Tien Shinhan's face, for he had not anticipated that his prideful technique, the burning attack, would prove to be so ineffectual. Realizing his assault had failed, Tien Shinhan decisively retreated. At this moment, he remained unperturbed. After all, the burning attack was merely the weakest of the techniques at his disposal. With a mighty shout, he charged once more toward Yamcha. As he approached, he suddenly leaped into the air, placing both hands to his forehead. A blinding beam of light erupted forth, enveloping the entire Tendo Mountain in an overwhelming realm of white brilliance. The intense radiance rendered the spectators momentarily blind. Only the wise Master Roshi and Kaiatsu, who were well acquainted with Tien Shinhan, remained unaffected. Master Roshi, clad in sunglasses and familiar with the solar flare, managed to shield himself from the harm, while Kaiatsu had instinctively closed his eyes at the moment Tien Shinhan unleashed the technique. Yamcha, too, was immune to the effects of the solar flare. Being well-versed in this renowned technique of the Dragon Ball universe, he followed Kaiatsu's lead and shut his eyes. The solar flare, a commendable technique. As he closed his eyes, the mechanics of Tien Shinhan's solar flare manifested in Yamcha's mind. With his extraordinary aptitude, the intricacies of the technique swiftly unraveled within his consciousness. In less than a second, he grasped the essence of the solar flare. However, despite Yamcha's brief study of the technique, Tien Shinhan wasted no time in launching his assault. By the time Yamcha regained his senses, Tien Shinhan had already closed the distance between them. With a thunderous shout, Tien Shinhan's body underwent a swift transformation. 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, causing his upper garments to rip apart, revealing his chiseled musculature. For hands reached out towards Yamcha, for which his fist. In the next moment, seizing the fleeting opportunity, all 4 hands converged. 2 arms encircled Yamcha's waist, while the other 2 grasped his wrists, firmly immobilizing him. "Now you cannot escape." Tien Shinhan's face contorted into a cruel smile, as the third eye on his forehead began to stir with anticipation. Yamcha is acutely aware that the third eye of Tien Shinhan is not merely ornamental. It serves as the wellspring of the three-eyed people's formidable power. After years of development, Tien has discerned various applications for his third eye. Primarily, by concentrating his mental energy, he can unleash a beam of light that, while exceedingly slender, possesses an extraordinarily high energy density and remarkable penetrating capability. Even the hardest diamond on Earth would be effortlessly obliterated by this energy attack. However, this light assault has a notable drawback. Its activation time is relatively slow. Sensing the escalating aura emanating from Tien's third eye, Yamcha cannot help but feel a surge of anxiety. Despite his superiority in strength, should he be struck directly by the beam from that eye, he cannot guarantee his absolute safety. It appears that he has been somewhat complacent. Attempting to immediately learn an opponent's ultimate technique during battle proves to be a considerable challenge for him at this moment. "Tien, you are quite insidious." Yamcha seems to reveal a flustered expression. A faint chuckle escapes Tien's lips as he refrains from responding, instead focusing intently on controlling his third eye. Just as the light attack from Tien's third eye is on the verge of being unleashed, he adds, I'm just teasing you. Suddenly, Yamcha unveiled a serene smile. In the next moment, the formidable grip of Tien's four arms, which had been restraining him, began to falter as Yamcha's aura surged dramatically. A powerful energy erupted from within him, instantly repelling Tien's forearms. How could this be? He managed to break free from Tien's grasp. Master Roshi, unable to contain his astonishment, adjusted his sunglasses, fully aware of the strength of Tien's constraints. He had experienced that formidable hold himself during their training sessions and had been unable to escape its clutches. Yet now, Yamcha effortlessly liberated himself, revealing the true extent of his terrifying power. However, while Yamcha had freed himself from the grasp of Tien's arms, Tien's third eye was already primed for attack. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the third eye, resembling a lethal bolt of lightning, racing toward Yamcha's chest at an astonishing speed. Yamcha's gaze sharpened. He sensed the immense power contained within this beam. In this critical moment, he remained composed, channeling his energy into his palm and raising it defensively in front of his chest. The beam struck his palm with tremendous force, producing a sizzling sound. The sheer impact caused Yamcha to stagger back slightly. Nevertheless, his hand firmly blocked the assault. The beam continued to pound against his palm, striving to penetrate his defenses. Yet it could not breach them. What? Tien stared in disbelief as his meticulously crafted sequential attack was effortlessly thwarted by Yamcha. He had not anticipated that Yamcha, having transformed into a giant, would possess such formidable strength. Wow, Master is incredibly powerful. If only I could be that strong, mused Vera, Vincent, and the others. While Mark fell into a fervor, his eyes suddenly sparkling with inspiration. Chapter 49. Kamehameha. Yamcha paid no heed to the raucous cries of his disciples nearby. Instead, fixating his gaze upon Tien Shinhan, a subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, Tien Shinhan, your assault is commendable, yet it falls short of besting me. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tien Shinhan regained his composure, a flicker of defiance illuminating his countenance. I refuse to concede. I have not yet been defeated. With those words, he advanced towards Yamcha, his four arms striking out like several entities converging upon him. Futile. Is your strength limited to such a degree? In the realm of the tea ceremony, Yamcha displayed a moment of earnestness, effortlessly overpowering Tien Shinhan, who was in the formidable four witches fist state. Tien Shinhan felt an immense pressure and hastily retreated, stamping his foot before leaping into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 meters, where he hovered. Clearly having employed the technique of sky dance, Yamcha observed Tien Shinhan soaring into the sky, maintaining an expression of amusement, devoid of any trace of astonishment. Prepare yourself. Dodon wave. In that instant, Tien Shinhan concentrated his energy at his fingertips, and a beam of energy shot forth at lightning speed, rapidly approaching Yamcha. The power was commendable. According to Yamcha's sensory perception, the potency of the Dodon wave had reached a formidable combat power of 280, which was double that of Tien Shinhan's inherent strength. Undeniably impressive. However, its penetrating capability was rather mediocre, falling short compared to the previous attack from the third eye's light beam. Yamcha simply waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the formidable energy attack, which boasted an impressive strength of 280 points. Tien Shinhan, who had initially looked on in anticipation, was once again struck with astonishment. This latest challenge against Yamcha had repeatedly shattered his preconceived notions. Each time he believed his attacks would yield results, reality dealt him a crushing blow, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Keep it up, Tien Shinhan, shouted Dumpling from below, sensing Tien Shinhan's descent into self-doubt and striving to bolster his spirits. Meanwhile, Master Roshi watched the battle unfold, his expression growing increasingly grim. It was evident to him that Yamcha's prowess surpassed that of Tien Shinhan. Even with his own involvement, victory seemed elusive. A nefarious idea began to take root in his mind as he cast a glance at Dumpling. Though Dumpling's strength paled in comparison to Tien Shinhan's, he possessed a unique ability, telepathy, also known as the binding technique, which allowed him to control the movements of others through his powers. If he could manipulate Yamcha's actions while Tien Shinhan unleashed his ultimate technique, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. Reinvigorated by Dumpling's encouragement, Tien Shinhan steeled himself once more. This is my final strike, and I can barely contain its power, he cautioned. He then shifted his stance, crossing his arms over his chest, with his right hand resting atop his left, the thumbs touching to form a small frame of 3 to 4 centimeters. Aimed squarely at Yamcha. In an instant, The energy radiating from Tien Shinhan dwindled significantly, converging into the frame between his hands. His gaze became distant. This was the first time he had unleashed this technique to such an extent. Even the dance of the void was becoming difficult to maintain. It was clear that in his quest to defeat Yamcha, Tien Shinhan was willing to exhaust his energy, all in pursuit of amplifying his forthcoming attack. Come forth. Kamehameha. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the frame between Tien Shinhan's hands, racing towards Yamcha like a harbinger of destruction. As the Kamehameha surged forward, the air itself seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing howl. Yamcha's gaze sharpened. He could sense that the formidable force of this strike exceeded 500 points. It was truly astonishing. One must never underestimate any martial arts from Earth. Combat power is merely a superficial metric. The true potential unleashed encompasses techniques and skills. His current foundational combat strength stood at a mere 750, and an attack with 500 combat power posed a significant threat to him. He dared not be complacent and swiftly mobilized the energy within his body to brace himself for this lethal blow. At that moment, Master Roshi discreetly signaled to Dend. Understanding the cue, Dend promptly activated his telepathic abilities. Yamcha suddenly felt his body tense, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Yamcha cast a glance into the distance and beheld Dumpling, who, with both hands clasped before him, was sweating profusely as he gazed intently. In that instant, it became clear to him that all of this was the doing of Dumpling. With a slight focus of his energy, Yamcha effortlessly broke free from the control that Dumpling had imposed upon him. Although Dumpling had managed to control Yamcha for less than a second, it was more than enough time for Tien to act. In the next instant, the ground beneath Yamcha's feet, within a radius of several dozen meters, was instantaneously blasted downwards by a powerful ki blast, sinking 5 or 6 meters deep. The once solid rock disintegrated into countless fragments, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. While Yamcha's figure vanished entirely, had victory been achieved? Tien gazed at the now absent Yamcha, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. The preparation time for his final strike had been ample, and it was improbable that Yamcha had offered no resistance. The ease of his triumph led him to suspect that external assistance had played a role. Among the onlookers, he recognized that Dumpling was the only one capable of providing such aid. Yet, as a proud martial artist, he refused to accept a victory obtained through such dishonorable means. Tien swiftly approached Master Roshi and Dumpling, his tone stern and unyielding. You just used your abilities, didn't you? Dumpling timidly nodded in acknowledgement. Tien's expression darkened, seemingly ready to continue his reprimand. At that moment, Master Roshi interjected, Do not blame him. It was I who instructed him to intervene. Silence. Tien bellowed. Master Roshi, taken aback by Tien's intense reaction, fell momentarily silent. Dumpling, sensing the tension, began to cry. Tien, I'm sorry. Tien's heart softened. After all, Dumpling had been his friend for over a decade, a bond that even Master Roshi could not rival. He relaxed his demeanor and spoke gently. Next time, do not resort to such measures. What about Master? He will be all right, won't he? No, Master will definitely be fine. Meanwhile, Vera and the others became increasingly agitated, realizing both Yamcha's disappearance and the massive crater left in the aftermath of the blast. Just as Master Roshi and his companions celebrated and Vera and the others panicked, a tremor emanated from the crater, followed by a sudden eruption of debris. Chapter 50. Yamcha's invitation. All eyes were drawn magnetically to the commotion within the crater. In mere moments, a figure emerged like a wraith from the scattered rubble. It was Yamcha. He appeared slightly shaken, yet a gentle breeze swirled around him, akin to a spring zephyr brushing across a tranquil lake. The dust enveloping him was instantly dispersed, revealing a pristine form, unmarred by any injury, with not a trace of harm on his face. I told you, Master would be fine. Mark laughed heartily, having already cast aside his earlier panicked demeanor. The appearance of Yamcha once again rendered the atmosphere in the arena tense and charged. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu widened their eyes in astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Gazing upon the unscathed Yamcha, a shroud of fear swiftly enveloped their hearts. Tien Shinhan's expression grew exceedingly complex, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned, filled with both admiration for Yamcha's prowess and shame stemming from his recent despicable attack. He silently stared at Yamcha. A lump lodged in his throat, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Yamcha cast a glance over the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tien, your Kikaho is indeed powerful. However, Relying solely on it to defeat me is far from sufficient. Tien lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment, before slowly responding. I concede, I am truly convinced. Yamcha nodded and inquired, what do you think? Are you interested in cultivating with me? Following Master Crane will only squander your talents. Young man, that is rather unkind of you. Master Crane retorted, his temper flaring at Yamcha's slanderous remarks. Oh, how is it unkind? Was it not you who incited this little rascal to plot against me just now? Yamcha gazed at Master Roshi with ill intentions, advancing menacingly. Under Yamcha's scrutinizing stare, Master Roshi instinctively took a step back. Following their recent confrontation, he recognized that he was wholly outmatched by the youth before him, and his confidence naturally diminished. What do you intend to do? He stammered. What do you mean? Just get down. Yamcha, unwilling to engage in further idle chatter, raised his hand and directed an attack towards Master Roshi, employing the very signature technique of the latter, the Dodon wave. However, Master Roshi, being a seasoned veteran, swiftly enveloped himself in a defensive barrier, utilizing the Kikaho to reflect the attack. Yet, Yamcha's assault was no trifling matter. The disparity in their combat prowess could not be bridged merely by a special technique. Master Roshi was sent tumbling down the mountainside, as if he were a mere plaything, struck by Yamcha's decisive blow. This sudden and efficient attack left Tien Shinhan speechless, and he realized that the recent skirmish between Yamcha and himself was, as he had initially stated, merely a warm-up. When it came to true confrontation, even the formidable Master Roshi, despite his comparable strength, was no match for Yamcha's singular prowess. How are you contemplating this? Yamcha once again addressed Tien Shinhan, expressing his sincere desire for him to refrain from associating with the seemingly unpromising Crane Hermit. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tien Shinhan finally summoned his courage and replied, I apologize, but for the time being, I am not inclined to part ways with the Crane School. Yamcha furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Tien Shinhan's response. He had anticipated that following their battle, Tien Shinhan would recognize the disparity in their strengths and the despicable nature of Master Roshi, thus choosing to depart from the Crane School. However, he evidently underestimated Tien Shinhan's emotional ties to the Crane School, as it was implausible for him to switch allegiances based on mere words. Master Roshi is not a virtuous teacher. His guidance would only lead one further astray on a misguided path. Yamcha endeavored to persuade Tien Shinhan. Raising his head, Tien Shinhan gazed steadfastly at Yamcha. I am aware of Master Roshi's numerous shortcomings, yet he remains my mentor and has shown me kindness. I cannot simply abandon him without due consideration. Yamcha sighed, fully aware that Tien Shinhan was a person of deep loyalty and sentiment, and it would not be an easy task to persuade him to depart from the Crane School immediately. Very well, since you are so resolute, I shall not impose any further. However, I hope you will remember that the path of martial arts requires proper guidance. Should you ever reconsider, you may seek me out at any time, Yamcha articulated. Tien Shinhan nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. I will give it due consideration. With that, Tien Shinhan, accompanied by the dumpling, made his way down the mountain to search for the Crane Master, whom Yamcha had sent tumbling down the slope. This left Yoshino and Tanaka Kaku in a state of uncertainty, pondering whether to stay or to leave. Just as they were preparing to make their escape, Yamcha interjected. You there, you think you can come to our Wukong school, cause a ruckus, and then simply walk away? The two instantly trembled in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Ah, Mr. Yamcha, we were blind to your greatness. Please treat us, mere insignificant beings, with leniency, Yoshino fawned. Indeed, Mr. Yamcha, you are magnanimous, Tanaka Kaku concurred, promptly kneeling down. Yoshino and Tanaka Kaku had come to the realization that they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. Their attempts at provocation had backfired, leaving them at the mercy of their adversary, with no ally to rely upon and no time to flee. Yamcha gazed at the kneeling Yoshino and Tanaka, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Humph, do you think this place is so trivial? You come and go as you please? Yamcha let out a cold snort, his gaze sharpening as he continued, moreover, our Wukong dojo has been left in utter disarray because of you, and you expect to simply walk away unscathed. Although Yamcha's demeanor was stern, Yoshino, as the head of a martial arts school, had honed his ability to read the room to perfection. He could easily discern that while Yamcha was displeased, he had not resorted to outright violence, indicating that there was room for negotiation. Coupled with the implications embedded in Yamcha's words, Yoshino swiftly grasped the underlying meaning and promptly responded, Indeed, esteemed sir. I shall descend the mountain immediately to arrange for the restoration of the damaged facilities and square, ensuring they are returned to their former glory. Furthermore, I recognize that the members of the Wolf Fong Dojo have been enduring considerable hardships in their training. Therefore, I am prepared to donate 5 million to provide them with nutritional support. Mr. Yamcha, would this be agreeable to you? Yamcha nodded slightly. Since the other party was so agreeable, he had no intention of making things difficult for them. With a smile, he remarked, "Given your generosity, I shall refrain from further comment. However, should you attempt to deceive me, you will certainly face the consequences." After this, Yoshino and Tanaka swiftly retreated in defeat. "Master, are we truly allowing them to leave like that?" Vera inquired. "Merely a few insignificant figures," he replied. "If you harbor any grievances, strengthen yourselves and reclaim your honor when the time is right." Yamcha, in a state of displeasure, remarked, "You have trained alongside me for half a year, yet you cannot even best a mediocre martial artist. This is truly a disgrace to my honor. From this day forth, I expect you to practice diligently." "Oh, please, no." Upon hearing the announcement of additional training, Mark immediately lamented in despair. Chapter 51. Chi Yuan Bomb ignoring the lamentations of his disciples. Yamcha returned to his residence with a smile. He needed to reflect upon his recent gains. After battling Tien Shinhan, he had reviewed all of Master Roshi's techniques. Besides the solar flare, he had also encountered the Dodon Ray and the Kamehameha, both worthy of further exploration. Furthermore, the Wolf Fong Fist should boast a few more impressive techniques as well. He intended to dedicate several days to organize all the skills he had mastered, refining them to create several unique techniques that would embody the essence of the genuine Wolf Fong Fist. Moreover, following this battle, his talent points had surged past the significant threshold of 300 points, elevating his abilities to a new level and causing a flurry of ideas regarding various techniques to emerge. The next day, Yoshino arrived as promised, bringing with him a construction team of dozens to repair the destruction caused by the previous day's battle. While also addressing the unfinished remnants from before, he presented a savings book valued at 5 million. Recognizing Yoshino's initiative, Vera and the others did not press him further. Yoshino had come to realize that rather than curry favor with the elusive Master Roshi, it was far more prudent to serve the present Wolf Fong Fist. As for Tanaka, he had already been expelled from the Flying Crane School. Although the absence of Tanaka's dojo had resulted in some loss of income, it had little impact on the long-standing Flying Crane School. To demonstrate goodwill, Yoshino accepted Vera's and his own challenge once more. However, this time no one intervened, and ultimately, Vera emerged victorious. Their commotion had once again ignited the reputation of the Wolf Fong Fist within the martial arts circles of the West City, attracting numerous young martial arts enthusiasts eager to join. Yet, the entrance examinations thwarted the ambitions of most. A month passed, and the Wolf Fong Fist had only managed to enroll 3 new disciples. Like the previous trio of Carlos, Sadie, and Mocha, these new disciples became outer disciples of the Wolf Fong Fist, bringing the total number of disciples to 9, excluding Yamcha. Following the earlier events, Vera and the others trained even more diligently, experiencing rapid progress. After a month, Vera had mastered the Wolf Fong Fist to a great extent, with his combat power surpassing the threshold of 40, marking him as a formidable expert on Earth during this period. Given the disciples' rigorous training, Yamcha additionally imparted to the 3 core disciples a newly developed technique known as the Chi Yuan Bomb. This technique was based on the Kamehameha in the Spirit Bomb, optimizing the energy-gathering techniques. The Chi Yuan Bomb required only one hand to form a claw shape, allowing the user to concentrate energy in their palm and then launch it as a projectile, making it exceedingly convenient to execute. The extent of the damage inflicted depended on the user's mastery of the Chi Yuan Bomb. As its creator, Yamcha had already advanced the Wolf Fong Kamehameha to a profound level, capable of unleashing double the combat power. However, the Chi Yuan Bomb, serving as a last resort, would rapidly deplete the user's energy if released at full power, rendering it unwise to maximize its potential during battle. As the eldest disciple, Vera possessed the strongest innate talent among the trio and had already harnessed the Chi Yuan Bomb to unleash 1.5 times its original combat effectiveness. In addition to the Chi Yuan Bomb, he had also mastered the burst mode, resulting in a combat power that was at least double that of a month prior. Meanwhile, the second disciple, Mark, had brought his Wolf Fong Fist to a minor mastery, elevating his combat power to over 30. In the realm of cultivating the Wolf Fong Qi Gong Cannon, he lagged considerably behind Vela, only managing to manifest a combat strength of 1. 25 times his inherent capacity. However, it is heartening to note that his mastery of the explosive energy mode is comparable to that of Vela, albeit with notable distinctions. While Vela emphasizes the enhancement of chi, Mark focuses on the development of physical prowess. Upon entering the explosive energy mode, his physique expands dramatically, reminiscent of Master Roshi's max-size transformation. Vincent, on the other hand, has made slight progress, having only reached a proficient level in the Wolf-Fong Wind Fist. With a combat strength of 22, due to insufficient chi within his body, he has yet to master the explosive energy mode and the Chi Yuan Bomb. Additionally, the three outer disciples, Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha, have barely scratched the surface of the Wolf-Fong Wind Fist, just surpassing the threshold of 10 in combat strength, thereby entering the true realm of martial artists and enriching the foundation of the Wolf-Fong lineage. After 7 to 8 months of training, the disparity in the disciples' talents became evident. One day, Yamcha brought the disciples to the mountain gate. Before long, a helicopter shimmering with metallic luster descended from the sky, and as the cabin door opened, a youthful girl, Bulma, emerged. Quick call out, "Hello, teacher." Mark beckoned the new disciples to join in the greeting. Mark, you rascal. You always put on this show whenever you arrive." Initially, Bulma felt a touch of shyness, but as the calls grew more frequent, she gradually became accustomed to it and opened up more. "Yamcha, your Wolf-Fong lineage is becoming quite impressive. You now have 9 disciples," Bulma remarked with a smile. "Of course, as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, my accolades are not to be taken lightly. If it weren't for the need to maintain the overall standard of my Wolf-Fong lineage, I would have at least taken in 1,000 disciples to truly bask in glory." Yamcha boasted nonchalantly, his face unflushed and heart untroubled. "Keep bragging. You speak of thousands. Yet you cannot even support these mere dozen or so individuals. Where are the thousands?" Bulma cast a sidelong glance at Yamcha, her expression one of incredulity. Indeed, Yamcha had long depleted his previous savings and championship rewards due to his ventures in establishing a martial arts sect, leaving him no choice but to seek financial assistance from Bulma. Fortunately, the recent generous donation of 5 million from Kiyoshi had temporarily alleviated the financial woes of the Wolf-Fong Dojo. "Isn't that what you are here for?" Yamcha gazed at Bulma with a charming smile, and the two exchanged playful banter for a while. "I've brought the gravity chamber you requested. As per your specifications, this gravity chamber is quite spacious, capable of accommodating more than 10 individuals for simultaneous training. However, the difficulty in increasing the gravitational force has risen significantly. The maximum gravity achievable is only 10-fold. Bulma remarked with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, it is still quite impressive and sufficient for the training of Videl, Maki, and others. With a smile, Yamcha declared his resolve. In anticipation of the impending arrival of the formidable King Piccolo, he decided to accelerate the training regimen of his disciples. It is worth noting that King Piccolo is not a solitary entity. He possesses the ability to divide into numerous offspring, each formidable in their own right, some boasting combat power exceeding 100. For the likes of Vera and her companions, such adversaries would be insurmountable. Without the aid of the gravity chamber, elevating their combat power beyond 100 would require no less than 3 years. As someone who has traversed this path before, Yamcha understands that reaching a combat power of 100 is a significant threshold. Without extraordinary perseverance and fortuitous circumstances, it is a daunting challenge. The gravity chamber, therefore, represents their golden opportunity. Chapter 52. Evolution Potion. Having resided on this earth for over 2 years, Yamcha gradually came to regard himself as a true inhabitant of this planet. He could no longer stand by idly while the world faced potential destruction or enslavement, as depicted in the original tale. With the power to change this fate now within reach, he was resolute in his determination. In his mind, even if King Piccolo were to descend upon them, he would not allow any disruption to West City, nor would he permit harm to befall his friends. The group gazed upon the hemispherical structure standing in the backyard, their faces illuminated with joy. None were more elated than Mark and Vera, for Yamcha had previously promised that once they mastered the Wolf-Fong Fist to a consummate level, they would gain access to the gravity chamber for training. Now, with Vera being the first to achieve such mastery, she was granted entry. Although Mark was not far behind, his physical strength had consistently surpassed his current abilities. Thus, Yamcha permitted him entry into the gravity chamber as well. "Ah, age, there's no need for envy. You two shall soon enter this gravity chamber," Mark chuckled heartily, patting Vincent's shoulder, his pride palpable. Vincent gazed at the gravity chamber, his eyes brimming with envy and anticipation. Humph, revel in your triumph while you can. I shall swiftly reach consummate mastery as well, and then we shall see who reigns supreme. Yamcha gazed at the crowd, his expression grave as he spoke. While the gravity chamber can swiftly enhance your abilities, the journey will be exceedingly arduous. You must be mentally prepared. Once you enter, you must give it your all. Vera clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Master, we are not afraid of hardship. We will certainly strive to cultivate our skills. Mark also set aside his smile, nodding solemnly. Indeed, Master, we shall not disappoint you. Yamcha gazed at them with satisfaction. Now, allow me to elucidate the methods and precautions for utilizing the gravity room. Upon entering, you must gradually acclimate to the changes in gravity, avoiding any hasty actions. Should you find your body unable to withstand the pressure, cease your training immediately to prevent injury. The group listened intently to Yamcha's explanation. After concluding his discourse, Yamcha and Bulma proceeded to the lounge, where Bulma mysteriously produced a vial of blue elixir. Yamcha, the evolution potion you mentioned, I have successfully concocted it. Yamcha's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the azure potion in Bulma's hand. Is it true? Bulma, you are truly remarkable. Bulma smiled with a sense of pride. Of course, I am a genius scientist. However, this potion is exceedingly potent. If one's physical constitution is inadequate, it may prove challenging to harness its capabilities. And there exists a degree of peril. Yamcha understands the significance of Bulma. Although the evolution potion has been successfully concocted, the next step involves considering its effects on the human body. Naturally, those with superior physical attributes are martial artists. And it just so happens that the members of the Wolf Fong style belong to this very group. Yamcha lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, silently resolving within himself. He called in Carlos, Sadie, and Mocha individually. As the evolution potions were originally intended for those of lesser talent who sought to enhance their combat prowess. Carlos, sporting a robust beard, appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, yet he was merely 18 years old, his mature appearance betraying his true age. Master, what is the reason for summoning us? Carlos inquired. Yamcha gazed at Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The reason I summoned you today is to seek your opinions on a matter of great significance. Bulma has developed an evolution serum, capable of enhancing your abilities several levels in a short period. I wonder if you would be interested in attempting it. Upon hearing this, astonishment and excitement illuminated the faces of Carlos and the others. Carlos inquired, Master, is it true that this serum can genuinely elevate our strength? Indeed, Yamcha replied. But this serum is exceedingly potent and demands exceptional physical constitution. There are inherent risks involved, and we must observe the potential dangers that may arise post-administration of the evolution serum. Yamcha solemnly stated. Upon hearing that the use of the potion was perilous, Carlos and the others hesitated, for it directly pertained to their lives and deaths. Despite the fact that this potion could allow them to leap over years of cultivation, it was considered a boon for individuals like them, whose talents were not particularly exceptional. Thus, they could not afford to be anything less than cautious. Yamcha did not urge them. Instead, he allowed them to make their own decisions. Carlos hesitated for a moment and spoke. Master, as you are aware, my talent is the weakest among all the disciples. I see the newly arrived juniors swiftly catching up in their cultivation, and it fills me with great anxiety. Given this exceptional opportunity, I wish to give it a try. Even if I ultimately do not enhance my strength, I shall have no regrets. Yamcha gazed into Sarah's resolute eyes and nodded slightly. Very well. Sarah and Mocha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Carlos's agreement to utilize the evolutionary serum. Their circumstances were markedly different from Carlos's. They had families to consider, and the perilous nature of the situation left them momentarily indecisive. In contrast, Carlos was solitary and thus unencumbered by such worries. Once the candidate for the test was determined, it was time for the injection. In a tranquil room, Carlos sat nervously in a chair, a vial of blue evolutionary serum in the injection apparatus before him. Yamcha and Bulma stood nearby, their expressions grave as they observed him. Carlos, are you ready? Yamcha inquired. Carlos took a deep breath and nodded. Master, I am prepared. To err on the side of caution, Yamcha retrieved a senza bean. Bulma carefully drew the evolutionary serum into the syringe. Approaching Carlos, she whispered, It may hurt a bit. You must endure. Carlos clenched his jaw, determination evident in his expression. Bulma aimed the syringe at Carlos's arm and slowly injected the serum into his body. As the serum coursed through him, Carlos immediately felt a powerful surge of heat swelling within. His complexion flushed crimson, and his body began to tremble violently. Carlos could not suppress a cry of anguish. It felt as if his very being was on the verge of being torn apart, each cell ablaze with an intense fire. Yamcha and Bulma gazed intently at Carlos, closely monitoring the fluctuations in his physical state. As time elapsed, Carlos's agony intensified, his body convulsing uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like a torrential downpour. "Hold on, Carlos," Yamcha urged, his voice filled with encouragement. Carlos clenched his teeth tightly, striving to endure the excruciating pain that coursed through him. He understood that this was his opportunity to alter his fate. Surrender was not an option. Amidst the torment, Carlos's consciousness began to blur. Yet the unwavering belief within him sustained his clarity. Chapter 53, Carlos versus Mark. After an indeterminate passage of time, Carlos's body gradually began to settle. His breathing became more regular, and his complexion returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yamcha and Bulma let out a sigh of relief, for they understood that Carlos had traversed the most perilous phase. After approximately half an hour, Carlos slowly opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. Rising to his feet, he stretched and soon realized that both his speed and power had significantly escalated. This strength. It is astonishing. I feel more formidable than even Mark and the others, Carlos exclaimed with exhilaration. Yamcha nodded, observing the surging aura radiating from Carlos, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Through the system, Yamcha could clearly discern Carlos's current prowess. His combat strength had ascended to 48. It is noteworthy that prior to utilizing the evolution serum, his combat strength was merely 12. Immersed in the overwhelming power he had just acquired, Carlos was enveloped by an intense surge of confidence. Eager to gauge his newfound abilities, he promptly issued a challenge to Yamcha, requesting to test his mettle against Mark and Vera. Yamcha observed the yearning in Carlos's eyes and nodded slightly in agreement. He, too, was eager to witness the extent of the enhancement that the evolution potion would bestow upon Carlos. The news swiftly spread among the Wolfang sect, and upon learning that Carlos intended to challenge them, Mark, Vera, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They admired Carlos's bravery but remained confident that they would not be easily vanquished. In the arena, a multitude gathered. Carlos stood at the center of the field, facing his challengers, Mark and Vera. "I am now extraordinarily powerful. Who will come forth first?" Carlos proclaimed with audacious arrogance. Mark and Vera exchanged glances before stepping forward. Mark, with a smile, remarked, "Carlos, do not be overly confident. Merely having consumed a special potion does not guarantee victory over me. Your assumptions are rather simplistic." Vera, maintaining her composure, added, "Carlos, do not let power cloud your judgment." Among all the disciples, Vera possessed the keenest observational skills. Although she had yet to sense the aura of Qi, she could discern that while Carlos's presence surged, it was also rather superficial. Clearly, he had not fully mastered the newfound strength he had acquired. With a dismissive snort, Carlos retorted, "Enough of this idle talk. Let us engage." With that, he launched the first attack. His form darted like lightning, surging towards Mark with the ferocity of a beast released from its cage, striking with a formidable claw. The swiftness of his assault took even the composed Mark by surprise, prompting him to swiftly sidestep to evade the blow. No longer a novice in combat, Mark seized the moment to deliver a powerful punch aimed directly at Carlos's face. Had this occurred previously, Carlos would have been unable to evade such a rapid strike. However, the current Carlos had not only significantly enhanced his strength and speed, but also his reflexes, which were now several times quicker than before. He retracted his attacking hand with remarkable speed, crossing his arms in front of his face. As Mark's fist collided with Carlos's arm, a dull thud resonated through the air. Mark instantly felt as though his fist had struck an iron plate, a tingling sensation coursing through his hand, and he was inwardly alarmed by Carlos's newfound physical prowess. Having failed to land his strike and caught off guard, Mark swiftly executed a series of backflips to create distance between them, remaining on high alert. "Is that all the strength you possess, Mark? Even a mere tickle would be more effective," Carlos taunted. "Do not get too carried away. We have only just begun." Mark retorted. With a smile, Mark spoke. After finishing his words, the two engaged in battle once more. Mark's combat intuition was remarkably keen. Through merely one round of fighting, he discerned that he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. Consequently, he adjusted his combat rhythm, opting not to confront Carlos head-on, but to adopt a more agile approach, seeking opportunities to counterattack amidst evasion. However, at that moment, Carlos's strength and speed significantly surpassed Mark's. Each time Mark aimed to strike, Carlos repelled his counterattacks with absolute velocity and power. In the face of such overwhelming strength, all techniques proved futile. Observing Mark struggling to cope, Carlos taunted him. Yet, Mark remained focused, intent on countering Carlos's onslaught. Within a short span, Mark was sent flying several times by Carlos. Had it not been for Mark's resilience and fortitude, he would have already succumbed. The onlooking disciples naturally divided into two groups. The outer disciples, including Suddy and Mocha, formed one faction, while the inner disciples, Vincent and Vela, constituted another. Carlos is exceedingly formidable. Had I known, I should have opted for the evolutionary potion before Carlos. Suddy lamented as he watched Carlos dominate the combat, relentlessly pursuing Mark. Regret coursed through them, especially as they recalled the earlier encounters where they had been overwhelmed by Mark and his companions. Today, witnessing Carlos, an outer disciple, chase Mark, filled them with a sense of vindication. Do you think Mark can win? Vincent asked Vela with a hint of skepticism. He was taken aback that Carlos, who had been under his thumb, had now surpassed Mark, who was previously deemed stronger. This unexpected turn of events instilled a sense of pressure in Vincent, who had previously been indifferent. Fear not. Mark has yet to unleash his true capabilities, Vela replied with a smile. Mark's lightning body technique had only recently been mastered, having been employed in combat against Vela just once, leaving the others unaware of its existence. While the spectators' reactions were noteworthy, the battle between the two continued. Observing Mark, who was gasping for breath, Carlos arrogantly declared, "What's wrong? Are you at your limit? Don't worry, the real battle is about to begin." With a mighty shout, Mark began to channel the energy within him. In the next moment, a towering figure of 3 meters appeared at the center of the arena. Carlos gazed at the suddenly manifested giant Mark with a flicker of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, is this your newly learned ultimate technique? So what? I can still defeat you." Mark's colossal form radiated an imposing aura as he fixed his gaze on Carlos, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Carlos, let me now demonstrate the disparity between an inner disciple and an outer disciple." With that, Mark charged towards Carlos with heavy strides. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. Carlos felt the pressure exerted by Mark, yet he did not falter. Instead, he stepped forward to confront it. Chapter 54. The arrival of Sun Wukong. The two resumed their fierce battle. Mark, relying on his enormous stature and formidable strength, engaged Carlos in a direct confrontation. At present, their strength and speed were nearly equal. However, the oppressive presence emanating from Mark's colossal form far surpassed that of Carlos. Even with comparable might and swiftness, Carlos found himself at a natural disadvantage in combat. Coupled with Mark's advanced Wolf Fong Fist, which imposed a significant level of suppression, it did not take long for Mark to gain an absolute upper hand. His attacks became increasingly fierce, leaving Carlos struggling to cope and sustaining several injuries. "Carlos, weren't you quite boastful just now?" Mark taunted. Carlos remained silent. Though he had initially relished dominating Mark, the tables had turned, and he now felt discomfort, inwardly cursing. How can this guy still be so strong? He knew he could not continue in this manner and needed to devise a strategy to reverse the tide of battle. In that moment, an idea struck Carlos. Although Mark matched him in strength and speed, his enormous size had created larger blind spots. He resolved to exploit this weakness by maneuvering behind Mark for a surprise attack. Carlos moved swiftly, circling around to Mark's rear. He then unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Mark's back. Mark sensed the impending danger from behind, yet his massive form rendered his reflexes somewhat sluggish. He could not evade Carlos's assault in time and had no choice but to take the hit. A resounding impact echoed as Carlos's fist struck Mark's back with great force. Mark's immense body shuddered slightly, but he did not fall. Inflicting significant damage on Mark under equal conditions was nearly impossible. He turned to face Carlos, his gaze sharpening with focus as he realized it was time to conclude the fight. "Carlos, prepare to face my torrential onslaught," Mark bellowed. With that, he renewed his assault, launching even more ferocious attacks that forced Carlos into a more passive stance. Under the weight of Mark's relentless offensive, Carlos could only endure for 3 minutes before he could no longer hold on. "I concede," Carlos said, slowly bowing his head. Upon hearing Carlos's surrender, a victorious smile spread across Mark's face. As for Vera, there was no need for further combat. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha approached with Bulma. Noticing Carlos's dejection, he spoke up, "Carlos, your current strength is indeed sufficient to defeat Mark. After all, he is relying on a technique that cannot be sustained indefinitely. If you can endure until the technique fades, victory will be yours. However, you have yet to fully master your inherent power. Therefore, for the time being, you will join Vera and Mark in the gravity chamber for training. Carlos, initially feeling somewhat dejected, found his spirits lifted upon hearing Yamcha's words. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he swiftly recognized his shortcomings. Rising slowly, he fixed his gaze on Mark and declared, "Once I stabilize my cultivation, we shall engage in battle again. I am always ready." Mark, undeterred, maintained his composure. Yet, despite his bravado, both he and Vera felt the weight of expectation, compelling them to train even more diligently. This was precisely the outcome Yamcha had hoped for. The right amount of pressure is indeed the catalyst for progress. Carlos's recent experiment with the potion proved remarkably successful, though the process was fraught with agony too much for the average person to endure. It was only someone like Carlos, tempered by years of rigorous training and possessing exceptional fortitude, who could withstand such trials. Fortunately, the endeavor bore fruit, and Bulma dubbed this elixir the 1.0 version of the evolution potion. Subsequently, she procured a sample of Carlos's blood for further experimentation and hurried back to her lab, invigorated by her success. The triumph of the evolution potion felt akin to opening a window to a world brimming with intriguing possibilities. Inspired by Yamcha's guidance, her mind teemed with countless innovative ideas, all yearning for practical validation. The future undoubtedly promised the emergence of even more potent evolution potions. Having witnessed Carlos's formidable prowess, Suddy and Mocha could hardly contain their excitement. Time marched on swiftly, and half a year slipped by. During this period, the members of the Wolf Fong faction experienced rapid growth akin to spring sprouts breaking through the earth. Yamcha's foundational combat prowess has reached an impressive 980 points, rendering him the foremost warrior on Earth. Even the deities of the celestial realm would find it arduous to match his strength. However, upon attaining such heights, Yamcha has found himself ensnared by yet another plateau, reminiscent of the previous obstacle at the 100-point threshold. It is as if an invisible membrane impedes his progress, preventing him from transcending his physical limits and further enhancing his combat power. As for his disciples, their advancements have been notably significant, with 3 of his most dedicated students making remarkable strides. Vera's combat strength has surged beyond 82, while Mark has reached 65 and Vincent stands at 45. Carlos, having consumed the evolution potion, has experienced an extraordinary boost to 63, fully absorbing the enhancements it bestowed. In the past 6 months, he has also mastered the Chi Origin Bullet, ranking 3rd within the Wolf Fong style. Consequently, Yamcha has elevated Carlos to the status of an inner disciple. Meanwhile, Sadie and Mocha have both surpassed the 20-point mark, while 3 new disciples have just breached the threshold of 10 points. The Wolf Fong style has thus emerged as a formidable force across the globe. Yet, a sense of emptiness has recently plagued Yamcha's heart. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon him. He seems to have left a cat at Corinta. Over a year has passed, and he wonders how Puar is faring under the tutelage of Master Karen and whether the cultivation techniques for the magical beans have been grasped. Observing Vera and the others diligently training in the gravity chamber, Yamcha nods approvingly. They have found their rhythm and no longer require his guidance. He must now contemplate his own path for further enhancement. The Celestial Temple undoubtedly represents the ideal sanctuary for such endeavors. However, to access the Celestial Temple, he must rely on Sun Wukong's golden staff, as Yamcha's current strength has yet to allow him to disregard the temple's regulations. Yamcha speculated that the Heavenly Temple must possess a unique barrier for protection, without the key known as the golden staff. Even a being of considerable strength would be unable to reach it. Just as Yamcha was troubled about where to find Sun Wukong, Bulma brought forth delightful news. Due to a malfunction with Sun Wukong's dragon radar, he had come to West City to seek Bulma's assistance in repairing it. Once the dragon radar was restored, Bulma planned to take Sun Wukong to the Sky Garden for some leisure, and she also invited Yamcha to join them. Yamcha naturally accepted this situation with ease. Although cultivation is of paramount importance, so too is spending time with his girlfriend. Moreover, the presence of Son Goku invariably invites a multitude of troubles, and Yamcha was determined to protect Bulma from any harm. Swiftly, he soared to West City, and upon entering its vicinity, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from the location of Capsule Corporation, an aura he recognized all too well. It belonged to Son Goku, whom he had not seen for a year. In that time, Goku's power had significantly increased. now reaching an impressive 130 points, more than double his strength during the martial arts tournament, placing him on par with Master Roshi. Before long, Yamcha arrived above Capsule Corporation and spotted Son Goku in the backyard alongside Bulma and Oolong. Chapter 55, How Seeki Hey, Yamcha. Even before Yamcha touched down, Son Goku's keen hawk-like eyes had spotted him in the sky, and he excitedly waved his hand vigorously in greeting. Yamcha's lips curved into a gentle smile, and like a delicate feather, he gracefully descended to stand beside Bulma. With a beaming expression, he addressed Sun Wukong. Wukong, it's been quite a while. Sun Wukong, his eyes wide as saucers, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Yamcha, you can fly? Could you possibly teach me how? Yamcha nodded slightly and said to Sun Wukong, flying is not inherently difficult. The key lies in mastering the art of harnessing one's energy. First, calm your mind and attune yourself to the flow of energy within you, akin to a babbling brook. Then, attempt to gather this energy at the soles of your feet and gently release it like a trickling stream. In doing so, you shall soar freely through the skies like a bird. Sun Wukong followed his advice and began to practice flying. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on the immense energy coursing through him. Indeed, his innate talent shone as brightly as the most resplendent star in the night sky. In but a moment, he opened his eyes and exclaimed with excitement, I can feel the surging energy within me. With that, Sun Wukong endeavored to concentrate the energy at his feet and cautiously released it. His body became as light as a butterfly, dancing gracefully through the air. Though he appeared somewhat clumsy, he was undeniably airborne. Haha, I've learned to fly. Sun Wukong joyfully raced through the sky. Bulma, observing Sun Wukong's exuberance, could not help but smile. She turned to Yamcha and said, Yamcha, you truly are remarkable. You've taught Sun Wukong to fly in no time at all. Yamcha smiled and said, it is not my prowess. Rather, it is Sun Wukong's remarkable talent. Once one masters the technique, flying becomes quite effortless. But I too wish to soar. What should I do? Bulma mused. Did you not develop the first generation of the evolution potion? If you are unafraid of pain, once your energy ascends, I can teach you, Yamcha replied with a grin. Perhaps not. The first generation of the evolution potion is still not perfected. I shall wait until I devise a version devoid of any side effects. Bulma recalled the agonizing expression Carlos bore while using the potion and promptly withdrew from the idea. The trio played in the garden for a while before deciding to venture to the aerial amusement park. They boarded Bulma's flying craft and soared towards the amusement park, which is located at the heart of West City. It is supported by a massive concrete pillar, several meters in diameter, with a spiral escalator encircling it, ascending to great heights. The entire amusement park resembles a large disc. As they disembarked from the flying craft and prepared to ascend via the spiral escalator, Yamcha sensed three ill-intentioned gazes fixated upon them. Without the need to turn around, he clearly perceived their positions. Approximately 50 to 60 meters away, three individuals were stealthily trailing them. A striking woman with yellow hair, accompanied by a hat-wearing man and a pig-headed figure. However, the combat prowess of the trio posed no threat to Yamcha, as they were akin to ordinary individuals, prompting him to disregard them. Yamcha and his companions ascended the spiral elevator, making their way to the aerial amusement park, closely followed by three individuals who had been tracking them. Although the amusement park was primarily focused on entertainment and recreation, it seamlessly integrated numerous technological advancements. As the elevator reached its pinnacle, the tunnel surrounding them unveiled a mesmerizing spectacle, akin to stepping into a dreamlike realm. The elevator's terminus led directly to the entrance of the amusement park, devoid of any turbulence, allowing the group to pass through the ticketing area effortlessly. The amusement park was replete with exhilarating attractions, including roller coasters. Sun Wukong, having never encountered such whimsical contraptions, joyfully engaged in play with Oolong, while Yamcha and Bulma naturally relished their own intimate world. As Sun Wukong and Oolong balanced on separate spherical platforms, the trio who had been tailing Yamcha had set their sights on Sun Wukong, intent on acquiring the 2 Dragon Balls he possessed. At that moment, while Sun Wukong was engrossed in his game, the leader of the group, a woman with golden hair, hurled a concealed weapon directly at Sun Wukong's temple, aiming to incapacitate him with a single strike. Though Sun Wukong was preoccupied with the sphere beneath his feet, his martial artist instincts kicked in at the instant the weapon was about to strike, enabling him to catch it with ease. The projectile turned out to be nothing more than a walnut. As a venue boasting a high safety standard, the amusement park prohibited patrons from carrying sharp implements. Thus, the golden-haired woman had resorted to using a hard walnut. Despite its innocuous appearance, she, as a professional assassin, had successfully completed missions using walnuts on multiple occasions. From a thicket approximately 30 to 40 meters away, the trio lay in ambush. It has been quite some time since I've encountered such a formidable opponent, the golden-haired woman remarked, her expression tightening with a hint of surprise. Sister Halseki, what method shall we employ to pilfer the Dragon Balls from that Sun Wukong? Inquired the man wearing a green hat, positioned behind her. What method, you ask? The golden-haired woman, addressed as Halseki, turned her head and confidently replied, with my intellect, while gesturing to her own head with her right hand. Despite sensing an impending attack, the oblivious Sun Wukong soon dismissed the feeling as he continued to frolic with Oolong, casting any concerns aside. After a delightful spell of amusement, the group gathered to savor some delectable fare. Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed from a nearby corridor. Help! Brimming with a sense of justice, Sun Wukong was the first to dash towards the source of the cry. It seems someone is bullying a girl. We should go check it out, Bulma declared fiercely. Yamcha, with an unusual expression, nodded slightly. Before long, the group arrived at the scene of the incident, where they beheld a man in a hat and a pig-headed creature attempting to carry a beautiful woman, veiled in mystery. It appeared they were harboring nefarious intentions. And that woman was none other than Halseki. Clearly, this Glitch D scenario was a meticulously orchestrated performance devised by the three individuals themselves. Yamcha smiled softly, fully aware that the clumsy performance of the three could hardly deceive him, a soul steeped in the art of cinema from a past life. However, he refrained from revealing his insight to Sun Wukong and the others, curious to see what antics the trio would conjure. Once again, it is you two. Release that girl at once, Sun Wukong commanded, his demeanor stern. Clearly, he had encountered the man in the hat and the pig-headed creature before, upon his arrival. They promptly discarded the beautiful lady onto the ground. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to pursue the pair, the veiled woman softly exclaimed, "Ah," assuming she was injured. He slowed his pursuit and chose to assess her condition instead. "Are you all right, madam?" Bulma inquired, assisting the woman to her feet. Chapter 56. Unmasking Halseki. Halseki feigned consciousness, gently opening her eyes and saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I am Halseki, a fortune teller. I never anticipated being assaulted by two ruffians. Those two are truly despicable. If we encounter them again, I shall make them pay," Bulma declared indignantly, casting a glance at Yamcha behind her. Noticing his apparent indifference, she mistakenly assumed he was captivated by the woman's beauty, and her jealousy flared. "Yamcha, did you hear what I just said?" Yamcha, regaining his composure, promptly remarked, I heard you. Those two individuals are indeed despicable. Next time we encounter them, we must not let them escape." To his perception, the two figures had not fled far. Noticing that Sun Wukong did not pursue them, they merely concealed themselves nearby, observing. Bulma cast a sidelong glance at Yamcha before turning to the woman and inquired, "Are you a fortune teller? What exactly can you predict?" Halseki slightly lowered her head and replied softly, "I can divine matters of the past and the future." Bulma regarded the woman with a hint of skepticism, pondering. "Are you truly that formidable? Surely, you cannot be deceiving us." Halseki's gaze was resolute as she affirmed, "I do not deceive. My divination abilities are remarkably precise." Before long, Halseki led them to a nearby magical abode. Upon entering, Yamcha sensed the presence of three distinct energies within the room. Two of these energies were concealed behind a curtain in another chamber, while the third emanated from within a large urn. Yamcha remained composed, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Bulma curiously surveyed the magical abode. Halseki smiled and said, "To express my gratitude, I shall offer you a complimentary divination." With that, she approached a table draped in black fabric, where a square platter rested at its center, upon which sat a crystal ball the size of a human head. She gently caressed the crystal orb, and suddenly, it emitted a peculiar radiance. Halseki closed her eyes, seemingly attuning herself to something profound. Moments later, she opened her eyes and spoke slowly, "I have glimpsed your past and future." Directing her gaze at Sun Wukong, she continued, "Good sir, you previously ventured into a very frigid village in the north, where you endured a formidable adventure. Following that, you entered a gigantic tower." Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You speak of Miss Rutha. How do you know this?" "Wukong, is she accurate?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding the art of divination. "She speaks the truth," Sun Wukong affirmed. "Moreover, within your attire, there exist two orbs," Halseki added. The two orbs were, in fact, the two Dragon Balls possessed by Sun Wukong. I see, Yamcha realized, understanding that the woman's intentions were clearly aimed at the Dragon Balls on Wukong. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Little Wukong pondered for a moment before unfastening his belt, revealing his lower half to the astonishment of those present. The sheer audacity of Wukong's action instantly flushed the cheeks of the two girls in the vicinity. Bulma leapt up, delivering a sharp smack to Sun Wukong's head. Startled by the sudden sting, he questioned, "Bulma, why did you hit me?" Bulma, akin to an enraged lioness, shouted, "What a disgrace! Quickly, pull up your pants." Only then did Sun Wukong hastily adjust his trousers. Yamcha smiled and remarked, "What she just mentioned pertains to the Dragon Balls you possess." Upon realizing this, Sun Wukong retrieved a cloth bag from beneath his clothing and opened it, revealing two luminous red orbs. The sight of the Dragon Balls instantly brought a radiant smile to Hao Siki's face. She then signaled to the man in the hat and the pig-headed figure hiding in another room. According to their plan, the moment Sun Wukong unveiled the Dragon Balls, they would extinguish all the lights in the room, allowing Hao Siki, with her exceptional thieving skills, to stealthily acquire the orbs from Wukong's grasp. The man in the hat and the pig-headed individual hurried towards the power switch, only to be confronted with an unexpected challenge. The switch was equipped with advanced technology requiring fingerprint verification. Faced with this predicament, the man in the hat decided to take drastic measures and struck the power switch with force. This action did not extinguish the lights as intended. Instead, it caught the attention of little Wukong and his companions in the adjacent room. Little Wukong, pulling back the curtain, was met with the familiar sight of the man in the hat and the pig-headed figure. "Ah, so it is you two miscreants causing trouble again." Even the ever-kind Sun Wukong could not suppress his anger upon recognizing the duo, who had repeatedly engaged in nefarious deeds. With their mission thwarted and discovered, the two fled in haste through the window. Observing their escape, little Wukong's temper flared, and he resolved to teach them a lesson. He entrusted the Dragon Balls to Yamcha and pursued the fleeing figures through the window. With the most significant threat, little Wukong, now gone, Hao Siki felt a surge of relief. The information from the Red Ribbon Army did not include Yamcha's identity, and currently, Yamcha was wearing a hat to avoid being recognized by admirers. Consequently, Hao Siki failed to recognize the champion of the martial arts tournament and mistakenly believed that Yamcha, like Bulma, was an ordinary person. Her gaze fixated intently on the two Dragon Balls in Yamcha's possession, as if on the verge of making a move. "Do you desire these two Dragon Balls?" Yamcha inquired, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Hao Siki nodded in agreement, her intentions seemingly transparent. "This is perilous, Yamcha." Bulma interjected, her jealousy flaring as she tugged at Yamcha's ear and exclaimed loudly. In light of Bulma's fierce admonition, Yamcha felt compelled to clarify, "Oh no, I was merely jesting. This woman poses a threat. Her approach towards us likely revolves around Wukong's Dragon Balls. Moreover, the two who just escaped were in cahoots with her." Hao Siki furrowed her brow, surprised that her true identity had been discerned by this handsome man, yet she was unwilling to concede. With a soft tone, she responded, "What are you saying, handsome? I do not comprehend. Is that so?" With a smile, Yamcha approached a jar nestled in the corner. He casually flicked off the lid, revealing a bald elder-bound hand and foot, a cloth stuffed in his mouth. The old man, still in a state of shock, gazed at Yamcha and Hao Siki, seemingly attempting to speak, yet rendered mute by the gag. Yamcha stepped forward and removed the cloth from the old man's mouth. The elderly man immediately became agitated and exclaimed, "This woman, she is evil. It is she who imprisoned me in this vessel." Chapter 57. The Return to the Holy Land of Karen. Seeing that the situation had deteriorated, Hao Siki felt no further need to maintain her facade. She swiftly drew a soft sword from her waist and fiercely lunged at Yamcha, intent on seizing the Dragon Ball. "Since you have uncovered my intentions, do not blame me for being impolite. Hand over the Dragon Ball." Hao Siki possessed considerable combat prowess, boasting a power level exceeding 30, as her blade transformed into a brilliant arc of light, surging forth. Yamcha shook his head slightly, and with a gentle flick, he sent the approaching sword tip flying from Haaski's grip. "Did you think you could seize the Dragon Balls with such naivety?" A smirk of derision curled upon Yamcha's lips. Bulma, startled, took refuge to the side. Witnessing Haaski's swift defeat at Yamcha's hands ignited a sense of pride within her. With an air of false bravado, she approached Haaski, hands on her hips, and declared with feigned ferocity, "Humph, you wicked woman, how dare you deceive us? Now you find yourself captured, don't you?" Haaski's expression darkened, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. She had never anticipated that her scheme would be so effortlessly thwarted. Yamcha gazed at Hayashiki, his expression grave as he inquired, "Speak. Who exactly are you? Why do you seek to seize the Dragon Balls?" Hayashiki remained silent, clearly reluctant to divulge any information. Yamcha narrowed his eyes slightly and ominously threatened. "If you do not speak, I shall take your life without hesitation." Hearing the malevolent threat from Yamcha, even Hayashiki was taken aback, her composure shaken. Biting her lip, she confessed, "It was the Red Ribbon Army that compelled me to act thus. They seek to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill their ambition of world domination." Once again, it is the Red Ribbon Army. Before Yamu could utter a word, the recently returned Sun Wukong spoke with indignation. He was seen holding aloft a man adorned with a hat in one hand and a pig-headed creature in the other. Since he embarked on his quest for the Dragon Balls, he frequently encountered members of the Red Ribbon Army. Were the Red Ribbon Army a force of righteousness? He might have remained silent. However, their reputation on Earth was exceedingly notorious, marking them as a genuine terror organization. The potential for such a perilous group to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls posed an alarming uncertainty regarding the outrageous deeds they might commit. Yamcha furrowed his brow and, with a grave expression, remarked, "The ambitions of the Red Ribbon Army are rather formidable. However, they do not pose a significant threat to me. Their most formidable figure appears to be a general named Blue. The real menace lies in the shadows, concealed in developing artificial beings, Dr. Gero. Yet, Dr. Gero is exceedingly elusive, making him difficult to locate." Bulma, feeling a surge of anxiety, added, "Even in this peaceful area of West City, I have heard of the notorious reputation of the Red Ribbon Army. Their influence in the north is substantial, so Goku, you must exercise caution when you venture there." Clenching his fists with unwavering confidence, Sun Wukong replied, "There is no need for concern, Bulma. The Red Ribbon Army is no match for me." Yamcha nodded and said to Hayashiki, "It would be wise for you to cease your affiliations with the Red Satin Brigade. Otherwise, fortune may not favor you next time." Hayashiki lowered her head, her heart brimming with trepidation and regret. She understood that she had entangled herself with individuals far beyond her reckoning. Subsequently, Yamcha resolved to entrust Hayashiki, along with the man in the hat and the pig-headed figure, to the authorities. Given the gravity of the situation, their interest in further amusement had evaporated, and they promptly returned to the Capsule Corporation via their spacecraft. "Yamcha, let us engage in a fervent battle." As soon as they had a moment's respite, Sun Wukong yearned for combat. Having faced defeat against Yamcha twice, his resolve only strengthened. He was undeterred by setbacks. Yet, Yamcha had no inclination to spar with Sun Wukong, for their combat prowess and skills were not on the same plane. With a battle power of 130, Sun Wukong was, to be frank, rather feeble in Yamcha's eyes, failing to pique his interest in the slightest. Moreover, Sun Wukong's mastery of breath control was still quite rudimentary, rendering their respective realms incompatible and diminishing the significance of any potential confrontation. Yamcha prepared to grant Sun Wukong an advantage, naturally, that advantage being Karen Tower and the realm of the gods. He gazed at Wukong's eyes, filled with determination, and shook his head with a smile. "Wukong, this is not the time for battle. Have you yet ventured to Karen Tower as I mentioned previously?" Sun Wukong, scratching his head with a grin, replied, Karen Tower. I completely forgot. As it happens, I have been meaning to visit Karen Tower. Why don't we go together? There are methods there that can significantly enhance your strength. Once you've improved, we can engage in a thrilling battle." Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to agree. But a moment of hesitation crossed his mind as he remembered he had yet to collect the 4-star Dragon Ball his grandfather had given him. "But I still need to gather the 4-star Dragon Ball," he said hesitantly. "Collecting the Dragon Balls is not a matter of urgency. Once your strength has increased, won't gathering them be much swifter?" Yamcha gently persuaded. Under Yamcha's guidance, Sun Wukong ultimately decided to accompany him to Karen Tower for training. This time, it was a session of cultivation. Bulma and Oolong, of course, did not join. Sun Wukong and Yamcha utilized the instant transmission technique as they soared toward Karen Tower. After a considerable period of flight, they finally beheld the towering structure reaching into the clouds. Sun Wukong marveled, "What an impressive tower. Is the great Karen truly at the top?" Yamcha declared, "Indeed, Master Karen resides at the pinnacle of the tower. Those who ascend shall receive his guidance. Let us proceed." They commenced their ascent of Karen Tower. The towering height left Sun Wukong in awe, yet he remained undeterred. It is noteworthy that his combat prowess had far surpassed that of the original tale. In the original narrative, he was no match for the formidable Tao Pai Pai, whose power level stood at 120. However, in this realm, under Yamcha's influence, Sun Wukong's strength had already eclipsed that of Tao Pai Pai. Climbing the tower proved to be a trivial challenge for him, and within nearly half an hour, they reached the summit of Karen Tower. The venerable Master Karen, an astute feline, had long anticipated their arrival and awaited them there. As Yamcha steadied himself, a shadow swiftly approached. "Young Master Yamcha, you have finally come to fetch me," the figure spoke, a hint of grievance in their tone. It was none other than Pool, whom Yamcha had not seen for quite some time. "Indeed, I did mention that I would come to visit you." Yamcha gently patted Pool's head and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you accustomed to life here?" After enjoying Yamate's affection, Pool replied earnestly, "Master Karen has treated me well and has imparted much knowledge." Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings, but could not locate the so-called Master Karen. He then turned to Pool and inquired, "Pool, you are here too? Where is Master Karen?" The cat sage, standing directly beneath Yamcha and Sun Wukong, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What are you babbling about, young man? Am I not right here before you?" Chapter 58, Pool's growth upon hearing the voice. Sun Wukong glanced down and was taken aback to discover the cat sage at his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You are Master Karen? Why are you so small?" Master Karen huffed, crossing his arms in discontent, and replied, "Do not judge by appearances. I am the guardian of the Karen Tower, endowed with immense wisdom and power." Yamcha smiled at Sun Wukong and said, "Though Master Karen may appear diminutive, he is indeed extraordinarily powerful. I brought you here to seek his guidance and enhance your abilities." Sun Wukong scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "Master Karen, I apologize. It was not my intention to offend you. Please, bestow upon me your teachings for my cultivation." Master Karen cast a glance at Sun Wukong and slowly replied, "Rude fellow, why should I instruct you in your training?" Despite his words, Master Karen was not truly upset. He merely jested with Wukong. However, Sun Wukong was resolute and would not relent until he achieved his objective. When it came to cultivation, his determination was unwavering. Eventually, after a bit of coaxing, Master Karen acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request. After all, by ascending the Karen Tower, Sun Wukong had already passed its trial and was thus entitled to receive his guidance. Consequently, Master Karen proceeded to instruct Sun Wukong in accordance with the traditional training regimen of the Karen Tower. He approached the place where the sacred water was kept and, with his staff, lifted the vessel containing the sacred water, signaling for Sun Wukong to seize it. So simple was the task. However, the simple-minded Sun Wukong did not immediately grasp the underlying significance. With a swift charge, he lunged forward, eager to snatch the sacred water from the staff. Just as his hand was about to touch the vessel, Master Karen transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Undeterred by his initial failure, Sun Wukong chuckled and unleashed his shadow punch, once more darting towards Master Karen. After a moment of observation, Yamcha followed Pool to a secluded chamber. The room was devoid of clutter, featuring only a neatly arranged row of flower pots. Within these pots, vibrant, verdant vines flourished, with some delicate buds already emerging from their slender branches. "Yamcha, behold the celestial bean flora I have nurtured. It has begun to bloom. In just another 6 months, we shall witness the emergence of celestial beans," Pool proclaimed with an air of pride. "Well done, Pool. It is impressive that you have managed to cultivate celestial beans." Yamcha praised, and in response to his commendation, Pua felt immensely gratified, embarking on an elaborate discourse regarding the arduous process of cultivating the mystical beans. Through their conversation, Yamcha gained a clearer understanding of the intricacies involved in growing these celestial beans. It was not a simple task, as it required a unique environment and soil, along with the special nurturing techniques employed by the Karen sage. While Pua had mastered the art of cultivation, replicating such conditions on Earth proved impossible. The required environment was elusive, necessitating an altitude of 30 kilometers, and the soil must be from the divine realm, as it harbored potent life energy essential for the survival of the celestial beings. Furthermore, the yield from these beans was remarkably low. A single bean vine could produce only 3 beans in a year, and the feline sage possessed merely 5 pots. Previously, in a state of carefree existence, the feline sage had not dedicated himself wholly to cultivation, typically managing only 1 or 2 pots. Over 5 or 6 centuries, he had amassed just over 1,000 beans. And during their last encounter, Yamcha had taken 500 to 600 beans in one go. Now, with all 5 pots cultivated simultaneously, the process was significantly expedited. In addition to the cultivation of the celestial beings, Pure's combat prowess had also seen a considerable enhancement, rising from a mere 5 or 6 points to 20 points. Although Yamcha had no use for such power in battle, Pure's increased strength would undoubtedly augment his chances of survival in future confrontations. With Yamcha's task for Pure complete, he prepared to take him back. However, before departing from Karen Tower, he had another objective: to explore the Divine Hall on Earth. The Divine Hall was extraordinarily peculiar. Even standing atop Karen Tower, Yamcha could not perceive its existence. Previously, he had assumed his combat power was insufficient, yet even with his strength now surpassing 990 points, he remained oblivious to the hall's presence. Clearly, a unique barrier enveloped the Divine Hall, rendering ordinary reconnaissance ineffective. Yamcha conjectured that only through a violent approach, utilizing a ki blast to strike the space above, might the outline of the Divine Hall manifest. Nevertheless, such an action would likely provoke animosity from the deities inhabiting the hall, if there existed a legitimate means to access the Divine Hall. Yamcha preferred to avoid the path of antagonism. Subsequently, Yamcha and Pure returned to the place where Sun Wukong was training. At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared utterly exhausted, having depleted his energy rapidly in the thin air, akin to his own initial experience under Karen's training. Meanwhile, the feline sage was seated on the ground, devoid of any semblance of dignity, clearly struggling more than during Yamcha's previous training session. Before long, Sun Wukong sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. The feline sage approached Yamcha and remarked with a sense of admiration, "Yamcha, this young lad you brought along possesses extraordinary talent. I nearly found myself overwhelmed. Fortunately, I still retain some strength." The innate talent of Sun Wukong is beyond question. Any ordinary skill, upon merely being observed once, he can master instantaneously. In the original text, Sun Wukong mastered the art of Qi in merely 3 days, successfully completing the training under the Cat Immortal and subsequently defeating Tao Bai. Now, with an even greater strength, Sun Wukong's acquisition of Qi is remarkably swift. In just half a day, he transitions from the rudimentary application of Qi to its perception and utilization, unveiling the core secrets of martial arts on Earth. This distinction marks the difference between elite martial artists and ordinary practitioners. By mastering the use of Qi, he secures his place in Earth's martial arts realm. During the ensuing training, the Cat Immortal finds himself quite exhausted. Unlike Yamcha, who understands the balance of work and rest, Sun Wukong is relentless, akin to an indefatigable machine. Despite the existence of the magical senzu beans, mental fatigue does not dissipate swiftly. However, the results are gratifying. Within 2 days, Sun Wukong completes his training in Qi application, successfully obtaining the super holy water from the Cat Immortal, becoming the second individual in nearly a century to do so. In Chapter 59, under Yamcha's keen perception, Sun Wukong's combat power surges to an astonishing 180 points, his aura as steady as Mount Tai, devoid of the previous sharpness. One must not underestimate this seemingly modest rise of 50 points in combat power. It is noteworthy that when Piccolo Jr first appeared, he merely surpassed Tien Shinhan by 50 points. Yet, when Piccolo unleashed his formidable presence, Tien Shinhan quickly lost the will to fight, akin to a deflated balloon. In the annals of memory, Sun Wukong's combat power reaching 180 points was a momentous occasion that transpired during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, with just over a year since the 21st tournament, Sun Wukong has achieved this milestone ahead of time. When Piccolo Jr reemerges, even if Yamcha remains passive, Sun Wukong is capable of confronting him single-handedly. This undoubtedly signifies that Yamcha is subtly influencing the trajectory of Earth's fate. As for the super holy water with the Cat Immortal, Yamcha is reluctant to allow Sun Wukong to attempt it, avoiding it himself. Yamcha speculates that this super holy water is akin to a venomous scorpion, harboring grave dangers for the consumer's body. In the tapestry of memory, although Sun Wukong briefly enhances his strength after consuming the super holy water, thanks to the Scion's indomitable vitality and unique ability to unlock potential in dire situations, it proves to be a double-edged sword, offering no long-term benefits. After consuming the super holy water, Sun Wukong successfully defeats Piccolo Jr. Yet his progress in the following years resembles the slow crawl of a snail. When Piccolo Jr rejuvenates with the Dragon Balls, his combat power soars to at least 300 points, and Sun Wukong, despite his injuries, must also possess a power exceeding 300 points to achieve victory. By the time of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong finds himself in a fierce battle with the second generation of Piccolo, whose combat power is merely 330 points. It is evident that despite a year or two of training at the Heavenly Temple and several months in the Room of Spirit and Time, Sun Wukong's power does not exhibit substantial improvement, which is quite unreasonable. Logically, Sun Wukong's age should facilitate rapid advancement, yet his progress remains sluggish. Even after defeating the second generation of Piccolo and encountering Raditz, his growth continues to be painfully slow. It is essential to note that Sun Wukong did not cease his training after marrying Chi-Chi. Rather, he persisted in his efforts, yet the results were minimal, and his progression remained exceedingly slow. It was only after his battle with Raditz, where he was killed yet retained his perfect form, that he traveled to King Kai's planet for training and subsequently experienced a significant surge in power. As for the other individual who consumed the super holy water, Achinoble, he has faded into the background. During the preparations to confront the Scions, the heavenly gods summoned Achinoble, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan for training. However, Achinoble's improvement was the slowest, with his combat power falling below that of Krillin and Yamcha, despite his initial capabilities being comparable to Sun Wukong's 180 points. This discrepancy is evidently irrational, with the only plausible explanation being that the consumption of the super holy water has drained his potential. As for the notion that Achinoble's lack of improvement stems from laziness, Yamcha finds it entirely unconvincing. While Achinoble may appear disinterested, his ability to reach a level comparable to Sun Wukong's indicates substantial training. However, he simply does not exert himself as diligently. Yet, for someone who has undergone King Kai's training and shows no increase in combat power, it is evidently unreasonable. The sole explanation is that after consuming the super holy water, his potential has been entirely depleted, leaving him incapable of further enhancement, unless, like Sun Wukong, he experiences death. Yet, Achinoble possesses a remarkable cunning, adept at evading danger and prioritizing his own safety. During their respite, the two warriors and the two cats engage in a barbecue on the second floor of Karen Tower. Although there are centbeans to stave off hunger, Yamcha prefers substantial food that satisfies both his appetite and needs. Furthermore, centbeans lack flavor, and with half of them in his possession, each bean consumed diminishes his stock. Thus, for the past 2 days, Yamcha has been responsible for their meals. As the cat immortal relishes the feast, his gaze shifts to Yamcha, prompting him to inquire, "Yamcha, your visit to Karen Tower is not solely to retrieve Pool, is it? Had it been to fetch Puar, Yamcha could have departed from Carinta on the very same day, rather than remaining to accompany Sun Wukong in his training for 2 days. During this period, Yamcha contributed solely to their sustenance, engaging in no other activities. This behavior was exceedingly unusual, and the cat sage, somewhat familiar with Yamcha, naturally discerned the underlying issue, though he had yet to ascertain Yamcha's true intentions. You have indeed perceived it. Yamcha did not harbor any intention of concealment. He extended his right index finger towards the heavens, declaring, "My aim lies above." What? How do you know of that place? Naturally, the reference was to the Celestial Palace, one of the most enigmatic locations on Earth. Logically, Yamcha should not possess knowledge of the Celestial Palace's existence, even 3 centuries prior, when Master Rashi, the Turtle Hermit, practiced here. The Cat Hermit had never uttered a word about it. How then could a young martial artist like Yamcha be aware of the Celestial Palace? This revelation left the Cat Hermit somewhat astonished. Suddenly, a spark of understanding illuminated his mind, as if he had made a connection, and his gaze became vibrant. What lies above, if not the pinnacle of the tower? Gorging on grilled fish? Sun Wukong, full of questions, inquired. The Cat Hermit refrained from elaborating, instead addressing Yamcha. Could it be that you previously glimpsed the scene from the 3 water jars on the first floor? Yamcha was still pondering how to explain the situation when unexpectedly, the cat sage provided him with a ready-made justification. Although the cat sage was the overseer of Carinta, he was oblivious to what individuals who entered Carinta witnessed through the 3 water tanks representing the past, present, and future. Thus, it was only natural for him to assume that Yamcha's knowledge of the divine hall stemmed from his observations of the future water tank. To his astonishment, he had indeed guessed correctly. Indeed, during my last inspection of the future water tank, I beheld a peculiar scene. Through the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong, I was transported to another realm, where I underwent a training session with a figure sporting a head of black coal. As Yamcha followed the speculation of the cat sage, he was abruptly struck on the head. "Why did you hit me, Master Karen?" Yamcha inquired, rubbing his sore scalp. The one who had delivered the blow was none other than the cat sage, the guardian of the heavenly temple, who was exceedingly familiar with the inhabitants of that sacred place. Yamcha's mention of black charcoal had instantly reminded the cat sage of the heavenly servant, Bobo. For the cat sage, Bobo represented not merely a hierarchical relationship, but a bond of both mentorship and friendship. Prior to assuming the role of Master Karen, the cat sage had received guidance from Bobo, who held a revered place in his heart as a mentor. Thus, upon hearing Yamcha disparage Bobo, the cat sage felt compelled to impart a lesson. What do you mean by black charcoal head? That is the servant of the deity, the cat sage retorted with irritation. And what exactly is this deity? Son Goku inquired, curiosity piqued. The cat sage cast a glance at Son Goku. His gaze fixating on the Rui Jingu Bang he carried upon his back. A revelation struck him. This was indeed the reason Yamcha had brought Son Goku to Karen Tower. The deity is undoubtedly a magnificent being. The Dragon Balls you are currently gathering were created by the deity, and furthermore, the deity possesses the power to govern the climate of the entire Earth and communicate with the underworld, the cat sage stated, his eyes gleaming with reverence for the deity. How impressive! But how can we meet the deity? Son Goku asked, his curiosity unabated. Seeing Son Goku pose this question on his behalf, Yamcha too was eager to hear the cat sage's response. The cat sage narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. To meet the deity, one must first gain my approval. You must exhibit unwavering strength and possess a clear and pure heart. He then turned his gaze towards Yamcha, adding, yet it is evident that your intentions are not pure. Whereas Goku, you meet the requirements splendidly. At this period in Earth's history, peace reigned, and the threshold for entering the heavenly temple was exceedingly high, requiring individuals of unblemished purity of heart. In the cat sage's view, Yamcha's determined desire to enter the heavenly temple indicated ulterior motives, thus disqualifying him from entry. Me? Son Goku felt no disturbance within. He merely looked at the cat sage with his wide, innocent eyes, appearing somewhat oblivious. However, Yamcha was unwilling to relinquish his chance to enter the heavenly temple. Yamcha spoke with a grave expression, Master Karen. You may be unaware that although Earth appears tranquil at present, it is destined to confront formidable adversaries in the future. The might of these foes far exceeds our imagination. And if Goku and I do not hasten to enhance our powers, we will be utterly incapable of safeguarding the planet when the time comes. The cat sage furrowed his brow slightly. Is this yet another fragment of the future you have glimpsed? One that even the present you cannot overcome? Yamcha inhaled deeply and slowly articulated, what is my meager strength in the grand scheme of things? The adversaries that Earth shall confront in the future possess the capability to obliterate worlds with ease. To the impending foes, the current martial realm of Earth is merely akin to ants. The cat sage discerned that Yamcha spoke the truth. If his assertions were indeed accurate, then the Earth faced grave peril. He could sense an overwhelming energy emanating from Yamcha, a force fivefold that of his own, should it be fully unleashed. He believed even he would harbor no thoughts of resistance. Yet, such a formidable individual claimed that the foes to come were even mightier than he. This revelation stirred a flicker of trepidation within the cat sage, but his long-held principles rendered him momentarily indecisive. Could such powerful beings truly exist? A desire to witness them arose within him. Sun Wukong, upon learning of individuals far exceeding Yamcha's prowess, felt not fear, but an insatiable spirit of combat. He had once believed that Yamcha represented the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate aspiration of his life. Little did he realize that this world harbored beings capable of instilling fear even in Yamcha. This notion exhilarated and invigorated Sun Wukong, as if he glimpsed a new realm of possibilities. Observing Sun Wukong's fervent determination, the cat sage felt a stirring within. He then turned his gaze back to Yamcha, his expression complex, and remarked, are the future adversaries you speak of truly that formidable? If so, perhaps allowing you to enter the Celestial Hall to enhance your abilities is indeed a prudent choice. However, the Celestial Hall has its own regulations, and I cannot easily contravene them. Yamcha hastily remarked, Karen, I understand the significance of the rules of the Heavenly Temple. However, the future appears exceedingly dire. If we do not prepare in advance, when our enemies strike, the Earth will plunge into immense peril, and it will be too late to avert catastrophe. The cat sage remained silent for a moment before responding, very well, since you are so resolute, I shall make an exception this once. You may all enter the Heavenly Temple, but I earnestly hope that you will refrain from actions that would betray the Earth in the future. Yamcha's gaze was resolute. His decision was indeed sagacious. The Celestial Palace was the most suitable locale for him at this juncture. Should the Cat Sage remain opposed to his entry, he would refrain from forcing his way in. In such a case, he would have no choice but to depart from Earth in search of breakthroughs elsewhere. Fortunately, the Cat Sage acquiesced to his proposition, alleviating unnecessary complications, for the cosmos was, at this moment, akin to a den of dragons and tigers for Yamcha. By the way, I am yet unaware of the Celestial Palace's whereabouts, Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Unlike Yamcha, Sun Wukong did not possess the gift of foresight. Having just engaged in extensive conversation with the Cat Sage, Yamcha had not disclosed the location of the Celestial Palace, prompting Sun Wukong's question. The Celestial Palace resides above Corinta. Yamcha replied with a smile. Above? But there is nothing there. Sun Wukong expressed his confusion, gazing upward towards the pinnacle of Corinta, which appeared utterly vacant. Even when employing the aura detection technique he had recently mastered, he discerned nothing amiss. Indeed, the Celestial Palace was situated above, yet it lay at a considerable distance, shrouded in divine energy that rendered it imperceptible to detection. To reach the Celestial Palace, one could only rely on the Rui Jingu Bang that resided upon Sun Wukong's back. The Cat Sage gestured towards the magical staff, explaining, it serves as the bridge connecting Corinta and the Celestial Palace. Otherwise, no matter how high you soar, entry would remain impossible. Sun Wukong unfastened the bindings of the Jingu Bang, grasping it in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, I never imagined the Rui Jingu Bang possessed such an ability. This is, in fact, its original purpose. Alas, for 5 or 6 centuries, no one has met the criteria for entering the Celestial Palace. Thus, 3 centuries ago, I bestowed the Rui Jingu Bang upon the Turtle Sage. Now, having come full circle, it has returned to Corinta, and it appears time to fulfill its destiny. Additionally, you will need to carry this. The Cat Sage produced a small yellow bell from his robe. The moment the bell emerged, Yamcha sensed its extraordinary nature, emanating a mysterious aura reminiscent of the energy displayed by Per when casting spells, albeit far more potent. Following the Cat Sage's guidance, Sun Wukong soared to the pinnacle of Corinta, where a slender opening awaited, perfectly suited for securing the Jingu Bang. With both hands gripping one end of the staff, Sun Wukong steadied himself, while Yamcha grasped the opposite end. Corinta Sage, Per, we shall take our leave now. Yamcha had awaited this moment for an extended period. And then he gestured for Sun Wukong to extend the Rui Jingu Bang. Extend, Rui Bang, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Chapter 61, Arrival at the Divine Temple in an instant. The Rui Bang transformed into a lively dragon, enveloping the two as they soared upward like a dazzling beam of light. The speed at which the Rui Bang extended was as swift as lightning, in mere moments. The figures of Sun Wukong and Yamcha had vanished from the sight of the Cat Sage and pool below. As the Rui Bang continued its ascent, Yamcha was startled to find that the surrounding space began to distort in an eerie manner. After approximately 10 minutes, the Rui Bang propelled him into a pitch-black cloud layer. Within this inky darkness, it seemed as though countless menacing dragons lurked, accompanied by thunder and lightning that instilled a sense of dread. Boom. This is not good. Yamcha felt a sudden tightening in his chest, sensing that a grave situation was unfolding. In this tempestuous weather, anyone who had ever been struck by lightning knew that employing metallic objects was utterly perilous. Otherwise, they would become a prime target for the wrath of the storm. In that moment, the Rui Jingu Bang appeared to be an enormous lightning rod, propelling them fearlessly into the vortex of the tempest. Yet, both Yamcha and Sun Wukong remained acutely vigilant, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang with unwavering determination. In the next instant, bolts of lightning descended like a torrential downpour, bombarding the two with relentless ferocity. The terrifying electricity caused Sun Wukong to emit frantic cries, while the overwhelming jolt left Yamcha feeling a sharp pang of numbness. Had they not possessed considerable strength, even holding on to the Rui Jingu Bang would have proven difficult, and they might have plummeted into the abyss below. Within the clouds, not only was there the menacing threat of lightning, but the atmosphere was utterly devoid of any discernible essence, rendering it impossible to ascertain direction, given Yamcha's current capabilities. Venturing into this cloud layer would lead to disorientation within its depths. Logically speaking, this altitude had already breached the stratosphere or mesosphere of Earth, making it improbable to encounter weather phenomena exclusive to the troposphere. The only plausible explanation was that, under the guidance of the Rui Jingu Bang and the bell, Yamcha and Sun Wukong had transcended the confines of earthly reality, entering a realm of alternate dimensions. Yamcha contemplated that the clouds enveloping this otherworldly space served as a barrier, with the bell acting as the key, aligning perfectly with his previous conjectures. It was no wonder that even in later stages, the Scions could engage in battle within the Heavenly Temple without impacting Earth. The Heavenly Temple and Earth existed in entirely different dimensional spaces. At that moment, the layer of lightning represented a trial on the path to the Heavenly Temple, continuously stimulating the nerves of both warriors. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed a long-forgotten surge of combat prowess rising within him. It was noteworthy that he had not experienced any growth in over a month, not even within the gravity chamber. Could it be that this lightning possessed the ability to forge one's body? As Yamcha experienced a moment of profound realization, it became akin to the tribulation faced by cultivators during their ascension, a trial that was both a test and an opportunity. He then began to immerse himself in the sensations, allowing the electric forces to invigorate his entire being. Time slipped by slowly, and Yamcha lost count of how many times he had been struck by lightning. Each strike sent tremors through his body, a juxtaposition of pain and pleasure. After half an hour, his combat prowess surged to an impressive 998, yet it ceased to ascend further. Even when additional lightning struck him, it bore no consequence. At this juncture, Yamcha had acclimated to the electric assaults, which no longer inflicted any harm upon him. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he noticed the intensity of the lightning strikes diminishing. Yamcha understood that they were on the verge of departing from the electric layer. Indeed, in the next instant, the Rui staff seemed to pierce through an invisible membrane, leading them into a vast expanse of azure sky. At this moment, the garments they had previously worn were ravaged by the lightning, with one sleeve entirely absent, revealing their robust chests. As they gazed upward, a brilliantly radiant crimson speck emerged within their line of sight, resembling a dazzling pearl that emanated a mysterious and majestic aura. Yamcha felt a surge of excitement upon realizing their arrival. As they reached this destination, the ascent of the Rui Bang began to decelerate. With its continued rise, the small red dots expanded, eventually transforming into a colossal hemispherical platform, resembling a floating island, utterly breathtaking. This is the Hall of the Gods. It is magnificent, Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim. After a short while, the Rui Bang firmly lodged itself into the opening at the base of the hall. Beside the opening, a winding ladder beckoned, and the two ascended it, setting foot on solid ground. As they gazed around, a veil of clouds swirled about them, drifting like gossamer, so dense that the path ahead remained obscured. Only faintly could they discern the outline of a grand palace rising majestically at the center of the ground. Ancient and dignified. Beneath the feet of Yamcha, a path extended straight into the misty palace, flanked by several evenly spaced trees. Apart from a neat row of trees at the boundary of the ground, the rest of the area was an expanse of open space, appearing pristine and illuminated. Let us proceed, Yamcha urged Sun Wukong, who was still gazing about in wonder. The two made their way toward the palace, and as they advanced, the mist swiftly dissipated, revealing a clear road. Suddenly, they noticed a portly silhouette seated on a 2-meter-long carpet at the grand entrance of the palace. The figure was shrouded in black, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, adorned with 2 earlobes, resembling an Arab. Despite Yamcha's mastery of energy manipulation, he had been unable to sense the presence of this individual amidst the fog, yet he was unmistakably seated mere meters away from them. More intriguingly, a multitude of vividly colored birds flitted around the black figure, who occasionally scattered some unknown bait onto the ground to feed them. The birds showed no signs of fear, joyfully competing for the morsels, appearing entirely at ease. While seemingly unremarkable, Yamcha understood the deeper significance. As his fighting prowess increased, his aura grew ever more formidable. Even without consciously exerting his energy, ordinary individuals approaching Yamcha would feel an immense, intangible pressure, let alone the keenly perceptive birds. Since he began his cultivation in this realm, not a single bird had dared come within 10 meters of him. From his memories of a past life, Yamcha recognized that the figure before him, with his charcoal head, was none other than Bobo, the celestial attendant. The presence of birds alighting upon him indicated that they sensed no threat, perceiving him as a mere tree, evidently. He had mastered the art of concealing his aura to an extraordinary degree. This was precisely the technique Yamcha sought to learn. Greetings, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he approached Bobo. Hello. Bobo responded warmly, his round eyes and sausage-like mouth resembling those of a benevolent elder. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, and remarkably, the birds perched upon his shoulders and hands remained undisturbed by his considerable movement, chirping happily. Chapter 62. Bobo, are you the celestial being? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. No. I am Bobo, The attendant of the celestial being, Bobo replied, maintaining his gentle smile and a measured tone. Greetings, Mr. Bobo. Yamcha and Sun Wukong spoke in unison. Wukong's response stemmed from instinctive politeness, while Yamcha's was rooted in genuine respect. Unlike Wukong, who was somewhat naive, Bobo, despite claiming to be a celestial attendant, possessed a profound understanding of martial arts that perhaps surpassed that of the gods themselves. Why did Yamcha make such an assertion? It was simply due to the fact that Bobo's existence spanned a time far greater than that of the current deities, his powers inscrutable. And he later even managed to train Goten, who had already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. It is worth noting that even the weakest of Super Saiyans possesses a battle power exceeding 100 million. Driven by curiosity, Yamcha unhesitatingly activated the system to probe Bobo's attributes. Name: Bobo, battle power, unobservable, realm, 7th stage of divine power, mental strength, 1230, talent points, 360, bloodline, demon race. Skills: puppet control technique, flying carpet, explosive wave, dance of the sky, demon ceiling wave, and more. Upon observing Bobo's attributes, Yamcha could not help but frown. It was his first encounter with an individual whose battle power was unobservable. The 7th stage of divine power, what kind of realm was this? Bobo was the first to display such a stage, whereas even the cat god below merely exhibited battle power. When Yamcha noted Bobo's bloodline, he was taken aback. Indeed, Bobo's identity was not simple. The demon race evidently originated from the demon realm, though it remained unclear whether it was from the greater or lesser demon realms. Besides his bloodline, Bobo possessed an abundance of skills, over 100, most of which Yamcha had never even heard of. It became increasingly evident that Bobo was one of the most concealed individuals on this planet, without a doubt. This realization startled Yamcha once more. Suddenly, he recalled that both the Kaioshin and the god of destruction had attendants stronger than themselves, and Bobo, as a celestial attendant, might belong to the same system as the angels. They were exceedingly enigmatic, bound by rules, and rarely showcased their true strength, yet their realms were undeniably high. At that moment, upon hearing that the other party was not a deity, Sun Wukong, who had been cautious, relaxed considerably. It had been hundreds of years since anyone had ascended. The fact that they were able to gain Karen's acknowledgement to arrive at this celestial temple was quite impressive. Bobo then remarked, "You're doing quite well. Not too bad." Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, and then turned his gaze towards the celestial temple behind Bobo, seemingly searching for the deity's presence. "Is the deity residing in that building behind you? May we enter and meet him?" "To meet the deity, have you brought the token?" Bobo maintained his smile. "Is this it?" Wukong produced a yellow bell tied to his waist. Bobo, observing the bell radiating an unusual glow, stated solemnly, "Yes, that is it. Since you have gained Karen's acknowledgement, you are qualified to undergo the test." "A test?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, having assumed that merely producing the bell would grant him an audience with the celestial deity. To his surprise, he discovered that he had only secured the qualification for a test. "Indeed, you must compete against me, Bobo. Should you emerge victorious, only then shall you have the privilege of meeting the divine being," Bobo proclaimed. Yamcha understands that the true opportunity within the heavenly god palace lies not in encountering the divine being, but rather in sparring with Bobo. Much like Karinta's fortune does not stem from the super holy water or super divine water, but rather from the training with Master Karinta. The methodology is strikingly similar. First, a tantalizing bait is presented, followed by the encouragement for the challenger to undergo trials in order to earn rewards. Clearly, Sun Wukong has failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind this. With an air of overconfidence, he places his hands on his hips and exclaims, "What a trivial matter. Now that I understand, let us proceed swiftly." It seems he is eager to conclude the battle and behold the divine being without delay. Through the training provided by the cat sage, he has acquired the ability to sense energy, recognizing that a person's power is intricately linked to their aura. However, he cannot detect the formidable energy emanating from Bobo, leading him to erroneously conclude that Bobo possesses inferior strength. Unbeknownst to him, there exists a technique for concealing one's energy, which is precisely what they are about to learn. You are among the few who have entered this place in recent centuries. The test will be quite amusing. So, who among you will go first? Bobo inquires with a smile, glancing at Yamcha and Sun Wukong. Naturally, Sun Wukong steps forward without hesitation, his blood boiling at the mention of combat. "Of course, I shall go first. Your strength does not warrant Yamcha's involvement just yet. Prepare to be astonished." Despite his considerable improvement under Karinta, he still harbors doubts about defeating Yamcha, as he can sense that Yamcha's aura significantly surpasses his own. With a wave of his hand, Bobo sends the two blue birds perched upon it soaring into the sky, recognizing the need to free his hands for the impending clash with Wukong. My heart races with anticipation. Bobo seems to respond to Sun Wukong's words, feigning a timid demeanor. Yet, to Yamcha's discerning eyes, Bobo's expression appears utterly insincere. Devoid of any genuine tension, he remains as composed and unflappable as ever, his heartbeat unwavering, akin to a still lake. I am ready, Sun Wukong declares with a grin. And in the next instant, his figure vanishes from Bobo's sight. This is a manifestation of Sun Wukong's mastery over the afterimage fist taken to its zenith. The previous enhancement of this technique merely increased the number of clones to bewilder his adversary, but through his own development, he has further refined it, allowing his movements to blur to the point where his afterimages and clones seem to vanish entirely, merely a testament to the extraordinary speed he has attained. Oh, he has disappeared, Bobo exclaims, adopting an exaggerated expression and raising his hands in astonishment. Indeed, Wukong's combat prowess has not only seen a significant boost, but his battle techniques have also undergone comprehensive enhancement. Yamcha couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, his desire to triumph over Bobo was evidently overly simplistic. Such tactics were far from sufficient to contend with Yamcha, as Son Goku, moving at high speed, believed his strategy was effective and prepared to launch an assault from Bobo's left side. Bobo, feigning confusion, suddenly swung a punch into the air. Ah, that hurts. So painful. The next moment, Son Goku's figure emerged, clutching his cheek where Bobo had just struck, exclaiming, that hit was purely a stroke of bad luck. I won't allow you to strike me again. Clearly, Son Goku had yet to grasp the underlying issue, mistakenly attributing Bobo's success to mere fortune, compounded by Bobo's deceptive expression. Are you ready? I shall attack once more, Son Goku declared earnestly. Certainly, I am always ready, Bobo responded nonchalantly. Chapter 63. The terrifying strength of Bobo. Without further ado, Son Goku planted his foot firmly and propelled himself towards Bobo with a speed that surpassed his previous attempt. Bobo was momentarily taken aback. Son Goku's velocity did not escape Bobo's perception. The direct charge appeared to Bobo as nothing short of a death wish. Indeed, before Son Goku could land a blow, he was met with a powerful punch straight to his face from Bobo. Another hit. You truly are pathetic. Is this what Karen endorses? I truly do not understand your purpose here, Bobo remarked in a calm tone. Yet, Son Goku discerned the disdain in Bobo's voice regarding his abilities. You charcoal-headed fool. How dare you call me weak? Even with Son Goku's generally good temper, Bobo's words stirred his emotions, and he retorted fiercely. He believed that with his current strength, he could even defeat Master Roshi, save for the formidable Yamcha standing beside him. Yet, the seemingly weak Bobo managed to land hits consistently, leaving him perplexed. Do you truly not realize how weak you are? Bobo continued to taunt. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, as Bobo's words seemed to pierce Son Goku's nerves, unleashing a formidable killing intent from within him. The birds that had been perched on Bobo's shoulder were startled and took flight. The Scion's strength was remarkable. After merely being provoked by Bobo's taunts, his combat power surged once more, soaring to 200 points under Yamcha's watchful observation, considering that just days prior, Son Goku had only recently elevated his power to 180 points. Your murderous intent has frightened away the little birds, but even so, you still cannot defeat me. With a smile, Bobo remarked, the more explosive your breath becomes, the larger the light bulb appears to me. No matter what, it cannot escape my perception. This also illustrated Sun Wukong's loss of reason, a tactic that seemed to have been forgotten even from his prior training at Karen Tower. Enough with the condescension. Sun Wukong bellowed, launching another assault on Bobo. In the ensuing dozens of exchanges, Wukong remained on the defensive, unable to even graze the hem of Bobo's attire, and was mercilessly trampled by him. You are truly weak, and it disappoints me. How could Karen allow you to come here? I cannot permit you to meet the Lord of the Celestials. Bobo feigned a look of disappointment, seeing that all his actions were anticipated by his opponent. Sun Wukong lowered his head, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. It cannot be like this. Yet, who was Sun Wukong? A fleeting setback could not conquer him. His gaze regained its determination. Observing Wukong rise once more, Bobo exhibited an expression of appreciation. From the onset of their duel, Wukong began to undergo a trial. And this adversity was a test of his character. Resilience is the most vital virtue of a martial artist. Then, Sun Wukong gathered his energy and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The terrifying energy transformed into a radiant beam directed at Bobo's face. However, as the energy wave approached, Bobo did not budge an inch. He merely opened his mouth wide. And in the blink of an eye, the formidable Kamehameha was completely swallowed. After consuming the energy wave, Bobo simply burped, wearing a satisfied smile. Indeed, Bobo was extraordinary. This further solidified Yamcha's suspicions regarding Bobo's identity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, those capable of devouring energy waves are undoubtedly formidable figures, in Yamcha's recollection. Only a select few like Cell, Majin Buu, Super 17, and Moro could accomplish such feats. Seeing that the Kamehameha had no effect, Sun Wukong launched a ferocious assault against Bobo once more. However, regardless of how Wukong attacked, it bore no impact on Bobo, who seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. The disparity between him and Yamcha was not even comparable. Subsequently, Bobo soared into the air and calmly stated, "This is futile. Although you possess commendable energy, you lack the ability to apply it effectively." Bobo's words plunged Sun Wukong into contemplation. He was certainly not a fool. Bobo was evidently trying to offer him guidance. Consequently, he closed his eyes and began to reflect on the differences between Bobo's movements and his own. Since Wukong has already made his attempt, it is now my turn. Yamcha gazed at Bobo with a serious expression. "Very well, then come forward." Bobo smiled faintly. Perceiving that Yamcha's aura was remarkably solid, evidently indicating a mastery of energy far surpassing that of Sun Wukong. The past year for Yamcha has not been in vain. During his last descent from Karingta, he had already attained a considerable mastery over his energy. Subsequently, he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, trained in the Gravity Chamber, and engaged in combat with Tien Shinhan. Through these experiences, he refined his control over energy, elevating his prowess to a higher level, achieving a greater mastery. The terms considerable mastery and greater mastery were classifications Yamcha derived from Master Roshi's teachings on energy manipulation. However, after observing Bobo's command of energy, he realized that even if he reached the level of Master Roshi, his skills would still appear exceedingly juvenile in comparison to Bobo's. It seemed as though there existed another echelon in the realm of energy manipulation. The concealment of energy was merely an external manifestation of this level. Could this be the realm of the divine? Yamcha pondered. Yamcha understood that in order to ascend to the realm of a god on earth, one must undergo rigorous training to attain the divine state. As someone who has guided numerous celestial beings, Bobo evidently exists above the ordinary divine realm. However, becoming a god entails not only reaching a pinnacle in martial arts, but also passing the trials of one's spiritual realm. Yet, that is a discussion for another time. Overthinking is futile. The only path forward lies in the crucible of combat, where answers will reveal themselves. In an instant, Yamcha moved, his body floating in the air, mirroring Bobo's stance, facing him directly. "Mr. Bobo, I must apologize in advance. Let us begin." Yamcha sprang into action, his body moving with remarkable swiftness as he launched an assault against Bobo. Even in midair, his speed surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a considerable margin. To the casual observer, Bobo appeared to be standing idly, devoid of any defensive maneuvers. Yet, just as Yamcha was on the verge of striking, Bobo's counterattack landed squarely upon him, as if he had meticulously calculated the moment, merely placing his fist in a specific location and waiting for Yamcha to come within reach. Bobo did not employ any conventional martial arts. Rather, he demonstrated an extraordinary mastery over his own energy, embodying a state that bordered on the philosophical. Consequently, the clash between Yamcha and Bobo mirrored that of his previous encounter with Sun Wukong, both devolving into a lamentable display of defeat. Chapter 64. Spiritual resonance. Your movements have improved significantly compared to that imp from earlier, and your command of energy is commendable. However, your mental state is still inferior to that of that little sprite. How can one achieve perfect control over their energy under such conditions? Bobo's tone was exceedingly calm. Yet to Yamcha, it resonated with piercing clarity. He was taken aback to realize that his mental cultivation fell short even when compared to Sun Wukong's. Upon reflection, it made sense. Sun Wukong's mind was free of distractions, embodying the tranquil and unassuming qualities that are essential for spiritual enlightenment. The essence of what Bobo referred to as heart was indeed the resonance of one's spirit, delving into the realm of mental cultivation. His words clearly served as guidance for Yamcha in mastering the control of his mind, striving to achieve a state of serene tranquility. While Bobo instructed Yamcha, Within the grand hall of the heavenly palace, an aged figure sat poised upon a stone bench at the center, observing the scene within a crystal sphere that displayed the ongoing battle between Bobo and Yamcha. This venerable elder was none other than the master of the heavenly palace, the current deity of Earth. Having encountered few worthy souls to ascend to the heavenly palace in nearly a century, he regarded Yamcha and Sun Wukong with particular significance, not only due to their extraordinary talents but also because he felt his own vitality waning with age. As he grappled with increasingly challenging matters, he found himself growing more and more weary. In this realm, whether it be the Kaioshin or the god of destruction, it seemed that all were bound by the limitations of mortality, unable to attain immortality. The deity had served in his divine capacity for 5 or 6 centuries and was now contemplating the selection of his successor. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly palace, Yamcha found himself in a dire struggle. Fortunately, Bobo's attacks were only in the range of 200 to 300, inflicting minimal damage upon him. Hang in there, Yamcha. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had awakened and, witnessing the fierce battle, felt his blood surge with excitement. Your focus is lacking. It makes it exceedingly difficult for you to anticipate my movements. Yamcha's fist perpetually fell short of striking Bobo, as the latter deftly evaded each attempt. Conversely, Yamcha found himself utterly incapable of dodging Bobo's assaults. When Bobo came to a halt, the energy within him was meticulously restrained, rendering Yamcha unable to gauge Bobo's subsequent offensive maneuvers through his own energy perception. Yet, when Bobo chose to engage, he could swiftly amplify his energy, unleashing formidable combat prowess in an instant. Within the realm of energy, Bobo seemed to materialize and vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving Yamcha in a state of bewilderment. Yamcha understood that, with his current capabilities, he was temporarily unable to vanquish Bobo. When he was once again sent flying by Bobo, he refrained from further assaulting. Bobo, reclining with his hands behind his back, appeared somewhat languid and remarked with a smile, engaging with you is truly tedious. I must return to assist the deity with some trivial matters, for I am quite occupied. Therefore, you should take your leave. How could we possibly retreat so easily? We have endured countless hardships to arrive here. Please grant us another opportunity, declared Sun Wukong with unwavering resolve. However, Bobo paid no heed to Sun Wukong and turned instead towards the divine temple. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, erupting once more as he charged towards Bobo's back. Despite having recognized some of his previous flaws after a period of reflection, his strikes were even more ferocious than before. Yet, they still failed to inflict any harm upon Bobo. Bobo, without turning around, simply unleashed a few swift strikes behind him, effortlessly neutralizing all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Subsequently, with a swift elbow strike from his right hand, he knocked Sun Wukong dizzy. I have told you it is futile. One of you lacks focus, while the other is deficient in both spirit and technique. Thus, you have no right to meet the deity. Depart. Bobo turned and stated matter-of-factly. Just as Sun Wukong was about to unleash another furious assault towards Bobo, a hand rested gently on his shoulder. It was Yamcha. Yamcha shook his head at Sun Wukong. In that moment, Sun Wukong gained clarity and instantly comprehended Yamcha's intention, retracting his fervor. He realized that a reckless charge would never conquer Bobo. Turning to the retreating Bobo, Yamcha said, Mr. Bobo, we cannot leave. Although we cannot meet the deity, we hope to train here in the plaza for a time. Since you wish to do so, then let it be, Bobo responded nonchalantly. Thank you, Yamcha replied with a smile. Upon hearing Bobo's consent for them to remain in the plaza, Sun Wukong immediately brightened, exclaiming, Wonderful, Yamcha. We can train here and grow stronger. Yamcha nodded resolutely and declared, Indeed, we must seize this time to diligently enhance our abilities. The next encounter with Mr. Popo cannot find us in such disarray. Thus, Yamcha and Sun Wukong commenced their arduous training in the courtyard of the Heavenly Temple. Their training regimens differed in focus. Sun Wukong concentrated primarily on the application of his ki, which remained somewhat unrefined and in need of further development. In contrast, Yamcha dedicated himself to strengthening his mental fortitude. Having realized through his battle with Popo that to anticipate Popo's movements, one must achieve a heightened state of mental concentration. Although he had lived 2 lives and possessed a considerable amount of mental energy, he struggled to achieve a perfect unity of purpose. The sole explanation for this lay in the incomplete fusion of his 2 souls since his rebirth. At lower levels of strength, an imperfect soul integration posed little issue, however. To continue advancing, he must address this shortcoming. It was akin to the conflicting thoughts of the heavenly god and the demon king Piccolo coexisting within a single body, two disparate ideologies hampering flawless control over one's own being. Anathema to the martial way. His path lay in harmonizing the discordant elements of his mental realm rather than allowing them to remain fragmented. Fragmentation would only serve to diminish his potential. He did not aspire to become a heavenly god, but rather to augment his strength. Through his battle with Popo, he had already begun to grasp certain insights. Yamcha closed his eyes, endeavoring to concentrate his mental energy, seeking to explore the recesses of his inner world and uncover the gaps within his soul. In the plaza of the heavenly temple, a gentle breeze caressed the air, while Sun Wukong diligently practiced the manipulation of his chi beside him. At times, he would emit a low growl, and at others, he remained still, attuned to the flow of energy within his being. Yamcha immersed himself in his own spiritual realm, diligently seeking an opportunity for integration. He reminisced about the experiences of his two lives, the joys and sorrows, the struggles and perseverance. Gradually, it seemed as though he could discern the outlines of two souls, one immensely vast, symbolizing the experiences of his past life and the years that followed. The other, though diminutive, was resilient and courageous. Yamcha endeavored to draw the two souls closer, fostering mutual understanding and integration between them. However, this endeavor proved to be a formidable challenge. Just as he believed he was on the verge of success, discordant elements would invariably arise, compelling him to start anew. Despite the setbacks, Yamcha remained resolute, repeatedly attempting to recalibrate his mindset and approach. Chapter 65. Through the test as time inexorably passed, beads of sweat began to form on Yamcha's brow. His mental fortitude was being relentlessly taxed, yet he persisted unwaveringly. For 3 days, Yamcha remained in meditation. When he finally opened his eyes, he sensed that the barriers within his heart had vanished, and his spirit had become both pure and formidable. He realized he had taken a pivotal step forward. The next phase awaited him. Although his current focus mirrored that of Sun Wukong, he found himself unable to anchor his spirit to the transformation of his energy. At that moment, Sun Wukong also concluded a round of training. Observing Yamcha awaken, he scrutinized him curiously and inquired, "Yamcha, you seem to have changed. Is that so? In what way?" Yamcha replied with a smile, "I can't quite put it into words." Sun Wukong shook his head, although perceptive. He struggled to articulate the essence of that state. "Then let us engage in battle. Allow me to witness the progress you have made over these 3 days," proposed Yamcha. For martial artists, combat indeed serves as the most expedient means of advancement. Given Sun Wukong's current realm and prowess, he was no longer considered weak. Furthermore, after 3 days of diligent training, his combat power had astonishingly surged by an additional 30 points, a truly remarkable rate of improvement. It was evident that he had not consumed the divine water, which only accentuated his prodigious talent. With a mind unclouded, Yamcha immediately devised a clear plan for his subsequent training. While he could not yet conceal his energy as seamlessly as Bobo, he understood the necessity of gradually subduing it. Thus, his first step would be to conceal his energy to match Sun Wukong's level. A month has swiftly passed. During this period, Yamcha and Sun Wukong have experienced remarkable advancement, undoubtedly owing to the guidance of Bobo. Although Bobo claims to be quite busy, he still manages to carve out time each day to observe their progress and bring them sustenance. In turn, they seek Bobo's counsel regarding the challenges they encounter. On the very last day of the month, Yamcha learned a form of meditation from Bobo's progeny. This technique, astonishingly, became a skill within his own system, known as basic meditation. This method not only enhances Yamcha's mental focus, but also gradually elevates his spiritual power. At the moment he successfully mastered basic meditation, his combat strength finally transcended its previous limits, reaching a formidable 1,000. Even after attaining this milestone, his combat prowess showed no signs of plateauing, continuing to rise steadily. However, he understands that the primary objective here is not merely to augment his combat strength, but to elevate his realm. The enhancement of combat power can wait until he descends to the ground. Upon grasping the meditation technique, he also came to realize certain issues regarding his previous training. Unlike Scions, who solely focus on physical development while only lightly attending to spiritual growth, or Namekians, who prioritize spiritual enhancement while merely accommodating physical trainings, it is imperative to synchronize both corporeal and spiritual advancements. If one aspect lags behind, the elevation of combat power becomes exceedingly challenging. Currently, Yamcha's physical development is progressing ahead of his spiritual enhancement, and upon realizing this, he discovered an increase in his attributes, particularly in the realm of spiritual power. Name: Yamcha Combat Power, 1100 Realm, Chi Level 6 Spiritual Power, 22 Talent Points, 305 Bloodline. Earthling Skills: New Wolf Fong Fist, Kamehameha, Energy Sphere, Shadowless Step, Solar Fist, Dance of the Sky. What level does a spiritual power of 22 represent? The average spiritual power of a typical Earthling hovers around 1, with a combat power limit of 100 per point. As for the reason behind Yamcha's possession of 22 points of spiritual power, this undoubtedly stems from his 2 lifetimes and years of arduous training, which has naturally elevated his spiritual energy to 22 points. If we liken spiritual energy to combat power, Yamcha could boost his combat prowess to 2,200 points before encountering any deficiency in spiritual energy. Clearly, there remains substantial room for enhancement in his combat abilities. As for the 6th stage of Chi, this represents Yamcha's newfound understanding of Chi. Initially, he believed that the Cat Sage's comprehension of Chi was flawless. Yet after this period of training, his application of Chi has surpassed that of the Cat Sage, though he remains a considerable distance from reaching Bobo's level. According to the system and his reflections, Yamcha has categorized the application of Chi into 9 stages, while the Cat Sage is at the 5th stage, with Yamcha currently residing at the 6th stage. Regarding Sun Wukong, after a period of intensive training, he has made remarkable progress, advancing from the 1st stage of Chi to the 5th stage, now merely 1 stage behind Yamcha. His combat power has soared by 100 points, reaching 300. Nearly rivaling the strength of the 2nd generation of Piccolo at the 24th Martial Arts Tournament. This instills a sense of urgency in Yamcha, fortunately. Sun Wukong's continued advancement hinges upon mastering meditation techniques. Under the system's observation, Sun Wukong's spiritual energy remains at a mere 1 point. Yet he has managed to elevate his combat power to 300 points, indicating a disparity in the ratio of spiritual energy to combat power between Scions and Earthlings. It is no wonder that upon transforming into his gorilla form, Sun Wukong struggles to control his body. This is likely due to the inadequacy of his spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy he needs to enhance is minimal. He simply needs to focus on augmenting his physical strength, and his combat power will naturally increase, which is a distinct advantage of the Scion race. Subsequently, the two once more challenged Bobo, resulting in yet another defeat. However, through this training period, Yamcha has gradually begun to perceive some of Bobo's movements and can occasionally withstand his attacks. Well done, Yamcha, you have started to grasp some of the nuances. Continue to cultivate your ability to conceal your energy and swiftly capture the essence of my actions in battle, Bobo patiently elucidated. The confrontation with the Cat Sage was evidently different. The Cat Sage's energy remained constant, allowing one to discern his location once the perception of energy was mastered. In contrast, Bobo is elusive. Even with perception, confirming his position is challenging, and one can only accurately assess his location at the moment he strikes. Advancing from the 1st to the 5th stage of Chi involves honing the perception of energy, while progressing from the 6th to the 9th stage entails the continuation of this perception, the refinement of energy, and the nuances of spiritual energy in its application. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for your guidance. I will take it to heart. Yamcha respectfully inclined his hand towards Bobo and replied, "You indeed possess some talent, which has not disappointed me too greatly. With that said, I can allow you to meet the deity." Bobo smiled in response. Chapter 66. The House of Time Simulation. How wonderful. We are finally able to meet the deity. Sun Wukong, with the spirit of a child, leaped for joy upon hearing the news. Subsequently, Bobo led the two to the outskirts of the Divine Hall. "Please wait here." Out of respect for the deity, Bobo refrained from allowing them entry immediately. After a few moments, an elderly yet benevolent voice resonated from within the Divine Hall. "Bobo, let them in." Upon hearing this, Bobo nodded to Yamcha and Sun Wukong, signaling them to enter. They exchanged glances, each reflecting anticipation and anxiety. Taking a deep breath, they slowly stepped into the Divine Hall. Inside, the light was gentle, and the decor was both ancient and solemn. A green-skinned elder sat quietly upon the central throne, adorned with 2 antenna-like appendages atop his head. His gaze was profound and tranquil, as if imbued with boundless wisdom. This was the deity of Earth, a Namekian. Since Sun Wukong encountered the deity first, rather than the formidable demon King Piccolo who would soon appear, he refrained from acting impulsively due to the deity's appearance. He merely sensed a distinction between the deity and ordinary humans. "Are you the deity?" Sun Wukong inquired, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity. "Does it not appear so?" The deity smiled faintly. "Wukong, do not be disrespectful. Immediately, Yamcha guided Sun Wukong to respectfully bow before the deity. As they performed the gesture, Yamcha utilized the system to observe the deity's personal data. Name: Kami Combat Power, 250 Realm. First stage of Divine Power Mental Strength, 120 Talent Points, 150 Bloodline. Namekian, Justice Incarnation, Skills, Flight, Super Explosive Wave, Evil Containment Wave, High-Speed Movement. Indeed, the deity's realm was aligned with Bobo's divine power, yet the deity's true prowess paled in comparison, with a combat power of merely 250 points. Likely insufficient even against Wukong unless divine power was invoked. It remained uncertain just how significant an enhancement this divine power could provide to combatability. It appeared that the deity's age was a factor. Otherwise, such a low combat power would be unexpected. The deity also perceived Yamcha's scrutiny and nodded with a smile. You must be Yamcha and Sun Wukong. Your resilience and talent astonish me, reminding me of my younger self. What is it that you seek in meeting me? I have no particular desire, Yamcha replied. I merely accompanied Yamcha here. If I were to wish for anything, it would be to enhance my strength. Sun Wukong scratched his head and remarked, Haven't you all been working on this lately? The celestial being responded with a profound tone. Indeed. Sun Wukong suddenly enlightened, and then turned his gaze towards Yamcha. Yamcha respectfully spoke, Divine Being, my thoughts echo those of Goku. We both aspire to enhance our combat abilities. Furthermore, I am aware that even you, Divine Being, are not omnipotent. The desires I yearn for may not be fulfilled by you, and rather than pursue the unattainable, it would be more prudent to strike a beneficial accord. The Divine Being replied with a smile, Is it because you have glimpsed fragments of the future? It was evident that the cat sage had conveyed Yamcha's foresight to the Divine Being. Indeed, I have witnessed the future, Yamcha stated solemnly. I have seen myself alongside Goku and various martial artists from Earth confronting extraordinarily formidable foes who recklessly ravage our planet and slaughter humanity. The Divine Being sensed that as Yamcha articulated his vision, his spirit remained unperturbed, thereby naturally acknowledging the truth of Yamcha's words. However, he found himself at an impasse. The only course of action available was to strive to enhance the prowess of both Yamcha and Sun Wukong to the best of his ability. The Divine Being nodded. Your current strength is commendable, yet the path of cultivation is akin to swimming against the current. Henceforth, Bobo will continue to guide your training. And I hope you both become even more formidable to better safeguard the Earth in the future. With that, the Divine Being waved his hand, signaling that they may depart. Yamcha and Sun Wukong once again paid their respects to the celestial god before following Bobo out of the Grand Hall. Having gained the deity's approval, their treatment naturally improved significantly. Previously, they had been resting in the square, but now Bobo arranged for them to have individual rooms. Even their meals had become substantially better. In the following period, Yamcha and Sun Wukong dedicated themselves to their training with even greater fervor. Yamcha, having experienced a breakthrough in his mental fortitude, found his cultivation of energy to be increasingly effortless. One day, Bobo approached the two as they were engaged in their practice. Your training in energy has entered a steady rhythm, yet your execution remains insufficiently decisive. I shall provide you with a unique trial environment. You must defeat the strongest among them to conclude your test. As Bobo explained the particulars of the trial, he led Yamcha and Sun Wukong toward a special chamber within the celestial goddess palace. This room was shaped like a barrel, its walls adorned with an array of clocks, and even the ground beneath their feet was covered with timepieces. What is this place? Yamcha inquired with curiosity, as the passage of time had rendered him forgetful of this particular episode. Bobo elucidated, This is the house of temporal simulation, where the past, present, and future converge. Through this chamber, you may embark on journeys to various epochs, witnessing the might of the formidable figures from each era. Yamcha experienced a moment of clarity. Was this not akin to traversing through time and space? He recalled that the original narrative indeed contained a segment where Sun Wukong returned several centuries prior to learn combat techniques from the formidable Wu Tai Do. Furthermore, there was the subsequent arrival of Krillin and others in the divine realm for training, engaging in challenges against the Saiyans, all of which seemed to be facilitated through this very place. However, the concept of time travel here was not genuinely reflective of reality, but rather an illusion created within this time simulation chamber. Were it true time travel, transcending the temporal continuum, this location would be most formidable. According to information from his past life, traveling through time to different timelines was strictly prohibited, for each journey across a timeline birthed a new world. Moreover, such an ability should only be attainable through the time ring of the Supreme Kai and a time travel device. Even so, this time's simulation chamber was exceedingly remarkable. Aside from Earth, he had never heard of any such place, and considering it could accommodate Super Saiyan battles. The origins of this divine realm on Earth were shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was the creation of a long-deceased Supreme Kai. Bobo approached a square clock and beckoned Sun Wukong, who was gazing around in curiosity. "Wukong, come here." "I'm coming," Sun Wukong replied with a smile as he walked over. Bobo pointed to an empty space not far from him and instructed, "Stand here and do not move." Once Sun Wukong positioned himself as directed, Bobo began to turn the square clock before him. After adjusting the clock, Bobo stepped back a few paces. Moments later, the clock vanished, replaced by a deep, dark void. Sun Wukong, intrigued, leaned over the edge to peer inside. Before he could brace himself, a powerful suction emerged from the hole, catching Sun Wukong off guard and pulling him in with a startled cry. As soon as he entered, the void disappeared, reverting to its original state. It appeared that one clock could facilitate a single simulation, and each simulation was designated for one individual's use. "Mr. Bobo, to which era are you sending Wukong?" Yamcha inquired with curiosity. "To the world 300 years ago," Bobo replied casually. Once Sun Wukong emerged, Yamcha would understand the nature of the challenges he faced. Hence Bobo had no reason to withhold information. It seemed that Sun Wukong would be confronting Wu Taido once more. Thus, although Sun Wukong had arrived in the divine realm 3 years earlier, he was still destined to the same place. "As for you, your strength has surpassed Wukong's considerably. Facing that era poses little challenge for you." After stating this, Bobo scrutinized Yamcha anew. At that moment, Yamcha felt utterly exposed under Bobo's penetrating gaze. Even though he had managed to suppress his aura to the lowest point, he could not evade the other's scrutiny. Thus, this time and space serve as an excellent trial for you. After contemplating for a few seconds, Bobo approached a square clock positioned to his right. According to Bobo's instructions, Yamcha positioned himself in a designated spot. Once Bobo adjusted the clock, a deep and enigmatic portal materialized, akin to the previous one. This time, bolstered by Sun Wukong's demonstration. Yamcha appeared markedly more composed. He did not resist, but willingly allowed the portal to engulf him. Within the portal lay an endless tunnel, surrounded by an array of clocks similar to those outside. Some of these clocks were ancient and weathered, their hands moving languidly and emitting a faint ticking sound. Others were resplendent and intricate, adorned with gemstones and precious metals, radiating an aura of mystery. The surfaces of the clocks reflected the dim light within the tunnel, rendering the entire passageway dreamlike and ethereal. Yamcha found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of time, uncertain of the destination that lay ahead. At this moment, he was imbued with a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. Under the guidance of Bobo, his combat skills and prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights, rendering him unmatched on Earth. He yearned for adversaries capable of posing a genuine threat. An unchallenging path would hinder his future growth. As he traversed deeper into the tunnel, Yamcha began to discern vague silhouettes flitting between the hands of a clock. Continuing forward, he noticed peculiar symbols and patterns emerging on the tunnel walls. These markings appeared to be remnants of an ancient script or incantation, exuding an enigmatic energy that instilled a palpable sense of pressure. Yamcha endeavored to decipher the meanings behind the symbols and patterns, yet he found himself utterly at a loss. After an indeterminate passage of time, he beheld a dazzling light. In the next moment, he was ejected from the time tunnel. Upon Yamcha's entrance into the simulated temporal realm, Bobo departed from the simulation chamber, returning to the side of the celestial being. The celestial being, understanding the situation, produced a crystal ball. After reciting an incantation, images began to materialize within the orb, depicting none other than Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong emerged from the time tunnel, landing in a mountainous region, where he encountered the peeping turtle hermit. As the celestial being observed Sun Wukong, Yamcha simultaneously exited the time tunnel. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a different sky, high above, plummeting rapidly. Below him lay a sheer cliff, and such a fall would surely result in dire consequences. However, this posed little concern for Yamcha, as the energy within him anchored his feet, allowing his entire being to ascend into the air. During his flight, Yamcha expanded his awareness, reaching out to his surroundings. In an instant, his expression grew animated. Was this Earth? He pondered, for with his perception extending only 10 kilometers, he had already sensed 2 formidable energies, each equating to a combat power of approximately 5 to 600. This revelation far surpassed his understanding of Earth, as currently, apart from himself and Sun Wukong, There were scarcely 200 individuals with such combat prowess on this planet, leading him to question whether he was indeed on Earth. Nevertheless, the surrounding environment undeniably confirmed its identity. As he further extended his energy, he astonishingly discovered 3 even more potent energies, each boasting combat power exceeding 1,000, leaving him astounded. What infuriated Yamcha even more was that these forces were assaulting the civilians below, each strike causing explosive devastation to the city beneath them. With each explosion, countless weaker energies were obliterated. This was nothing short of a massacre. Yamcha's spirits were immediately lifted. Since his rebirth, he had never before witnessed the massacre of humanity on Earth. As a martial artist imbued with a profound sense of justice, he felt compelled to take action. Resolutely, he decided to venture to the battlefield to uncover the truth of the situation. He quickened his pace, soaring towards the nearest site of conflict. As he approached, a harrowing scene unfolded before him. The ground was strewn with corpses and ruins, the evidence of battle starkly apparent. Regardless of who they were, today marked the end of their existence. Yamcha continued his flight towards the heart of the city, soon catching sight of the 3 formidable beings. These powerful entities, however, bore little resemblance to Earthlings. They were clad in uniform silver armor and possessed towering statures. An apparatus resembling a display screen was affixed to their left eyes, connecting seamlessly to their left ears. Was this not reminiscent of the Dragon Ball universe, where combat power detectors roamed the cosmos? It was evident that those adorned with such equipment were extraterrestrial beings. The current predicament signified an alien invasion of Earth. Leading the trio was an alien with azure skin, adorned with evenly distributed black spots across his visage. 2 prominent air vents protruded from the crown of his head, and his gaze was imbued with an audacious arrogance. His mouth, nearly overwhelming his entire face, was flanked by 2 antennae measuring 5 to 6 centimeters in length, boasting a combat power of 2,100 points. The second was a corpulent alien with crimson skin, his face riddled with grotesque lumps, distorting his features to the point of obscuring his eyes, an utterly terrifying sight. With a combat power of 1,500 points, the final alien appeared relatively normal, with obsidian skin and 2 small horns sprouting from his head, yet his aura remained malevolent. Holding a combat power of 1,300 points. At that moment, the trio of aliens continued to traverse the battlefield, mercilessly reaping the lives of the feeble. Embrace the dominion of our Kano team, Earthlings. Otherwise, death awaits you, echoed their belligerent taunts across the cityscape. The surviving humans below were engulfed in despair, crying out for salvation. Demons, you shall meet a grim fate. Despite their fervent pleas and curses, their destiny remained unchanged, akin to that of ants before a merciless force. Even the mightiest martial artist within their city stood no chance against these foes, let alone the rest of them. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Yamcha's fury erupted, and he bellowed, "Cease this at once." The aliens engaged in slaughter immediately took note of Yamcha's arrival, halting their assaults to regard him. Chapter 68, The Resolution of One. As Yamcha soared through the air like a bird, the onlookers beheld him as if he were a revelation. For they had been on this planet for over half a month, enduring countless battles without encountering a single flying martial artist. Strangely, despite his aerial state, the 3 aliens, utilizing their power detectors, perceived his combat power to be indistinguishable from that of an ordinary Earthling, a mere 5 points. A sardonic smile crept upon the lips of the blue-skinned leader. "Carter, dispose of this oblivious Earthling," he commanded. "As you wish, Captain Blue," replied the rotund red-skinned alien, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity akin to that of a ravenous wolf. "Prepare to meet your demise, pathetic indigenous." Upon finishing his words, the extraterrestrial known as Carter surged towards Yamcha like a bolt of lightning. Concealed within a thicket a kilometer away were 2 martial artists, Jerry and Lucas, clad in half-armor and wielding long spears, resembling soldiers. Both hailed from Earth, where the concept of martial artist was yet to be established. They identified themselves simply as warriors. The aliens had arrived on Earth a fortnight prior, unbeknownst to humanity. It was only after the extraterrestrials descended and commenced their merciless slaughter of Earth's populated regions that humanity began to react. In just a single day, dozens of cities were decimated, including those housing warriors. Only a handful of astute fighters managed to escape, while those who resisted fell victim to the aliens' blades. In merely 2 weeks, half of the planet lay in ruin, with grievous losses. The remaining human warriors began to unite under the leadership of the most powerful among them, forming a coalition to resist the alien invasion. Due to the disparity in strength, a full-scale war was implausible. Instead, they adopted guerrilla tactics, striking down the invading squads one by one. Jerry and Lucas functioned as scouts. Upon discovering the alien squad, they promptly transmitted a signal to the main force. They needed only to wait another half-hour for reinforcements to arrive, at which point they could eradicate the trio of extraterrestrials. However, unexpectedly, an impulsive warrior emerged. Despite differing slightly in attire, his skin tone and features clearly indicated he was a genuine Earthling, not an alien. Every remaining warrior was crucial to the Resistance Coalition. Witnessing Yamcha recklessly charge towards the aliens, they felt a wave of concern wash over them. What folly was this warrior committing, rushing forth alone? Was he perhaps a reclusive fighter returning from seclusion? They could only hope he could hold his ground until reinforcements arrived. As Yamcha observed that the three adversaries did not act in unison, he felt a subtle sigh of relief within. Given his current combat power of 1280, should they choose to attack him simultaneously, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious predicament. However, facing merely one opponent of comparable strength, he brimmed with confidence. To evade the peril of being surrounded, it was imperative for Yamcha to dispatch the rotund red-skinned foe before the other two extraterrestrials could react. With a combat prowess exceeding 1,000 in speed approaching the velocity of sound, the crimson-skinned behemoth, Carter, surged towards Yamcha like a blazing meteor. Propelled by an overwhelming force and explosive momentum, the grotesque features of Carter's face twisted with excitement, his mouth emitting thunderous roars. Just as Carter was on the verge of closing the distance, Yamcha vanished from sight like a phantom. Taken aback, Carter barely had time to comprehend the situation before Yamcha reappeared behind him, directing a finger toward his back with a sudden thrust. In that instant, a concentrated wave of energy, akin to lightning, surged toward Carter. The technique employed by Yamcha was remarkably straightforward. Its wind-up time was exceedingly brief, making it exceptionally convenient in the midst of such a rapid confrontation. This was precisely why he opted for the DD wave rather than more potent techniques like the Kamehameha or the Spirit Bomb. Carter's hair stood on end, gripped by an invisible dread as he sensed the imminent peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly summoned his defensive technique. Surrounding his body was a vivid red shield, resembling a blooming lotus, radiating a luminous glow akin to the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, exuding an air of formidable resilience. Remarkably, he had conjured a defensive barrier. The piercing waves of Yamcha's Kamehameha crashed against Carter's shield like a relentless torrent, producing a cacophony of rapid and intense impacts. Each strike resonated like a heavy hammer on a drum, causing the shield to tremble violently. As Carter beheld Yamcha's onslaught, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. He had initially believed that his shield could withstand the ferocious assault of a combat power of 1,500. Yet, under the relentless barrage of the opponent's energy wave, it began to feel precarious. This seemingly ordinary Earthling possessed an astonishingly formidable offensive power. After enduring for just a few fleeting seconds, the shield ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and shattered. Fortunately, thanks to the shield's buffering effect, Carter managed to regain his composure in time and narrowly evaded the oncoming wave. Yamcha, undeterred by his inability to deliver a decisive blow, swiftly retracted his energy wave and engaged in close combat. Although Carter possessed a combat prowess comparable to Yamcha's, the disparity in their mastery of energy manipulation was astonishing. This gap was reminiscent of the stark difference between Sun Wukong upon his arrival at the Heavenly Palace in Bobo. In a mere moment, Carter found himself bewildered by Yamcha's relentless assault. He could scarcely graze the hem of Yamcha's attire, while Yamcha struck him repeatedly. Carter's silver armor, once formidable, lay in tatters after a barrage of Yamcha's strikes. Just as Carter was engulfed in confusion, Yamcha appeared above him, hands clasped together, and delivered a crushing blow to Carter's head. This impact was infused with Yamcha's deep-seated animosity towards the three extraterrestrial beings. With a piercing scream, Carter was forcefully driven into the ground, resulting in a thunderous cacophony. The immense force of the impact caused the earth to cave in, creating a vast and gaping chasm. Yamcha afforded no respite to Carter. He clasped his hands once more, prepared to deliver his final blow. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, the other two extraterrestrials finally sprang into action. The blue-skinned alien captain roared, "Damn those Earthlings, how dare they harm my comrade?" With that, he and the dark-skinned alien charged towards Yamcha. A sense of urgency gripped Yamcha's heart. He realized he must dispatch Carter before they could reach him. Yamcha bellowed with fervor, propelling forth a far more potent energy sphere towards Carter. This time, the force of the energy sphere surpassed that of the previous attack. Carter, having just risen from the ground, was caught unawares and struck by the energy sphere before he could evade. Chapter 69. Another one falls. The energy sphere enveloped Carter entirely, its formidable power consuming him in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, Carter's body was obliterated, vanishing into the air. Such an adept warrior. Jerry and Lucas, who had initially believed Yamcha to be doomed, now found themselves in a state of shock. After the initial surprise, joy spread across their faces. Yamcha's increasing strength signified an augmentation of the force tasked with safeguarding Earth. However, it was not the moment for celebration, as two even more formidable extraterrestrials remained unvanquished, their power far exceeding that of those who had already fallen. Yamcha resolved the threat posed by Carter and turned to confront the two approaching extraterrestrials. His gaze was imbued with vigilance. Despite having just successfully dealt with Carter, the prowess of these two aliens was not to be underestimated. Notably, the being with azure skin possessed a combat strength of 2,100, surpassing his own base power by 820, a disparity substantial enough to negate any advantages derived from technique. The blue-skinned alien captain and his dark-skinned counterpart moved with remarkable swiftness, closing the distance to Yamcha in the blink of an eye. The alien captain initiated the assault, his hands swirling rapidly before his chest. In a matter of moments, a wave of blue energy surged toward Yamcha. This energy wave traveled at an extraordinary speed, imbued with formidable power, ionizing the air in its wake and producing a crackling sound. Yamcha dared not be careless. He vanished in the blink of an eye. A surge of blue energy struck a small hill behind him, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the mound into countless fragments. Before Yamcha could regain his footing, the alien Lucas, with his obsidian skin, appeared silently to his left. The two operated with remarkable synergy, effectively constricting Yamcha's movement to an extreme. Lucas's method of attack was exceedingly peculiar. Rather than unleashing energy waves like the alien captain, he extended his hands, from which sharp bony spikes suddenly emerged. Lunging towards Yamcha's flank, the spikes sliced through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of a piercing wind. In an instant, Yamcha sensed the peril approaching from his left. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly pivoted to the right, launching a swift kick towards his opponent's wrist with his right foot. The alien, with ebony skin, reacted with remarkable speed, retracting his hands and leaping backwards to evade Yamcha's strike. At that very moment, the azure-skinned extraterrestrial initiated another assault. Seizing the opportunity while Yamcha was preoccupied with defense, he suddenly appeared above him. With his right foot raised high, he brought it crashing down towards the top of Yamcha's head. This blow was imbued with formidable power, and should it connect with a vital area, even Yamcha would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Yamcha felt an immense pressure descending upon him from above. Resolutely, he braced himself to withstand the impending blow. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled his body upward, simultaneously channeling his energy into his hands, which he crossed above his head in preparation to counter the alien captain's assault. A thunderous crash resonated as the blue-skinned extraterrestrial's right foot struck Yamcha's crossed arms like a cannonball. The overwhelming force of the impact drove Yamcha deep into the ground, causing the earth around him to fracture into countless fissures, resembling a spider's web that radiated outward. In an instant, Yamcha felt a surge of energy within, and a mouthful of reverse blood was forcefully expelled. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injury, although he had just managed to withstand the ferocious strike from his opponent. The force of the attack had also forced Yamcha's energy back into his body, resulting in his injury. Yamcha gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to thrust upwards, propelling the alien captain away. Subsequently, the blue-skinned extraterrestrial tumbled through the air several times before regaining his balance. "You Earthling, you possess the ability to withstand my assault. This is rather intriguing," he remarked. Initially, he had presumed that he and his companion could effortlessly dispatch this Earth dweller, but to his surprise, the adversary had withstood their onslaught. Yamcha leapt from the deep pit in the ground, his arms trembling slightly, the recent assault from the alien captain weighing heavily upon him. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. He understood that conventional tactics would prove futile against these extraterrestrial foes. It was time to unleash his ultimate technique. "You invaders, today marks your demise," Yamcha bellowed, his aura surging with intensity. He resolved to no longer hold back, committing himself fully to the battle against the two aliens. Jerry and Lucas, sensing the escalating energy enveloping Yamcha, felt a flicker of unease. They immediately activated their battle detectors. The screens flickered with rapidly ascending numbers, reflecting the significant enhancement brought forth by Yamcha's explosive state. In this heightened form, he could amplify his strength by 70%, nearly rivaling Goku's Kaioken X2. The Kaioken could also be regarded as a unique form of explosive technique, albeit one that offers a greater boost than the explosive state itself. 100, 200. Yamcha's combat prowess ultimately reached a staggering 2,200 points. It is inconceivable. How could a human from Earth possess a power greater than mine? The alien with azure skin was instantly taken aback, his previously arrogant gaze now replaced with fear and disbelief. The dark-skinned extraterrestrial widened his eyes in astonishment, the ebony hue of his skin masking the expression on his face. As they ventured into the perilous fringes of the northern galaxy, their team, known as the Kanu Squad, regarded Earth as an inferior planet, believing its inhabitants to be weak and easily deceived. Yet, the Earthling known as Yamcha completely shattered their preconceived notions. Prior to their arrival on Earth, they had utilized a probe, which revealed no sign of formidable combat capabilities. Thus, the sudden emergence of another Earthling capable of exerting pressure upon them left them in utter shock. Yamcha would not grant them much time to be astonished or to react. He inhaled deeply, and a brilliant radiance began to emanate from his being, enveloping him like a tangible storm of lightning. This was a daunting confrontation, compelling Yamcha to employ his control skill, the earth-shattering multinational palm. Now, this technique had been mastered by Yamcha to an extraordinary degree. The lightning not only cloaked his entire form, but could simultaneously unleash dozens of bolts, allowing for a remote onslaught. The lightning cascaded like a torrential rain of swords, instantly sealing off the movement of the two extraterrestrial beings. Confronted by the deluge of lightning from all directions, the two aliens were struck squarely, enduring the overwhelming baptism of electric fury. Seizing the moment of their paralysis, Yamcha charged towards the less formidable dark-skinned alien. The dark-skinned extraterrestrial, rendered immobile and utterly helpless, could only watch in horror as Yamcha's full-powered energy sphere struck him squarely in the chest. By the time his body registered the impact, a gaping hole had already been blasted through his torso. With a vacant gaze, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the blue-skinned alien had just shaken off the paralysis. "You Earthling, you are simply unforgivable," he bellowed, his anger reaching a fever pitch as he witnessed the demise of his two comrades at the hands of this Earthling. His azure visage swelled with fury, tinged with a purplish hue. "Did you not consider the consequences of invading Earth?" Yamcha jestingly remarked. "How audacious of you, a creature from such an inferior planet." The blue-skinned extraterrestrial bellowed, his body trembling violently, as if the very air around him was distorted by his wrath. Chapter 70. Jerry and Lucas. Yamcha stands resolutely like an indomitable sculpture, exuding an aura akin to an unyielding shield, endowing him with boundless confidence. The alien captain, with his azure skin, now radiates an increasing fury, reminiscent of an enraged lion, as flaws begin to emerge like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the alien captain clenches his fists high above his head, and the cerulean light surrounding him intensifies like a surging tide, continuously converging into his fists and coalescing into two colossal spheres of blue energy. Yamcha felt a tightening in his chest, acutely aware that the force of the impending strike was akin to a cataclysmic upheaval. He dared not exhibit even a modicum of negligence, immediately focusing all his attention on the two colossal orbs of energy. "Perish, Earthling," the alien captain bellowed, launching himself towards Yamcha with the swiftness of a released arrow. Simultaneously, he swept his hands downward, causing the two immense energy spheres to erupt like fireworks, fracturing into countless minute spheres that engulfed Yamcha in an instant, reminiscent of a swarm of locusts ravaging a field. This maneuver struck with the ferocity of a thunderclap, arriving with such unexpectedness and an expansive range of attack that Yamcha had no time to evade, and was swiftly struck by the energy spheres. Boom, boom. The subsequent cacophony of explosions was deafening, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. The tremendous force of the explosion obliterated everything within Yamcha's vicinity, creating a vast crater in the ground, with dust and debris swirling in the air, rendering visibility impossible. The blue-skinned alien captain wore a triumphant grin, convinced that Yamcha must have been reduced to mere ashes by the onslaught. However, as the dust began to settle, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the crater. Although Yamcha appeared somewhat disheveled, with tattered clothing and several abrasions adorning his body, His gaze remained resolute and brimming with fighting spirit. In his explosive state, not only had Yamcha's combat prowess surged, but his defensive capabilities had also ascended to an equal height. Ultimately, after exhausting a significant portion of his energy, he withstood the onslaught of relentless attacks. Is this truly your final performance? Now, it is my turn, Yamcha remarked with a cold smirk. Upon witnessing Yamcha's continued survival, the alien captain's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of sheer terror. The recent ultimate technique had drastically diminished his combat effectiveness in a remarkably brief span. Yamcha remained silent, his hands thrusting forward as a colossal orb of energy rapidly materialized in his grasp. In an instant, the immense energy sphere was unleashed, hurtling from his hands like a cannonball, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, racing directly toward the extraterrestrial captain. The captain initially believed he was facing an insurmountable technique, but as the energy projectile approached him like an arrow, a look of disdain crossed his face. Merely a trivial matter. Although his energy was significantly depleted, his agility remained intact. He merely tilted his body slightly and effortlessly evaded the assault of the energy sphere. Is that so? Look behind you. Yamcha's lips curled into a subtle smile as his hands waved once more. The energy sphere, which had just brushed past the alien, seemed to have been imbued with life, suddenly making a sharp turn and hurtling forward at a breathtaking speed, crashing fiercely into its target. What? As the alien turned in alarm, it was met by the rapidly approaching energy sphere. This is the punishment for your invasion of Earth. With a thunderous roar, Yamcha unleashed a surge of energy, engulfing the alien captain in a tumultuous wave, as the deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble violently. A Yamcha who could not wield energy blasts was no true Yamcha. Indeed, after a period of rigorous training in the Temple of the Gods and a significant breakthrough in his mental prowess, he had finally mastered the manipulation of energy blasts, thus enhancing the versatility of his techniques. As the brilliance faded, the alien captain had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a desolate wasteland marked by devastation. Yamcha gazed upon the war-torn land, ravaged and scarred by conflict, his heart heavy with sorrow, though this world was not his native Earth. The sight of the devastated city stirred profound grief within him. At last, having vanquished 3 extraterrestrial foes, Yamcha let out a sigh of relief. However, this moment of relaxation brought forth an overwhelming fatigue, causing his entire body to ache, and the state of heightened energy he had been in could no longer be sustained. He collapsed onto the ground, relishing this brief respite. This battle had proven to be the most arduous he had ever faced, depleting all his resources. Habitually, he reached into his pocket for a sense of being, but after rummaging for what felt like an eternity, he found nothing. This, undoubtedly, confirmed his suspicions. Soon after the battle's conclusion, the surviving humans began to emerge slowly from the ruins, their expressions reflecting a mix of relief and joy at having survived the ordeal. However, their brief moment of elation quickly dissipated as they hurriedly engaged in rescue efforts, for many remained trapped beneath the debris. Meanwhile, Jerry and Lucas, who had been stationed at the periphery, stealthily made their way into the city. Although they sensed that the enemy had been eradicated, they understood the necessity of witnessing the aftermath, living to see the living, and the dead to see the dead, to confirm the fate of the aliens. Furthermore, the martial artist responsible for dispatching the extraterrestrials was one they sought to recruit. Yamcha had narrowly triumphed over the 3 aliens, yet for the Earth as a whole, it was far from sufficient. Reports indicated that the invading force comprised 500 extraterrestrials. Had Yamcha encountered a larger contingent, the peril would have been dire. As he savored a moment of tranquility, Yamcha suddenly sensed 2 powerful presences rapidly approaching him. Not daring to be complacent, he quickly rose to his feet. Just as they were within 10 meters of him, they halted. Yamcha regarded the 2 individuals before him with a watchful eye. One was tall, with a resolute countenance, while the other was somewhat shorter, yet his gaze revealed an equal determination. "Who are you?" Yamcha inquired in a low voice. Jerry took a step forward and, with a slight bow, replied, "Please do not misunderstand, my brother. I am Jerry, and this is Lucas. We have been closely observing this battle and hold great admiration for your strength and courage. Those extraterrestrials have brought immense calamity to our city, and you have bravely stepped forward to rescue us all." Yamcha furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What is your purpose for appearing before me?" After all, these 2 had been lurking in the shadows prior to his arrival, only emerging once he had vanquished the extraterrestrial threat, which inevitably raised his suspicions. "Do you perceive us as cowardly?" Lucas, observing Yamcha's demeanor, realized that he had not lowered his guard against the two of them. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement. We too wish to avoid this. Lucas promptly relayed their mission and the circumstances surrounding the Earth Warriors Alliance to Yamcha, who then grasped the situation. Upon reflection, he realized that if he could only muster a combat strength of 500 or 600, he would certainly not dare to confront the extraterrestrials. Chapter 71. Oliver. After conversing for a brief moment, Yamcha finally comprehended the era he found himself in, which was the year 563 of the Karen calendar. This year was remarkably distant from his own time. Presently, Earth was in the year 752 of the Ahi calendar, indicating that the era he inhabited was at least 752 years prior, even more ancient than the timeline that Son Goku had arrived in. Such a remote timeline rendered the experiences stored in his memory utterly irrelevant, dissipating like mist. Fortunately, his strength was exceptional, affording him ample means of self-preservation. As they engaged in casual banter, Yamcha suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of unfamiliar energies approaching them like a tidal wave. Among these presences, one was particularly formidable, surpassing Yamcha's current state, with an estimated battle power of around 3,000. This aura was significantly stronger than his powered-up state, a level beyond his current capacity to contend with. Having just emerged from a grueling battle, his strength had already waned considerably. Should he encounter such a formidable foe, even with Jerry and Lucas by his side, victory would be all but impossible. Just as Yamcha prepared to inform the two to retreat, their captain and the others arrived. Jerry and Lucas exchanged a glance, joyously exclaiming in unison, clearly having noticed the approaching throng. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen figures appeared on the horizon. The foremost among them was exceptionally tall, garbed in a flowing white robe complemented by a fitted tank top and belt that accentuated his well-defined musculature, reminiscent of an iron tower. Adorning his head was an orange headband, lending him an air of formidable valor. It was indeed him. Upon the very first glance, Yamcha recognized the identity of the individual before him. This was none other than the one he recalled from memory, the King of the North, who had once accompanied Sun Wukong to the martial arts tournament of the underworld. Among them stood a person who, like Sun Wukong, hailed from Earth. That individual was none other than Oliver, though it was after Oliver had honed his combat prowess in the underworld for a millennium. Clearly, he did not possess such strength at this moment. Where Jerry and Lucas, the aliens? Oliver's deep voice resonated from afar. Jerry and Lucas hurriedly approached. Responding with utmost respect, Lord Oliver, the aliens here have been vanquished by this esteemed Yamcha. Oh, it seems our Earth harbors warriors of whom I was previously unaware, Oliver remarked, advancing toward Yamcha. As Oliver stood before Yamcha, he scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze imbued with a hint of admiration. Oliver, Yamcha, indeed, young man. You exhibit remarkable courage and strength. Those aliens are not easily subdued, and your ability to defeat them alone is truly commendable. Yamcha nodded slightly, merely doing what I can. Oliver's expression was grave. Your ability to intervene is commendable, as we have received numerous distress signals from various locations. These extraterrestrial beings are advancing with great ferocity, and we must swiftly organize an effective resistance. Would you be interested in joining us? As he spoke, he extended his broad palm. I would be more than willing. However, I have a small request that requires your consent. Yamcha, aware that his trial opponent was Oliver, chuckled and said, as long as you agree to join us, I would gladly accept not just one condition, but even 10. Oliver, smiling, responded, I wish to challenge you, Yamcha. That is not permissible, Yamcha replied. Before Oliver could respond, a companion stepped forward, saying urgently, you are among the last remaining elite warriors on Earth. Any injury to either of you would significantly weaken our forces. Observing Yamcha's serious demeanor, Oliver calmly stated, I consent. The companion attempted to say more, but Oliver gestured for silence, interrupting any further discourse. Subsequently, Oliver and Yamcha found themselves in an open space outside the city, while the others ventured to rescue the surviving humans within. The two stood 10 meters apart. Faced with an opponent who was twice as strong as himself, Yamcha adopted a formal starting stance, indicating his readiness to exert maximum effort. In contrast, Oliver remained relaxed, arms crossed, evidently unfazed by Yamcha's presence. Oliver, are you not going to prepare? Yamcha furrowed his brow, reminiscent of the moment he faced Krillin. He never anticipated that one day he too would be underestimated. The moment I stand before you, my preparations have already begun. Come at me with all you have. Oliver remarked with a smile. This evoked a sense of familiarity in Yamcha, akin to facing view. Nevertheless, regardless of Oliver's demeanor, Yamcha felt compelled to make the first move. Yamcha surged towards Oliver with an unparalleled swiftness that left the onlookers astounded. As he drew near, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, precisely targeting Oliver's visage. His speed was commendable. Oliver, with a slight smile, deftly swayed his body, effortlessly evading Yamcha's relentless onslaught of jabs. When Yamcha realized his attack had proven ineffective, he remained undeterred. He swiftly altered his tactics, delivering a side kick aimed at Oliver's waist with all his might, generating a gust of wind in its wake. A flicker of admiration crossed Oliver's eyes as he nonchalantly extended his arm to block Yamcha's strike. Yamcha felt as though his foot had collided with a solid rock, the recoil sending a slight numbness through his leg. A commendable effort. Now, witness my prowess, Oliver remarked with a smile. With that, his fist surged toward Yamcha's face with remarkable speed, perfectly timed to exploit the moment when Yamcha's previous strength had waned and his new energy had yet to manifest. Facing the nearly unavoidable punch, Yamcha did not resign himself to fate. The fruits of his training in the Celestial Temple finally manifested as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting to the side for over 10 meters. However, just as Yamcha believed he had evaded his opponent's attack, a chilling scene unfolded before him. Oliver had somehow moved to stand directly in front of him. The punch that had just aimed at him magnified in his vision. With a resounding impact, Oliver's fist struck Yamcha. Like a kite severed from its string, Yamcha was propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Yamcha lay on the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a sharp pain radiating from his face. After a while, he regained his composure, filled with astonishment. Your strength and speed are commendable, yet your mastery of energy remains at the mere level of awareness. You cannot wield it at will. Your strikes lack decisiveness, and you fail to unleash your energy instantaneously at the moment of attack, Oliver remarked. Yamcha recognized the validity of Oliver's words. This was indeed the pressing issue he needed to address. Is there a method to swiftly overcome this challenge? Yamcha inquired. Oliver pondered for a moment, then abruptly turned his gaze towards a boulder, roughly the size of a house, situated not far away. He placed his hand upon the stone and exerted a sudden force. A sharp sound, reminiscent of something piercing the air, echoed forth, and subsequently, Oliver stepped back to the side. To his astonishment, a palm-sized hole materialized on the surface of the boulder, completely perforating it. Yet, remarkably, the boulder remained unscathed, not shattering into fragments. Chapter 72. The battle commences. Yamcha approached the rock with the swiftness of a gale, scrutinizing it with utmost care. Do you see? Only by attaining such a level can one truly be deemed to have mastered the art of harnessing one's essence at will. At that moment, every strike you deliver will resonate with the force of thunder, effortlessly unleashing your full potential, regardless of the circumstances. Yamcha, lost in contemplation, nodded thoughtfully. While he could grasp the concept, executing it proved to be as arduous as ascending to the heavens. He soon found himself ensnared in an internal struggle. Oblivious to the external clamor, his mind fixated solely on Oliver's attack on the rock. Oliver refrained from disturbing Yamcha's ruminations, opting instead to stand by in silent anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Jerry and his companions returned from managing the refugees in the city. In a settlement of over 100,000 souls, nearly 1,000 had survived, a truly harrowing sight. Although Oliver was aware that the assaulted village was not particularly prosperous, witnessing the grim reality filled his heart with profound sorrow, further deepening his animosity towards the extraterrestrial aggressors. Subsequently, he tasked 2 warriors with escorting the surviving humans to another city inhabited by their kind. Meanwhile, he led the warrior brigade in pursuit of the isolated alien squad. As for Yamcha, he entrusted Jerry to remain and provide support. After a moment of contemplation, Yamcha promptly commenced his attempts, for it is said that practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. Following Oliver's technique of exertion, he extended his hand to strike the rock, and in an instant, the colossal boulder shattered into countless fragments like a burst of fireworks. Clearly, Yamcha's assault resembled a scattered array of sand, overly dispersed, which ultimately resulted in a subpar outcome. Yamcha was not willing to succumb to defeat. In an instant, the mountainside was transformed into his target for destruction. He persistently struck at over 10 rocks, yet the results were consistently disheartening. However, a sudden recollection of a phrase previously uttered by Bo ignited a spark within him. He calmed his mind and concentrated all his focus into his hands, then struck with force. This time, a miracle unfolded before him. The rock did not shatter into mere fragments, but instead split into several pieces of varying sizes, as though an invisible hand had pried them apart. This manifestation filled Yamcha with uncontainable joy, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. The rock's inherent brittleness was apparent. When power was not concentrated, it would crumble like loose sand. Although he had yet to achieve the level of Oliver, he had made significant progress, indicating that his strength was beginning to coalesce. Otherwise, the rock would have remained unchanged as before. It was only then that Yamcha awoke from his reverie. At this moment, he realized that Oliver had already departed, leaving only Jerry nearby. "Jerry, where is Mr. Oliver?" Upon hearing his name, Jerry hurried over and, with a respectful clasp of his hands, responded, "My lord Yamcha, Mr. Oliver has already proceeded to the next incident site. In my training, I completely lost track of the situation. Let us hasten to assist." Indeed, under Jerry's guidance, they pursued the location from which Oliver had departed. Over the next 3 days, Yamcha aided the Earth Warrior Alliance in their struggle against the alien invasion, all the while honing his mastery of Chi during his spare moments. By the end of this period, his proficiency in the manipulation of Chi had significantly improved, allowing him to wield it with remarkable ease. According to the system's notification, he advanced from the 6th to the 7th stage of Chi, a level of mastery that is exceptionally profound. Logically, he had fulfilled the trial set by Bobo and could have returned, yet he still had not received any communication. Meanwhile, the Earth Warrior Alliance had effectively dispersed their forces, resulting in the elimination of over a dozen squads and nearly 50 aliens. However, the aliens soon recognized the threat and began to mobilize on a larger scale, making it increasingly challenging to dismantle their forces. Many warriors sent out for reconnaissance also fell victim to ambushes. Consequently, the aliens gradually advanced, further constricting the operational territory of the Warrior Alliance. Krun City, the stronghold of Oliver and the current base of the Earth Warrior Alliance, was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Everyone understood that a great battle loomed on the horizon. The remaining warriors of Earth had congregated here, with Oliver possessing a combat strength of 3,000. Standing as the mightiest among them, followed closely by Yamcha. Additionally, there were 100 warriors with combat powers ranging from 100 to 1,000. While those of lesser capabilities were discreetly dispersed by Oliver to various locations on Earth, ensuring that a legacy remained for the warriors should the need arise. Before long, a multitude of alien presences could be sensed approaching from the distance. The time had come to confront those despicable invaders. Everything was for the sake of humanity. Yamcha and Oliver led the warriors of Earth with unwavering resolve towards the alien forces. Their eyes brimmed with determination and valor, each individual acutely aware that this battle would determine the fate of their planet. As the two factions drew nearer, a palpable tension permeated the atmosphere. The aliens, with their grotesque visages and formidable presence, instilled a chilling dread, yet the Earth warriors stood resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Upon encountering the extraterrestrial beings, Yamcha immediately sensed their formidable prowess. The alien contingent numbered in the hundreds, led by a green-skinned commander whose combat strength soared to an astonishing 5,000. There were also 5 others boasting strengths exceeding 2,000, while the remainder surpassed 1,000. Judging by their battle capabilities, the Earth warriors found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Oliver positioned himself at the forefront of the formation, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the opposing aliens. Yamcha stood beside him, exuding an aura of immense power. "Earthlings, your resistance is futile. Surrender, and perhaps we shall spare your lives," intoned one of the alien leaders in a frigid tone. With a disdainful snort, Oliver retorted, "You expect us to surrender? That is utterly impossible. We, the people of Earth, shall never bow to invaders." As Oliver's words echoed, the confrontation erupted into chaos. The Earth warriors clashed fiercely with the aliens, engaging in a brutal melee. Yamcha surged into the fray like a bolt of lightning, unleashing his most potent techniques, each strike infused with tremendous force. The aliens, undeterred, retaliated fiercely, leveraging their superior combat abilities and advanced weaponry to contest the Earth warriors. Throughout the battle, the air was filled with the cacophony of energy clashes and explosive sounds, rendering the battlefield a scene of utter mayhem. Yamcha relentlessly sought opportunities amidst the chaos of battle, skillfully wielding his mastery of energy to inflict devastating blows upon the extraterrestrial foes. However, the sheer number of aliens and their formidable strength began to weigh heavily upon him. He soon realized that within mere minutes, over 10 warriors from Earth had been slain by these invaders, leaving the remaining fighters in a precarious position. Chapter 73. The trial concludes. The warriors of Earth refuse to surrender. "Brothers, I shall take my leave first," declared Jerry. His body marred with wounds, yet his gaze unwaveringly resolute. In an instant, his energy surged dramatically, transcending his previous limits. However, this newfound power was volatile, akin to a powder keg on the verge of detonation. Yamcha was taken aback, realizing that Jerry was sacrificing his very life to attain greater power. Jerry, no? Jerry was the first person he had encountered in this world, and witnessing his desperate struggle compelled Yamcha to cry out, but it was already too late. Like a blazing flame, Jerry charged towards the aliens, his attacks imbued with determination and madness, instantly sending several extraterrestrials flying. However, this formidable strength was fleeting, and Jerry's body rapidly weakened. Before long, silence enveloped the battlefield. He had clearly made the ultimate sacrifice. Yet, Jerry's demise ignited a fervor among the remaining warriors, prompting them to surge forward with renewed vigor, reminiscent of valiant fighters from a bygone era. A young warrior, tears in his eyes, shouted, "Avenge Jerry." The others echoed his call, moving like an unstoppable torrent towards the aliens. In a short time, the battlefield was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions. Akin to a cacophony of thunderclaps, some warriors even chose self-detonation, opting to perish alongside the invaders. With the situation escalating, Yamcha shed all reservations, disregarding the expenditure of his energy, and frantically activated his explosive energy mode. The energy projectiles raged across the battlefield like a tempest. Soon, 5 or 6 extraterrestrials with combat power exceeding 1,000 met their end. At this juncture, even Oliver, the mightiest among them, unleashed his secret technique, elevating his combat prowess to a new echelon. Under the relentless assault of the Earth's warriors, the numbers of the alien invasion squad dwindled like melting snow. This harrowing scene filled Yamcha with dread. In a mere half hour, the standing warriors were reduced to a scant few, barely numbering over 10. On the side of the Earth warriors, only Oliver and Yamcha remained. Oliver cast a solemn glance at Yamcha and spoke gravely, "Yamcha, the future of Earth is entrusted to you. May you carry forward the martial spirit of our planet." His tone was reminiscent of a hero imparting a final request. "Behold, this is my proudest secret technique. I hope you will never have to use it." With that, Oliver turned his focus inward, concentrating his energy. "Burning Heart Fist," Oliver bellowed. In an instant, his aura surged once more, his combat power, which had already reached 4,000, skyrocketed like a rocket to 6,000, enveloping his entire being in a fiery red energy. Yamcha's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the remarkable transformation of Oliver, his heart pounding with disbelief. The arcane technique Oliver employed was not akin to the life-burning methods of Jerry and his companions. Rather, it was the ignition of energy itself, a unique explosive mode that doubled Oliver's combat prowess. In comparison to the Turtle Hermit's explosive technique, Oliver's Heart of Flame Fist exhibited an even more exaggerated enhancement. At that moment, Yamcha finally discerned a flicker of fear upon the face of the extraterrestrial leader. For this alien commander, his subordinates were mere expendables. Their deaths held little consequence for him, provided he could seize this planet and fetch a handsome price, allowing him to recruit a multitude of followers. However, with the elevation of Oliver's strength, he now sensed a palpable threat to his own existence, igniting within him a desperate urge to flee the Earth. Oliver afforded the alien little time for contemplation. Like a meteor cloaked in flames, he surged towards the extraterrestrial, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith, leaving a long trail of fire in his wake. The alien leader, sensing the terrifying power radiating from Oliver, paled and hastily commanded his remaining minions to mount a defense. Yet, Oliver's assault was irresistible. He plunged into the ranks of the aliens, and the fiery energy erupted like a cataclysmic storm, instantly engulfing those around him. The sounds of explosions reverberated, and the tremendous shockwave caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Yamcha clenched his fists, his heart brimming with sorrow and admiration. He understood that Oliver was making a final, valiant effort for the future of Earth. Under Oliver's frenzied assault, the alien invaders suffered a devastating blow. The majority of the extraterrestrial forces were obliterated in that strike, with only the alien leader managing to survive, albeit on the brink of death. Oliver's figure gradually became indistinct amidst the crimson energy, ultimately fading from sight. Yamcha gazed at the spot where Oliver had vanished, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, silence enveloped the battlefield. Yamcha did not grant the alien leader a moment's respite. He unleashed a ki blast that annihilated him completely. The instant the alien leader vanished, Yamcha's vision began to blur, followed by a dizzying whirl, as he found himself once more within the tunnel of the time simulation chamber. The tunnel flowed rapidly, and before long, he was expelled from its grasp. In the next moment, he reappeared in the very time simulation chamber from whence he came. Upon his emergence, he noticed that Goku had just returned as well. "Goku, long time no see," Yamcha greeted. Goku, the rapid transition of time left Goku slightly disoriented, causing him to respond a beat slower. "How did your trial go?" Yamcha asked with a smile. Goku scratched his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yamcha, this time I encountered a remarkably powerful old man who taught me how to control my ki at will. I also learned some new techniques, and my strength and speed have significantly increased." Yamcha nodded, for he could perceive the utilization of energy by Sun Wukong even without the aid of the system, thus ascending to a higher level. Nevertheless, this trial yielded considerable rewards for him. In terms of energy manipulation alone, he had achieved the 7th tier of energy mastery and ultimately learned Oliver's signature move, the Fiery Heart Fist, which allows him to unleash his energy with double the potency. However, this technique carries immense risks. A momentary lapse in caution could lead to his own annihilation. Yet, this is not an absolute truth. Even with the heightened dangers of techniques such as the Kaioken and the Demon Seal Wave, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, death can be averted, and the skills can be elevated to even greater heights. Yamcha possesses such confidence. As his innate talent flourishes, mastering the Burning Heart Fist becomes an attainable endeavor. Shortly thereafter, Bobo reappeared at the entrance. Chapter 74, The Conclusion of Training and the New Journey. Half a year has swiftly passed. The Divine Temple remains as tranquil and harmonious as ever, resembling a secluded paradise, far removed from the clamor of the worldly realm. For the past 6 months, Yamcha and Sun Wukong have immersed themselves in rigorous training, their powers steadily ascending. Their mastery over Chi has become increasingly refined, allowing them to conceal their presence in battle and unleash a decisive strike under any circumstances. They have even mastered the ability to move with bells attached to their bodies without producing a sound, evoking a sensation of undistracted focus and unity with the heavens. Concurrently, Yamcha has gained profound insights into the application of mental energy in manipulating Chi, enabling him to accurately track his opponent's movements and anticipate their actions at critical moments. Sun Wukong's progress has once again drawn Yamcha's attention. Upon emerging from their trials, Sun Wukong's command of Chi had reached parity with that of Yamcha. In the ensuing months, both have advanced in tandem, ultimately perfecting their manipulation of Chi. On this day, Yamcha and Sun Wukong once again stood before Bobo. After more than half a year of diligent training, their combat prowess and mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. Name: Yamcha Combat Power, 1800 Realm, 9th Stage of Chi, Perfection, Mental Power, 50 Talent Points, 323 Lineage, Earthling Skills, New Wukong Fist, Kamehameha, Chi Manipulation Orb, Burning Heart Fist, Sun Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Unbeknownst to them, Yamcha's combat power had reached 1800, placing him at the level of a low-ranking Scion warrior. No longer a mere weakling in the vast cosmos. Sun Wukong's improvements were even more pronounced, boasting a combat power of 1100 and a mental power of 10 points. Although slightly inferior to Yamcha, it is noteworthy that he had escalated from a mere 180 points upon entering the Celestial Hall to his current 1100 points. A rapid ascent that could only be described as astonishing. At this moment, their Chi was remarkably subdued. To the untrained eye, they might appear as ordinary individuals, a testament to their advanced mastery of Chi manipulation. Of course, they were still far from achieving the near invisibility of their energy like Bobo, as this clearly required divine application. Nonetheless, in terms of Chi manipulation, they had already matched Bobo's prowess. Their eyes brimmed with confidence and resolve, the fruits of half a year's labor igniting their desire to challenge Bobo once more, to assess their strength. Bobo regarded them with a slight nod. "Excellent. It seems your efforts over the past 6 months have not been in vain. Now, let me witness your advancement." The battle was imminent, and Yamcha and Sun Wukong swiftly entered the fray. Yamcha employed his techniques of Chi concealment, rendering his energy nearly undetectable. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, unleashed a formidable aura, preparing to confront Bobo with overwhelming force. As ever, Bobo moved with grace and speed, vanishing and reappearing in an elusive manner, making him difficult to pin down. Yet this time, Yamcha and Sun Wukong were no longer the passive targets they had once been. Beneath the serene expanse of their sky-like minds, with an acute awareness of the breath, they distinctly perceived Bobo's movements and, in an instant, responded with a swiftness akin to lightning, successfully countering Bobo's attack. Subsequently, Yamcha and Sun Wukong engaged in a private practice session with Bobo, exhibiting no signs of defeat. Well done, you have perfectly mastered the utilization of Qi. From here on, it is up to you, unless you wish to inherit the mantle of the Divine Master. Bobo remarked with a smile. Forget it. Yamcha waved his hand, signaling his refusal. As for Sun Wukong, he shared no such inclination. During their time in the Heavenly Temple, the deity had expressed a desire for them to inherit his mantle. However, upon understanding the myriad restrictions and demands associated with such a role, their interest waned. After all, the splendor of the earthly realm was far beyond what the Heavenly Temple could offer. While a brief period of cultivation was bearable, the thought of remaining there for a lifetime troubled Yamcha greatly. Furthermore, after more than 6 months of training, Bulma's incessant reminders weighed heavily on him. Although they could communicate via their communicators, the prolonged separation was difficult for a couple deeply in love. Since their training was now complete, Yamcha and Sun Wukong prepared to depart the Heavenly Temple. Just as they were about to leave, Bobo approached them once more. His demeanor appeared more serious than usual as he looked at Yamcha and Sun Wukong, slowly articulating, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Recently, the deity discovered that the entrance to the demon realm on Earth has been inexplicably opened, allowing countless demons to emerge at night and wreak havoc upon all that exists. This poses a grave threat to Earth, and the deity hopes you will address this issue. Sun Wukong promptly replied, Bobo, rest assured, given that this endangers our planet, we will certainly take action. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall drive those demons back to the demon realm and seal the entrance. In a fleeting moment, a memory surged through his mind. It seemed to be a recollection of when Sun Wukong was in search of the Dragon Balls, passing through a remote southern kingdom, where he encountered the Azura demons hosting a martial arts competition in the demon realm, inviting the warriors of Earth to challenge them. Unfortunately, the martial artists from the neighboring kingdoms who accepted the challenge were all ruthlessly defeated. Eventually, they even abducted a princess from one of these small nations. Until Sun Wukong arrived, ventured into the demon realm, rescued the princess, and sealed the portal once more. This time, however, since Yamcha had brought Sun Wukong to the Celestial Palace, they had yet to reach that small kingdom. Nevertheless, this incident seemed to have occurred prior to their encounter with Tao Bai Bai. Based on Yamcha's estimation, the Azura demons from the demon realm were rather ordinary in strength. And for the current Sun Wukong, defeating them would be an effortless task. Bobo nodded slightly, a hint of reassurance gracing his expression. With your words, I feel at ease. However, these demons are not like the ordinary foes you have faced before. They are inherently vicious, each possessing formidable strength. You must exercise utmost caution. Understood, Bobo. They replied in unison. Subsequently, Bobo informed them of the location of the demon realm's entrance. The two arrived at the boundary of the Celestial Palace, leaping into the void, soaring towards the ground below. Their return journey was remarkably swift, in stark contrast to the arduous trials they had faced on their way there. It was as though the celestial beings were deliberately facilitating their passage. As Yamcha and Sun Wukong traversed the layer of thunder, they were not subjected to the same barrage of lightning as before. Instead, a path wide enough for both of them opened amidst the storm. Passing by Karen Tower, Yamcha took the opportunity to bring Por along. Chapter 75. Returned to Tiantu Mountain in the sky. Two figures darted swiftly through the air. Yamcha, this direction doesn't seem to lead south? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed, as he flew ahead of Yamcha. Indeed, Goku, Yamcha replied. I wish to bring a few disciples with us to the demon realm for some training. Yamcha turned back to face Sun Wukong. Yamcha recalled the so-called Azura from the demon realm, whose strength was rather mediocre. Their involvement in the situation was akin to employing exceptional skill for trivial tasks. Mark, Vera, and others were far more suited for this endeavor. Furthermore, his disciples had been training for quite some time, and such a splendid opportunity for experience was too valuable to pass up. After all, Yamcha regarded them as the future warriors of Earth. Yamcha, you have disciples now? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. In his mind, the only individuals worthy of the title of master were venerable figures like Master Roshi. Yamcha, being as youthful as he was, did not fit the image of a mentor. Well, it is only natural for someone as formidable as Yamcha to have disciples, isn't it? A devoted admirer of Yamcha chimed in eagerly. I have quite a few disciples, and you'll see just how capable they are, Yamcha replied with a hint of pride. Yamcha smiled lightly. Subsequently, he concentrated on his flight. Having reached their current point, the vast distance of several thousand kilometers was traversed in just a few hours. In the square of the Tiendo Mountain Wolfang Dojo, 5 young disciples diligently practiced, with Mocha and Suddy leading the way. Suddenly, 2 black dots streaked swiftly across the sky. "Brother Mocha, what is that? It seems to be coming towards us," one disciple, who was engrossed in his training, inquired of a resolute-looking youth with a prominent nose. As a disciple who had joined the Wolfang sect at the same time as Mark and the others, Mocha felt an increasing urgency as he observed the growing strength of his peers, prompting him to intensify his own training. Thus, he had not initially noticed the phenomena in the sky. He lifted his gaze to the 2 dark figures swiftly approaching Tiendo Mountain, his brow furrowing in contemplation. With his discerning eye, he recognized that what flew in the heavens were not merely aircraft, but indeed individuals, each a formidable presence, unaware that one among them was his master. As he had yet to learn the art of sensing energy, he remained oblivious to the identity of the aerial figure. Before long, the 2 black dots descended like shooting stars. The initially tense crowd erupted into joyful laughter, rushing forward to greet them. "Master, indeed. It appears you have not been idle these past 6 months." Yamcha smiled and, with a discerning eye, immediately assessed the condition of his disciples. Mocha and Suddy had both achieved a combat strength of 30 points, while the subsequent 3 disciples boasted strengths exceeding 20. Following this, Yamcha introduced Sun Wukong and Puar to the 5 disciples. The remaining 4 disciples were, of course, engaged in rigorous training within the gravity chamber. "Puar, why don't you spend some time with them? I will take Wukong for a brief excursion to the back," he suggested. "Certainly, Master Yamcha," Puar replied. Subsequently, Yamcha led Sun Wukong towards the rear of the dojo. In a short while, they arrived at an immense hemispherical structure. "Yamcha, is this what you referred to as something extraordinary?" "It appears to be merely a building," Sun Wukong remarked, his face a mask of confusion. "You shall understand once we enter," Yamcha replied. Yamcha did not provide an explanation. Instead, he opened the door to the gravity chamber and stepped inside. Those training within the chamber, including Vera and the others, were suddenly aware that the gravity had returned to its normal state. This was a precautionary measure designed by Bulma, ensuring that when the chamber door was opened from the outside while occupied, the internal gravity would revert to its standard level. The group was momentarily puzzled, wondering who could be interrupting their training. "Who dares to disturb my training?" Mark, a brawny figure, declared menacingly while brandishing his fists. Just then, the door to the gravity chamber swung open from the outside, and a mocking voice echoed in. "Mark, it's been 6 months. Do you need a lesson from your master as well?" Following this, Yamcha and Sun Wukong entered the chamber. "Master, you have finally returned." Vera, Vincent, and Carlos exclaimed in unison. "Aren't you going to teach me a lesson?" Yamcha replied with a beaming smile. "I wouldn't dare, not with my current strength." Mark quickly altered his demeanor, speaking in a conciliatory tone. Observing Sun Wukong beside Yamcha, he swiftly changed the subject. "Who is this young man? Is he your new disciple?" "Master? He is not your junior disciple. He is Sun Wukong, the runner-up from the last martial arts tournament," Yamcha introduced with a smile. "Oh, just a runner-up? Your master must be truly formidable," Mark immediately flattered. "Though your master is indeed powerful, Wukong's strength is also fearsome," Yamcha remarked. "Is he stronger than the 3-eyed one who challenged us last time?" Mark questioned skeptically, as Sun Wukong appeared rather diminutive and did not seem particularly strong. "Why not test it for yourself?" Yamcha suggested, noticing the doubt in Mark's expression. "All right then," Mark replied eagerly. Over the past 6 months, his strength had significantly increased, and his confidence had swelled. Although he was unsure of his exact combat capabilities, he felt that if he were to face Tien Shinhan again, he could at least hold his ground for several rounds. "Yamcha, your disciples seem quite capable. They appear to possess strength comparable to mine from a year ago." As a battle enthusiast, Sun Wukong was always eager to accept challenges. "Very well." Yamcha nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Mark and his 3 companions took turns to spar with Sun Wukong. The outcome was all too apparent. Despite their rapid progress over the past 6 months, they were no match for the more formidable Sun Wukong, who effortlessly dominated them. Within mere minutes, all 4 found themselves thoroughly beaten, rendering them considerably more subdued. Following the conclusion of the match, Sun Wukong cast another scrutinizing glance around the gravity chamber. "Yamcha, there is nothing particularly remarkable about this place." Yamcha smiled and instructed the battered Mark beside him. "Is that so? Mark, activate the gravity chamber and let Goku experience it." "What level of gravity should we set it to?" Let us stick to the levels you practiced with. Mark nodded and began adjusting the controls of the gravity chamber, setting it to the 5th level, equivalent to 5 times normal gravity. Immediately, an immense force pressed down on everyone present. In an instant, Goku found himself pinned to the ground by the overwhelming weight, while Yamcha and the others, having prepared for this, felt relatively little strain. What is happening? I can't move, Goku exclaimed in panic. Chapter 76, preparing to enter the demon realm logically, with Goku's combat power exceeding 1,000. He should have been able to withstand 5 times the gravity with ease. However, during their time in the Heavenly Temple, the deity instructed Bobo to create a gravity suit weighing 500 pounds for each of them. When combined with the 5-fold gravity, the total force acting on Goku was equivalent to 20 times his normal weight. This overwhelming pressure left Goku struggling to adapt, as it was his first encounter with the gravity chamber. In contrast, Yamcha had previously trained in a 20-fold gravity chamber and, being forewarned, managed to maintain his composure. Seeing Goku in such a predicament brought Yamcha secret delight. Opportunities to witness Goku falter were becoming increasingly rare. Perhaps in a year or two, Goku's strength would reach his own level. Yamcha then spoke again. This is the gravity chamber, designed to aid in training. Its effects are similar to our gravity suits, with the advantage of being adjustable according to one's needs, significantly enhancing our training outcomes. Now I understand, Goku replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. All right, Mark. Return the gravity to normal levels, Yamcha instructed. Mark nodded and restored the gravity chamber to its standard setting. The next moment, Goku stood up, brimming with excitement. Yamcha, this device is incredible. I can't wait to train properly in here. Once we resolve the issues in the demon realm, we can come back and train. Yamcha smiled and inquired, Master, what is the demon realm? Upon hearing the mention of the demon realm, Mark's interest was immediately piqued, and he eagerly pressed for more details. Subsequently, Yamcha recounted the tale of the gates of the demon realm being flung open, leading to a massive invasion of demons upon Earth. Upon hearing this, Vera, Mark, and the other disciples displayed expressions of excitement, each one brimming with anticipation. Mark clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he declared, Master, this sounds incredibly thrilling. We have been longing for an opportunity to truly test our abilities, and this venture into the demon realm will undoubtedly impart us with invaluable knowledge. Vera nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Master, we fear not those demons. We shall show them the prowess of Earth's warriors. The other disciples echoed their sentiments, their gazes reflecting determination and courage. Yamcha gazed at his disciples, their spirits soaring, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired to witness. It is indeed commendable that you possess such courage, yet I must offer you a word of caution. Yamcha's demeanor turned grave as he spoke. The demon realm is no ordinary place, inhabited by formidable demons, each one fierce and ruthless in their methods. Although your strength has improved through training during this time, do not underestimate your adversaries. Therefore, once you enter the demon realm, it is imperative that you adhere to commands and refrain from acting independently. Do you understand? Understood, Master. The disciples chorused in unison, their voices still brimming with excitement. Yet it was evident they had taken Yamcha's admonition to heart. Sun Wukong, standing nearby, chuckled and said, Yamcha, do not worry excessively. With us here, we shall ensure their safety. Moreover, this presents a rare opportunity for them to hone their skills. Perhaps through this experience, they will grow even more rapidly. Yamcha nodded, expressing a hopeful sentiment. Let us all prepare. We shall embark for the demon realm. The disciples immediately sprang into action, and soon everything was in readiness. Yamcha, accompanied by Sun Wukong and 4 other disciples, including Vera and Mark, soared toward the direction of the demon realm. This time, due to the formidable nature of the demon clan, Yamcha chose only his 4 most powerful disciples. Vera and Mark, having mastered the art of aerial movement, were deemed capable of flying independently. As for the slightly less skilled Vincent and Carlos, Yamcha and Sun Wukong each took one under their wing. Thus, a group of 6 ventured forth towards the entrance of the demon realm. Along the way, the disciples were particularly animated, engaging in lively discussions about the myriad possibilities they might encounter in the demon realm, vividly envisioning their battles against the demons. Yamcha and Sun Wukong occasionally imparted their battle wisdom and strategies for confronting peril. After several hours, they arrived at a vast expanse of plains. Even before touching down, Yamcha sensed a peculiar area, a region enshrouded in thick mist, despite the blazing sun above, as if a dark cloud perpetually hovered overhead, emanating an ominous aura. Surrounding this enigmatic zone, thousands of armored knights on majestic steeds lingered nearby, seemingly anticipating something. That must be the place. Let us descend and investigate. After Yamcha spoke, he was the first to descend. The group of 6 quickly stirred commotion among the knights below. For individuals capable of flight were as rare in this world as witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Who are you? The knights soon encircled the 6. These knights were part of the royal guard of a nearby small kingdom. 3 months prior, the king's princess had been abducted by a formidable being from the demon realm. Known as Ashura, who left a message stating that to rescue the princess, martial artists must enter the demon realm and defeat him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the king promptly summoned the kingdom's top martial artists to challenge the demon. However, after sending dozens of martial experts, none returned. In the hope of a miracle, the king continued to send knights to guard the entrance to the demon realm each day, while the knights awaited. The appearance of Yamcha and his companions caught their attention. Although the knight order appeared numerous to Yamcha and his group, they seemed merely a congregation of ordinary folk. Do not misunderstand. We are martial artists, Yamcha stated to prevent any unnecessary misapprehensions. Martial artists? Are you here to challenge Ashura of the demon realm? A knight, serious in demeanor, cautioned, I advise you not to take the risk. Dozens of martial artists have entered to challenge him and have not returned, despite their eagerness to complete the mission and rescue the princess. He did not wish for more to venture into danger, especially since those who claimed to be martial artists appeared very young, with one even being a child. Mark, feeling belittled, proudly declared, we are not ordinary martial artists. My master is the champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. What? The champion of the tournament? The leading knight's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He then respectfully apologized to Yamcha and his companions, beseeching them to rescue their princess. With their identities revealed, the knights no longer impeded their passage. As they entered the mist-shrouded area, Yamcha and his companions soon encountered a colossal black iron gate towering several meters high, intricately carved with elaborate patterns that conveyed a sense of depth. At that moment, one of the gates was ajar, propped open by a serrated long sword, approximately 2 feet wide. Chapter 77. Guardian of the Demon Realm, is this the sword that seals the gate? Is it truly difficult to withdraw? Sun Wukong inquired of the knight leader beside him. Indeed, even the strongest of our kingdom's mightiest cannot lift it, the knight leader lamented. Sun Wukong, somewhat skeptical, approached the long sword, grasping its hilt. With a slight exertion of force, the sword was pulled free with surprising ease. What? How is this possible? The leader of the knights displayed a look of astonishment. This reaction was entirely anticipated by Yamcha, as the current battle power of Sun Wukong exceeded 1,000. A seal established by a demon realm warrior with a power level of merely 1 or 200 was evidently trivial for Wukong to dismantle. Just as Sun Wukong was about to fully draw his sword, Yamcha interjected, Wukong, we still have to enter. It would be prudent to refrain from drawing it out just yet. With a chuckle, Wukong acquiesced and once again sheathed his sword. It was only at this moment that the knights began to comprehend the formidable nature of the individuals before them. The 6 of them, engaged in light-hearted banter, strolled towards the gate of the demon realm, resembling a jovial group on an outing. Yamcha and Sun Wukong, endowed with absolute strength, exuded an air of fearlessness. In their presence, Vera and her companions felt a sense of reassurance. Their excitement for the impending battle mingled with a tinge of tension. However, as they traversed the portal to the demon realm, they quickly became aware of the insidious malevolence permeating the air. This oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon Vera, Mark, and the others, intensifying their anticipation. Beyond the portal lay a vast, straight corridor, shrouded in dimness and mystery. The walls and floor were composed of an unknown azure stone, intricately carved with complex and eerie runes, seemingly sealing away unfathomable creatures. Every few meters, a feeble torch flickered, casting a faint glow. Suddenly, from the depths of darkness, a deadly projectile hurtled through the air, aimed directly at the leading Yamcha. Amusingly, such a level of weaponry was akin to child's play for him. Yet, before he could make a move, Vera, ever vigilant, sprang into action. With a swift maneuver, she leapt in front of Yamcha, deflecting the incoming weapon, and called out into the shadows, demanding the assailant to reveal themselves. As footsteps approached, a striking woman emerged from the gloom, adorned in provocative attire. In her hand, she brandished a flying dagger tied with a cord, while a long sword rested at her waist, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Her appearance was largely humanoid, save for her elongated, pointed ears that set her apart. With a playful laugh, she remarked, "Ah, this is the demon realm. Naturally, I am of the demon race. What business do you humans have here?" Yamcha chuckled, yet before the fiery woman could finish her words, a deep voice resonated from behind him. "If you wish to challenge Azura, I advise you to reconsider your course. Doesn't like you have already met their demise." Following this warning, a sound akin to the shattering of mountains reverberated as a colossal figure emerged, akin to a house in size, with azure skin. Two formidable horns adorned his head, reminiscent of the Ox Demon King from Earth, albeit significantly larger. "We are not mere martial artists," Mark declared with pride. "Is that so? However, should you wish to enter, you must present a pass," the giant demon stated solemnly. "What is a pass?" Sun Wukong inquired. "A pass is the proof granted by King Yama, allowing outsiders to enter either hell or the demon realm," the giant boasted, seemingly holding King Yama in high regard. In contemplating the figure of Yama, the king of hell, Yamcha comes to the realization that perhaps Yama and the formidable giant before him hail from the same lineage. Should we then proceed within? Yamcha had no desire to engage in further idle chatter with them and spoke directly. "Unless you can defeat us." At that moment, the fiery woman stepped forward to respond. "Vera, Mark, you two go and compete with them." Yamcha faced Vera and Mark. In his eyes, the two gatekeepers of the demon realm appeared rather weak. Perhaps it was due to the remoteness of this place, akin to Earth, where formidable beings were scarce. Even those with a combat power of around 70 could serve as guardians of the demon gate. Mark, having trained in the gravity chamber for over 6 months, had achieved a combat power of 80, while Vera surpassed him, reaching 92, well above the two demon warriors. Mark and Vera regarded the imposing giant and the alluring woman before them with calm composure, displaying no sign of trepidation. They had ventured into the demon realm with the intention of challenging the strong. Mark smiled slightly and inquired, "Master brother, how shall we choose between these two demons?" "It matters not," Vera replied nonchalantly. "Very well then, I shall entertain myself with this lovely lady," Mark said with an innocent grin, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Vera shook her head and faced the giant demon. The two found their respective opponents and took their positions. "Beautiful lady, I shall commence my attack now," Mark announced to the fiery woman. With a playful laugh, the fiery woman responded, "I am Mira. You, human, are quite amusing, making it difficult for me to strike you." As Yamcha beheld Vera and the colossal figure engaged in combat, the giant wielded a formidable 4-meter-long spear, launching a fierce assault against Vera. Meanwhile, Mark and Mela remained engrossed in a verbal exchange, leaving Yamcha unable to endure the spectacle any longer. He promptly interjected, "Mark, swiftly deal with your opponent. We must enter." Mark immediately grasped the urgency of the situation. Although he harbored some reluctance at the thought of striking a woman, he reminded himself that she was a ruthless member of the demonic clan, not an ordinary human. "Understood, Master," he replied. In an instant, the aura surrounding Mark surged forth, an overwhelming presence radiating outward as he raised his hand to strike at Mela. With a serene demeanor, Mela retained her composure in the face of Mark's ferocious onslaught. Her arms crossed gracefully before her. Just as Mark was about to land a blow, she nimbly retreated, akin to a delicate butterfly evading capture. Failing to connect, Mark launched a series of relentless attacks, yet Mela appeared disinclined to engage, opting instead to evade gracefully, clearly exhibiting a superior level of skill compared to Mark. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Mela distanced herself from Mark by several meters, hanging upside down from the tunnel's ceiling like a bat. She cast her gaze toward the battlefield between Vera and the giant, her heart sinking as she observed the seemingly fierce giant being overwhelmed by Vera. She realized that, with only the two of them, it would be challenging to fend off the oncoming martial artists. They were merely gatekeepers, and given the chaos stirred by the unpredictable Ashura, she had no intention of bearing the consequences, as she was merely an employee. With a cheerful demeanor, she declared, "Gora, cease your efforts. Since these individuals seek Ashura, let us facilitate their quest." Upon hearing Mela's words, Gora halted immediately. "Miss Mela," Gora began, but she swiftly interrupted, "You are unaware of Ashura's whereabouts, correct? Then follow me." Clearly, among the two, Mela takes the lead. Chapter 78, Carlos versus the Toad Demon. The pathways of the demon realm are intricate and convoluted. Wandering aimlessly can easily lead to disorientation. With Mela guiding them, Yamcha and his companions swiftly arrived at a gathering place of demons. This was an expansive underground plaza. At the deepest part of the plaza stood a towering platform several dozen meters high, upon which sat two figures. One, tall and exuding an air of malevolence, was Azura. The other, petite and trembling with fear, was Princess Misha, whom he had abducted. Behind them loomed a colossal four-armed stone statue, towering 100 meters high. Its fierce eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, resembling the demons of hell. Below the platform lay an arena with a diameter of 100 meters, surrounded by over 1,000 demons of various forms. Their appearances were bizarre. Some possessed heads resembling that of a toad. Others had skin that shimmered like scales, while some dragged long tails adorned with sharp barbs. These demons stood or sat, whispering to one another or vociferously clamoring, filling the entire plaza with a cacophony tinged with an aura of malevolence. At that moment, 2 demons were engaged in combat within the arena. All the demons' gazes were fixed upon the arena, and Yamcha and his companions, standing at the periphery, went unnoticed. As for Mela and Gura, they had departed after Yamcha and the others arrived, clearly wishing to keep their involvement hidden from these creatures of the demon race. On the platform, Azura spoke gently to Misha. "Do not be afraid, Misha. Those below are my subordinates, and they will not harm you. Today's performance is quite spectacular, isn't it?" He then lifted Misha's chin with a finger, causing her to tremble in fright. At that moment, a demon with a pig's head was knocked out of the arena by a toad demon, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, "Quack! Who else dares to challenge death? Come forth and face your master, Limado." Yamcha possesses a keen ability to discern the strength of all the demons present. The ogre, who was unceremoniously cast off the arena, boasts a combat power of approximately 60, while the victorious toad man, Limadu, exceeds a combat power of 70. Accompanying Yamcha are his disciples, Wenshinji and Carlos, whose abilities are comparable to that of the toad man. However, Wenshinji exhibits a greater innate talent than Carlos, resulting in a slight advantage in strength. Subsequently, Yamcha subtly gestured to Carlos. Understanding the signal, Carlos promptly stepped forward and declared loudly, "I shall take my turn." His proclamation instantly captured the attention of numerous demons, and the square fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes now fixed upon them. The presence of Yamcha and his companions starkly contrasted with the otherworldly beings surrounding them. While some of the demons bore a resemblance to humans, their essence was strikingly different. Instantly, an air of curiosity, wariness, and hostility enveloped the demons. "Humph! Here comes another human seeking death," sneered a demon with enormous wings. "Oh, weren't you saying you were bored? Well, here comes the fun," chortled the diminutive yet muscular demon, grinning mischievously. As Ashura heard Carlos's voice, he diverted his gaze from Misha to the direction of Yamcha and his companions. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with disdain and arrogance. "Oh, humans, you possess astonishing audacity to trespass into my domain and dare to challenge me?" Truly oblivious to your impending doom, Ashura languidly rose, arms crossed, observing Carlos as he ascended the arena step by step. At that moment, Carlos was engulfed by fear, despite his mental preparation. The ferocious stares of 1,000 demons left him unsettled. He glanced back at Yamcha, who offered him an encouraging nod, bolstering his resolve. Upon reaching the arena, Carlos faced off against the frog demon, Limado. Limado's beady green eyes scrutinized Carlos, emitting a croaking laughter. "You delicate little human. You won't withstand even a single punch from me. It's not too late to beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll find it difficult to even crawl afterward." Carlos retorted with a scoff. "Enough chatter, let us get started." With that, he launched the first attack, his body darting forward like lightning as he aimed a punch at Limado's face. Taken aback by Carlos's swiftness, Limado hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow that sliced through the air beside him. "Oh, you've got some skill, human," Limado howled, and then propelled himself into the air, twisting mid-flight to extend his long tongue toward Carlos. The tongue, akin to a nimble rope, swiftly approached Carlos. Observing this, Carlos adeptly shifted his footing and leaned back, evading the tongue's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Limado, who was still airborne. Caught off guard, Limado was struck in the waist, sent sprawling horizontally and crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. "Bravo!" shouted Vera from the sidelines, unable to contain her applause. The other demons, however, responded with jeers. Limado rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You dare to humiliate me, human? You will pay dearly for this," he bellowed, as his muscles swelled and his scales gleamed brighter, emanating a formidable aura. He forcefully stamped his feet upon the ground, propelling himself towards Carlos like a cannonball. His fists clenched, aimed ruthlessly at Carlos's chest. Carlos, sensing the gravity of the situation, inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy into his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest. The impact of their fists colliding resonated with a thunderous sound, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward, causing the arena to tremble ever so slightly. Carlos felt a tingling numbness in his arms, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Lemus, too, was jolted back a bit, but he quickly launched into a fresh assault. Thus, Carlos and Lemus engaged in a fierce exchange atop the stage, neither willing to yield. The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, occasionally erupted in cheers or boos. Meanwhile, Vera and the others closely monitored Carlos's every move, torn between concern for his safety and keenly observing the combat styles of the demons, in hopes of better preparation for upcoming encounters. Above, Ashura maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding battle. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Misha, who watched the arena with palpable tension, prompting him to wear a smile that bordered on amused. The intensity of the duel was clearly on an entirely different level from his own demeanor. As the battle wore on, Carlos began to feel the strain. After all, Lemus, as a demon of the infernal realm, possessed notable advantages in both strength and endurance. Yet Carlos refused to relent, gritting his teeth and resolutely enduring Lemus's relentless onslaught. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, he steeled his resolve and unleashed the ultimate technique of the Wolf Fong style, the Chi Sphere, timing his move impeccably. As Lemus launched another attack, Carlos suddenly vanished from sight. Lemus, perplexed by the empty space where Carlos had been, found himself caught off guard when Carlos materialized behind him. Hands extended, shouting, Chi Sphere. A formidable surge of energy erupted from Carlos's palms, hurtling towards Lemus's back. Realizing the impending threat too late, Lemus attempted to evade. But it was already too late. Boom. The energy wave struck Mateo fiercely in the back, propelling him forward and sending him crashing onto the ground outside the arena, raising a cloud of dust. For a moment, the entire square fell into silence, with all the demon spectators wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 79. The Azura strikes upon witnessing Mateo's defeat. The multitude of demons erupted into fervor, akin to a barrel of gunpowder ignited, as another goblin sprang forth to join the fray. Previously, Carlos had unleashed his ultimate technique, exhausting himself like a deflated balloon in the demon realm. The air was thick with a toxic mist, rendering recovery difficult, and he succumbed after only a few rounds. Just as the goblin reveled in his triumph, Vincent entered the competition like a lithe cheetah, with a foundation as solid as a rock and the profound prowess of the Wolf Fong technique. Vincent dispatched 2 demons with ease, but soon found himself fatigued, akin to a bowstring stretched to its limit. Next, Mark and Vera took to the stage. Their performances shone like brilliant stars, far outshining Carlos and Vincent. Mark, embodying the spirit of a war god, vanquished 6 opponents, while Vera surpassed even that, triumphing over 7 foes in succession. Defeat that human. Nia shall prevail. Surrounding the arena, countless demons roared like a tempest. At this moment, Vera faced his 8th opponent, a peculiar demon with horns and wings, known among the demons as Nia. Nia's strength eclipsed that of the previous demons, boasting a formidable combat power of 120 points, marking him as a top-tier entity among the throngs of spectators. Clearly, under normal circumstances, Vera stood no chance against Nia. Nia flapped his wings, resembling a fierce falcon, soaring above the arena and occasionally diving like lightning to launch fierce attacks on Vera. His speed was akin to a gale, rendering him nearly impossible to anticipate. Vera responded with composure, moving with the agility of a nimble cheetah, cleverly dodging the onslaught. However, facing such a vast disparity in power, Vera soon found himself retreating under Nia's relentless assault. Well done, Nia. Rise up, Lord Nia. After several rounds of careful observation, Vera quickly discerned Nia's patterns of movement. Yet, counterattacking proved to be a daunting task. Nia's flight was as swift as a phantom, and with Vera's current speed, seizing an opportunity was exceedingly difficult. It appeared that he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. A surge of potent energy erupted from Vera's body like a volcanic eruption, enveloping him in a translucent aura. The burst mode. Sun Wukong gaped in astonishment. He had assumed that only the turtle school employed such a technique, unaware that Yamcha's disciples could wield it as well. Yamcha, your disciples are truly formidable. They are nearly catching up to me. Not quite yet. Yamcha smiled. After entering the berserk mode, Vera's combat power surged to an impressive 138 points, surpassing Nia. Humph. Mere bluster. Although Nia sensed that Vera had transformed into something beyond his previous self, his overconfidence led him to dismiss it as mere trickery. Is that so? Watch closely. Vera chuckled. Due to the continuous battles, his stamina had plummeted, and coupled with the explosive mode, his energy consumption had multiplied. According to his calculations, he could only sustain this state for 30 seconds. In the next moment, Vera leaped into the air, charging toward the hovering Nia. Though Nia spoke with bravado, he did not dare to confront Vera's fierce momentum head-on. Instead, he relied on his flying ability to evade. What does it matter if you can't hit me? Nia smirked mockingly. Can you truly escape? Vera flashed a devilish grin, his aura swirling beneath him as he veered in midair, pursuing Nia once more. Impossible. You can fly as well. Due to the constraints of the arena below, Nia's movement was limited, and Vera quickly closed the distance. With a sudden lunge, he seized one of Nia's wings. Captured, Nia's expression turned to one of terror as he struggled desperately, but Vera's strength was overwhelming, rendering him unable to break free. With a powerful throw, Vera slammed Nia onto the arena floor. Dazed from the impact, Nia barely had a moment to recover before Vera charged in, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks. The demon Nia gradually lost the will to resist under Vera's onslaught. Ultimately, Vera triumphed, defeating the avian foe and claiming victory in this battle. The demons watching from below sighed in dismay. Realizing that even their most formidable members were no match for this human before them, they had not anticipated such prowess from these seemingly frail beings. However, at that moment, seated high atop the platform, Ashura could no longer contain himself, sneering coldly. Humph, merely a few tricks. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true power of our kind. Upon finishing his words, Ashura leapt off the stage, darting toward Vera like a bolt of lightning. Vera, having just triumphed over Nia, and with his explosive mode now dissipated, found himself utterly drained and unable to evade Ashura's onslaught. However, he remained composed, for he was confident that Yamcha would come to his aid. Just as Ashura was about to strike him, a figure interposed itself before him, not Yamcha, but Sun Wukong. Having been held back by Yamcha until now, the fighting spirit within him ignited upon witnessing Vera's peril, prompting him to rush forward. This time, Yamcha did not restrain him. Ashura and Sun Wukong exchanged a powerful punch, causing both to stagger back a few steps. Vera nodded in gratitude toward Sun Wukong before descending from the arena to stand behind Yamcha. Little one, your strength is quite impressive, Ashura remarked with a smile, not believing himself inferior to the diminutive Sun Wukong, attributing his earlier oversight to complacency. Yet your power appears rather mediocre. Sun Wukong responded with sincerity in his eyes. Humph, the little brat certainly knows how to boast, Ashura retorted with a cold snort, emanating an aura of formidable and malevolent energy that sent chills down the spine. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong remained unfazed by Ashura's overwhelming presence. Seeing Sun Wukong's calm demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within Ashura. Determined to teach this presumptuous youth a lesson, he declared, if you underestimate me, prepare to experience my true might. With that, Ashura charged at Sun Wukong once more, moving with astonishing speed to close the distance in an instant. His fist imbued with immense force aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he swiftly sidestepped Ashura's attack, retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists collided in midair, producing a resounding impact that sent shockwaves radiating outward, causing several demons surrounding the arena to stagger back. Chapter 80. The transformation. Ashura was deeply astonished. He had unleashed all his might in that last strike. Yet, such a ferocious assault had failed to force Sun Wukong back even a single step. Your attack is so feeble. Do you possess any more formidable techniques? Sun Wukong said with a smile, his demeanor unfazed. While Ashura's assault was indeed formidable, as noted by Yamcha, its intensity had reached a staggering 200 points. Had it been the Sun Wukong who had yet to enter the God Temple for training, he would have struggled to withstand it. However, for the current Sun Wukong, Ashura's attack felt like a mere tickle. Is Lord Ashura truly so easily vanquished? It was not that Ashura was weak, but rather that the human lad was exceedingly strong. Go for it, Lord Ashura. Seated upon the elevated platform, Princess Misa's countenance instantly brightened with joy as she beheld the prospect of Sun Wukong triumphing over Ashura. Confronted with such a dire predicament, the formidable being from the demon realm, having faced repeated setbacks before a multitude of demons, undoubtedly suffered a severe blow to his pride. The fervent cheers that reached his ears pierced through his haughty spirit like a sharpened blade. How absurd! This is of your own making, great Mage Babera. Grant me your power. In an instant, his long hair billowed as if stirred by a tempest, the crimson triangular mark upon his forehead flickering with an eerie red luminescence, akin to flames ablaze. Momentarily, this crimson glow surged forth like a tidal wave, manifesting as vivid red markings that enveloped his entire form like a spider's web. Great Mage Babera, Yamcha murmured within. Those who ascend to the status of a mage are invariably enigmatic figures within the demon realm, though their inherent strength may be lacking. Their unique magics enable them to accomplish feats unattainable by martial artists. This thought evoked a sense of foreboding within Yamcha for in a fleeting moment. Asura's aura had escalated to match that of Sun Wukong, and it showed no signs of abating. The terror of a mage was indeed unfathomable. As this bizarre transformation unfolded, Asura's presence surged once more, distorting the very air around him with an overwhelming pressure. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, exuding boundless madness and murderous intent. Ultimately, Asura's combat prowess soared to an astonishing 1,100 points. Little one, this is of your own volition. Behold the might of my ultimate form, Asura bellowed, his voice brimming with rage and ferocity. He lunged towards Sun Wukong with a speed several times greater than before, almost becoming a fleeting shadow of crimson. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Sun Wukong, his fist imbued with the force to annihilate all, tearing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. Sun Wukong recognized the formidable strength behind Asura's strike and dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. His muscles tensed, channeling his energy to its zenith. Come forth, Sun Wukong roared, meeting Asura's fist with his own. The collision of their fists unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy, shaking the very foundations of the underground plaza. The surrounding walls fissured, and stones plummeted as demons fled in terror, fearing the aftershocks of this monumental clash. They are truly formidable. Even Vera and others found themselves unable to withstand the reverberations of Sun Wukong and Asura's battle, instinctively retreating. Only Yamcha remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. Amidst the overwhelming energy clash, Sun Wukong and Asura found themselves locked in a stalemate, their bodies trembling as they exerted every ounce of strength against one another. Humph. I never expected you, little one, could compel me to unleash this final power. As Asura gritted his teeth, a grotesque expression contorted his visage. You are formidable, but I shall not concede, Sun Wukong resolutely replied, his eyes alight with an insatiable thirst for victory. The two continued to stalemate, neither willing to yield. However, as time elapsed, Sun Wukong gradually acclimated to Asura's onslaught. In terms of pure technique, Asura was vastly inferior to Sun Wukong. In a sudden surge of power, Sun Wukong thrust his fist forward, unleashing an even greater strength. Taken by surprise, Asura was propelled backward by this force, crashing violently against the wall, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Collapsed amidst the rubble, Asura coughed up a copious amount of blood, struggling to rise, yet his body betrayed him. This was not his true strength, and once injured, the explosive energy within him became utterly uncontrollable. You have lost, Sun Wukong stated coolly, gazing down at Asura. Half kneeling amidst the debris, Asura remained silent. The entire plaza fell into a hushed stillness. The demons stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that the mighty Asura had indeed been vanquished by this mere human. Even the distant figures of Gora and Mira displayed expressions of terror, secretly commending their earlier decision. Meanwhile, Vera and the others erupted in jubilant cheers, filled with pride and joy over Sun Wukong's triumph. Yamcha stepped forward and gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up, exclaiming, Wukong, you were truly remarkable. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, hee, it's nothing much. Subsequently, Yamcha turned to the demons and proclaimed loudly, now that your leader has been defeated, we are about to close the portal to the demon realm. Should any demons attempt to enter Earth again, I shall ensure they learn the true meaning of cruelty. The demons exchanged glances, fully aware that their capacity for resistance had vanished. At that moment, Princess Misa, who had been seated upon the high platform, spoke up, esteemed warriors. Would you be so kind as to escort me away from this realm? Certainly, come down and join us. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Upon hearing his affirmative words, Princess Misha immediately displayed an expression of excitement and swiftly approached his side. Just as Yamcha thought everything had come to an end, a hoarse and indifferent voice emerged from the nearby cave. Gaga, you dare to rampage in my territory and expect to leave so easily? Is it too much to think of me, Amodo, as insignificant? The group turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a stooped figure shrouded in a black cloak. Slowly emerging from the shadows, a bizarre mask obscured his face, leaving only a pair of eyes shimmering with an eerie light, rendering his true identity a mystery. In that moment, Yamcha sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Upon scanning with the system, his heart sank further. This being's combat power reached an astonishing 10,000 points. Amoto? Who are you? Yamcha inquired cautiously. Who am I? Haha, I am the brother of Ashura and the true sovereign of this demon realm. Amoto replied with a chilling laugh. Excellent. King Amoto has finally returned. This time, those detestable humans will pay dearly. The appearance of Amoto instantly ignited a flicker of hope among the demons. However, Ashura's expression turned to one of fear and helplessness upon hearing his brother's voice. Trembling slightly as he said, Brother, why have you returned? Humph, you useless wretch, you can't even handle a few Earthlings and have turned the demon realm into chaos. Amoto glared fiercely at Ashura. Previously, Amoto had been the true king of this territory, but dissatisfied with the status quo. He resolutely departed for the central region of the demon realm. There, he encountered his current master, Babera, and thus acquired even greater power. This time, he had intended only to take a glance before returning. Little did he expect to find his brother being humiliated by lowly humans, which was an affront to his dignity. Prompting his emergence, Amoto's arrival took Yamcha by surprise. There was no mention of such a figure in his memories, nor did Ashura possess this level of strength. This realization filled him with unease, urging him to flee the demon realm as swiftly as possible. The longer they lingered, the more formidable demons they would attract. He was well aware that powerful beings comparable to his Super Saiyan's second transformation existed within this realm. Goku clenched his fists, eager for combat. Suddenly, Yamcha's voice echoed in Goku's mind, filled with urgency. Goku, this enemy is too powerful for us to withstand. Take my disciples and Princess Misha and leave at once. Waiting for me at the entrance of the demon realm. Be swift. For the first time, Sun Wukong heard Yamcha express such urgency. He composed himself and sensed the strength of his opponent, his expression darkening as he realized that the aura of the adversary was nearly tenfold his own. Nodding at Yamcha, he understood that this was not the moment for heroics. After all, he had 5 companions to protect and could not allow this Amoto to enter Earth. Meanwhile, Vera, Mark, and the other 2 simultaneously received Yamcha's telepathic message. Let us go. In the next moment, without hesitation, Sun Wukong seized Princess Misha's hand and dashed towards the passage behind them, followed closely by Vera and Mark. However, it was too late to escape now. With a swift motion, Amoto unleashed a wave of dark energy aimed at Sun Wukong and his companions. Your opponent is me. Yamcha, who had long been prepared, acted instantly, conjuring a golden energy sphere to intercept the oncoming wave of darkness. A resounding explosion echoed as the golden sphere collided with Amoto's black energy wave. Yet, to Yamcha's astonishment, his full-force attack did not completely negate Amoto's assault. It merely deflected the dark wave, which then struck the walls of the lower realm, creating a massive breach. So powerful, Yamcha thought to himself. Nevertheless, thanks to Yamcha's strike, Sun Wukong and the others had managed to escape the confines of the lower space. Why are you useless fools not pursuing them? Amoto coldly bellowed at the dazed demons surrounding him. Yes, Lord Amoto, the demons responded, springing into action and howling as they chased after Sun Wukong and his group. Is this all you are capable of? Then you shall remain here today. Amoto sneered at Yamcha. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Yamcha, extending a withered hand towards his back in an attempt to seize him. Yamcha sensed the imminent danger behind him and swiftly turned to evade it. However, Amoto's speed was unparalleled, and his hand grazed Sun Wukong's shoulder, leaving a dark scar on Yamcha's own. Black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, highlighting the insurmountable gap between the two. Yamcha, not daring to be careless, swiftly retrieved a divine bean from his pocket and consumed it, thereby suppressing his injuries. Such a remarkable treasure exists, yet it is regrettable. No matter what precious item you employ, it cannot save you, Amoto remarked with a tone of mockery. That is not necessarily the case. Burning Heart Fist. Yamcha instantly unleashed Oliver's ultimate technique, doubling his prowess and elevating his combat power to 3,600 points. However, in the face of Amoto, whose battle strength exceeded 10,000 points, he still appeared exceedingly fragile. Yamcha was acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and Amoto, yet at that moment, he exhibited no inclination to retreat. His gaze remained resolute, and an aura of determination surged around him. Having resolved to engage in battle, he was prepared to exert every ounce of his strength, regardless of how slim the chances of victory appeared. Amoto, observing Yamcha as he activated the fiery heart fist, wore an even more pronounced smirk on his face. Humph, merely a desperate struggle, he scoffed. With that, he vanished in a blur, advancing like a specter, his hands moving with remarkable speed as a flurry of punches descended upon Yamcha. Yamcha was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two and chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he began to employ the agile techniques he had honed during his training in the Celestial Temple. "You slippery little eel, think you can evade me?" Amoto sneered, then swiftly unleashed a formidable surge of energy towards Yamcha. The wave of energy was vast in scope, and despite Yamcha's impressive agility, he was instantly propelled backward. Yamcha's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, collided heavily against the distant wall, sliding along the ground for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. It was about time. Calculating the hours, Sun Wukong and the others should have reached the entrance to the demon realm by now, as this place was not far from it. To my surprise, I must resort to that technique. Solar Fist, Yamcha exclaimed with fervor, suddenly unleashing this move. A blinding radiance erupted from before him, illuminating the entire subterranean space. Amoto, caught off guard by the sudden brilliance, found his vision momentarily obscured, and his body experienced a long-forgotten pain, causing his assault to come to an abrupt halt. A splendid opportunity. Yamcha seized this fleeting opportunity with the swiftness of a cheetah, darting like lightning towards the passage behind him. In his wake, countless demons fell as if they were mere chaff, showing no mercy as he dealt lethal blows. As for Amoto, the very essence of his fear lay in the source of light. The solar punch he had just unleashed was more than sufficient to incapacitate his foe. Yet, mere seconds later, Amoto regained his senses. "How dare you ambush me?" he growled with fury. By the time he once again beheld the light, Yamcha had vanished without a trace. Yamcha swiftly arrived at the gate of the demon realm, like a bolt of lightning. Upon seeing him, Master Sun Wukong and the others hurriedly greeted him. "Quickly, close the door." Sun Wukong, not daring to hesitate for a moment, swiftly drew the sword from the ground. As the sword was unsheathed, the heavy gate of the demon realm slowly closed like an elderly man in twilight. Following this, Yamcha and Sun Wukong began to seal the gate according to the instructions of the celestial god. Only when the entire gate dissipated like a phantom did they breathe a sigh of relief. For the celestial god had stated that the gate of the demon realm was not immutable, upon sealing it completely, even if the demons attempted to reopen it. The location might not necessarily be Earth. The demon realm was exceedingly perilous. They had attracted over 10,000 formidable warriors merely by lingering for half a day. A thought that instilled fear. Chapter 82. Return to Tiendo Mountain. This expedition to the demon realm was an invaluable experience for Sun Wukong and Vera. However, for Yamcha, it offered little assistance. At his current level, to enhance his talents through defeating opponents, he needed to vanquish foes of equal strength. Otherwise, the rewards from the system would be minimal, overshadowed by the daily check-in rewards. This was one of the reasons why Yamcha refrained from engaging initially. Although Amoto, who appeared later, possessed considerable strength, Yamcha did not defeat him, resulting in no rewards from the system. The demons he dispatched along the way yielded a mere 0.2 talent points, leaving a rather unsatisfactory taste. After addressing matters concerning the gate of the demon realm, Yamcha felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he hurriedly returned to Tiendo Mountain with his disciples. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong continued his quest for the 4-star Dragon Ball. The two had already agreed that upon Sun Wukong's successful retrieval of the Dragon Ball, they would train together at Tiendo Mountain. In the plaza of Tiendo Mountain, 6 figures gathered, comprising Yamcha's 5 disciples and Bulma, who had come from West City's Capsule Corporation. "What a pity we couldn't accompany the master to the demon realm. I truly wish to see what the demons are like," Makai remarked, feeling somewhat restless as he turned to Sadie. "If our previous strength had been greater, I believe the master would have taken us along," Sadie replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips despite her self-deprecation. "When they return, let us see how Carlos dares to act so arrogantly with us," Makai added, a sly glimmer in his eyes. "This is all thanks to the master's wife." Sadie glanced over at Bulma. "Indeed, without the master's wife, we would not possess our current strength." "Thank you, master's wife." Makai expressed his gratitude to Bulma once more. "All right, you rascals. Did I not say to call me the beautiful Bulma instead of master's wife?" Bulma feigned anger, yet her eyes betrayed a fondness for the disciples of Yamcha. Just half a day prior, Yamcha and his companions had departed from Tiendo Mountain, and upon hearing the news, Bulma hurried over, eager not only to see Yamcha, but also to present the newly developed evolution potion 2.0. After a period of diligent research, Yamcha had significantly enhanced the effectiveness of the potion, producing 2 vials which he intended to show to Yamcha. However, in his absence, Bulma decided to administer the potions directly to Suddy and Mocha. Suddy and Mocha, still harboring a sense of regret for not being taken to the demon realm by Yamcha, readily agreed upon learning of the new evolution potion. Although the process of using the potion remained excruciating, the tangible boost in their abilities was undeniable. Lacking combat power detection devices, they were unaware of the precise extent of their enhancement. Nevertheless, based on their frequent sparring sessions with Vera, Mark, and others, they felt confident that they were now on par with Vera and her peers. Before long, a cluster of dark figures appeared on the horizon, subtly revealing 5 silhouettes. "Look, our master has arrived," exclaimed Suddy and Mocha in unison. Moments later, Yamcha, accompanied by Vera and the others, descended into the square. Yamcha, upon seeing Bulma rushing towards him, immediately stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, instinctively planting a kiss on her cheek. "Are they still watching?" Bulma inquired, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "They dare." Yamcha replied with a fierce glare. Instantly, Videl and the others obediently averted their gazes. Shaking off his disciples, Yamcha led Bulma towards the backyard. After Yamcha departed with Bulma, the square erupted into a lively atmosphere. The 5 remaining disciples, including Suddy and Mocha, eagerly surrounded Vera and Mark, yearning to hear about their myriad experiences in the demon realm. "Do tell us, what is the demon realm truly like? Is it particularly terrifying?" Mocha inquired excitedly, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Vera nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was quite frightening. It was shrouded in darkness, with no sky visible, creating an eerie ambience. The demons themselves were bizarrely shaped, some sporting multiple eyes while others emitted ominous black smoke, which was truly alarming. Mark chimed in, "Yes, upon our arrival, we faced numerous assaults from the demons. The battles were incredibly intense. Those creatures were formidable, yet we stood our ground and fought back." Carlos continued, "Initially, we found ourselves in an underground arena where numerous demons were engaged in combat. I even challenged one, but unfortunately, I exhausted my energy and lost. However, the subsequent fights were exhilarating." "Wow, what happened next?" Suddy asked, captivated. Vera continued, "Later, we encountered a formidable being named Ashura. He was exceptionally powerful. However, our master Sun Wukong was even more impressive, directly confronting him in a battle that shook the very ground. In the end, Master Sun Wukong triumphed over Ashura, and we thought we were safe, only to be confronted by an even more powerful foe, Amoduo." Vera's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Amoduo, clearly haunted by the memory. Mark sighed. "Amoduo was immensely strong. To ensure our safe escape, Master Yamcha stayed behind to confront him. We were incredibly worried for our master, but fortunately, he emerged unharmed. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss." As Suddy and Mocha listened to their tales, they appeared to be living the experience vicariously, their faces alternating between astonishment and concern for their friends' perilous encounters. "Wow, your experiences sound so thrilling. I truly regret not joining you." Mocha lamented, her face filled with regret. Suddy nodded in agreement. "Indeed, just hearing your stories feels exhilarating, but it's wonderful that you returned safely." At that moment, Vera smiled at Suddy and Mocha, saying, "Don't just listen to our tales. How have you both become so powerful?" Having journeyed through the demon realm, Vera could sense the difference in Suddy and Mocha's auras, even though she had yet to master the ability to perceive energy. Mocha perked up and proudly exclaimed, "Well, that's thanks to the evolution potion 2.0 brought by our master. Although the process was excruciating, it felt as if my entire body was ablaze. The results are undeniably remarkable. Now, when we spar with you, the outcome is uncertain." Suddy smiled in agreement. "Yes, we're not exactly sure how much we've improved, as we lack any means of measurement." However, as Mocha remarked, during their sparring sessions, he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his own strength and speed compared to before. In Chapter 83, half a year later, Suddy, Mocha, and Vera tentatively commenced their exchanges. In the backyard, Bulma recounted the previous events to Yamcha. Yamcha, attuned to the situation, immediately gained a clear understanding of Suddy and Mocha's current prowess. According to the system assessment, their strength had surged to an impressive 120 points. A remarkable leap from their prior 30 points, quadrupling their former capabilities. The evolutionary potion developed by Bulma had made astounding progress. It is conceivable that in due course, She might devise an evolutionary elixir capable of amplifying combat power into the thousands. Following their brief encounters, Vera and the others were astonished to discover that they were no match for Sudi and Mocha, displaying expressions of surprise and admiration. Wow, your progress is truly remarkable. It seems this evolutionary potion is indeed formidable, Vera exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, of course. However, we shall not become complacent. We must continue our diligent training to strive for even greater strength, Mocha replied with a smile. At that moment, Yamcha and Bulma emerged from the backyard. And upon witnessing their disciples interacting harmoniously and engaging in spirited conversation, both wore expressions of satisfaction. The following morning, Yamcha hurriedly made his way to Karen Tower. Reflecting on his previous perilous journey to the demon realm, which had been fraught with danger, he realized that even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the immensely powerful technique known as the demon sealing wave from the Dragon Ball universe. Once unleashed, this technique could seal any adversary, regardless of their might, should they exhibit even the slightest lapse in concentration. From his past recollections, even Zamasu, whose strength was comparable to that of a Super Saiyan god, had once been sealed by this very technique. Clearly, this move is a timeless classic, forever relevant. Had he mastered the demon sealing wave during his last excursion to the demon realm, he would not have found himself in such a disheveled and hasty retreat. Yamcha, you sneaky fellow, why do you appear like a ghost once more? The cat sage grumbled, his face betraying displeasure as if disturbed from a pleasant dream. Yet, inwardly, he felt a flicker of joy. Can you seal the demon clan with a special technique? Yamcha inquired directly. There exists a technique known as the demon sealing wave. Why do you wish to learn it? There are no formidable demons on Earth at present, the cat sage replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yamcha. Although there are no formidable demons on Earth currently, one could emerge unexpectedly. Moreover, you are unaware that during my last mission, the Supreme Kai tasked me and Goku with closing the demon realm's gate, where we encountered a formidable individual named Emoto, whose strength was beyond imagination. Yamcha spoke with a hint of lingering trepidation, as if the dreadful scene was still vividly etched in his mind. Had he mastered the magical sealing wave at that moment, he would not have scurried back to Earth like a frightened rabbit, pursued relentlessly. A trace of self-deprecation tinged Yamcha's voice. Since the celestial deity has assigned you this task, why not ask for their guidance? The cat hermit remarked nonchalantly, his tone akin to that of an indifferent observer, detached from the unfolding events. But we are quite familiar. Are we not? Yamcha replied with a smile. This remark struck a chord within the cat hermit, eliciting a barely perceptible smile upon his face. Heh, you only come to trouble this old fellow. Alas, who can blame me for being a good-natured soul? The cat hermit sighed in resignation. With the cat hermit's acquiescence, Yamcha was naturally overjoyed. The magical sealing wave was not particularly complex. In just half a day, he mastered it as effortlessly as a skilled artisan perfecting a craft. However, the technique also required accompanying sealing symbols. After spending another half-day learning the symbols, Yamcha diligently absorbed the knowledge like a dedicated student. Once everything was in order, he finally departed from Corinta. Watching Yamcha's retreating figure, the cat hermit muttered, "This fellow is truly impetuous, lacking any semblance of composure." Half a year later, within the expansive gravity chamber of the Tiendo Mountain Wolf Fong Dojo, 6 individuals, Vera, Mark, Carlos, Vincent, Sadie, and Mocha, were fervently engaged in their training. At this moment, the gravity within the chamber had been adjusted to a full one-time gravity. Under the rigorous conditions of this intense gravitational environment, their strengths had undergone remarkable changes and growth, each surpassing the threshold of 100 battle points. Among them, Vera remained the strongest. During her expedition to the demon realm, she accumulated invaluable combat experience. And although she was defeated by Sadie and Mocha once, this only intensified her dedication to training. Within a mere half-month, she broke through the 100-point battle power barrier. And in the subsequent 6 months, her progress soared as if propelled by a rocket, securing her position at the pinnacle with an astonishing battle power of 200 points. Compared to 6 months prior, this represented a qualitative leap. Her movements became increasingly agile, her strikes more ferocious, each attack imbued with formidable strength. Moreover, she had begun to grasp the utilization of energy, as Yamcha had taken the time to instruct his disciples in this vital skill. Vera learned swiftly, and after half a year, she finally reached the threshold of proficiency not long ago. Mark also exhibited rapid progress, with a solid foundation. His experiences in the demon realm opened his eyes to a broader battlefield and illuminated his own shortcomings. Upon returning to the dojo, he undertook targeted training to address his weaknesses. Over the past 6 months, his strength significantly increased, allowing him to unleash punches that created a whistling sound through the air, achieving around 150 battle points. Vincent fared well too. After 6 months of diligent training, he elevated his battle power to 110 points and mastered techniques such as the sky dance and energy sphere. Although Carlos possessed slightly lesser talent, he persevered and surpassed the 100-point barrier. Bulma's evolution potion not only enhanced his strength, but also marginally improved his innate abilities. Though the improvement was slight, it marked a substantial advancement for Carlos. As for Sadie and Mocha, they enhanced their battle power by an additional 20 points over the 6 months, reaching 140 points. While modest, this placed them 3rd and 4th among the disciples in terms of strength. One day, Yamcha arrived in the gravity chamber to observe his disciples' training. Witnessing their growth and transformation filled his heart with immense satisfaction. Master. Upon seeing Yamcha, the 4 halted their actions and respectfully bowed. Yamcha nodded with a smile, acknowledging their hard work over the past 6 months, which had evidently led to a notable enhancement in their abilities. However, he cautioned against complacency, emphasizing the necessity of continued diligence in their cultivation. In due time, we shall face the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, and I hope each of you will perform splendidly, he declared. Yes, Master. The 4 responded in unison. Yamcha gazed at them with satisfaction, his heart brimming with anticipation for their future. He understood that as long as they maintained their diligence and fervor, they would undoubtedly become the stalwart guardians of the earth. As for Sun Wukong, he had not arrived at the heavenly fighting mountain, leaving his activities over the past 6 months a mystery. At that moment, a streak of light streaked across the sky, descending towards the western capital. Though it was quite distant, Yamcha, with his current prowess, was still able to perceive it with remarkable clarity. Chapter 84, Jack, Tice. Yamcha soared directly towards the Capsule Corporation, propelled by an undeniable urgency. As the meteor descended, he followed closely behind. However, this celestial object was not a genuine meteorite, but a half-spherical spacecraft, roughly the size of a house. The vessel gracefully landed upon the verdant lawn of the Capsule Corporation's backyard. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Brief, accompanied by his wife and Bulma, emerged from the premises, surrounding the spacecraft with an air of anticipation, devoid of any semblance of doubt, clearly well acquainted with the vehicle. I am about to set forth for planet Bodis to apprehend a fugitive. I have no time to be delayed, a somewhat impatient voice declared. Almost immediately, a female voice chimed in. You are truly bothersome. It is but a mere delay of half a day. In a brief moment, the hatch opened slowly, and a young woman in her 20s elegantly stepped out. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Bulma, albeit with a touch of maturity. Her hair styled into a chic bob that accentuated her poise. Following closely behind her was an oddly shaped individual, whose face resembled a playing card, and whose physique was reminiscent of a superhero clad in a tight suit. Upon seeing the young woman, Bulma's mother, Bikini, erupted with indignation. Tice, you rascal, at last, you have decided to return home. Mother, I have indeed returned, Tice replied with a radiant smile, then turned her gaze towards Dr. Brief and Bulma, cheerfully exclaiming, Oh, Father and Bulma are here too. And how long do you intend to stay this time? Bikini inquired with concern. I have merely come to request your assistance in publishing my new book, Galactic Patrol, Baby Star, and will only be able to linger for half a day before I must depart again. Tice replied, her smile as bright as the sun. What? Only half a day? Bikini's expression darkened instantaneously. For the years of separation from her daughter had made this fleeting reunion all the more poignant. She felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Gak must apprehend an interstellar criminal. Right, Gak? Tice turned to the figure behind her. However, Gak did not respond to Tice, but instead furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the sky. Gak, what are you looking at? I'm speaking to you, Tice said, her irritation apparent. Huh? What did you say? Gak finally snapped back to attention. I asked what you were staring at. Tice raised her voice. I sense that in that direction, someone seems to be observing us, Gak replied, pointing towards a distant part of the sky. Though he lacked the ability to sense energy, his long experiences teetering on the brink of life and death had honed his perceptions. Tice and the others instinctively followed Gak's gaze to the heavens, where a figure streaked towards them like a meteor. As it drew nearer, The outline became clearer, revealing Yamcha, who had come hastily from the heavenly martial arts mountain. Upon realizing that Jocko had discovered him, Yamcha ceased his concealment. Tai was filled with skepticism. She never fathomed that there existed humans capable of soaring through the skies on Earth. Yamcha, how delightful to see you here. At the mere sight of Yamcha, Bulma, like a jubilant little bird, immediately broke away from Tai and dashed towards him. I was at the Tiendo Mountain when I saw a streak of light racing toward your direction, so I came to investigate. It appears that you two are quite acquainted. Yamcha gently caressed Bulma's head, speaking with deep affection. At that moment, Tai's approached with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, moving with an elegant grace. Bulma, why don't you introduce me? Bulma gestured towards the gracefully advancing Tai's and replied, Sister, this is my boyfriend, Yamcha. Tai's couldn't help but reflect on how the little one who once trailed behind her, so eager and sprightly, now had a boyfriend of her own. Oh my, how time flies, she mused. Oh, stop it. Bulma's cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Subsequently, Bulma linked her arm with Tai's and they stepped aside to engage in hushed whispers. Yamcha chose not to intrude upon them, but instead made his way directly towards Gak. Upon their first encounter, Gak struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting a desire within him to find a way to accompany Gak off Earth and embark on an adventurous journey through the cosmos. In the present day, there were but a few individuals on Earth with whom he could engage in meaningful discourse, and he yearned for his innate abilities to rival those of Sun Wukong, believing that he must conquer even more formidable foes. However, over the past year, the rewards bestowed upon him by the system had been as rare as phoenix feathers, which prompted him to seek out the prowess of other strong beings in the universe. Clearly, Gak represented the most opportune breakthrough for him at that moment. Gak was animatedly conversing with Dr. Brief, as he always required the good Doctor's meticulous maintenance of his spaceship during each visit. His ship had first malfunctioned upon his arrival on Earth, and it was Dr. Brief who had repaired it, where he had also fortuitously encountered Tai's. Subsequently, with each journey to and from Earth, he would land at the Capsule Corporation, no longer seeking out Dr. Dajo. I must trouble you once more, Dr. Brief. To examine my spaceship, Gak said with utmost respect. It is no trouble at all. It won't take long, Dr. Brief replied with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively before retrieving some diagnostic tools from a nearby toolbox to commence a thorough inspection of the ship. At that moment, Yamcha strolled over, extending his hand enthusiastically. Hello, let us get acquainted. I am Yamcha, a resident of Earth. Upon hearing Yamcha's greeting, Gak felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Immediately striking a pose he deemed impressively heroic, and with a radiant spirit proclaimed, I am Gak, the superhero chosen by the heavens to safeguard the peace of the galaxy, a galactic patrolman. In the next instant, Yamcha's gaze flickered with all of Gak's information. Name, Gak. Combat power, 3000. Realm, none. Spiritual energy, 12. Talent points, 78. Bloodline, flea person. Skills, Eye of Insight. Agility, flight. While Gak might be considered a minor character in the Dragon Ball universe, his ability to survive in the perilous cosmos demonstrated his unique strengths. In his previous life, Yamcha had encountered countless eccentric characters, and rather than feeling disdain for Gak's rather juvenile demeanor, he found it rather amusing. You are truly remarkable, Yamcha casually complimented. In that instant, Gak seemed to have found a kindred spirit, excitedly grasping Yamcha's hand with fervor, his face reflecting genuine emotion. This is wonderful, finally. Someone who understands me. Yamcha, not inclined to listen to his incessant chatter, directly inquired, Galactic Patrolman, may I take on that role? Gak stared at Yamcha, his expression grave as he replied, To aspire to be a Galactic Patrolman is no simple matter. The strength of you Earthlings is exceedingly feeble, rendering you wholly unfit for the task of apprehending fugitives. Upon hearing Jak's words, Yamcha not only refrained from anger but instead allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he replied, Jak, do not underestimate the humans of Earth. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities and show you whether I am worthy of the title of Galactic Patrol Officer. Chapter 85, Jak's astonishment with that. Yamcha took several steps back and assumed a formidable stance. He inhaled deeply, akin to a dragon drawing in water, and his aura surged like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding air to ripple in response to this overwhelming presence. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch that struck with the force of thunder, accompanied by a piercing wind, propelling forward like a cannonball towards a massive boulder not far away. With a resounding crash, the rock was obliterated into countless fragments, which scattered like raindrops, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Jack, witnessing this spectacle, could only stare in astonishment, his mind reeling in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this Earthling possessed such earth-shattering power. Yamcha did not cease his assault. He swiftly unleashed the new Wolf-Fang fist. His figure darted like lightning, and the shadows of his fists flickered through the air, seemingly conjuring numerous whirlwinds that sent fierce gusts of wind crashing against the surrounding trees, nearly toppling them. The scene was one of utter chaos. After witnessing this display, Jack was left utterly astounded. His mouth agape, he struggled to articulate a response for quite some time. Eventually, he regained his composure and, with a look of incredulity, exclaimed, "Yamcha, your prowess is truly formidable. I must admit, I previously underestimated you Earthlings." Yamcha, with a playful smile, inquired, "What do you think, Gak? Do I possess the qualifications to serve as a Galactic Patrol officer now?" Gak scratched his head and replied, "Well, based solely on this performance, I cannot make a definitive judgment. I must utilize specialized instruments to assess your combat prowess." With that, Gak turned and entered the spaceship. At that moment, Bulma and Ties, like a tempest, rushed over. "Yamcha, what are you doing?" Bulma exclaimed, raising her voice in reprimand. Yamcha observed the chaos in the backyard, resembling a disturbed beehive, as the animals he had been caring for began to bolt like unbridled stallions, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "Bulma, I apologize. I may have overexerted myself in demonstrating my strength to Gak," he remarked. Bulma was not truly angry. She merely wished to avoid leaving a negative impression before her family. "Oh well, Bulma, it was an unintentional mistake on Yamcha's part," Dr. Brief approached, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Yamcha's strength is indeed formidable. I noticed he could even fly when I arrived just now," Tai added with a smile. Seeing that her family bore no ill feelings, Bulma chose to remain silent. At that moment, Gak had a lens-like device above his left eye, and he raised his hand to touch it. "Yamcha, please stand still. I will measure your power level with this combat power detector," Gak stated, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk as he began to scan Yamcha. For the sake of convenience, Yamcha did not conceal his energy. Had he chosen to do so, he could currently regulate his power level to a mere 5 points. The lights on the device flickered incessantly, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky, as various data points raced across the screen. Gak fixed his eyes intently on the display, his expression growing increasingly astonished. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Yamcha feigned curiosity and inquired, "What is the matter, Gak? Has the test result come out? What is my battle power?" Gak swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, "Yamcha, your battle power has astonishingly reached 3,600 points, which is even higher than mine." Gak's own battle power was only a little over 3,000. One should not underestimate a battle power of 3,000. It is worth noting that most cosmic adventurers possess a battle power around 1,000. Generally, most cosmic races do not even attain a battle power of 1,000, and possessing a battle power of 3,000 means one can navigate through the cosmos without significant concern, as long as they do not encounter large forces. Yamcha listened and smiled faintly. Over the past 6 months, he dedicated much of his time to enhancing his combat prowess. With the aid of the gravity chamber, his battle power surged from 1,800 to an impressive 3,600 points. "What do you mean by battle power?" Bulma inquired with curiosity. "Battle power is a machine that quantifies a person's strength. It is quite common throughout the universe," Ties explained. "Such a machine exists? How fascinating," Bulma exclaimed. Her expertise undoubtedly lies in the exploration of various machines, and the revelation of one she had never encountered ignited her curiosity instantly. "Since you are so eager, Bulma, why not dismantle it to investigate further and then create a replica?" With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Yamcha remarked. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, Gak hurriedly interjected, "This is my only one. It must not be damaged." "Gak, there is no need to worry. Bulma is an extraordinary individual and would certainly not ruin your power detector," Dr. Brief chimed in. After countless journeys across the cosmos, his spacecraft had not encountered any mishaps since being repaired by Dr. Brief, and he held great respect for the doctor's expertise. With Dr. Brief's endorsement, Gak ceased his objections. "So, Gak, may I now join the Galactic Patrol?" Yamcha inquired with a smile. "Naturally. Wait just a moment, and we shall embark together," Gak replied without hesitation. In truth, the number of Galactic Patrol members is exceedingly scarce, comprising merely a few tens of thousands, as most individuals are reluctant to engage in such thankless labor. Moreover, with numerous colossal and malevolent forces emerging in the universe, the Galactic Patrol finds itself in a position of extreme vulnerability. The high mortality rate associated with this line of work further contributes to the dwindling numbers. Often, a single individual must oversee vast expanses, much like the Galactic Patrols know. 1. Myers, who manages 104 interstellar regions, with many more left unmonitored, including remote areas like Earth, which are often overlooked. What? Yamcha, are you setting off again? To the cosmos? Such an intriguing place. I wish to accompany you. Bulma, absorbed in her studies of the power detector, felt her adventurous spirit ignited upon hearing that Yamcha would join Gak on his journey into space. No, Bulma, you have yet to complete your university studies. You cannot venture into the cosmos, Piccini stated solemnly, resembling an insurmountable mountain. She was unwilling to see both of her daughters embark on an adventure. Bulma cast a hopeful glance at Dr. Brief, silently imploring him for assistance. However, upon meeting Piccini's sharp, hawk-like gaze, Dr. Brief could only shrug helplessly, raising his hands as if to say, I am powerless in this matter. Is it not simply a matter of graduating from university? I only need half a year, and I shall surely pass my final exams, Bulma declared with conviction, her words resonating with determination. When the time comes, you cannot prevent me from exploring the universe. Chapter 86. Arrival at Boda's planet under Bulma's expectant gaze. The spacecraft soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, piercing the clouds. Buzz. Immediately, the spacecraft emitted a deep, resonant roar, akin to a roaring beast, and in an instant transformed into a brilliant streak of light, racing beyond the confines of the atmosphere. Within the vessel, Yamcha, Ties, and Gakka reclined comfortably on the sofa, experiencing only a slight tremor from the high-speed flight, which was remarkably more pleasant than a conventional automobile. Before long, the spacecraft, like a wild stallion unbridled, broke free from the Earth's atmospheric shackles and plunged into the vast expanse of space. As the craft soared through the cosmos, it felt as though it were embarking on a breathtaking adventure, imbued with unprecedented awe and wonder. In this dreamlike void, Yamcha gazed through the transparent hull, beholding Earth in the distance, a crystalline sapphire shimmering under the sun's radiant embrace, yet appearing so fragile and delicate. The sun hung in the depths of the universe like a blazing inferno, reminiscent of a searing gemstone. Turning his gaze to the left, he beheld a colossal comet. Graceful as a dancing fairy, gliding effortlessly through the cosmos, its icy nucleus and gaseous tail weaving together a magnificent cosmic spectacle. The spacecraft effortlessly surpassed this comet, as though passing through a grand crystalline gateway. That is what you Earthlings refer to as a comet. Gakku's voice interrupted Yamcha's reverie. Yamcha then directed his attention towards the more distant stars, revealing a mysterious and expansive realm. Planets, asteroids, and cosmic dust intermingled like countless twinkling jewels, creating a vibrant tapestry of the universe. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of the vastness and profundity of the cosmos, and a deep reverence stirred within him. It is breathtaking, Yamcha exclaimed involuntarily. This exquisite vista far surpassed anything he had encountered on Earth, as though it had transported him to a picturesque dreamland. I felt the same way when I first boarded a spacecraft, Ties remarked with a smile. With Yamcha's presence, her joy was palpable, although Gakku was humorous. At times he could indeed be rather juvenile. This spacecraft is rather cramped. If it were a bit larger, we could install a gravity chamber, making the journey less tedious. However, Yamcha was not idle. Although physical training was not feasible, meditation was certainly an option. The journey from Earth to Bodis would take 2 months, providing a perfect opportunity to hone his meditation skills and enhance his mental fortitude. Just as he was about to begin his practice, a thought crossed his mind. In a short while, King Piccolo would be released by the trio known as the Fried Rice Kings, and he had yet to warn his disciples. Yet, contemplating their current strength, he felt reassured, knowing that as long as they did not encounter the nightmare that was King Piccolo, there was little to fear. Even the formidable Damblin, the foremost among the minions of the great demon King Piccolo, along with Vera and Mark, are capable of handling the situation. Moreover, there are even mightier warriors like Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan. Tien, having recently endured a severe beating from Yamcha, might very well emerge significantly stronger. After all, Tien's innate talent is nothing short of astonishing. With this thought in mind, Yamcha could only console himself, for in this world, life continues unabated regardless of the absence of any individual, especially considering that he had rather intrusively inserted himself into the fray. A month later, Jack piloted his spaceship, streaking across the skies like a meteor, arriving at the region where Bodis resided. This place marked the destination of Jack's current mission. As for the Galactic Patrol headquarters at the center of the galaxy, he would need to complete his task before he could report there. The purpose of Yamcha's participation in the Galactic Patrol was solely for combat, eager to engage with formidable beings from the cosmos ahead of schedule. The planet Bordas was once a highly advanced civilization, its cultural bloom having already flourished, thus establishing interstellar relations long ago. Although the combat prowess of the Bortasians appeared somewhat lacking, with adult Bortasians possessing merely a combat strength of 20, their sophisticated technology allowed them, once equipped with mechanical armor, to unleash a fighting capability reaching into the hundreds or even thousands. However, they recently encountered a dilemma in their research on robotics, inadvertently creating a self-aware robot with an astonishing combat strength of 5,000, surpassing even the mightiest of Bortasians by fivefold. Ideally, a self-aware robot should signify progress, and if it could coexist peacefully with the Bortasians, it would undoubtedly serve as an opportunity for them to enhance their own strength. Unfortunately, this newly birthed sentience harbored a profound disdain for the Bortasians, seeking to eradicate them entirely, blaming them for the degradation of their environment. Utilizing its advanced intelligence systems, the robot swiftly commandeered 90 of the robots on Bordas and unleashed a merciless onslaught upon the Bortasians. Fortunately, aside from the robots, the Bortasians had developed their own specialized mechanical armor, which barely held up against the onslaught, compelling them to send a distress signal to the Galactic Patrol. In just a month, their cities lay in ruins, with only a singular large base remaining, desperately clinging to survival. As the ship piloted by Jack and his crew arrived above Bordas, the stark contrast to other planets became apparent. The planet was engulfed in flames and explosions. The closer they approached the surface, the more Yamcha could sense the acrid smoke. The spacecraft glided through the sky, leaving devastation in its wake, akin to a hellscape. Before the ship could land, an urgent alarm blared within the cabin. Alert! Alert! The spacecraft has been locked on. Please evade immediately. The display screens revealed crimson lasers shooting up from the ground, targeting the ship directly. Without hesitation, Jack authorized the evasive maneuvers. The ship began to dart erratically. Although the lasers traveled at remarkable speeds, the spacecraft, capable of traversing the cosmos, easily evaded the oncoming attacks. With deft maneuvers, they soon touched down on the surface. Thais, remain aboard the ship. Yamcha and I will proceed outside. Jack, with an air of solemnity, could not help but express his concern. He sensed that the peril they faced this time surpassed any previous encounters. Fortunately, he had Yamcha by his side, capable of sharing some of the burden of danger. Tai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jack armed himself with a standard-issue energy gun from the Galactic Patrol and stepped outside with Yamcha. Chapter 87. The initial clash with the robots as they emerged from the spacecraft, a wave of scorching heat, mingled with the acrid scent of burnt metal, assaulted their senses. The surroundings were strewn with debris and remnants of battle. Severed limbs and shattered fragments lay scattered, and the harrowing sight caused Yamcha to furrow his brow. In the distance, a battalion of controlled robots marched mechanically towards them, their metallic forms glinting with a cold sheen in the flickering light of the flames, their eyes emanating an eerie red glow. Upon detecting humans, eliminate immediately, echoed the chilling mechanical voices among the ranks of the robotic army. The machines wasted no time engaging in dialogue with Jack and Yamcha. Even before drawing closer, they unleashed a barrage of bullets towards them. The projectiles formed a lethal canopy, descending upon Yamcha and Jack, evidently devoid of any intention for negotiation. Yamcha felt no need to hold back. Jack's expression darkened as he retracted his earlier jovial demeanor, preparing to confront the onslaught. At last, I can engage in a full-scale battle without restraint, he thought with a sense of exhilaration. Yamcha chuckled lightly, constrained on Earth, refraining from rampant destruction, even exercising with caution. At their level of power, a full-force strike could effortlessly obliterate a city. Soon, Yamcha's aura began to surge rapidly, entering a state of readiness for battle. The combat power of these robots hovered around 500 points, insignificant to the two of them. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, with thousands of robots launching an assault, compelling them to focus intently. As he dodged, Jack continuously fired his energy gun at the robotic horde. His weapon unleashed a barrage of energy bullets, accurately striking the foremost robots. Each hit created a gaping wound in the robots' bodies, some even exploding on impact. This standard energy gun was no ordinary weapon. It possessed two distinct firing modes: The first, known as bullet mode, allowed it to discharge energy bullets akin to a handgun. The second, known as beam mode, unleashed powerful energy beams capable of inflicting severe injuries even on combatants with strength exceeding 10,000, should they be caught off guard. The bullet mode represented the weakest form of the energy gun, yet it sufficed against these feeble robots with combat power around 500. Meanwhile, Yamcha had already darted into the midst of the robotic ranks like a flash of lightning, although he also possessed ranged attacks. There was no need to employ his ultimate techniques against such weak foes, especially with more formidable robotic leaders awaiting confrontation. His fists and feet danced swiftly among the robots, each punch infused with tremendous power, sending the approaching machines flying. Robots struck by his blows were often cleaved in two or left with gaping holes in their chests. Those collateral victims were engulfed in plumes of black smoke. In an instant, Yamcha transformed into a formidable beast. Leaving a trail of robots reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal, none could withstand even a single round against him. The army of over 1,000 robots could only endure for a mere 15 minutes in the face of Yamcha and Jack. The situation appeared dire. What should they do next? Yamcha inquired of Jack, as this was ultimately his mission and he was to take the lead. This could not continue. They must devise a strategy to locate and annihilate the self-aware robot. Jack, with a grave expression, stated, however, "I believe it is essential to first contact the Botashans in this vicinity. They are likely more familiar with the self-aware robot, making it easier for us to locate it." Yamcha remarked, "This planet Bota is not insignificant. Locating a single robot amidst the vast multitude of machines is no simple feat." No sooner had they spoken than a horde of robots surged forth from the periphery. After all, the entire robotic population of Bota is overseen by that intelligent machine, which is acutely aware of any damage inflicted upon its mechanical brethren. The battle between Yamcha and Gak was known not only to the robots but also to the inhabitants of the Borda's planet, as their landing site was in close proximity to the last stronghold of the Borda's people. The reason for not directly entering the base was, of course, to prevent the spacecraft from being targeted. Soon, while Yamcha and Gak were engaged in the eradication of the robotic army, several figures emerged from the periphery, their forms towering and more agile than ordinary robots. Rather than attacking Yamcha and Gak, they charged forth to eliminate the surrounding robots. Once this wave of robots was entirely vanquished, the bellies of the towering machines opened, revealing several humans, the very inhabitants of the Borda's planet. They possessed striking blue eyes, long, rabbit-like ears, and their skin was covered in a thick fur, resembling upright walking rabbits. "Are you the Gak patrol officer?" inquired the leader of the Borda's people, eyeing Yamcha, for he had observed Yamcha's prowess in battle, identifying him as the strongest among the duo. Thus, it was only natural for him to assume that Yamcha was the galactic officer sent to aid them. Not long after their distress signal was dispatched, they had received a response from Gak, confirming that assistance would indeed arrive. "No, he is the Gak patrol officer." Yamcha gestured towards the nearby city of Jekka. In an instant, the leader of the Borda's people exhibited an expression akin to that of a chameleon, his countenance momentarily betraying a sense of awkwardness. Fortunately, as they were not of the same kin, the subtleties of each other's true emotions remained inscrutable. "Mr. Jekka, I am profoundly grateful for your arrival and support." He then greeted Jekka with the warmth typically reserved for an old friend reunited after a long separation. This individual, tasked with reception, was indeed a master of diplomacy, possessing a charisma as resilient as the walls of a fortress. Through his eloquent discourse, the uncomfortable atmosphere swiftly dissipated. Subsequently, they dispatched several team members who, like ants in a bustling colony, relocated the spacecraft into the base. Presently, a mere 2 million Bodas inhabit the base, a stark contrast to the nearly 5 billion souls that once thrived during the planet's zenith. At this moment, the base was thick with an oppressive aura of sorrow, reminiscent of a heavy fog. Yet, in the vast expanse of the universe, such occurrences are commonplace. Even celestial bodies flicker out of existence like meteors, rendering the fate of a single race insignificant. Within the base, Yamcha, Jekka, and Ties received a warm welcome of the highest order. In truth, the Bodas had long pinpointed the location of the self-aware robot known as Bodas Star. However, they had lacked the confidence to act decisively. Now, with the arrival of two formidable allies, their meticulously crafted plan could finally be set into motion. Chapter 88, City of Aurora in the conference room of the base. The leader of the Bodas provided Yamcha and Jekka with a comprehensive account of the intelligence they had gathered regarding Bodas Star. This robot, known as Bodhi's Star, was concealed 3,000 kilometers away, in a place referred to as the City of Aurora. This location had been transformed into their stronghold by Bodhi's Star, serving as the nucleus for controlling all robots on the Bodhi's planet. By neutralizing the core that Bodhi's Star controlled, the robots elsewhere would no longer be subject to its dominion, except for those in the City of Aurora. However, the defenses surrounding the City of Aurora were exceptionally formidable, brimming with various protective mechanisms and a multitude of combat-ready robots under its command. The leader spoke with a furrowed brow, laden with concern. "Fear not. The task of severing the core's connection shall be entrusted to us," Jekka declared with unwavering confidence. "Then we shall rely on you. Our base will also mobilize for a counteroffensive, striving to divert as much attention from Bodhi's Star as possible," the leader responded with a grave determination. As Yamcha observed their consensus, he refrained from dissent. Noticing Jace's spirited demeanor, he realized that words would be futile. The only course of action was to join the endeavor. In his recollection, Jace had always thrived. Thus, although this surprise mission posed peril, it was not devoid of opportunity. Moreover, with the addition of himself, whose combat prowess surpassed even that of Jace, the notion of danger seemed unwarranted. With the plan solidified, the war machines of the Bordas swiftly commenced their operations. The laser cannons within the base unleashed a barrage upon the nearby horde of robots. The robotic adversaries were not to be underestimated, as they too launched a counteroffensive. Instantly, the sky was filled with the dazzling flashes of lasers and the shimmering silhouettes of plasma shields. Subsequently, the mechanized armored battalions of the Bordas surged forth from the base, led by 10 towering mechanical suits, each reaching a height of 100 meters. The combat effectiveness of these armored giants rivaled that of martial artists with combat power in the thousands. This represented the Bordas' ultimate resource for this operation. They had truly exhausted every stratagem at their disposal. Trailing behind them was a formidable force of several 100,000 mechanical troops. Though their appearance and strength were considerably inferior to the towering giants, akin to the capabilities of Carlos, they were more than sufficient to contend with ordinary robots. In this fierce battlefield, the Bordas pressed forward with resolute determination, fully aware that this battle was pivotal to their species' survival. The clash between the mechanized armored units and the robotic legion resulted in explosive energy discharges with each strike. The sounds of metal colliding and the thunders of energy impacts intertwining, creating a brutal symphony of war. In the midst of the chaotic situation, Yamcha and Jiak stealthily took flight towards the direction of the Aurora City. They were compelled to accomplish their mission swiftly, as the Bordas people, despite their utmost efforts, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of robots for much longer. This time was markedly different from before. Previously, they had relied on a defensive stance to barely sustain themselves. But now, as they ventured forth from their base, the pressure they faced was even greater than before. This was, indeed, the only course of action available to them at present. After flying for a considerable duration, Yamcha and Gate gradually approached the City of Aurora. From a distance, the city appeared to be enveloped in a colossal energy shield, shimmering with undulating waves of light that attested to its formidable defensive capabilities. Surrounding the city, an array of robotic patrols buzzed like bees around a hive, vigilantly safeguarding the area. At the entrance of the city, a vast assembly of orderly robots queued up, akin to a surging tide, evidently on their way to the battlefield for reinforcements. The defenses of these robots were indeed formidable. Gate furrowed his brow. Yamcha nodded, acknowledging the situation. Fortunately, they had been equipped with a device provided by the Bot Asians. The technological prowess of Twilight City was well within the grasp of the Bot Asians, who had delved even deeper into its intricacies. Prior to Yamcha and Gak's impending assault, the Bot Asians had bestowed upon them a remarkable apparatus. When placed at a vulnerable point of the energy shield, this device could create an opening of 2 meters in diameter, effectively cloaking their presence and allowing them to infiltrate the Aurora City undetected. Naturally, if Yamcha and Gak possessed the kind of formidable strength that rendered them invincible, such measures would be unnecessary. However, the reality was that their capabilities had yet to reach such heights. They sought refuge in a concealed location nearby and activated the device, which resulted in the emergence of a 2-meter-high vacuum segment within the energy shield. Yamcha and Jak surged forward without hesitation, employing their utmost speed to successfully breach the energy barrier before vanishing into the vacuous expanse. Within the Twilight City, an intricate jungle of steel sprawled before them, resembling a colossal metallic labyrinth. Towering structures of metal stood sentinel, their surfaces gleaming with a frigid luster, while a myriad of pipes and conduits wove between the edifices, akin to the very veins and nerves of this urban landscape. In the air, suspended platforms and tracks hovered, occasionally traversed by patrolling robots. Yamcha and Gak cautiously advanced through the steel jungle, acutely aware that beneath its seemingly tranquil facade lay lurking dangers. Every shadow could conceal an adversary, and every sound might herald imminent peril. "We must swiftly locate the control core's position," Yamcha murmured, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. Gak produced a compact detector, a tool bestowed upon him by the Batasians to trace the unique signals emitted by the control core. The indicator lights on the device flickered, guiding their path forward. However, they had scarcely progressed when they triggered an alarm concealed beneath the ground. In an instant, a piercing siren echoed throughout the city, and a multitude of defense robots surged forth from the surrounding structures. These robots bore a more intricate design, outfitted with an array of advanced weaponry. Their combat capabilities significantly superior to those of the exterior machines, nearing a formidable strength of 300 points. "It seems we have been discovered. Prepare for battle," Yamcha shouted, unleashing his full energy as he executed the Wolf Fang Fist, darting through the robots like a bolt of lightning. Each strike he delivered was imbued with immense power, causing the metal shells of the robots to crumple and their components to scatter upon impact. Witnessing Yamcha's formidable prowess, Gak was undeterred. He swiftly switched his energy gun to beam mode and targeted the foremost robot. The azure energy beam shot forth like a flash of lightning, erupting in a dazzling explosion upon striking the robot, reducing it to smithereens. In a mere moment, Yamcha had cleared a designated area, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Yet, for the seemingly endless tide of robots, akin to a locust swarm, these losses were but a drop in the ocean. Their objective transcended these automatons. It was the core of Aurora City they sought. Once the core was neutralized, these robots would become as powerless as water without a source. Although they had been detected, they were now perilously close to their goal. The so-called core resembled a colossal launch tower, soaring into the clouds. And at the heart of the central zone, 5 kilometers away, a towering structure loomed, akin to a majestic mountain, standing at a height of 100 meters. At that moment, a massive energy sphere atop the tower was continuously emitting radiant beams of light, reminiscent of a resplendent sun. "That must be the location of the control core," Yamcha stated. Gak nodded slightly. The detector also indicates that direction, just as they were observing. Yet another wave of thousands of robots surged from all directions, encircling them once more. Yamcha and Jak stood back to back, resembling an impenetrable fortress, steadfastly resisting the relentless onslaught of the robotic adversaries. With an unspoken understanding, they launched a fierce assault in unison, Yamcha leading the charge with valor, his fists slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades, mercilessly tearing apart the robotic defenses. Jak provided cover from the rear, his energy gun unleashing a barrage of shots, akin to bolts of lightning, thwarting the pursuit of the robots trailing behind. Amidst the smoke and chaos of battle, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the towering structure indicated by their tracker. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, they finally broke free from the fray, arriving at an expansive, desolate area. At the center stood a colossal tower, soaring into the clouds, reaching a height of at least 100 meters. Within a kilometer radius of the tower, the landscape lay barren, devoid of any signs of construction. However, as they stepped into this realm, they were instantaneously detected by a swarm of over 20 gargantuan robots, each resembling a mountain in stature. With every step they took, the ground trembled violently, inducing a sense of dizziness. Their weaponry was formidable, unleashing a torrential assault upon Yamcha and Jak, far surpassing the previous horde of lesser robots. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, and their combat power exceeded an astounding 2,000 points. Yamcha and Jak were compelled to halt their steps, bracing themselves to confront this unforeseen menace. At last, intriguing adversaries had arrived. Yamcha smiled lightly, deftly evading while rapidly enhancing his own aura. Throughout this journey, despite vanquishing numerous robots, he had not encountered significant pressure nor received substantial system rewards. The dozen or so robots before him appeared merely as potential talent points. He could not afford to be careless. Gak, wielding an energy gun, proceeded with caution and vigilance. Without further ado, Gak launched the first attack, switching the energy gun to its most potent beam mode. A brilliant golden energy beam shot forth, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, targeting the foremost colossal robot. With a resounding boom, the energy beam struck the robot's chest with precision, erupting in a dazzling display of light. However, the gigantic robot merely swayed slightly. Although a half-meter-wide hole had been blasted through its chest, the core remained unscathed. For a towering robot measuring several dozen meters, this was but a minor injury. How troublesome. Gak could not help but furrow his brow. Yamcha, too, commenced his assault, his form flickering like lightning as he charged towards the nearest colossal robot. The wind from his punches howled, creating ripples in the air. Take this. Yamcha bellowed, delivering a powerful blow to the joint of the robot's leg. Yamcha contemplated that. Since he could not strike directly at the core of the colossal robot, he would aim for its joints instead. With a resounding thud, Yamcha's fist collided with the leg of the giant machine, igniting a shower of sparks. This time, the robot's leg visibly buckled, causing its massive body to sway momentarily. Yet it quickly regained its balance, swinging its enormous mechanical arm to sweep toward Yamcha. Yamcha swiftly leaped backward, evading the impending strike. At that moment, the other colossal robots launched their assaults. Some unleashed powerful laser beams, while others brandished enormous weapons, hurling them towards Yamcha and Jak. Under the relentless onslaught, Yamcha and Jak deftly evaded and countered the attacks. The movement of these colossal robots appeared exceedingly clumsy in comparison to their formidable power. Yamcha, with his agile form, effortlessly maneuvered between them, seizing every opportunity to strike at their jointed sections. In a matter of moments, he rendered the legs of 6 towering robots inoperable, transforming them into immobile heaps of scrap metal. Subsequently, he unleashed a few energy blasts to ensure their destruction. On Jak's side, he exhibited remarkable valor. As a nimble fighter himself, armed with a powerful energy gun, he swiftly incapacitated 4 of the gigantic robots within a short span of time. Thus, through the concerted efforts of Yamcha and Jak, they gradually overcame these massive adversaries. When the last of the towering robots collapsed, both Yamcha and Jak exhaled in relief. Jak, guard me for a moment. I shall proceed to dismantle the tower. Yamcha gazed at the towering structure and spoke to Jak. After the destruction of the 20 giant robots, the smaller sentinel robots surrounding them surged forth like a relentless tide. Jak nodded, aware that his offensive capabilities paled in comparison to Yamcha's. Despite possessing formidable single-target strength, he lacked effective means against such colossal edifices, unless he ventured inside the tower to wreak havoc. With that thought, Jak commenced the eradication of the encroaching robots. This time, Yamcha unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Although the Kamehameha was slightly less agile than his own ki blasts, its potential for destruction far exceeded them. Presently, Yamcha could channel the Kamehameha's power to 1.8 times his normal attack strength. In the next instant, a massive wave of energy surged towards the tower. Just as he anticipated the imminent obliteration of the structure beneath his ferocious assault, a figure resembling a Bortasian darted in like lightning, effortlessly deflecting Yamcha's Kamehameha into the air, transforming it into a splendid display of fireworks. Chapter 90. The Star of Bordas. Yamcha was taken aback. He never anticipated the emergence of such a mysterious figure at this crucial moment. Moreover, the opponent's formidable strength was evident, as a single strike effortlessly neutralized his powerful Kamehameha wave. Jak, witnessing this scene, continued to fire at the advancing robots while shouting loudly, "Yamcha, be cautious. This adversary is not to be trifled with." Yamcha, his expression grave, nodded solemnly as he fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic figure, bracing himself for confrontation. The mysterious silhouette descended slowly, revealing itself to be a robot strikingly reminiscent of a Bortasian, yet adorned with distinctive patterns and embellishments that emanated a fierce aura. "You audacious beings dare to disrupt my plan to eradicate the Bortasians. It is a foolhardy endeavor," the robotic entity intoned in a chilling electronic voice, laced with palpable rage. As the opponent was not human, Yamcha could not perceive the nuances of its energy. Nevertheless, a mere scan from his system unveiled the being's information within his mind. Name: Bot combat power, 6,000 realm, none intelligence, 15 talent points, none, capable of enhancement through hardware and software upgrades, lineage, intelligent robot skills, robotic control, intelligent calculation, flight. The data of Bot diverged slightly from that of humans, lacking any concept of spiritual power, instead presenting intelligence. With an intelligence rating of 15. It surpassed 80 of Earth's human populace. Its computational speed far exceeded that of humans, rendering it extraordinarily intelligent. Yamcha chuckled. "So you are the mastermind behind it all? The Star of Bada?" The enigmatic robot let out a derisive snort. "Indeed, I am the Star of Bada. Do you truly believe you can easily dismantle the intelligent core that I have meticulously crafted?" How navi. As it spoke, The star of body emitted a brilliant flash of light and charged towards Yamcha with astonishing speed, reaching him in an instant and delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at him. Yamcha swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the formidable punch of Boda's star, which unleashed a powerful gust of wind, fracturing the ground beneath them. What immense strength! Yamcha marveled inwardly, his heart racing as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his explosive mode, engaging in a fierce battle with Boda's star. Upon entering this state, Yamcha's combat prowess surged to an astonishing 6,120 points. The two figures danced through the air and across the ground, their movements a blur. Each collision resonated with a deafening echo, and the powerful energy waves radiated outward, sending nearby small robots tumbling through the air. Yamcha discerned that the combat prowess of Boda's star was remarkably advanced, with its strength and speed undergoing constant fluctuations, seemingly governed by a peculiar algorithm that dictated its movements. This rendered Yamcha's efforts increasingly futile, akin to striking against cotton. Such a predicament could not persist. The pressure on the Boda's people might now exceed their own, necessitating the swift elimination of the tower, the core of their troubles. As Yamcha engaged in battle, he pondered strategies. Amidst the fervent clash, he gradually observed that prior to unleashing a powerful attack, a faint glimmer would flicker in the eye region of Boda's star. Could that be its vulnerable point? A spark of inspiration ignited within Yamcha, prompting him to take a calculated risk. Yamcha deliberately exposed a flaw, and the star of Boda took the bait, launching a powerful attack towards the opening. In that fleeting moment of the assault, Yamcha seized the opportunity, darting towards the eye of the star of Boda. You have fallen into my trap. With a resounding shout, Yamcha unleashed a punch aimed at the star of Boda's eye. However, the star of Boda seemed to have anticipated Yamcha's move, and an energy shield suddenly materialized around its eyes, thwarting the attack. In the same breath, it retaliated with a swift wave of its hand, sending an energy wave hurtling towards Yamcha. Yamcha was caught off guard and struck by the energy wave, causing his body to be propelled backward and crash heavily onto the ground. Yamcha! Jack exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Yamcha rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am unscathed, he declared. This adversary is even more formidable than I had anticipated. The metal from which this foe was forged was terrifyingly resilient. Despite his relentless assaults, there was scarcely a mark upon it. This battle proved to be more arduous than his encounters with humans, as the mastery of his ki, which he held in high esteem, was rendered utterly ineffective before the mechanical being. The robot, as long as it possessed sufficient power, could unleash its full capabilities. Moreover, its attacks defied human structural limitations, leaving Yamcha in a state of discomfort. Only by employing a force vastly superior to that of his opponent could he hope to breach its defenses. Star of Boda gazed at Yamcha with a derisive smirk, saying, Do you truly believe you can defeat me? How long can you sustain this level of combat? You shall all perish here today. It exuded an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the confrontation. Through its calculations, it discerned that Yamcha's current state was not a reflection of his inherent power, but rather the result of an unknown technique that allowed him to demonstrate strength comparable to its own, which was evidently unsustainable. After a prolonged exchange of blows, Yamcha's energy had already begun to wane. If the battle continued as it was, the inevitable victor would be the robot. Meanwhile, with its back against the energy tower, it could continuously draw upon a reservoir of power, maintaining its peak condition. Yamcha discerned this fact as well, yet he had already formulated a strategy in his mind. He began to gather energy once more, and in an instant, a colossal energy sphere illuminated between his palms. Go! In the next moment, the immense energy sphere surged towards Botaster. Once again, with this technique, you shall not breach my defenses. Botaster retaliated with its own energy sphere, hurtling towards Yamcha's projectile. What audacity! Just as the two energy spheres were on the brink of collision, Yamcha deftly redirected his energy sphere in an arc towards the towering edifice. An unexpected maneuver that left Botaster, who was focused on controlling its own energy sphere, caught off guard. It could only watch helplessly as Yamcha's energy sphere sped towards the tower. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Botaster, fueled by rage, diverted its attention from the explosion behind and commanded its energy sphere to strike Yamcha. In that moment, Yamcha had no time to evade. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the arena, the sound of the tower being struck, the crash of its collapse, and the impact of energy waves hitting Yamcha filled the air. The area where Yamcha had just stood now bore a deep crater. Yamcha, Gak shouted. Chapter 91. The Transformation of Botaster Gak. Witnessing Yamcha's relentless determination to fulfill his mission, was deeply moved by this spirit of self-sacrifice, tears streaming down his face. He then dismissed the lesser foes and fired his energy gun directly at Botaster, aimed squarely at its head. Perhaps Botaster had grown complacent. For it was only when Gak's energy beam was about to strike that it reacted, hastily tilting its head. In the next instant, the energy beam obliterated its ear. "How dare you harm me? You shall perish." Botaster erupted in fury, unleashing an energy attack directed at Gak. Despite his indignation, Gak remained vigilant. And Botaster's assault did not land squarely on him. At that moment, from the debris that had buried him, a dark figure soared forth. That was close. I nearly met my end. This shadowy figure was none other than the recently struck Yamcha, who had consumed a healing bean and returned to life. Emboldened by this very reason to take risks. Just moments ago, the peril had been extreme, had Botaster's power been slightly greater. He surmised he would not have had the chance to ingest the healing bean. Wonderful. Yamcha, you are alive. I knew you would prevail. Gak exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yamcha emerge. All right, Gak, we have yet to deal with Botaster. Yamcha nodded, interrupting Jak's incessant chatter, and shifted his focus toward Botaster. Do you require my assistance? Jak inquired, glancing at the vigilant Botaster. No need, Yamcha replied. I intend to demonstrate the prowess of Yamcha to this robot. Yamcha spoke with unwavering determination. How is this possible? You withstood my strike and emerged unscathed, your aura unchanged from before. Botazi Xing displayed an expression of disbelief. According to his calculations, Yamcha should, at best, be clinging to life. Yet Yamcha's current demeanor utterly defied his computations, appearing exceedingly illogical. This is not a matter for your concern. Now, we shall proceed to our second round. Yamcha jested. This must be a fabrication. Allow me to expose your facade. With that, the Star of Bada charged toward Yamcha once more, its assault more ferocious than before, as if eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Yamcha took a deep breath. Fully aware that this was a pivotal moment of life and death, requiring him to exert every ounce of his strength. He resolved to unleash his most formidable technique, the Burning Heart Fist. The radiant aura emanating from Yamcha once again intensified, his power surging to an impressive 7,200 points in mere moments. This is my ultimate move. Brace yourself, Yamcha exclaimed, charging towards the Boda Star. Sensing the threat of Yamcha's impending strike, Boda Star did not dare to underestimate it. Gathering all its energy in preparation to counter the impending assault. Upon unleashing the Burning Heart Fist, the disparity in their combat prowess became markedly pronounced. Despite Boda Star's valiant efforts to withstand the onslaught, it could not withstand Yamcha's wrathful blow. The force of the punch crashed into its chest like a battering ram. And in the next instant, its body plummeted into the debris behind it like a cannonball. When Boda Star finally emerged from the rubble, a distinct imprint of a fist was glaringly visible on its chest. At this moment in the battle, it had truly sustained its first injury. Its eyes glimmered with a cold light, fully aware that it was no match for Yamcha any longer. Continuing to fight alone would undoubtedly lead to its defeat. Suddenly, Boda Star darted forward, resembling a flash of lightning as it sped toward the throng of robots that swarmed like ants. Although Yamcha was unaware of the intentions concealed within the other party's gourd, he was acutely aware that he must not allow the Star of Boda to succeed. Thus, he resolutely pursued with all his might. Yamcha moved with astonishing swiftness, slicing through the air like a streak of light. However, the speed of Botaster was no less impressive, rendering it difficult to close the gap between them. Thinking of escaping? It would not be so simple. Yamcha shouted fervently, swiftly forming intricate seals with his hands before unleashing a concentrated energy sphere towards Botaster. The energy sphere, infused with immense power, whistled through the vast expanse. Sensing the impending threat from behind, Botaster slightly veered to the side, narrowly evading the energy sphere. Yet, this maneuver momentarily diminished its speed, allowing Yamcha to close the distance just a fraction. However, it was ultimately too late. Botaster had already plunged into the throng of robots. In an instant, a multitude of robots appeared to receive some unseen command, surging towards Botaster like agile metallic components. In mere moments, these robots seamlessly interlocked, forming a colossal robot towering over 1,000 meters high. This gargantuan creation stood there like a majestic mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that was both awe-inspiring and daunting. Yamcha paused not far away, gazing at the colossal entity before him, his heart involuntarily filled with astonishment. At this moment, The Bada Star had not only undergone a dramatic transformation in shape, but also experienced a staggering surge in combat power, now reaching an impressive 10,000 points. In the eyes of Yamcha, there was no trace of fear. Although the transformation of the Bada Star took him by surprise, it only ignited a fiercer fighting spirit within him. Come what may, no matter how you change, I shall bring you down. Yamcha clenched his fists tightly, his aura surging once more. This rise in power was not merely a result of the Burning Heart Fist, but rather a breakthrough in his own combat abilities, achieved through the intensity of this battle. Beyond the enhancement from training, battles on the precipice of life and death naturally facilitate the breaking of limitations. Especially considering Yamcha's innate talent already placed him in the realm of extraordinary genius. However, he remained oblivious to his own transformation. His sole focus was on how to defeat the enemy before him. The colossal robot gradually lifted its arm, as massive as a skyscraper, and swung down fiercely towards Yamcha. The gust produced by this strike roared like a tempest, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. Yamcha, wary and cautious, swiftly vanished from his original position. As the colossal robot's arm crashed down violently onto the ground, instantly raising a cloud of dust and creating a vast, deep crater in the earth. Yamcha appeared at the side of the colossal robot, seizing the opportune moment to unleash a fierce assault directed at the joint of the robot's leg. The wind from his punches howled, each strike imbued with formidable power, aimed at shattering the robot's joint to restrict its mobility. However, this time, he was met with failure. Just as Yamcha's fist was about to make contact, an energy shield illuminated at the joint, diminishing his attack's potency by 90%. Upon breaching the shield, only a shower of sparks erupted, failing to inflict any substantive damage. The giant robot, sensing Yamcha's onslaught, swiftly pivoted its other arm to sweep towards him. Yamcha swiftly leaped backward, evading the strike once more. Chapter 92, The Fall of the Bada Star. At this moment, the base of the Bada people had ceased its hostilities. The energy blast unleashed by Yamcha had obliterated the core tower that controlled the robots in other regions. The Robotic Legion, which had been relentlessly suppressing the Bada people, instantly fell silent, transforming into mere statues. Seizing this opportunity, the Bada began to commandeer the robotic forces, reprogramming their commands. Meanwhile, a formidable contingent of mech warriors advanced towards the city of Aurora. Within the city of Aurora, the battle between Yamcha and the colossal robot had reached an impasse. What could possibly be the weakness of this gigantic automaton? Yamcha pondered anxiously, deftly dodging its attacks while keenly observing its every movement and structural design. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He recalled a strategy capable of subduing such a robust and massive beast, infiltrating its interior for sabotage. While the creature's exterior exhibited formidable defenses, its interior surely could not be equally impervious. The pressing question now was how to penetrate the body of this colossal robot. The most straightforward approach would undoubtedly be to enter through its gaping maw. However, the robot's mouth emitted energy waves, and entering through it might subject him to a barrage of ferocious assaults. Fortunately, Yamcha soon discerned an alternative means of access. Perhaps it was the ingrained thinking of the Bada Star, but the colossal robot bore a striking resemblance to the Bada people, who were notably characterized by their prominently erect ears. Upon inspecting the ear cavities of the massive automaton, Yamcha was astonished to find them resembling deep wells, ample enough for him to slip inside. Yamcha felt a surge of determination. He resolved to take a daring risk, seizing the moment. As the colossal robot swung its massive arm to launch an attack, he swiftly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha reappeared near the robot's ear. The ear's orifice was indeed substantial, yet it was shrouded in darkness, faintly emanating a searing, metallic scent, as if it concealed boundless peril within. Yamcha inhaled deeply, without a trace of hesitation, and transformed into a streak of light, plunging directly into the earthen aperture. Upon entry, he found himself ensnared within a labyrinthine maze of metal. Surrounding him were an array of pipes of varying diameters, intertwined with lines pulsating with an eerie luminescence. They crisscrossed in a chaotic manner, occasionally crackling with surges of electricity that could easily ensnare the unwary. His purpose was to wreak havoc, and any pipe within his sight would be subject to a blast of energy. However, he soon realized that such destruction was woefully inefficient, as the sheer number of conduits rendered him uncertain of when the task would conclude. The most expedient course was to locate the core. Thus, he pressed deeper into the maze, and as he advanced, the temperature escalated, the searing heat threatening to engulf him. Yamcha felt as though his skin were on the verge of being scorched, yet he remained undeterred. He sensed he was nearing the core. Suddenly, a colossal energy reactor loomed ahead, radiating a blinding brilliance akin to a scorching sun, with surrounding pipes and lines converging here, unmistakably the power core of the gargantuan robot. At last, he had found it. A surge of elation filled Yamcha's heart, but before he could revel in his triumph, a swarm of small defensive robots surged forth from the vicinity of the energy reactor. These diminutive automatons resembled scaled-down versions of the giant robot, their eyes flickering with a crimson glow as they swiftly encircled Yamcha, emitting a droning alarm. Yamcha understood that to dismantle the core, he must first address these minor nuisances. The combat capability of these diminutive robots was merely around 500, which was akin to that of ants in comparison to Yamcha's current prowess. In just a few moments, they were all eliminated. Then, with a resounding shout, he exclaimed, "Key orb!" A sphere radiating immense energy materialized in his hand and was hurled with great force towards the energy reactor. With a thunderous crash, the key orb collided with the reactor, erupting into a blinding explosion of light. Under the tremendous impact, the energy reactor began to tremble violently, and the surrounding pipes ruptured, causing the energy within to surge uncontrollably. The colossal robot outside sensed the turmoil within. Its body began to shake violently, and its various offensive maneuvers grew sluggish and chaotic. As the energy reactor ultimately succumbed to destruction, the towering giant, standing over 1,000 meters tall, finally collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Yamcha emerged triumphantly from the ear cavity of the colossal robot, his face radiating the joy of victory. Shortly after his exit, another figure dashed forth from the crumbling giant, revealing the long-absent Star of Bada. Without hesitation, the Star of Bada fled towards the sky, seemingly intent on escaping further. Yamcha once again raised his arm gently, and a projectile of energy shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, striking the fleeing Bada Star with pinpoint accuracy. However, this time, Bada Star was like a powerful crossbow at the end of its draw, utterly devoid of strength to withstand Yamcha's ferocious assault. In an instant, it was obliterated in the cataclysmic explosion of the energy projectile, shattered into countless fragments. These remnants cascaded down like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, among which a sphere of approximately 10 centimeters in diameter rolled downwards. Yamcha, quick-witted and agile, deftly caught the object. What could this possibly be? A look of skepticism crossed his face. Surely, this must be the core of the Bada Star. With a mere change of body, it could be reborn. Gak approached in high spirits, unable to contain his excitement. After all, having wandered through the vast cosmos for many years, he had encountered countless intelligent beings and was no stranger to such wonders. "Ah, indeed. I shall keep it," Yamcha exclaimed joyfully. "If I present this sentient robotic core to Bulma, she might just create a formidable warrior with a battle power of 6,000. As for whether this robot might rebel," Yamcha deemed that question trivial for Bulma. She and Dr. Brief were exceptionally skilled in the intricate study of robotics. At that moment, the tardy inhabitants of Bada beheld the defeat of the Bada Star and erupted in jubilant cheers. They understood that their planet had finally regained its freedom, and the terrifying crisis of the robots had dissipated at last. Chapter 93, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament in the Vastness of Space. A spaceship soared at speeds exceeding that of light, as countless planets streaked past like fleeting shadows. Inside the vessel, Yamcha, Gak, and Ties were leisurely sipping tea. "Is this truly the core of Bada Star?" Ties inquired, holding a metallic sphere approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Yamcha set down his teacup and gazed at the metallic sphere in Tai's hand. He nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is the core of the Bada Star, extracted from that colossal robot. Although it appears modest in size, its power and control capabilities are evident. It nearly obliterated the planet Bodis." Jace approached with a smile, adding, "Do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant sphere. It is a creation that only the most brilliant scientists could produce. The core structure is exceedingly intricate, with an exceptionally precise arrangement of circuits and chips within." Tai gently rotated the metallic sphere in her hand, feeling its cool surface, and curiously inquired, "Is it safe to keep it nearby? What if it were to suddenly activate again?" Yamcha smiled and waved his hand, assuring, "Rest assured, when we dismantled the colossal robot, its energy was nearly depleted. Restarting it will not be a simple task. I merely thought of bringing it back for Bulma to examine. Perhaps she might uncover something of value from it in the future." "Hee, you certainly care a great deal for my sister," Tai said with a smile, clearly pleased with Yamcha's demeanor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them retired to their respective quarters. During this expedition to the Bodis system, Yamcha's talents had once again ascended. The victory over the Bodis star system alone rewarded him with 20 points, and in addition to independently defeating 12 formidable robots, each with combat power exceeding 1,000, along with over 10,000 smaller robots. The system ultimately granted him a total of 35 talent points. His talent now stood at an impressive 361 points, a remarkable accumulation that saved him an entire year's worth of effort. Moreover, his combat power had surged during the battles, reaching 4,200 points. It was indeed a double blessing, yet this journey was merely in its early stages. Their next destination was the very heart of the galaxy, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. However, despite the spaceship traveling at faster than light speeds, it would still require 2 months to reach the Galactic Patrol's location. Such is the monotony of adventures in the cosmos. Much of the time is spent merely traversing vast distances. At that moment, Yamcha couldn't help but reminisce about the miraculous technique from the Dragon Ball world, instant transmission. As long as he could sense the energy of a specific target, he could arrive in an instant, regardless of the distance separating them. Once the Galactic Patrol reported in, he planned to seize an opportunity to visit Yardrat. As Yamcha and his companions journeyed towards the center of the universe, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth commenced. Although Yamcha did not participate, his disciples, under Bulma's leadership, made their way to the island where the tournament was being held, Papaya Island. Bulma, along with Puar and Oolong, led the way, followed closely by Vera, Mark, and 9 other uniformly dressed muscle-bound men, creating an imposing presence that made Bulma resemble a formidable gang leader. Not to be trifled with. This drew numerous curious glances and whispers from those around them. Vera and the others, having thicker skins, paid little heed to the attention, though Bulma appeared somewhat anxious. Vera, Mark, perhaps you should operate separately, Bulma suggested. Absolutely not. The personnel on Papaya Island are far too complex. We must stand in for our master and ensure your protection, they insisted. Mark spoke earnestly. Yet his gaze wandered not towards Bulma, but rather towards the array of beautiful women surrounding them, ostensibly engaged in the observation of his environment, clearly revealing his less than noble intentions. Unable to dissuade their thoughts, Bulma chose not to dwell further on the topic. Before long, Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin noticed Bulma, with Sun Wukong being the first to call out, Bulma. Upon hearing her name, Bulma turned swiftly, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, you all are here too, she responded, hastening towards them alongside Vera and the others. Master Roshi, upon spotting Bulma, immediately wore a lascivious grin. No longer fearing Yamcha's presence, he grew bolder, tentatively reaching out in an attempt to touch Bulma's posterior. Before Bulma could react, Vera, standing behind her, swiftly intercepted Master Roshi's hand, coldly remarking, You old lecher, what do you think you're doing? In the next moment, Mark, Vincent, and others reacted swiftly, encircling Master Roshi. Faced with this daunting formation, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted dramatically. He was no martial arts novice and quickly sensed that these individuals were formidable. Among the 9, 3 surpassed him in prowess, and 2 were nearly his equal. How had Bulma gathered such a formidable entourage? With Yamcha absent, it appeared 5 hulking figures had arrived instead, Master Roshi pondered. Timidly, he stammered, Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely joking with Bulma. Observing Master Roshi's capitulation, Bulma decided not to press the matter further, allowing Vera and the others to relent. Having shared a deep bond with Sun Wukong, Vera and the others began to greet him warmly. Master Roshi approached Bulma once more, though this time he dared not overstep. Whispering, Bulma, you certainly have quite the entourage. Are you planning to make a significant stir here? Bulma chuckled helplessly. Master Roshi, please don't tease me. With Yamcha absent, his disciples insisted on accompanying me for my protection. Master Roshi curiously scrutinized Vera and the others, smiling as he remarked, Wow, Yamcha's disciples are incredibly impressive. Each one so robust. By the way, where is Yamcha? Krillin inquired. That fellow has ventured into the cosmos, claiming he wishes to become a galactic patrolman and encounter various masters. Bulma replied with a hint of exasperation. What a pity. I had hoped to face Yamcha in battle once more, Sun Wukong expressed with some regret. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the registration area, where they soon arrived and submitted their names. Due to his failure to secure the championship at the previous martial arts tournament, Master Roshi, despite the absence of Yamcha this time, has chosen not to register, fully aware that Goku's prowess now far surpasses his own. Chapter 94. The clash between Master Crane and Master Roshi after registering. They awaited further instructions in the plaza of the martial arts tournament. Given the popularity garnered by the participants from the last competition, the number of entrants this time was even greater, with hundreds gathered in the square. Though only a little over 200 had officially signed up. Unable to approach Bulma, Master Roshi found himself idly observing the alluring women surrounding him. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the air, addressing Master Roshi. "Oh, I thought it was some lecher. Isn't that Master Roshi?" Turning to the source, he beheld 3 martial artists clad in green tunics, each adorned with a character for crane embroidered on their chests, led by a venerable old man with white hair. Donning a crane hat, it was none other than Master Crane, accompanied by his disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. Upon seeing his longtime rival, Master Roshi felt a wave of tension wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "Ah, Master Crane. I never expected you to still be alive after all these years." Their meeting was fraught with palpable animosity. "You haven't changed a bit. Your tongue remains as foul as ever, and your appearance has become even more disreputable," Master Crane retorted with a slight smile. Although Master Roshi often dressed in a disheveled manner, being publicly called out left him momentarily flustered. Throughout the years, he had always found himself on the losing end of their verbal sparring. Master Roshi's expression darkened, and he fell silent, observing his opponent's lack of further rebuttal. Master Crane's face beamed with a victorious grin as he continued, "I've heard an intriguing rumor. Apparently, your disciple made quite an impression at the last World Martial Arts Tournament." "And what of it?" Master Roshi replied curtly. While on the surface, Master Crane seemed to be praising Roshi's student, Roshi knew from their history that a mockery was soon to follow. Master Crane nonchalantly added, "This implies that such tournaments have fallen into decline. I feel it is essential to demonstrate what true martial arts entails. Hence I have brought my own disciples to compete in this event." With a determined posture, Tien Shinhan adopted an air of arrogance. Since his last defeat by Yamcha, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training. In just over a year, his combat prowess had more than doubled. And only when he felt confident that he could best Yamcha again did he cease his efforts. This time, he entered the martial arts tournament with intentions of vengeance. Under the shade of his sunglasses, Master Roshi cast a glance at Tien Shinhan. This gaze plunged his heart into despair. For Tien Shinhan's aura was several times more potent than his own. While he acknowledged the strength of Son Goku, he was uncertain if Goku could vanquish the formidable Tien Shinhan before him. The arrogant Crane Hermit proclaimed, "The championship shall undoubtedly belong to my disciple. You would do well to scurry away before you embarrass yourselves further." Observing the exchange while conversing with Bulma, Son Goku, noticing Master Roshi rendered speechless, stepped forward with a childlike innocence and inquired, "Are you really that strong?" The Crane Hermit turned his gaze to the young boy clad in an orange outfit emblazoned with the turtle emblem. "Indeed, Tien Shinhan is my meticulously trained disciple, immensely powerful. Who might you be, little brat?" He scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Despite the Crane Hermit's condescending tone, Son Goku remained unfazed, scratching his head and grinning. "I'm Son Goku, but honestly, I don't think you're all that strong. You pale in comparison to Yamcha." Tien Shinhan, infuriated by the belittling remarks directed at him, and the Crane Hermit, retorted fiercely, "What do you know, you little brat? My current strength surpasses that of Yamcha from back then." It is worth noting that following their prior encounter at the Heavenly Fighting Mountain, where they had faced a humiliating defeat, Tien Shinhan and the Crane Hermit had returned to their residence to train diligently, thus missing any chance of encountering the wandering Son Goku. Upon hearing the exchange between Tien Shinhan and the Crane Hermit, Mark and his companions were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You? A mere underling of your master's defeat? You think you can challenge my master? How naive. If he were here now, a single finger would suffice to defeat you." The expressions of the Crane Hermit and Tien Shinhan darkened as they turned to face Mark and his companions. It took them a moment to process the situation. Despite their prior retreat from Heavenly Fighting Mountain, they had overlooked the presence of Vera and Mark. To the Crane Hermit and Tien Shinhan, only Yamcha warranted their attention. For others were mere insignificant insects. What can an insect like you say? Where is your master, Yamcha? This time, I shall ensure he faces consequences." Tien Shin, filled with indignation, retorted with a mocking smile. Tien Shinhan cast a glance at Mark, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. He believed that only Yamcha was worthy of being his rival, while Mark before him was merely an insignificant insect, unworthy of his energy. Just as Mark wished to counter this notion, the announcement for the martial arts tournament resounded. "Attention all participants. The preliminary round of the world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence. Please proceed to the designated area for assembly and prepare for the draw to determine your matchups. Hermit Crane, slightly displeased, remarked coldly. What is there to discuss with Tien Shinhan and these insignificant fish? Do not squander time with these fools. You shall teach them a lesson on the arena. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement and, accompanied by Jiaozi, made his way towards the venue. You rotten bird, who are you referring to? Master Rashi shot back. I speak of wretched turtles like you. Hermit Crane scoffed, turning and walking away from the square. Let us have another debate if you dare. Master Rashi shouted angrily at the retreating figure of Hermit Crane. Ignoring him, Hermit Crane swiftly vanished from sight. Once Hermit Crane departed, Master Rashi adopted a jovial demeanor. Chuckling as he addressed the others, all right, little ones, hurry along now, don't delay the competition. Thus, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha's disciples proceeded towards the assembly area for the tournament. Along the way, they encountered a diverse array of participants, towering giants, short yet sharp-eyed masters, and individuals adorned in peculiar attire. It was evident that this tournament was a gathering of formidable opponents, promising fierce competition. Though it was their first time participating in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, Vera and the others were swept up in the exhilarating atmosphere, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. They secretly hoped to achieve commendable results in the competition, eager to report back to Master Yamcha. Chapter 95. Preliminary battles upon the stage. An elderly man with a white beard took to the microphone. Expressing gratitude. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend the 22nd World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island. Due to the increase in participants over recent years, the tournament has transitioned from a 5-year cycle to one held every 3 years. Currently, more than 218 competitors are vying in the preliminaries, yet only 8 shall advance to the final round. Therefore, I encourage all martial artists to showcase their finest selves in the preliminaries. As the venerable old man concluded his opening remarks, the staff began to organize the participants into lines for the drawing of lots. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as competitors whispered among themselves, speculating on who might emerge victorious in this martial arts tournament. The rules mirrored those of the previous edition, with a total of 8 competitive areas established. The ultimate victors from each zone would advance to the final showdown. Perhaps due to an innate tendency, Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Vera, and Mark were not assigned to the same arena. Instead, they found themselves distributed across different locations, Sun Wukong in Arena 6, Tien Shinhan in Arena 5, Vera in Arena 3, and Mark in Arena 4. Additionally, Krillin and Jiaozi were in Arena 2, Vincent in Arena 1, Mocha and Suddy in Arena 7, while Carlos and 3 other outer disciples occupied Arena 8. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong engaged in an exuberant contest, Master Rashi leisurely enjoyed drinks on the beach alongside 2 stunning beauties, Lan Chi and Bulma. The first to take the stage was Vincent in Arena 1, facing off against a middle-aged man sporting a prominent comb-over, who showcased a remarkable display of aerial palm strikes against wooden blocks prior to the match. The low-tier martial artists have garnered considerable attention. However, for Vincent, whose combat power soars to 120 points, it was merely child's play. With a single strike, he effortlessly incapacitated the middle-aged contender. In subsequent matches, although he faced opponents with combat powers ranging from 50 to 60 points, none posed a significant threat, allowing him to secure a spot with ease. The battles in Arena 2 became notably fiercer. From the outset, Clint encountered a towering red-haired man, a world champion wrestler. Transformed beyond recognition, Clint no longer exhibited the nerves he had during his inaugural martial arts tournament. Confronted with the formidable red-haired adversary, he executed a shoulder throw, swiftly eliminating him from the competition. After several rounds, Clint's final opponent was another diminutive fighter known as Dumpling. While Clint possessed an undeniable advantage in combat prowess, he lacked the ability to perform aerial techniques. Coupled with Dumpling's unique abilities, Clint initially found himself on the defensive. However, being an astute observer, Clint discerned that despite Dumpling's formidable powers, his intelligence was lacking. A mere mathematical problem led Clint to a decisive victory. In Arenas 3, 4, 5, and 6, Sun Wukong and his companions advanced seamlessly, claiming the top positions without obstruction. The climactic showdown in Arena 7 featured a battle between Mocha and Suddy, culminating in Mocha securing the coveted advancement slot. In the final Arena 8, Carlos faced some challenges against the reigning champion, King Gappa. Having won multiple championships, King Gappa was no small foe, boasting a combat power exceeding 90. along with his signature technique, the eight-hand fist. After some adaptation, Carlos ultimately triumphed over him. After 3 days of preliminary rounds, the final 8 contenders emerged: Vincent, Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Vera, Mark, Clint, Mocha, and Carlos. Notably, 5 of these slots were occupied by the Wolf Fong style, and Vera, Mark, and the others realized the immense fortune they possessed in being part of this esteemed group. Without the Wolf Fong style, their remarkable achievements in this global martial arts tournament would have been unattainable. Following a day of rest, the finals commenced. On the day of the finals, sunlight bathed the main stage of the martial arts tournament, surrounded by a sea of spectators whose cheers reverberated loudly. The top 8 competitors stood backstage, each bearing a serious demeanor, their eyes reflecting an intense yearning for the championship. On stage, a young man with blonde hair and sunglasses, microphone in hand, ignited the audience's enthusiasm with his fervent opening remarks. This was none other than Pulse, the professional host of the inaugural Genius Martial Arts Tournament. As the host, Pors grasped the microphone and commenced his impassioned speech. Master Rashi, Bulma, and others stood at the forefront of the audience, applauding enthusiastically in response to Pors' fervent address. Suddenly, across from them, an elderly man with a white beard shouted, "Before the match begins, you worthless fellows should flee." This old man was none other than Master Shin. Upon hearing his taunt, Master Rashi's expression darkened behind his sunglasses, tempted to unleash a Kamehameha wave upon Master Shin. However, considering the throngs of spectators surrounding him, he restrained his impulse. "What an annoying fellow," Bulma remarked, exasperated. "Ignore that fly," Master Rashi coldly retorted. With the sound of drums and gongs, the competition officially commenced. The first bout featured Vincent and Mocha, both disciples of the Wolf Fong style, intimately familiar with one another. Yet, on the arena, they displayed no mercy. Vincent, swift as lightning, launched the initial assault, executing the foundational techniques of Wolf Fong with formidable precision, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Mocha, undeterred, adeptly evaded Vincent's attacks while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Although Carlos possessed slightly superior combat strength, Vincent's mastery of the Wolf Fong wind fist and his explosive techniques compensated for the discrepancy in their power levels. The two engaged in a thrilling exchange of blows within the arena, each maneuvering skillfully, neither yielding an inch. The audience was captivated, fervently cheering for their displays of skill. After a fierce struggle, Vincent, leveraging his extensive combat experience and meticulous understanding of technique nuances, gradually gained the upper hand. Spotting a vulnerability, he unleashed a powerful punch. Mocha, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying backward, crashing against the edge of the stage. Acknowledging his defeat, Mocha, understanding their bond as brothers in arms, graciously conceded rather than stubbornly persisting. The second match pitted Krillin against Vela. Prior to the contest, Master Rashi had warned Krillin, instilling in him a sense of caution. As the match commenced, Krillin unleashed his signature techniques, aiming to disrupt Vela's rhythm. Vela remained calm in the face of the challenge, skillfully evading Krillin's attacks with his agile movements and unique Wolf Fong fist techniques. Krillin felt as if he were once again confronting Yamcha. The sharpness of Vela's strikes and his nimble footwork kept Krillin firmly under pressure. However, Krillin, having undergone the meticulous training of Master Rashi, managed to stabilize himself at crucial moments, launching powerful counterattacks. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense must eventually yield. Ultimately, in a fierce collision, Krillin was sent flying off the stage by Vela. In terms of innate talent, Vela might not have surpassed Krillin, but under the influence of the gravity chamber, he emerged victorious with undeniable superiority. This exemplifies the power of technology intertwined with martial arts. Chapter 96. Mark vs. Tien. Next came the showdown between Tien and Mark. Even before they stepped onto the stage, they exchanged fierce glares in the waiting room, and upon entering the arena, their eyes ignited with intense sparks. Tien stood on the stage with an air of indifference, his gaze exuding immense confidence as he arrogantly declared, "Wolves of the Wolf Fong Fist, have you prepared for your inevitable defeat?" Mark, a proud individual, naturally did not shy away from Tien's provocation and retorted, "You are merely a defeated foe of the Wolf Fong Fist, spouting empty bravado. In just a few exchanges, I shall leave you dazed. Then let us see you try." Tien replied with a dismissive smirk. "Watch closely." Mark chuckled. After their verbal sparring, the duel commenced. Mark was the first to strike, darting towards Tien like a phantom, his speed creating a whirlwind. His hands, resembling sharp claws, lunged towards Tien's face, each finger brimming with formidable strength, as if they could effortlessly tear through the air. Mark had honed the Wolf Fong fist to perfection, with each blow carrying immense force. Anticipating the attack, Tien firmly stomped his feet and leaped back effortlessly, dodging Mark's strike. In one fluid motion, he unleashed a special technique from the Crane School, countering with a flurry of punches aimed at Mark's abdomen. Each punch was accompanied by a whistling wind, intensifying the assault. Mark, unfazed, scoffed and slightly turned his body, evading Tien's barrage. He swiftly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Tien's chest, rapid and fierce, with tremendous force behind it. Tien quickly crossed his arms in defense, bracing for the impact. With a resounding thud, Tien was propelled backward, sliding half a meter, his arms slightly numb from the blow. "Is that all you've got?" Mark taunted. Tien furrowed his brow, pondering. This guy truly possesses skill. He has improved significantly since last year. It seems I must unleash my true power. The two individuals exchanged a glance. Plunging into combat once more, the ferocity of their clash far surpassing any prior encounter. Suddenly, Mark leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Harnessing the acceleration of gravity, he transformed into a ravenous wolf poised to strike. His legs moved with remarkable speed, resembling the gaping maw of a starving beast. As he lunged fiercely towards Tien Shinhan, the rapid onslaught of his legs forced Tien Shinhan into a defensive stance, despite his valiant efforts to resist. He was swiftly struck multiple times by Mark. Even with his formidable physique, he was momentarily dazed by the relentless barrage. In an instant, Mark landed, launching another attack from Tien Shinhan's side. With a swift kick, he sent Tien Shinhan tumbling away. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Well done, Mark. That's it, defeat him," Bulma exclaimed, fervently shaking Oolong's neck beside her, as if she were partaking in the battle herself. Observing Tien Shinhan kneeling motionless, Mark assumed he had rendered him despondent. "Come on, admit defeat. It'll spare you some suffering," Mark declared boastfully. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan erupted into wild laughter, a mocking expression gracing his face. "You think I would surrender? You must be joking. Your techniques are mere child's play compared to my Crane School's methods. It seems Yamcha has failed to impart the true secrets to you." As he spoke, Tien Shinhan rose to his feet once more. "You need not concern yourself. It appears I must thoroughly subdue you." Mark clenched his fists, determined. He then repeated his earlier tactic, leaping high into the air once again, intending to execute a rapid gravity-driven kick against Tien Shinhan. Below, Tien Shinhan, upon witnessing Mark ascend, began to focus his energy, his muscles tensing rapidly. In a matter of moments, his skin turned a vibrant pink, as if enveloped in a special armor. This was the Crane Master's ultimate technique, Hard Qigong. While utilizing Hard Qigong, one cannot move, yet their defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. In the next instant, Mark's kicks rained down upon Tien Shinhan's chest like a torrential downpour. However, this time, Mark's assault proved futile. It felt as though his legs struck a solid steel plate, the force of the rebound causing his legs to tingle and propel him backward. How was this possible? It had no effect, Mark pondered for the first time, questioning the efficacy of his learned Wolf Fong fist. Seeing Mark cease his offensive, Tien Shinhan chuckled. "Do you see now? Your techniques are utterly ineffective against me. Had it not been for my previous oversight, even Yamcha would stand no chance against me. Do not let your success cloud your judgment. It is only in the absence of my master that you can boast so shamelessly," Mark coldly declared. Though Mark often appeared carefree, he harbored a sincere respect for Yamcha. Thus, when faced with Tien Shinhan's brazen remarks, he felt an unusual surge of anger. Standing firmly in a horse stance, with his hands placed resolutely at his waist, a massive energy sphere materialized in his grasp and, in the next heartbeat, transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Tien Shinhan. "Prepare to receive my ki blast." Upon witnessing Mark's ki blast, Tien Shinhan was reminded of his own Kamehameha wave. Although their methods of execution differed, both represented formidable energy attacks. Despite the robust defense of the Hard Qigong, it proved insufficient against such explosive energy assaults. Tien Shinhan reacted swiftly, retracting his Hard Qigong and pointing a finger, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave to counter. This was the Crane School's other signature technique, the Dodon wave. With a mere distance of 10 meters between them, he had no time to employ a more potent technique and was compelled to utilize the quicker Dodon wave. The two energy attacks collided fiercely in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the arena. A shockwave of immense energy radiated outward from the point of impact, causing the surrounding walls to tremble violently as if besieged by a tempest, producing a low, resonant hum. The audience below, startled by the sudden brilliance and force, shielded their eyes, gasping in awe. Mark's ki blast was formidable, infused with his pent-up fury and immense power. Yet Tien Shinhan's Dodon wave was equally remarkable, delivering a sustained onslaught. In mere moments, the Dodon wave neutralized Mark's ki blast. The residual energy surged towards Mark, who, unwilling to be complacent, swiftly sidestepped. However, the wave's aftershock struck his shoulder, the tremendous force propelling him off the stage. Chapter 97. Overwhelmed by the time Mark regained his senses, he realized he had lost the match. Fortunately, his resilience spared him from being defeated in a single blow by Tien Shinhan. Consider yourself lucky, otherwise you'd be heading home on a stretcher, Tien Shinhan taunted from the arena's edge. Mark merely huffed in response, choosing silence, for he had indeed lost and had little to say. Subsequently, Perus ascended the stage once more to declare Tien Shinhan the victor. After a brief intermission, the fourth match commenced, featuring the final two competitors, Sun Wukong and Carlos. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, leaped onto the stage. His scion heritage ignited a fervent passion for battle within him. Moreover, Carlos, a commendable martial artist on Earth, promised to provide him with some amusement. The two engaged energetically from the outset. As Sun Wukong never resorted to overwhelming force against any opponent, he preferred to commence their duel on equal footing. Moreover, Carlos, as his junior, approached their sparring with the appropriate deference. Carlos himself was quite relaxed. During the last encounter, when Sun Wukong ventured to Tiendo Mountain, he had engaged in a contest with Sun Wukong. Aware of the disparity between them, he recognized that despite his considerable progress over recent times, an insurmountable chasm still lay between them. He merely needed to showcase his acquired skills, thereby justifying his participation in the martial arts tournament. In this combative atmosphere, while outsiders perceived the clash as fierce, those knowledgeable discerned that the two fought akin to a master instructing a disciple. The combat persisted for over half an hour, concluding only when Carlos, exhausted, conceded defeat. Following several matches, the top four contenders emerged: Vincent, Vera, Sun Wukong, and Tien Shinhan. After a brief respite, the semifinals commenced. The two matchups in the semifinals were Vincent against Vera and Sun Wukong against Tien Shinhan. As fellow disciples, Vincent and Vera were intimately familiar with each other's strengths and techniques, having frequently sparred during their training in the Wolf Fong style. Historically, Vera had always emerged victorious, and this occasion proved no different, as Vera effortlessly secured the win with absolute prowess. The other semifinal, featuring the duel between Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan, was the most anticipated encounter of the martial arts tournament. Kamehameha and Crane Sinin, positioned at the arena's edge, exchanged knowing glances as Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan stood on opposite sides of the stage, their gazes locking in a spark of intensity. The entire venue fell silent, with all present holding their breath in anticipation of this climactic showdown. Sun Wukong wore a relaxed smile, brimming with excitement for the match. For his acute perception of energy revealed that aside from him, Tien Shinhan possessed the most formidable presence, marking him as the strongest martial artist in the arena. In stark contrast, Tien Shinhan wore an impassive demeanor, his eyes betraying a potent confidence and an insatiable thirst for victory, reflecting the expectations of Crane Sinin. With the referee's signal, the contest officially commenced. Sun Wukong initiated the attack, his form flickering as he appeared before Tien Shinhan in an instant, delivering a seemingly gentle punch aimed at Tien Shinhan's chest. Though it appeared effortless, the speed was remarkable, and the force behind it was not to be underestimated. Taken aback by Sun Wukong's swiftness, Tien Shinhan hastily sidestepped. However, the punch grazed him, imparting the undeniable strength of Sun Wukong. Intriguing, Tien Shinhan remarked with a cold snort. Steadying himself, he launched a rapid counterattack towards Sun Wukong, employing the unique techniques of the crane style, with a flurry of punches targeting Sun Wukong's face and abdomen. Yet, Sun Wukong adeptly evaded Tien Shinhan's assault, his form flitting like a specter around Tien Shinhan, continuously unleashing his own strikes. He did not exert his full strength. Rather, he was merely gauging the prowess of Tien Shinhan. Feeling the pressure, Tien Shinhan was compelled to unleash his entire might. For a period thereafter, he continuously showcased the various techniques of the crane school, employing moves such as the Four-Demon Fist, Solar Fist, and Dodon Wave, even resorting to the advanced technique of the Four-Demon Fist, the Four-Body Fist. However, Sun Wukong effortlessly countered all of these with his mastery of energy manipulation. Tien Shinhan felt as though no matter which technique he employed, It was akin to striking against cotton. A sense of impotence enveloped him, not a disparity in combat strength, but rather a chasm in their realms of mastery. This realization struck a blow to Tien Shinhan's proud heart, engendering a sense of defeat for the first time, a sentiment that ignited his fury. Resolving to hold nothing back, he soared into the sky. Placing his hands at his chest, "Perish," he declared. A radiant light began to emanate from around his body, intensifying until it coalesced into a colossal beam of energy in his hands. Kamehameha, Tien Shinhan bellowed, propelling the energy sphere towards Sun Wukong. The Kamehameha surged forth with an earth-shattering force, distorting the air in its wake. Sun Wukong regarded the incoming attack with an unperturbed smile, extending his right hand and casually waving it towards the energy blast. With a resounding clap, an astonishing scene unfolded. Tien Shinhan's full-powered Kamehameha was effortlessly dispersed by Sun Wukong, as if it were mere smoke. Tien Shinhan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend what he had just witnessed. He was aware of Sun Wukong's strength, but never anticipated it to be to such an extent. "You," Tien Shinhan stammered, rendered speechless. Sun Wukong chuckled. "Your strength is commendable, but still insufficient. Do you possess any stronger techniques?" "Stronger techniques?" "This was my ultimate attack, and I never fathomed it could be so easily thwarted by him," Tien Shinhan lamented inwardly. Previously, Sun Wukong had demonstrated a crushing superiority in mastery, and now he exhibited an overwhelming advantage in combat capability. He recognized his defeat. This marked only the second time he had lost since embarking on his journey, his expression darkening, his eyes filled with despondency and self-doubt. He never imagined that his most cherished technique would be so effortlessly dismantled before Sun Wukong. Once, he had believed that his diligent training would suffice to dominate this martial arts tournament. Yet reality had delivered a staggering blow. Below, Master Crane observed the scene with a mix of anger and anxiety, shouting, "Tien Shinhan, what are you doing? Get up and fight." However, at that moment, Tien Shinhan seemed oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, lost in his own feelings of frustration. Chapter 98. The Transformation of Tien Shinhan. As Son Goku observed Tien Shinhan's demeanor, the smile on his face gradually faded. With his extraordinary perception, he sensed the unusual expression on Tien Shinhan's face. He had not anticipated that merely demonstrating his own strength would have such a profound impact on his opponent, pushing him to the brink of despair. Goku felt compelled to act. Otherwise, the Earth would lose yet another rival. Thus, Goku swiftly approached Tien Shinhan and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Tien Shinhan, do not be so disheartened. You are truly formidable. Those techniques you displayed earlier, few could withstand them." Tien Shinhan lifted his head slightly to meet Goku's gaze. His eyes filled with a sense of unfulfillment. "Formidable? What does that matter? Before you, I feel like a mere jest. I had always believed I was strong enough. Yet I never realized the chasm between us." Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, do not think that way. My current strength is the result of relentless training and numerous battles, enduring countless hardships. Moreover, the path of martial arts knows no bounds. Just because I am stronger than you today does not imply that it will always remain so." Upon hearing Goku's words, Tien Shinhan felt a flicker of hope. Goku continued, "Are you familiar with the Korin Tower and the Heavens Temple? If you wish to catch up to me, I believe you could benefit from training in those places." "What are the Korin Tower and the Heavens Temple?" Tien Shinhan asked, somewhat bewildered. Although he had traveled extensively across Earth over the years, he had no recollection of these locations. Goku then proceeded to explain the nature of the Korin Tower and the Heavens Temple to Tien Shinhan. "Are there really such beings as Master Korin and the heavenly gods?" Tien Shinhan inquired, his face a mixture of confusion and curiosity, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The existence of such enigmatic entities was far beyond his previous understanding. Goku nodded earnestly and replied, "Of course, they are real. Master Korin is truly remarkable. The last time Yamcha took me to train at Korin Tower, I faced many challenges, but the rewards were immense. The tower rises high into the sky. Reaching its summit is no easy feat. Each level presents different trials, with increasing difficulty as you ascend. However, if you persevere, you will receive guidance from Master Korin, and your strength will undoubtedly see significant enhancement." Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow, envisioning the towering Korin Tower and the arduous challenges it harbored, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He then asked, "And what about the Heavens Temple? What makes it so special?" With great enthusiasm, Sun Wukong continued to elaborate. "The Heavenly Palace is a wondrous realm above, where celestial beings safeguard the earth. The deities possess formidable strength and offer numerous unique cultivation methods and arcane knowledge. Spending time there would significantly enhance your martial prowess. I previously trained under the celestial beings and found my comprehension of martial arts deepened immensely. Listening to Sun Wukong's account, Tien Shinhan became acutely aware of the disparity in their experiences. A flicker of determination ignited within him, and the dullness in his eyes was rekindled with a glimmer of hope. He murmured, "I never knew such a place existed, filled with martial mysteries yet to be explored." Sun Wukong, observing Tien Shinhan's transformation, smiled encouragingly. "Indeed, as long as you are willing to venture forth and embrace the challenges of these realms, I believe you will undoubtedly grow stronger." The joy of martial arts lies in constantly surpassing oneself and exploring the unknown. With a firm grip of his fists, Tien Shinhan's gaze radiated resolve. He turned to Sun Wukong and declared, "All right, Sun Wukong, I have made my decision. I will venture to Karen Tower and the Heavenly Palace. Next time we spar, I shall not be as defenseless as I was today." Sun Wukong chuckled joyfully, patting Tien Shinhan on the shoulder. "Aha, that's the spirit. I eagerly await your transformation into a mightier warrior. However, be forewarned, the training in those two places is no trifling matter. Prepare yourself mentally." Tien Shinhan snorted, his expression regaining its former pride. He replied, "Humph. No matter how arduous the path, I shall not falter. For the sake of a stronger martial way, I am prepared to endure any hardship." Meanwhile, the onlookers, curious about the prolonged conversation between Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan, began to murmur among themselves. Pulsar cautiously approached to remind, "Gentlemen, shall we continue the battle?" Tien Shinhan shot a cold glare at Pulsar, nodded at Sun Wukong, and promptly descended from the stage, his silhouette exuding resolve and determination. As he voluntarily exited the arena, Pulsar swiftly announced Sun Wukong as the victor. With Sun Wukong's victory, emotions ran high. The turtle hermit was jubilant, while the crane hermit was despondent. The turtle hermit swaggered over to the crane hermit, boasting, "Well, what do you say? Your disciple couldn't measure up, could he?" The crane hermit, incensed by the turtle hermit's taunt, flushed with anger and retorted, "Humph. Old turtle, what are you so smug about? This was merely a stroke of bad luck for my disciple, encountering that freak of Sun Wukong. Had it been anyone else, my disciple would have surely triumphed." The more flustered the crane hermit appeared, the more exhilarated the turtle hermit felt. For many years, the two had engaged in a rivalry. From direct competitions to their disciples challenging one another, with victories alternating between them. In the past, the turtle hermit had experienced triumphs as well. Yet none had been as decisive as this one. He burst into hearty laughter, mocking, "Oh dear, still putting up a brave front, are we? A loss is a loss. No need to concoct excuses. Just look at my disciple, Sun Wukong. His prowess is undeniable. And your disciple, on the other hand, has been so thoroughly defeated that he has lost all confidence. Were it not for Sun Wukong's encouragement, he might never dare to step onto the martial arts stage again." The crane hermit trembled with rage at the turtle hermit's words, pointing an accusing finger at him as he retorted, "You old tortoise, enough of your smug remarks. At the next martial arts tournament, my disciple will undoubtedly reclaim our honor. Just wait and see if you'll still be laughing then." The turtle hermit, unfazed by the crane hermit's fury, crossed his arms and continued to chuckle. "Very well, I shall await the spectacle. Though I fear your disciple may still face a humiliating defeat. Ha ha ha." Chapter 99. The emergence of a malevolent being as the two continued their bickering. The finals of the martial arts tournament were about to commence. The audience, engrossed in the impending showdown, shifted their focus from the quarrel to the arena. Eager to witness the duel between Sun Wukong and Vera, anticipating an exhilarating spectacle. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood at one side of the arena, warming up with ease. Devoid of pressure regarding the impending match, his only desire was to showcase the fruits of his recent training. Conversely, Vera positioned himself on the opposite side. Fully aware of the disparity in strength between him and Sun Wukong, yet he harbored no intention of retreat. After all, reaching the finals was a significant achievement in itself. He resolved to give his all, determined to present his most formidable self. Even in defeat, he aspired to do so with grace. With the referee's command, the final match commenced. Sun Wukong launched the first offensive. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before Vera with astonishing speed that left the audience only glimpsing a fleeting shadow. He delivered a seemingly casual punch, yet it was imbued with immense power, the force of the strike howling towards Vera. Forewarned, Vera stamped his feet against the ground and leapt back effortlessly, evading Sun Wukong's punch. He then unleashed the unique technique of the Wolf Fang Fist. His body moving with the agility and grace of a ravenous wolf, retaliating against Sun Wukong. His hands moved swiftly, unleashing a flurry of energy blades that shot forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Although both Vera and Mark had trained in the Wolf-Fang fist, at this juncture, each had developed their own understanding of the technique. He integrated the principles of the energy wave into the Wolf-Fang fist, allowing his strikes to generate energy blades, significantly enhancing their power. Sun Wukong observed the energy blades hurtling towards him, a faint smile gracing his face. Unperturbed, he deftly evaded them, the blades slicing past him without even grazing the hem of his garment. Vera, your technique is rather intriguing, but you must hasten your pace, Sun Wukong remarked with a grin. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vera felt encouraged rather than disheartened. Taking a deep breath, she amplified her speed once more, transforming into a streak of light that circled around Sun Wukong, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. In an instant, the arena was filled with the traces of her onslaught. Noticing Vera's accelerated pace, Sun Wukong shifted into a more serious demeanor. He no longer merely dodged, but instead sought the opportune moment to parry her strikes. Each contact produced a crisp sound, and powerful energy waves radiated outward. The audience below was mesmerized, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle of combat, continuously cheering for both fighters. The atmosphere electric with excitement. After a fierce exchange of offense and defense, Vera gradually began to tire, her attack speed diminishing. As for why she refrained from utilizing the explosive mode, she understood that Sun Wukong could also employ it, rendering it meaningless. Recognizing that further combat would only lead to her defeat, Vera halted, respectfully addressing Sun Wukong. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Sun Wukong." She then turned to the referee, Pulse, and declared, "I concede." Thus, the finals concluded. Pulse announced Sun Wukong as the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and the arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Streamers cascaded from above as everyone celebrated the thrilling tournament and its ultimate champion. Despite his victory, Sun Wukong felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, perhaps due to the absence of his true rival, Yamcha. After receiving his reward, the crowd made their way to the restaurant. Upon arriving, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something crucial. His Rui Jingu Bang and the 6 Dragon Balls were not with him. It was due to the competition that he deliberately left them in the locker of the venue's lounge. As for why there were 6, it was because the last one was inexplicably missing and could not be found. Even with the dragon radar that Bulma had provided, he was unable to locate it. This time, without the assistance of his companions, Sun Wukong could not conceive of a solution, nor had he had the chance to consult Master Rashi, leaving him unaware of the fortune teller's existence. Subsequently, his participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament further delayed the search. The final Dragon Ball had been concealed by the Mischief Maker and his cohorts within a signal jamming device, rendering it undetectable to Sun Wukong. However, due to an unexpected release of an evil entity, the last Dragon Ball was ultimately seized by this adversary. After exchanging greetings with Krillin and the others, Sun Wukong proceeded directly into the venue. This time, the battle was exceedingly effortless for him, which led Krillin to refrain from taking on the task of retrieving the Dragon Ball. Soon, Sun Wukong arrived at the venue. Upon seeing his return, Pers, who was organizing the tournament roster, smiled and inquired, "Mr. Sun Wukong, what brings you back?" Sun Wukong, feeling rather embarrassed, replied, "I forgot to take my belongings." "Is that so?" Pers, unfazed, set down the roster, opened the door to the lounge, and retrieved Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang and a bag of Dragon Balls. Elated upon receiving his possessions, Sun Wukong was just about to return to the restaurant to indulge in a feast with Master Rashi and the others when he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a wave of malevolence. This aura was reminiscent of the last time he had ventured into the demon realm. Gazing skyward, Sun Wukong identified the source of the sinister energy. "Mr. Sun Wukong, what are you looking at?" Pers asked, noticing Sun Wukong's abrupt halt and his transfixed stare at the sky. "An evil being is approaching," Sun Wukong replied, his brows slightly knitted. In his recollection, he and Yamcha had sealed the gates of the demon realm, so there should be no demon crossing over to Earth. Before long, a hulking figure with green skin and imposing wings appeared in the sky. His skin was reminiscent of the luscious moss in a deep forest, radiating a strange sheen that seemed to harbor endless malevolent power. His eyes resembled burning green flames, deep and cold, reflecting a disdainful contempt for all existence. A mere glance from him could send an icy shiver down one's spine. Chapter 100, King Piccolo. In no time, this evil creature descended before Sun Wukong and Pers, asserting in an undeniable tone, "You are the ones in charge of the martial arts tournament, are you not? Hand over the roster of all participants at once." Pulse was taken aback, not anticipating that the avian figure before him sought the roster. Since its inception, the martial arts tournament had upheld an impeccable reputation, a cornerstone of its longevity. Naturally, Pulse would not relinquish the roster to a peculiar stranger. However, under the overwhelming aura emanating from this individual, he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "Who are you? The roster cannot be casually given to others. I am Dambalin, a subordinate of the great demon king Piccolo," the green-skinned avian declared, exuding arrogance. The mention of Piccolo's name sent a jolt of fear through Pulse, whose expression morphed into one of terror. He recalled the ancestral records detailing a cataclysmic event that had struck Earth centuries ago, instigated by a being known as the great demon king Piccolo. Ultimately, he had been vanquished by a formidable martial artist, but it appeared that Piccolo had resurfaced. Now, this minion of Piccolo demanding the roster clearly harbored nefarious intentions. Resolutely, Pulse replied, "No, I cannot give you the roster." "Huh. If you refuse, I shall simply take it by force," Dambalin sneered coldly, lunging towards Pulse. Just as Pulse feared for his fate, a diminutive figure appeared before him, none other than the still-present Sun Wukong. Though Wukong did not comprehend their dialogue, the moment he sensed Dambalin's malevolent aura as he attempted to seize something, he recognized the latter's ill intent. Positioning himself protectively in front of Pulse, Wukong clenched his fists. A serious expression etched on his face as he proclaimed, "You think it's so easy to steal from us?" Dambalin halted abruptly, hovering in midair, surprise flickering in his green eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. "Humph, who is this little brat? Do not court death." Seeing Wukong defending him invigorated Pulse, who had witnessed Wukong's prowess and admired him greatly. "This individual before you is the champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament." "Oh, a champion. I did not expect the title holder to be a mere child." The martial arts world on Earth has truly become lackluster, Dambalin muttered to himself, initially concerned about the strength of the current martial arts community and the difficulty of executing his mission to eliminate martial artists. His worries dissipated upon realizing that the most formidable opponent was but a child. "Do not underestimate Wukong. He is immensely powerful," Pulse interjected once more. "Is that so? Then let us begin with you, the champion of the tournament." Dambalin chuckled, refraining from further words as he gestured with both hands, unleashing several dark energy blades towards Sun Wukong and Pules. With remarkable speed, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared before the energy blades, using his hands to shatter each one effortlessly. Observing Sun Wukong's ease in countering his assault, Dambalin felt a surge of irritation. With a furious roar, his entire being radiated green light, augmenting his power once more. He charged towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball, his velocity creating a howling wind. Yet, Sun Wukong did not falter. He lowered his stance, channeling energy into his legs. Just as Dambalin was about to collide with him, he leapt upwards, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dambalin's head. This strike was imbued with Sun Wukong's formidable strength. The air crackled with the sound of his fist slicing through it. Taken aback by the astonishing speed and power of Sun Wukong, Dambalin could only hastily raise his arms to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, Dambalin was sent flying in an arc, crashing against a wall hundreds of meters away. The force of Sun Wukong's punch had created a large hole in his chest, extinguishing his breath in an instant. "It seems I may have overexerted myself," Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head in surprise. Dambalin had been exceedingly arrogant, and given the demonic aura he exuded, Sun Wukong had merely exerted a bit more strength than he had against Vela. This was evident, for Sun Wukong's combat prowess now approached 2,000 points. And even a slight increase in force could translate to hundreds of points of attack power. After witnessing Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength once again, Pules exclaimed joyfully, "Mr. Sun Wukong, you are truly exceptional, effortlessly dispatching that demon." "Not too shabby," Sun Wukong replied with a sheepish grin. He then bid farewell to Pules and made his way to the restaurant where they were gathering. Inside the private room where Master Rashi was seated, everyone was already gathered around the table, an array of delectable dishes laid before them. Upon Sun Wukong's arrival, they promptly invited him to take a seat. Due to Sun Wukong's swift resolution of the Dambalin affair, they paid little heed to the matter concerning King Piccolo and did not inform the others. In a large aircraft soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters over the southern continent, an elderly green-skinned man adorned with the character for demon seated at the forefront was none other than King Piccolo, who had recently escaped captivity. To his right sat a bird-headed, human-bodied creature, his chief strategist. Alongside them were three others, Pilaf, Mai, and Shu. Once Dambalin retrieves the names of the martial artists, I shall instruct my offspring to eliminate them all, he declared. The great demon king Piccolo's gaze was piercing and exuded a predatory brilliance. Below, the trio of Pilaf stood paralyzed, resembling quails too frightened to utter a sound. Suddenly, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. The unique bond he shared with Dambalin felt severed, alerting him to an anomaly. A surge of rage erupted from the depths of his being, engulfing him like a volcanic eruption. His once composed form began to tremble violently. The robes emblazoned with the symbol of demon swaying as if buffeted by a tempest. His breathing grew rapid and labored, each inhale resembling a roar from the abyss, emanating a formidable aura that created a powerful gust within the aircraft, nearly toppling those nearby. Pilaf, Mai, and Shu were pressed to the ground by this overwhelming force. Acutely aware of the tidal wave of fury from the great demon king, their hearts gripped by terror, hardly daring to breathe. Piccolo's fierce gaze intensified, and through clenched teeth, he demanded, "Who dares to take the life of my Dambalin?" Chapter 101. Shenlong subsequently, at Piccolo's command, the aircraft sped toward the venue of the world's martial arts tournament. The reason for his personal involvement was that Dambalin had become his most powerful subordinate. In addition to Dambalin, he had also birthed a being named Sinbaru, whose combat prowess paled in comparison, with a mere strength of 150 points. However, within an hour, Piccolo arrived at Papaya Island with Sinbaru, following the lingering essence of Dambalin. He quickly pinpointed the location of his last disappearance. Upon discovering Dambalin's lifeless body, Piccolo's already fierce demeanor transformed into that of a raging beast, his eyes aflame with an inferno that seemed poised to consume the world. Some tournament staff, caught unawares, beheld the great demon king from a distance, their legs trembling, collapsing to the ground. They attempted to flee, but a mere glance from Piccolo drained them of their strength, rendering them immobile. "Humph," Piccolo scoffed, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an energy wave surged forth like the scythe of death, sweeping toward the cleaning crew. They scarcely had time to utter a cry before being devoured by this malevolent force, their bodies disintegrating into dust, leaving behind an eerie silence. Piccolo approached Dambalin's corpse, squatting down with an unusual glimmer of sorrow in his eyes, though this fleeting emotion was swiftly eclipsed by a torrent of wrath. He extended his hand, caressing the gaping wound upon Dambalin's form, and through gritted teeth vowed, "Whoever it may be, they shall pay dearly for this." He rose to his feet, closed his eyes, and began to sense the atmosphere surrounding him. Before long, he caught a faint trace of the lingering essence of Sun Wukong. Although this essence had diminished, it was sufficient for the demon king Piccolo. He opened his eyes, a flame of vengeance flickering within them, and pursued the direction in which Sun Wukong had departed. When the demon king found Sun Wukong, the latter had just exited a restaurant with his companions. Initially at ease, they abruptly sensed a strong presence of demonic energy. The first to react were Master Rashi and Sun Wukong. However, upon seeing the demon king Piccolo, Master Rashi's thought ceased entirely, and his body trembled involuntarily. The presence of Piccolo filled him with endless dread, as countless long-buried memories surged to the forefront of his mind. Yet, upon the first sight of Piccolo, Sun Wukong cheerfully waved and greeted him, saying, "Why have you come down, celestial being?" This was indeed a celestial entity. Hearing Sun Wukong refer to the figure before them as a deity, the initially tense Vera and the others relaxed, having mistaken the demonic energy they sensed as that of a demon race, only to discover it was the long-absent celestial being. Piccolo had intended to strike immediately, but upon hearing Sun Wukong's recognition, he approached with a grin. As he neared within 10 meters of Sun Wukong and the others, he suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy from his palm, shooting forth like a bolt of lightning towards Sun Wukong, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the sudden assault from what he believed to be a deity. While he could evade the attack with his agility, he was acutely aware of the presence of ordinary individuals like Bulma and Launch behind him. With no other choice, Sun Wukong resolutely braced himself for the high-speed strike. He absorbed the energy beam, the immense force propelling him backwards several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. With a loud rip, his clothing was torn apart, revealing 6 Dragon Balls concealed within, which fell to the ground, glimmering under the sunlight. Piccolo, initially poised to continue his assault, was momentarily distracted by the sight of the 6 Dragon Balls. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a manic grin spread across his face. He reached into his robe and produced another Dragon Ball, placing it alongside the 6 on the ground. "Come forth, Shinran," he bellowed, his face alight with greed and anticipation. In an instant, the previously serene sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, shrouding the heavens in shadow. Amidst flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, a brilliant golden light shot skyward from the Dragon Balls, revealing a colossal dragon emerging from the radiant glow. The divine dragon, its form sinuous, radiated a resplendent luster from its shimmering scales, exuding an air of majesty that seemed to transcend all earthly beings. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this sudden spectacle. With Bulma's eyes wide in disbelief, the dragon had manifested. Launch, too, covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at the colossal creature in the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. The dragon's immense eyes slowly turned to scrutinize King Piccolo, its deep and authoritative voice reverberating through the heavens. Speak your wish. I can grant you one, but be mindful, for once it is fulfilled, these 7 Dragon Balls will scatter across the world again, awaiting their next gathering. King Piccolo, upon hearing this, bellowed without hesitation, O mighty dragon, grant me the gift of youth. The dragon nodded slightly, a strange glint flickering in its eyes. And then a mysterious and potent force surged from its being, enveloping King Piccolo. Bathed in this power, King Piccolo began to transform. His muscles swelled, and his aura intensified significantly. Ha ha, he laughed with delight, then turned to Son Goku and the others, revealing a sinister smile as he proclaimed, Foolish humans, your doom is nigh. Lord Kami, what has happened to you? At this moment, Son Goku remained oblivious to King Piccolo's intent, only sensing an oddity in the demeanor of Kami. Their initial encounter had been aggressive, albeit the damage was minimal. Now, however, an unmistakable malevolence emanated from him, momentarily overwhelming Goku's limited cognitive capacity. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, witnessing King Piccolo's rejuvenation, felt an even greater dread, especially as the mightiest among them, Son Goku, mistook him for a being named Kami. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Roshi suppressed his fear and called out to Son Goku. Goku, I do not know who this Kami is that you speak of, but I must inform you that this individual before us is the malevolent King Piccolo, a merciless murderer. Upon hearing this, Videl and the others became instantly alert. Chapter 102, The Downfall of Shinbara. Never did I anticipate that, in this day and age, someone would still recognize me. King Piccolo, now unmasked by Master Roshi, curled his lips into a cruel smile and continued, Indeed, I am the embodiment of evil, the demon warrior King Piccolo, and today, all who dwell upon this island shall perish. The malevolent aura emanating from him was unabashedly unleashed, sweeping towards the crowd like a surging tide. Instantly, a tremendous tempest erupted within the arena. The fierce wind swept up the defenseless Bulma, Launch, Puar, Oolong, and others, but fortunately, Videl, Mark, and the others reacted swiftly, catching them and preventing injury. It was only at this moment that Son Goku realized, somewhat angrily exclaiming, So you are not a celestial being, you villain, attempting to masquerade as a deity to deceive me. Seeing this, King Piccolo sneered disdainfully, his form flickering as he soared into the sky, beginning to gather energy. The explosive demon wave, a sphere of energy 2 to 3 meters in diameter, swiftly manifested in King Piccolo's palm, which he then hurled downwards. King Piccolo sought nothing short of annihilation, showing utter disregard for the lives of ordinary people. Goku, you must stop him, Master Roshi exclaimed involuntarily. Naturally, Goku would not allow the demon wave to strike the ground unchallenged. He took a deep breath, channeling his energy. Just as the explosive demon wave was about to crash into the earth, poised to unleash a catastrophic disaster, Goku's fist finally shot forth, enveloped in golden radiance, moving at an unimaginable speed. This punch, seemingly simple, harbored the immense power within Goku, a force akin to a roaring river, ceaseless and unstoppable. With a thunderous boom, Goku's fist collided directly with the explosive demon wave. Astonishingly, what appeared to be an overwhelming, unstoppable force dissipated like mere bubbles under the seemingly effortless blow of Son Goku. The sphere of energy flickered violently before bursting like a punctured balloon, sending ripples of energy radiating outward, ultimately vanishing into the air. King Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, utterly surpassing his comprehension of the Earth's martial arts. Impossible, impossible. How can you withstand my demon wave? His previous disdain for Goku evaporated, replaced by profound trepidation and doubt. Die, die, all of you die. King Piccolo, driven mad, unleashed a barrage of explosive demon waves from his hands, cascading downwards like divine arrows, relentless in their destructive intent. Such unforgivable devastation was unleashed with no regard for consequence. in Sun Wukong's eyes. Fury burned brightly as he vanished in an instant from his original position. The next moment, he materialized in midair, confronting the barrage of explosive magical energy cannons raining down upon him. Swiftly, he darted through the sky, deftly neutralizing the oncoming projectiles with astonishing speed. Witnessing the futility of his attacks, King Piccolo became increasingly frenzied. Veins bulged on his forehead, his bloodshot eyes blazed with rage, and his hands moved with rapidity as he continually gathered energy to unleash even more explosive magical cannons, determined to breach Sun Wukong's defenses and annihilate everyone below. Is this all you are capable of? Sun Wukong scoffed coldly. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath and shouted, Kamehameha. In an instant, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a radiant wave of golden energy that erupted from his palms. This Kamehameha was more potent than ever before, resembling a roaring golden dragon as it surged towards the multitude of explosive magical energy cannons in the sky. A thunderous roar filled the air as the Kamehameha collided violently with the myriad of projectiles. The tremendous energy released in that moment flooded the heavens, its brilliance eclipsing even the sun's radiance, rendering it impossible to behold. The force of the energy collision radiated outward like a raging tsunami, wreaking havoc upon the ground below. The once even terrain was torn asunder, creating vast craters, while the surrounding mountains trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Caught in the overwhelming backlash, King Piccolo was propelled backward, his body spinning uncontrollably through the air until he managed to regain his composure. Staring at Sun Wukong in utter astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the shock. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong dashed toward King Piccolo with the speed of lightning. His velocity left behind a trail of golden afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before his adversary. Taste this, Sun Wukong bellowed, raising his right fist and bringing it down with tremendous force toward King Piccolo. This punch contained the entirety of his strength, the wind from his strike howling as if it could tear the very air apart. King Piccolo was struck with dread. He attempted to evade, only to realize that Sun Wukong's speed was insurmountable, leaving him no time to escape. Reluctantly, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, the impact felt as though an immense mountain had crashed upon him. Pain surged through his arms as his body, propelled like a cannonball, hurtled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it! How could I possibly lose to this little brat? The great demon King Piccolo struggled to rise from the ground, his appearance a pitiful sight. His hands had been brutally shattered by Sun Wukong, from which green blood flowed. His eyes were filled with a mixture of resentment and terror. Even at this juncture, Sun Wukong refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, the great demon king was not one to succumb easily. Despite his incapacitated hands, his mouth remained a weapon. In the next moment, a beam of light shot forth from his lips. Sun Wukong swiftly intercepted the energy blast with a powerful punch, launching himself towards the great demon king. Observing Piccolo's plight, the lurking Cymbaloo let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Sun Wukong. With its jaws agape and sharp claws glistening ominously in the sunlight, it attempted a surprise attack from behind. Yet Sun Wukong, as if endowed with eyes on the back of his head, did not turn around. Instead, he merely shifted slightly to the side and unleashed a devastating punch. The blow struck Cymbaloo squarely on the head, the tremendous force penetrating its massive form. Cymbaloo emitted a chilling wail as its colossal body soared backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, never to stir again. Chapter 103, The Conclusion of Battle upon witnessing Cymbaloo's demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. The great demon king was filled with a mixture of shock and fury. You shall all pay for its death. With reckless abandon, he charged towards Sun Wukong. And at that moment, the skies darkened, and powerful energy coalesced around him, momentarily surpassing his own limits. However, for Sun Wukong, even with Piccolo's newfound strength, he remained no match. Thus, he did not hinder Piccolo's advance. Yet, a gasp erupted behind him. The great demon king intended to self-destruct. As a seasoned martial artist, Master Roshi instantly discerned the intentions of Demon King Piccolo at that moment. If Demon King Piccolo were to self-destruct, this island would be utterly obliterated. A wave of dread washed over Sun Wukong, who was determined to prevent such a catastrophe from occurring. With a piercing gaze, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Demon King Piccolo in the blink of an eye. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at the Demon King's chest. This time, he held nothing back. The blow, accompanied by a fierce whoosh, struck Piccolo squarely. The tremendous energy erupted upon impact, instantly pulverizing his chest and heart. As a Namekian, Demon King Piccolo possessed an extraordinarily resilient life force. Even with his limbs severed and heart destroyed, he did not succumb to death immediately. For their essence lies within the brain. If the brain remains intact, recovery is possible. However, the piercing pain was undeniably real. Piccolo's face contorted in terror as he glanced down at his gaping chest cavity, agony flooding his mind like a relentless tide. He attempted to cover the gaping wound with his hands, yet blood continued to pour forth. His body began to tremble, and the muscles of his face twisted in agony. How is this possible? I am Demon King Piccolo, he managed to utter, his former grandeur entirely stripped away, replaced by profound fear as he sensed the looming threat of death. Suddenly, the thought of dying now filled him with desperation. He yearned to leave behind a legacy, a seed for vengeance. Observing that Piccolo was still alive, Master Roshi shouted once more, "Wukong, finish him off." Though Sun Wukong felt a twinge of reluctance, he steeled himself to deliver a fatal blow, approaching Demon King Piccolo like a specter. At the moment he raised his hand to strike the final blow, Piccolo unexpectedly lifted his head, panic flashing in his eyes. This was not mere fear of death. He understood that he needed time to plant the seeds of hope. Abruptly, he opened his mouth and shouted hoarsely, "Stop! You cannot kill me. I am one with the deity. Should you slay me, the deity will perish as well. Earth will be left unprotected, and terrible calamities will ensue." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt as if struck by lightning. Standing frozen in place, his actions halted, doubt filling his gaze. "Is what you say true?" he inquired. Demon King Piccolo, sensing Wukong's hesitation, nodded emphatically and scoffed, "Of course it is true. If you doubt me, feel free to test it." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong observed that both King Piccolo and the celestial deity bore an uncanny resemblance, both in appearance and aura. The sole distinction being that a trace of demonic energy lingered around King Piccolo. At that instant, King Piccolo's mouth began to inflate like a bellows. And in the next moment, he expelled a colossal orb of flesh, which soared forth like a blazing meteor, embodying King Piccolo's final hope, racing towards the horizon, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Once the orb was expelled, it appeared as though King Piccolo had exhausted his last vestige of vitality. His body slowly collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of any further movement. The once malevolent form now lay there, like an empty shell stripped of all power. Master Roshi gazed at King Piccolo's lifeless body, his brow furrowed, yet his concern remained unabated. He turned to Sun Wukong, urgency lacing his voice. "Wukong, we cannot allow that orb to escape. It must surely be a remnant of King Piccolo, destined to grow into a new threat. We must pursue it and eliminate it at once." However, Sun Wukong shook his head resolutely, declaring, "Grandpa Roshi, there is no need, regardless of what that entity may be. Should it dare to emerge again to sow chaos,